Welcome to Chris Manhwa Recap. Please give a like to motivate the admin, and enjoy reading the story. The Holy Land of Tianjin was founded by the Four Immortals. There has never been a disciple who has climbed to the top of the 99th level of the Jade Heaven stage. There has never been anyone who has passed through the Nine Heavens tribulation and destroyed the world set by Emperor Li Tran. It's just that today is history, will be rewritten. Hatrai began to advance step by step in the Holy Realm with the system sound. To break the battle, you need to consume 2,333 anger points. Is in the process of breaking the formation. Walk up the stairs to the front of the formation. He raised one hand and confidently said, "Break." A fierce explosion destroyed the entire formation. Creates a huge hole. Suddenly there was a yellow light below my feet. Teleport Hatrai to somewhere above, causing him to be unprepared and having to face the ground. Lying flat on the ground, Hatrai thought to himself, "I'm so tired." This is considered passing the test of the four fairies. Suddenly a voice came, "Oh, how did you pass this Chinese test?" He raised his head in surprise and looked forward, thinking that this place could only be the person in front of Min Dai Palace. Then he asked, "You are?" Looking at the girl in front of Hatrai, he immediately realized that it was Tianjin Tu Tian, and this cute girl was DM Naguyat. At this moment she was bending down to look at him miserably lying on the ground. She looked petite and cute like a little lolly. He thought to himself, could this be one of his four future masters? It seemed that she was not much older than him. DM Naguyat spoke up and said, "You first answer my question. Your cultivation level is only that of a blood spirit, unable to climb to the Jade Heaven stage." Hearing that, he felt guilty and said a word. She continued to say that it was even more impossible to pass the Nine Heavens leaf tribulation array of her eldest sister. Hearing this, he immediately sat up, rubbed his head and said, "Haven't you seen this with your own eyes?" The system also began to warn the host to be careful when speaking, or else the heavenly punishment would come down to an unexpected death. Hearing that, he worriedly replied that I know, I will keep it a secret. She heard him say that, wondering if it was because the heavenly jade in the formation had all been destroyed. Hearing that, he was also helpless and didn't know how to explain. He only said a few words. DM Naguyat stood up, pointed at him and said seriously that she must first inform the three sisters that you are not allowed to wander around here. Seeing her clothes, he was tearful but thought to himself that the clothes were tight, too. Then she summoned a circle of fire that flew away. At this moment, Hatrai sat in a daze, thinking, if the four masters wanted to know how I could break the formation, how should I explain it? The system appeared on the side, pointing somewhere and calling you. The host quickly looked at Kong Shanki. He turned to look at the lotus pond in front of him, and the system also explained that this was the ancient divine spring, the essence of the cold moon condensing, which took 10 years to form a drop that could maintain the source full of vitality. Hearing that, he smiled cunningly and said, "Good clothes," then took off all his clothes and jumped into the shower, along with the sound of the system ringing blood spirit 1 segment, blood spirit 2 segments, blood spirit 3 segments. On the other side, DM Naguyat has now returned to the palace. As soon as she landed, she heard a voice asking Tu Naguyatni if she had met her disciple. She immediately replied yes, but on the contrary, she was very handsome. The person talking to her was none other than Queen Li Tran, who was sitting in the center. Hearing DM Naguyat hesitate, she asked again what was the matter. Next to her was Mat Naguyat lying down, looking at her jokingly, saying that little Naguyat and he usually spoke so frankly, but now she was stammering. The other one of her three sisters, Tin Ham, sat nearby and just looked at her silently, waiting for her to continue. After hearing that, DM Naguyat started walking up and said that the kid's name was very strange. Obviously just an outer sect disciple with a broken blood spirit, but he could climb to the Jade Tian stage, and how could this be possible? After listening to what she said, Mat Naguyat still calmly replied with some interest, "Oh, so our disciple is one of the 10,000 luckiest children. Little sister, please continue talking." Her tail also began to tickle near DM Naguyat's face, making her feel uncomfortable and grab her. Then she continued, "I think he was cheating. If not, it must have been because the Nine Heavens tribulation defeated the battle for many years and didn't fix it, so something went wrong." In response to her words, Tin Ham's 9,000 tribulation destruction was not broken. Seeing my sister say that, she also replied that I just wanted to say that this kid is too unusual. Female Emperor Li Tran heard everything and declared that if he passed the test, he would be our disciple. After listening, Mat Naguyat hugged DM Naguyat excitedly and said I couldn't wait any longer to see my little disciple, even though DM Naguyat's expression was a bit pouting and she didn't want to. After a while, DM Naguyat returned to the place just now and didn't see Ha Tri, so she was upset and said where was he, didn't she tell him not to wander around? Under the water, a few bubbles appeared. Then, Ha Tri jumped out of the water. DM Naguyat saw this and shouted angrily, "You!" Seeing her happily say you're back, 2 other masters have also arrived. At this moment, DM Wien burst into anger and shouted at you, "You actually dared to bathe in the condensed fairy pond." An anger value bar of plus 500 appeared on her head. He was surprised to see that and thought he was angry. It seemed like he was physically angry. Then, as if thinking of something, he continued to think proudly, angry, and suddenly had an idea to apologize to his master. Then he turned around and said loudly and with a challenging voice, "What about soaking in the spiritual pond? I have a habit of being clean and have to bathe every day. Not only do I want to bathe, I also want to wash my back. If my brother risks his life to provoke others, definitely don't disappoint in my efforts." When DM Naguyat saw this scene, her blood immediately boiled. The system also displays a message congratulating the host that you have angered the 9 Li Dao God DM Naguyat, earning 9,000 anger points. At the same time, considering that you have shown shameless behavior, the system will add a reward, give you the magic method. With bare hands, he can completely resist any attack. The cooldown time is 7 days and lasts for about 1 second. After hearing the system notification, he was a little suspicious and asked back with bare hands, "The method is not wrong, right?" The system immediately replied that it was absolutely not wrong, "Just use it and you'll see," he said with a disdainful expression. "Boss, this system also knows how to attract hatred, not to mention that the size of a reward depends on the level of the reward. Are you angry? Standing in front of me are 4 fairies of Tianj Min. No matter what, you have to give me a little Western practice. For example, what god Van Tien is loyal to?" The system listens, so please remind us not to underestimate the system's judgment. At this time, DM Naguyat was angrily pointing at Ha Tri and saying, "You are muttering something. I will give you time to quickly step out of the spiritual pond." He obediently answered yes and immediately came out and then stood up naked. Causing the 2 senior sisters behind to pay attention, Matt Naguyat looked at him in surprise and said, "Wow, it's not small," and Tin Han covered his face with a book and joined in the discussion, which was fine. Seeing him like this, DM Naguyat embarrassedly covered one of her eyes with her hand and angrily stammered, "Who allowed you to stand up? Put on proper clothes." He calmly raised his hands and said that he told me to stand up and I obeyed. She couldn't say anything at this point, so her eyes turned red and she was angry to the point of snorting a few times. Then screamed, "I can't have a disciple like you." Then she directly pulled out a sword. Gathering his strength and delivering a fatal blow to Ha Tri's body, he shouted loudly, "Go to death." The others saw this and quickly stopped him, but they were unable to do so in time. Seeing that, Ha Tri was also surprised and exclaimed, "Shit." Immediately the sword turned into a fire bird and flew towards Ha Tri. Looking at this scene, he had no choice but to bet. He immediately stretched out his arms and performed the barehanded technique. Immediately blocked the attack from DM Naguyat's sword. How could it surprise her? This sight of holding a sword with her bare hands also surprised the female Emperor Li Tran, who immediately flew down and spoke seriously to DM Naguyat. The 2 remaining sisters were also surprised and silent, not knowing what to say. At this time, Ha Tri immediately spoke up and blamed the master for being too dangerous. "My disciple was almost burned to death." At this time, DM Naguyat was still in shock and rolled her eyes and said that there was no way the blood wolf could break out and capture my path. Li Tran immediately called out to DM Naguyat. Hearing that, she bowed her head and obeyed. Retrieved his sword and retreated. At that time, Li Tran began to angrily scold the deity's words, "Why don't you take them to heart?" She went back and copied the Clear Heart Sutra 500 times. At this time, an anger value bar plus 10,000 appeared on her head. Seeing that she was being punished, DM Naguyat could only feel sorry for herself and said yes. After seeing everything, the system immediately announced congratulations to the host. Li Tran female Emperor Vien Kim Giao was angry. "The future female emperor is destined to suppress the invincible gods. You will be unlocked by the system, rewarding the epic level of the divine body." He let out a sigh as if he didn't understand. The system begins to explain that the Qianqin body at the top of the divine body list increases the speed of understanding 100 times, the level of cultivation increases 100 times. Ancient legend has it that the person with the Qianqin body will eventually become the overlord of the 3 world. The system also notes that indirect stimulation is also counted as the host's merit. He suddenly gasped when he heard that. At this time, female Emperor Li Tran also began to announce that Ha Tri had successfully climbed to the top and passed the 9 Heavens Extermination Tribulation Formation test. From now on, he would become a true disciple of the Four of Us and also the future Lord of the Holy Land of Commerce. This matter was decided and a date was chosen to announce it to the entire sect. Then she walked over and told Ha Tri that you should follow us back to Tianjin Temple. Mat Naguyat, who was next to him, also started joking around, saying that he would definitely be careful in the future as a teacher. Having said this, she blinked and emphasized each next word, taking care of you. Tin Hem also added, studying the classic textbooks as a teacher will help you prepare well, while DM Naguyat glared at him and said sharply, why are you still stunned there, hurry up and do it. At this time, Ha Tri had finished dressing and excitedly ran over and said loudly that I am here, Four Masters. Van Yen Cac Min Them Palace, a place to welcome guests. Female Emperor Li Tran is now announcing that before officially accepting her disciple, DM Naguyat will teach Ha Tri. Hearing that, she suddenly said loudly, what? She was so angry that she blushed so much that she pointed at Ha Tri and couldn't understand the sentence. Big sister, you know me best and I can't teach you anything. The female emperor completely ignored DM Naguyat's anger and said that it was because the two of them were not compatible that they tempered each other's personalities. This was how she decided to take Ha Tri to get acquainted with the Tianjin Temple. I've been going these past few days without the homework that I arranged. After hearing that, she was also helpless and did not dare to resist, but sat down on the chair and pouted, saying yes, DM Naguyat would do whatever the big sister said. Then she stood up, crossed her arms, looked at Ha Tri and shouted loudly, that boy, stand up and leave. He immediately ran after and answered the Four Masters. Following behind DM Naguyat, who was angry and puffed his cheeks, he thought even more happily, yes, just like that, Tu Dao Bao is angry. Tin Ham silently watched them leave. Then he turned to tell Li Tran that DM Naguyat's big sister was simply straightforward and was no match for her little disciple. Li Tran put his hands on his face and replied that the Tianjin Temple had been too deserted in recent years, then took this opportunity to inject a breath of vitality. Hearing that, Tin Ham agreed and said it was good. Mat Naguyat lay on the chair nearby and added, our little disciple has a lot of secrets, his future life will definitely be extremely interesting. Then she put on an excited face and continued, I'm really looking forward to it. Hearing these words, Li Tran's eyes were also filled with other profound thoughts. At this time, on Ha Tri's side, was constantly asking DM Naguyat questions such as who built the Four Masters of War and War, who built the Four Masters, when did you become one of the Four Immortals, Four Masters, is the second master really a fox, Four Masters, why do you keep ignoring me, but all of them were annoyed by DM Naguyat's straightforward answer, not knowing how to bother him. Then she pointed to the main hall in front and said she was happy to read books there. He looked up and thought that he had already read most of the books in the scriptures and maybe looked at the new classics. After thinking about it, he immediately called the Four Masters. Pointing at the happy cloud, he asked if we could come in and see now. She looked like she didn't want to care, turned around and left, saying you should go sightseeing, I still have to do my homework and don't have time to wait for you. Ha Tri held his chin and thought for a few times. DM Naguyat added the 9-Tu temple for meditation. Ngu Duang is your eldest sister's private residence. When you hear this, you immediately feel that something is wrong. Ngu Duang, I feel like my thinking has gone awry somewhere. Unconsciously, she frowned and said that the sisters said that you are the son of destiny, and I don't believe it at all. At this time, the system also appeared hinting to Ha Tri that the host was always watching over him. Don't say anything. He felt guilty and worriedly replied DM Naguyat, our focus is not on visiting the temple, star. She looked at him and answered, yes, but I'm only taking the true heir disciple on a tour. If you use any dirty tricks to pass the exam, then you go and bear the consequences yourself. Be in the blood-curdling realm, but I can block my moves haha I'm already in the realm of cultivating gods, 6 realms and 54 realms higher than you. Do you think I'm an idiot? Ha Tri worriedly replied that after all, I am also the son of luck. He thought to himself that she must be suspicious of my bare-handed tactics, but she had no evidence. DM Naguyat smiled sarcastically and said, is that so? He immediately showed a serious and upright attitude and replied yes. It seemed like she couldn't argue any further, so she turned around and left, saying we had plenty of time to verify it. Instead, I wanted to see how lucky my son could be. He followed behind DM Naguyat and leisurely said that girls who are often angry will quickly reach premenopause. She immediately turned around and asked in discomfort what premenopause was. He replied that it was an incurable disease. People with this disease often feel depressed and angry, have insomnia, have acne on their faces, and even have bald heads. Then he raised his hands to point at her chest and continued, "What's more, I've grown a beard and flattened my chest. The fourth master is not very big, and with his erratic temper, I'm afraid it will be difficult to get married, very outside." Hearing this, DM Naguyat became angry and blushed, her anger value plus 5,000. She shouted loudly, "You!" Then he took out his knife and shouted in Hatrai's voice, "The day I become smaller is also the day your other one becomes shorter." The anger value adds 1,000. Seeing her so angry, he immediately raised his hands to stop her and said, "Fourth master, don't forget the instructions of the great master, be careful that he gets angry again." When DM Naguyat heard these words, she got angry, gritted her teeth and laughed, "Haha, it's nothing but she learned how to use her big sister to threaten me." He calmly replied that it was useful, then thought, this crazy girl seemed to care a lot about the size of that thing, but she was angry to the point of 5,000 points but didn't pay much attention to those threats. Does she pay close attention to this body's configuration? After thinking about it, he smiled smugly and got the idea. At this moment, he immediately put on a despicable face and called out to the four masters. She angrily turned around and replied, "What's the matter?" He jokingly pointed at her and said it was okay that her breasts were small and her butt was still sagging. These words completely made DM Naguyat angry to the extreme. The anger value added 10,000. She immediately took out a weapon, raised it and shouted loudly, "The world became red, no one in Hatrai could save you anymore." Hatrai's due room the next day. DM Naguyat kicked the door hard, walked in and called out to wake up. Hatrai, who was sleeping at this time, heard the call and immediately sat up and said, "My four masters have already said that the door is for knocking." She didn't seem to care about those words but turned around and left, saying that yesterday's sightseeing progress was not even halfway done, quickly got up and continued walking. He quickly sat up and dressed properly. Then walked out of the room and said, "Wait a minute," in the back of my mind thinking, "You rotten girl, let's see how I can make you angry." Seeing that DM Naguyat seemed impatient with him, she teased and said that the fourth master was not still angry about yesterday when I said he had small breasts. She gritted her teeth, blushed angrily, pointed at Hatrai and told Sister Tinham that this evil person is afraid I can't teach him anymore, making him a little surprised and worried. Tinham immediately patted DM Naguyat's head and comforted him, saying he was still a child and didn't need to deal with the child. Even though she heard her sister say that, she still felt warm in her heart and pouted her cheeks. Hatrai heard those words like a fish in water and said proudly, "Yes, I'm still a child, how can I make things difficult for a child?" Seeing how cocky he looked, she immediately became angry and blackened her face, thinking who wasn't the child, but let's just wait and see, then opened her mouth to say, "Child, haha, you're waiting." Tinham patted her shoulder again and continued, "DM Naguyat practitioners must avoid mood swings and don't forget what Big Sister told her yesterday." Hearing that, she could only snorted and replied, "Yes." Then Tinham turned to Hatrai and said, "Good disciples, don't forget to respect your master." He immediately pouted with an innocent expression. Tinham walked closer to Hatrai, patted his shoulder and said softly, "It seems your fourth master did not complete the task." Then she walked forward, turned around and continued, "Let me lead the way." Following behind her was DM Naguyat, who was sulking and not wanting to pay attention to Hatrai, and he walking next to her saw that and looked at her proudly. Then he whispered into DM Naguyat's ear, "The four masters, you should learn from the three masters, people like that are like a master." Hearing that, she got angry and looked at him sarcastically and said, "Haha, bad luck for you, in this life, I have been destined to be your master." Then she suddenly calmly smiled and said, "Yes, I would be kind enough to remind you. You're a little less provocative to third sister, and the reason is," saying this, she stopped, making me curiously ask, "What is the reason? Please tell me quickly." DM Naguyat happily turned her face away and replied that I didn't say that to make you angry. This statement finally made Hatrai a little uncomfortable, her anger value -1. Seeing him like that, the system immediately appeared with a message congratulating the host for being angry for the first time, exempting him from blame this time. In the future, the host needs to pay attention that if he gets too angry, his anger value will decrease a lot. He got angry when he heard that. In my heart, I thought to myself, this is a function that helps me cultivate my mind and nourish my character. The three of them walked for a while then stopped. Tinham turned around and said, "Let's visit this place first today." Suddenly her stomach growled and she calmly explained that she was hungry. At this moment, he noticed that the name of the place where he stopped was Uin Hoa Uin. Then she turned to ask Tin Ham, "Is Tam Master Wienho a garden a place to make fireworks?" She replied that it is a place to make us feel that this place is still alive. Seeing him like this, DM Naguyat said proudly and somewhat cunningly, "It seems you still haven't noticed." Hatrai was confused and realized something. She walked into the room and replied that she didn't realize this was an exam. "I still don't understand, take the test." She smiled arrogantly and explained, "Let's make dinner." It seemed like he wasn't afraid at all, but crossed his arms and asked again why he still had to eat after he was free from this world. Tin Ham immediately spoke up, "In fact, there is no need just to have some kitchen smoke." DM Naguyat also continued, "Depending on a person's cultivation level and longevity, it is very difficult to explain to you." Tin Ham continued, "Big sister likes chicken stew with herbal medicine, right sister likes grilled chicken with potatoes, I like salt roasted chicken, fourth sister likes hydrated chicken." DM Naguyat also smiled proudly and looked at Hatrai. Previously, her third sister did all the cooking, but she had to focus on breaking the scene. "From now on, this matter will be left to you." Seeing that the menu was full of chicken dishes, he was a little confused and asked if he wanted to eat chicken. DM Naguyat quickly caught a chicken and gave it to him. Then said, "Stop pretending to be stupid until it's dinner time and do it." Seeing the chicken in front of Hatrai, he smiled cunningly and replied, "Oh, this is my forte." Hearing him so confident, Tin Ham immediately replied, "I hope so," and DM Naguyat felt like she could take revenge on him, so she was a little happy and said that if the food is not good, then let's see how I can correct you. After listening, Hatrai raised his hand to sign to continue, "So please leave it to me." Then he turned around and walked in, still holding the chicken in his hand, and told it, "Die soon and be born again, wishing you a quick escape from your life as an animal." It seemed like the chicken felt humiliated, so it looked a little angry and struggled. Hatrai closed his eyes and swung the knife, making a professional appearance. Opening his sharp eyes, he was serious with his will and made a chicken. With the participation of high-class chef Hatrai, he proudly said that this is my forte. After finishing the dishes, he immediately brought them all out and shouted, "Here comes the rice." Everyone was quite surprised with his professional appearance full of confidence. Slowly opening the lid, he invited the four masters to taste it. A special golden light radiated from the pot, surprising all four masters. Mat Naguyat asked herself what the light just was. Hatrai immediately extended his hand to invite everyone to enjoy the food. Li Tran picked up the chopsticks and spoke, "So let's start eating." Everyone followed suit and picked up each dish with their chopsticks to taste. A certain feeling passed through everyone, making everyone surprised by the deliciousness and blushing. Li Tran said in a low voice, "It's not bad, it's been a long time since I've tried this flavor." On the contrary, Mat Naguyat seemed to like it very much. He exploded with a burning sensation directly in his face like a Nirvana phoenix. Tin Ham could not keep calm as he continued, just taking a bite of spiritual energy, his body suddenly became excited like the feeling of a breakthrough. DM Naguyat is no exception but shy, we know it can bring everyone infinite happiness. Then Li Tran turned and said to Hatrai, "How do you make these 4 dishes?" He thought to himself, to get the most perfect flavor of chicken, it is necessary to squeeze out all the sweetness of the chicken and spread it evenly, then add spices to the ingredients to cook with. The chicken can still be preserved, the original flavor is not overpowered by the sauce, but the mouth leisurely answers, "It is love." Mat Naguyat raised Hatrai's chin and said, "The little disciple and master was very satisfied." Hearing that, he proudly put his hands on his hips and looked at DM Naguyat and said, "Are my 4 masters considered qualified? You don't want to admit it, so quickly sit down and eat together. After eating, go back to your room, really practice." After eating, Hatrai returned to his room to reflect. According to available information, making others angry can earn points, but he cannot be made angry or else he will lose a large amount of anger value. This is what we want to do so that our 6 senses are clean, without desire or pursuit. Looking at the functions on the system board, he pointed at one and continued to think about when he would be able to unlock this function. Then he opened his mouth and asked, "Big brother, what functions do we have?" The system immediately responds with basic functions that can unlock the store. Hearing that, he immediately opened his eyes and said loudly that he could buy anything at the store, including objects in the original world such as atomic bombs or sniper guns. Hearing you ask that, the system became worried. "Host, what are you planning to do?" Hatrai then clenched his fists and seriously said that in addition to the 7 steps he shoots accurately, the 7 steps he shoots are both fast and accurate, and I'm very curious whether it's a strong technique or a strong fairy magic, just tell me whether it is or not. The system immediately replied, yes indeed, it is possible to exchange props that pay corresponding points. For example, weapons with a large and powerful damage range like an atomic bomb may need to have a numerical score. Astronomy, he asked again, which one is stronger between the atomic bomb and the master? The system is powerless to say that the system's current data does not have comparable data, so the host can try in the future. At this moment, Li Tran suddenly walked in and mentioned the atomic bomb. It made him a little startled. What? Her eyes looked a little deep as he looked at him and replied nothing. At this time, Hatrai seemed so guilty and scared that he stammered, Great Master, many people. In his heart he secretly thought, it's not that I've thought too much, maybe the Great Master also. Li Tran didn't seem to care about his appearance, but took out something and said, planning to give you a magical charm before eating, but unexpectedly his plan was disrupted by delicious food. This charm is proof, so that the 4 of us true disciples can keep you safe at an important moment. He immediately took a breath and thought to himself, perhaps I've already thought too much, how could that be possible? Then he accepted the item given by Li Tran and thanked the master. Suddenly she continued to say that the atomic bomb is not as powerful as I have the opportunity to show you, but you have to try hard, he immediately said, suddenly let out an incomprehensible sound. Li Tran turned around and replied, you should rest, there are definitely a lot of things you want to know because the teacher still has to go to the meditation center. Then she disappeared right before his eyes. He sat there confused, repeating that the atomic bomb was not as powerful as us, admiring. Then he was a little worried and reassured himself. The sentence had another meaning. Perhaps the great master did not know what an atomic bomb was. Hatrai stood in front of the magnificent mansion, scratching his head wonderingly. What was the name of the library that he mentioned yesterday? What was Van Cac? It must be here. He angrily remembered, it was all because of DM Naguyat, refusing to be a proper tour guide. DM Naguyat was still proud at that time. 3 sisters, I can think of a few words that could make Hatrai angry. Kong Tin Ham leisurely enjoyed the tea and said, I'm afraid the person who failed to become a monk will die first. You should still sit down and drink tea with me to calm your mind. Hatrai had to ignore it and walked into the mansion. After all, he had long wanted to go to the library in Tianjin Temple to check it out. Oh ho! Before he even touched it, the large wooden door opened automatically, surprising Hatrai. His eyes were wide open when it came to this situation. Before he could recover, a large tail flew out from inside, rolling like a tornado and rushing straight towards Hatrai. The giant tail wrapped around his body. Hatrai was bewildered, only having time to cry out in panic before being pulled in. He fell face down inside the temple, screaming in pain. In the room was Mat Naguyat sitting cross-legged on the floor, smiling mischievously. Little disciple, what's wrong with the teacher? Hatrai sat up dazedly. Ah, second master, are you human? Mat Naguyat retracted her smile, turned her head to look at Hatrai and spoke slowly. Listening to her tone, she seemed a little disappointed. His blue eyes were as seductive as gems and sharp as if they pierced the other person's heart. Hatrai quickly waved his hand to explain, No, I just wanted to go to the library to find some exercise books. Yesterday I wasn't familiar with the route, so I went to the wrong place. It's fine to stay here, so I'll lie down, in your child's visit plan. Mat Naguyat propped her hands on the floor, walking towards Hatrai. Her appearance was both elegant and seductive, smiling a bit cunningly. My good child, so eager to learn. Hatrai could only laugh, except, ha ha ha, that's right, I secretly had an uneasy feeling that something was about to happen. Mat Naguyat moved closer to him, the tips of her long nails lightly touching Hatrai's lips. Why are you backing away like that? Maybe it's because I'm so ugly that I scared you. Hatrai could no longer maintain his composure, so he denied it. It's impossible. The second master has phoenix eyes and eyebrows, gentle and natural, beautiful and beautiful. Flowers make the moon shy. It can be called a first sight. Suddenly, a large fox tail appeared behind Mat Naguyat, surprising Hatrai. Second master, it turns out your tail turned out like this. On the outside, he was absent-minded, but inside Hatrai was shaking. Oh my god, so adorable. Mat Naguyat gently hugged the cottontail, explaining, Oh my, when I'm in a good mood, the tail will appear. I didn't expect my little apprentice to have such literary talent. Why don't you continue praising me? If you can make me happily reveal all 9 tails, I will reward you with a great treasure. Hatrai's eyes lit up when he heard that. What a big treasure. Mat Naguyat immediately replied, The medicinal pills on the shelf are all for you to choose from. Some can prolong your life, some can nourish your spirit, some can help you break through the realm. In general, you can use anything you want as a teacher, can give it to your child. Ha-Tri cleared his throat and coughed, so I had to be brave enough to try reciting a poem, feeling proud. You don't have Liebach here, right? Then he was deeply immersed in reciting a quatrain poem. The clouds and flowers are often thought of, the spring breezes are fluttering and the flowers are thick, the jade mountains are the ants' heads. When the Moonlight Festival saw the sound of the moon rising, Matnaguyat was truly shaken. At once the remaining 8 tails appeared. Ha-Tri thought excitedly, hey, it was successful. His second master covered his face in embarrassment. His face was red. This poem is so beautiful. Ha-Tri immediately took the opportunity, holding Matnaguyat's hand. The second master, the poem is beautiful but the person is even more beautiful. She is gentle. Rotten boy, are you joking with the master? Matnaguyat's tail wrapped around Ha-Tri again. He was startled. Second master, what do you want to do? Matnaguyat raised him up high, turned around to provoke, spoke sweetly. It seems like I have to teach you carefully. What is called respectful master? Ha-Tri shouted in panic. Second master, give a reward first and then teach later. Then we will be more motivated to learn. Matnaguyat glanced at him. Yes, that's right. Then, retract the tail that was tightly wrapped around Ha-Tri. In the blink of an eye, Matnaguyat was behind Ha-Tri, wrapping her arms around him, so she rewarded her son first, making Ha-Tri extremely confused. She hovered around him. Which one do you want? Matnaguyat started talking again. Little disciple, why do you need to learn the conversion technique? It would be better if I learned illusion magic as a master, the 9-tailed fox illusion technique, which is very interesting. Matnaguyat's long, slender hand hugged Ha-Tri's chin, making him so flustered that he blushed. Hearing his master say that, Ha-Tri was so happy that his nose was wide open. He had to study, even without sleeping he had to learn. Suddenly, Naguyat's voice spoke up. Second sister, what are you doing? It seems like something is wrong. Ha-Tri is currently rolling back and forth on the floor as if possessed, groaning. Second master, oh my god, what are you doing? Naguyat threw him a look of disdain, speechless. She turned to her second sister. Why did Ha-Tri have such a silly expression? Did she use magic on him? Matnaguyat smiled mischievously and replied, Hi, I don't know. Matnaguyat was still sitting cross-legged, holding a yin-yang fan in her hand, smiling and saying, I'm teaching him the exercises. Do you want to join in the fun? Is there something wrong with suddenly coming here? Naguyat angrily replied, no need, I'm afraid he'll be possessed by practicing miscellaneous exercises. Big sister said Ha-Tri is at Tin Van Pavilion and told me to take him around to visit. Having said that, Naguyat kicked straight at Ha-Tri who was still rolling on the floor, shouted loudly and stood up for me. Ha-Tri sat up in pain. Oh my god, my waist. He also guessed what happened, helplessly thinking, damn, the mental force is too strong, a little careless and fell under the second master's trick. Ha-Tri blinked and looked dumbfounded. Wait, what will happen next? I couldn't feel it but felt a bit regretful. Ha-Tri saw Naguyat looking at him angrily, while Matnaguyat was still sitting with her back turned to practice as before. The silence was terrifying. The system displayed information. The host, Matnaguyat, was the descendant of Hoti in the 3 clans of the ancient Qing dynasty. Magic was the top of the 3 clans. Ha-Tri saw that and could only be helpless. Naguyat angrily asked, what did you see in your magic just now? Ha-Tri replied, before you saw anything, you were woken up. He clasped his hands and bowed. Second master, another day please teach me magic. Matnaguyat smiled and said, she will definitely teach everything. Ha-Tri smiled happily. Second master, please take your leave. He and Matnaguyat left Tin Van Pavilion, wondering, the red bottle can be chosen as you like, the purple bottle cannot be touched, very curious to know what medicinal pills are in the purple bottle. He turned his head to look at the sign on the Tin Van Pavilion gate. In fact, there was still some regret. Matnaguyat in front shouted angrily, don't remember anymore, let's go. Naguyat looked over at Ha-Tri and said, that guy, the chicken dish he made yesterday was very delicious. He looked at her and smiled smugly and replied, Master, is he someone who wants to have a good relationship with me? Naguyat was a little embarrassed but angrily yelled at her to have a good relationship with you. No, it's just that the teacher decided not to deal with your little disciple. She blushed a little and glanced over to see Ha-Tri looking at her without looking away. Seeing that, she immediately said, why are you staring at me, and then thought to yourself, hurry up and make a move, I can't wait and want to hit you. But Ha-Tri calmly said it was nothing and then thought to himself that something unusual must have been intended to make me angry. Then he turned around and walked away, saying to Naguyat, the 4 masters, I want to go to the funeral, please take me there. Naguyat looked at him in confusion and then said something in her head. Then he followed behind and curiously asked if you were very unusual today. Were you planning something evil? Ha-Tri didn't say anything and chuckled, waiting for you. I just wanted to let your legs squat down, numb. After a while, he also said that in his heart, the disciple only wanted to quickly get to the funeral book. The four masters should still lead the way. Didn't the great master say to tell you to guide me to enter the sect? So what are you waiting for? At this moment, DM Naguyat could not calm down anymore. She rushed up to block Ha-Tri's anger value plus 50. She angrily shouted, "It's so stupid, didn't I take you on a tour yesterday? I still don't remember this little thing. How can I learn from you in the future?" Even though he was scolded, he still smiled and said that he was stupid and made his four masters worry. He thought that the way soldiers are impermanent and water has no form, a wild king like me is not very careless when it comes to grasping you. DM Naguyat took Ha-Tri to a very large place. Before entering, she said a few words that this is the library, but I must remind you that outside you can read and understand classic books, but not here. Surely, after all, that person is the one in the blood-curdling realm, haha. Ha-Tri just gently replied that the stupid bird flew first, but it caused DM Naguyat's anger value to add 50. The two of them went to open the door. It seemed that the door was quite old, so it made a creaking sound, causing DM Naguyat to exclaim that this door had to be oiled. Entering a little further, she saw someone, so she said it turned out to be the third sister here. In front is a very beautiful girl sitting on a platform emitting light. She is so beautiful and sparkling that makes every heart flutter. Tin Ham still sat calmly reading a book despite the presence of the other two people. Ha-Tri respectfully said to Tin Ham that the third master was very polite. She remained cold and ignored him and continued reading her book. Ha-Tri felt a bit helpless seeing that. DM Naguyat turned to tell him, don't be shy anymore. When the third sister concentrates, she won't pay attention to anyone else. Then she turned and signaled him to follow her and said, come with me, even though I don't come often, I'm quite familiar with this place. The two of them went looking for something. After a long time, DM Naguyat shouted and acted like she had found it. I remembered that my 9-li knife technique was placed here, right? Ha-Tri could only stand and watch helplessly, saying we'd been walking for half an hour just to find this. Then he sarcastically said to her in his mind that you were familiar. When DM Naguyat heard that, she blushed and said loudly, you're so talkative, I prepared it for you in advance. It's called prevention is better than cure. Ha-Tri smiled and glanced aside and said, you know how to use idioms. Suddenly his eyes bumped into something. The sound of DM Naguyat looking for something was still there. Why couldn't he find it? I remember I put it on this shelf, but maybe it's up there. While DM Naguyat was still busy looking for things, Ha-Tri seemed to have seen and picked up something, a notebook that looked very unsightly. Ha-Tri couldn't help but laugh and had to cover his mouth with his hand, thinking to himself how pitiful it was that his four masters were thrown to the ground. He still ignored DM Naguyat's wails, so why didn't he see it? Like to write like that. Suddenly, a voice came from behind Ha-Tri, this book must not be read. He was startled and turned back in fear, stuttering and saying Master. Tin Ham smiled and said yes, he was reading a book just now so he didn't pay attention to the book in his hand. Before I could finish my sentence, DM Naguyat shouted in the middle, third sister, you're here. She jumped to the ground and continued speaking just in time. Have you seen my book? I remember I put it on this shelf. After hearing this, Tin Ham immediately asked his younger sister's book if it was the book 9-li Dao Fop. DM Naguyat replied yes, it seems to have that name. Hearing that, Tin Ham calmly replied that he had no impression at all, perhaps someone else had taken it away. DM Naguyat bewilderedly asked again, what's wrong? At this point, Ha-Tri felt a little guilty. Tin Ham asked why the two of them came here. DM Naguyat answered honestly, Ha-Tri said he wanted to find some books so I brought him here. Ha-Tri on the side turned his back in fear and carefully put the book in his shirt. Suddenly the system appeared, startling him. Tin Ham turned towards him with concern and asked Ha-Tri what books, scriptures or exercises he wanted to find. When Ha-Tri heard this, he immediately turned around and stammered in response, I want to find some advanced exercise books. Tin Ham heard that the high-level martial arts were somewhat familiar. Then she raised her hand and performed some magic to pull the books back. Tell Ha-Tri to take these books home and read them first. Ha-Tri received it with some panic and replied, thank you, Master. Tin Ham politely replied coldly, if there's anything you don't understand, you can come find me. After listening, he respectfully clasped his hands and obeyed the order, I will be quiet and will not make any noise to the Master. DM Naguyat quickly grabbed Ha Tri's hand and said let's go. He looked a little uncomfortable and grimaced as he continued, didn't you say you wanted to read a book? If you have something to do, go first. DM Naguyat said to Tin Ham's third sister, I took him there first. Tin Ham still read the book but reminded her that DM Naguyat, you must try harder to study and not misspell words again. Stepping out of that place, Ha Tri frowned and said to DM Naguyat, the fourth master, you can't ruin my plan just because the third master said you spelled something wrong. That sentence of hers was in order to evict guests. She turned around and reminded you that if you stay there any longer, she'll almost turn you into an ice statue. Don't ask me how I know. Ha Tri was a little skeptical and asked if she was being too sensitive. DM Naguyat seriously replied that if you don't believe it, you can try to see if being frozen by her is better. You always take things lightly and think they're not important. Until then, I won't come to save you. After listening, he saw her serious expression and thought to himself that looking at her appearance, it didn't look like she was lying. DM Naguyat seriously continued, I have reminded you before that you should not tease my third sister, especially when she is intently doing something. There is also the matter of me writing wrongly. If you say it out loud, I will let you know. I will roast you to gold and throw it into the forest of demonic beasts. Hearing that, Ha Tri's face turned sinister and he smiled and said, ha ha, master, if you want me to keep it a secret, you have to pay the price. Otherwise, if I don't carefully spread it to everyone in the holy domain, it will be very unsightly. After hearing this, DM Naguyat was extremely angry. With an anger value of 2,333, she angrily pointed at him and shouted, okay, you decide your own time to die, I won't stop you. At this time, the system suddenly announced congratulations to the host who had continuously provoked DM Naguyat many times in a short time and received a special anger value point. Now the system mission has been activated. This mission passed the test. Intersect reward, choose any additional stage technique or an unknown punishment treasure tool. Ha Tri read this and was confused and asked what punishment meant. DM Naguyat was still boiling and shouted, what are you mumbling? Can you hear my threat clearly? The system notifies you again. Please stay tuned. Ha Tri stood in front of the system and rubbed his chin, thinking, although he also gave me a lot of gifts for the new host, teasing the host is such a cruel pleasure. DM Naguyat stood next to him and exclaimed angrily, hey, this. At that time, the system displayed a notification, hello host, I am your system, making you CEO, marrying Bakfu Mai, going to the pinnacle of life. He was happy to see that, so I have golden finger, hee. Quickly, what is the instruction manual for the system? He silently remembered when he had just activated the system, this damn system used to make fun of him. The system displayed, the host's accumulated points were 0, he could not activate the system for the time being. He complained in his heart, it did not remind him at all what his score was, it was completely based on his own. Only by doing the test could I find out the results, so as soon as Ha Tri arrived, he was beaten quite a bit. The system displays, host, reminder, 1 month until the internal exam date, you are not yet qualified for the internal exam. He sighed dejectedly and tiredly, he knew. Ha Tri was silent for a long time, then turned to look at DM Naguyat. She said, forget it, talking to you the right way is like playing a lute with a buffalo's ear. He pouted and thought, no, I have to think of a way to participate in the internal exam. I'm afraid this system will do something strange. She blushed shyly, what are you doing, you rotten boy, looking at me like that? Have you discovered your master? He still didn't move his gaze away, this one. After a while, he also turned his head to look elsewhere in wonder. He said that he remembered that he had been here for 2 or 3 days. It seemed like he didn't see anyone else. DM Naguyat stood to one side, still shy, but her head was tilted up, ? She asked him frankly, why are you looking sideways for that? He didn't answer right away but thought about it. If he practiced here, it wouldn't be very suitable for the system of anger and fire to collect points to upgrade his realm. No, we have to think of a way to get down the mountain. DM Naguyat was constantly ignored, so she pointed her finger at him and said, hey, are you intentionally not wanting to listen to me? Ha Tri was startled and returned to his senses. He spoke up to explain, because I suddenly realized something. She still didn't understand what he meant and said, huh. He crossed his arms arrogantly and said, woman, it will only affect the speed of drawing my sword. In his heart, his face was deformed, looking very proud, angry at the same time. This was clearly an electric charge. Her anger value shows the numbers plus 100 plus 200 plus 300 and more. DM Naguyat was told that and looked down angrily thinking, ha. She pointed at her face and said loudly, Ha Tri, you think I'm delaying your cultivation time, right? He responded rudely, I didn't dare, I just felt that the 4 masters were too aggressive. On the surface, he was restrained in responding, but in his heart, he felt like he was in a very satisfied circus. Right, 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 this was the expression. Her anger value increased again. DM Naguya could no longer hold back and took out her weapon and shouted, You, talk nonsense, I cut, just don't know how to communicate with men. The slightest move is embarrassing, then just wanted to slash me, hiding his awkward feelings. At this point, Hatrai also turned pale and panicked as he tried to signal her to calm down. At this time, a notification was sent to him, congratulating everyone, but it was successful again, making Fairy DM Naguya angry. The system specially gave him a load of 9 Lee Soak. I'm very satisfied, good things, bright future, I want to become more and more powerful. He continued to act with a very fake expression of profound sympathy. The master looked at you very accurately. He definitely knew that your heart was so strong, so as soon as you started, you let him lead you. It was actually an illusion. People at this age can understand even a little bit of windy and snowy things. This disciple will definitely keep secrets to help others, but on the inside, he secretly smiles and says, it makes you angry to death. DM Naguya officially exploded, raised her sword up high and shouted out fire. Hatrai, if you like to practice so much, today my teacher will teach you the red sword practice method. The red sword technique is the first skill in DM Naguya's 9 elements of fire. She made a vertical slash straight down at him, causing flames to spread around her. Following the attack, Hatrai used both hands to cover her head and then quickly said, Stop, 4 masters, let's make a bet. The sword stopped just in time, causing him to sweat blue and breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she didn't cut any more, but took her sword and asked him what to bet on. He wiped his forehead with his hand and said, I have to participate in the internal exam next month, it's better to bet on whether I can pass the internal exam at that time or not. He thought to himself, the main thing is the chives under the mountain, convenient for harvesting. DM Naguya crossed her arms and analyzed, Hatrai, you must know that to become an intersect disciple, you need to at least be at the original sea level, although that day you secretly used condensed immortal try to ascend to the 7th segment of the tomb, but even if he was separated from the female emperor, it would still take 3 months to break the scene that year. She continued to say, you are no longer ambitious and capable anymore, but clearly your head was kicked by a donkey. He put his hands on his hips and responded, 4th master, I see you don't dare to bet with me. She raised a finger and sneered, Haha, why don't I dare to bet on this certain win result, I just want to know what the conditions are. She used meaningful eyes to signal that if the conditions do not satisfy me, then the teacher will continue to teach you the sword technique. He said, it's not as good as this, if you don't pass the intersect test then you will automatically leave the Tianjin holy domain. She replied, becoming a disciple of the 4 immortals is the dream of all holy disciples. Tianjin field, have you thought clearly? He told her confidently, of course. She waved her hand, being so conceited, of course I won't stop you, so what if you pass? She wondered, where did this rotten brat get his confidence? Hatrai came close to DM Naguya and spoke, if I win, then the 4 masters said. He leaned close to her ear and whispered, you must marry me as your wife. Her head started screaming loudly, what? He looked at her full of intrigue and sarcasm. What's wrong? Don't you dare bet. She silently glanced at him and thought, this lecher, it's not like he's already had his head damaged by the time he broke through 9,000 tribulations and defeated the battle, but time has passed, a month, let alone passing the exam. He couldn't even pass the threshold of registering for the exam. After pondering for a while, she finally answered, yes, 1 word, 9 peaks. He changed the subject, that's right, 4th master, I still have something to bother you with. She asked, what is your request? He scratched his head and said, leaving the temple, is it true that I can only go down from Noctian Gyai? She didn't answer right away, just curious, oh, what's wrong, afraid of trouble, thinking, Noctian Gyai, it's not like you can climb up, the way up to this kid Hatrai will probably take a lot of spiritual energy. He shyly pleaded, otherwise the master would send him off on a trip. She replied harshly, I don't have time, if you hear that, I'll hook you up. He approached and poked her, pouting, if you don't help me, I will kiss my future wife. His words and actions made her goosebumps. DM Naguya angrily shouted his name, Hatrai. She turned around and kicked him hard. Hatrai couldn't react and screamed in pain, oh my waist. His entire body burst into flames and he rushed straight down the cliff but still tried to follow along with a full of resentment. I didn't say I wanted to go down now, DM Naguya, you rotten girl, you and I are not on the same page. From the sky, a ray of light suddenly flew down. Everyone looked up in panic. The ray of light slowly landed on the ground, and in that ray of light appeared a familiar figure, which was Hatrai. The two apprentices looked up in panic, suddenly said, "Do you still remember a palm technique falling from the sky?" The person standing next to him also spoke up. "Could it be that the technique has been lost for a long time?" He flew down, shouting very loudly. The light landed on the ground, creating an earthquake. From where the powerful ray of light landed, an arm was raised. Hatrai was slowly trying to stand up on his own. He spoke up and said, "The four masters' actions were too cruel. Oh, it hurts to death." Suddenly from behind him, Levine Ting crossed her arms and smiled. There was a voice, "Oh, this is not trash, Hatrai." He was pleased and continued to encourage him to continue speaking. Why was he being kicked down like that? Didn't he already climb to the heavenly stage, break the 9 heavens tribulation and destroy the battle? Immediately, Hatrai turned around and sat up, defiantly challenging others. He said, "Levine Tin, why do you always have to cause trouble with me? In the past, you used to bring groups of people to laugh at me every day. Now the irony is because you can't even climb to the 30th level of the Jade Heavenly Stage." Levine Tin's face was stunned and extremely uncomfortable when he heard Hatrai's sarcastic words. He laughed loudly and said, "Haha, the person who was chased out of the temple by the 4 fairies who loved him still has the face to bark nonsense. Here." Hatrai looked up and down, turned around. He thought to himself, right. It's best that you and your fox dog friends think that I was kicked out of the Temple of Commerce, just as I wanted," he said. "The 4 immortals chasing me away and me not being able to climb up are two different things. If you have free time, it would be better for you to train to prepare for the intersect test. Oh, just with your cultivation level, I'm afraid I don't even have the qualifications to register." The notification appears, "Host, the rage value has accumulated to 100,000 and has opened the trading system for you to welcome to shop." Hatrai was preparing to leave when Levine Ting grabbed his shoulder and angrily said, "Have I let you go yet? Stop." Hatrai still ignored him, raised his hand to click on the screen. Suddenly the screen appeared, -5,000 points to buy Coke for you. His face darkened, he opened his eyes wide and thought angrily, "What a mistake, I called just now, what's going on?" The system continued to notify him, "Coke, drinking it all will destroy him." He held the can of Coke, his mouth open in surprise because this can of Coke was too expensive. He exclaimed, "WTF, this can of Coke costs 5,000, so expensive." The system did not stop there. The system continued to notify. The suggestion was invalid. Changing the system props that were not in this world would require a lot of points to be deducted. The more Hatrai listened, the angrier he became. Why didn't he say it earlier? Hatrai was always angry because of the can of Coke that he lost a lot of points. He no longer wanted to pay attention to those annoying people who wanted to cause trouble with him. He forcefully pushed Levine Tin's hand away and angrily said, "Fuck it, oh, I'm so annoying." As I spoke, my eyes stared at the can of Coke I was holding in my hand. My mind was always thinking about that can of Coke. I whispered, "Isn't 200 milliliters too much?" Levine Tin was angry, his face full of murderous intent, looking at Hatrai because he had thrown his hand away. He frowned, gritted his teeth and said, "Now even a trash dare to act like this to this young master, haha." He rushed towards Hatrai and shouted, "If I don't teach you a lesson, how will this young master look at you in the future?" He flew up and waved his hand to hit him from behind and shouted, "Go to hell." Hatrai immediately turned around and grabbed his fist with one hand and squeezed it tightly. He picked up the can of Coke and drank it in one gulp, gulping happily. Both eyes stared at the empty can of Coke, squeezed it tightly and thought to myself, 5,000 point Coke is really delicious, haha. After throwing away the Coke can, he turned around to look at Levine Tin who was being controlled by him with one hand. He smiled and then thought, "It's just a small 5,000, huh?" He continued, "There was a person I forgot who told me, if I lose my things, I must get them back." I looked at him and said, just like that, I started applying internal energy, from within my body, emitted a beam of light that blinded everyone standing nearby. That beam of light had such great power that Levine Tin suddenly exclaimed, "How is it possible?" He opened his eyes wide, looked at him full of panic and surprise. He exclaimed, You are already the 7th level of bloodthirsty level. Before ascending to the Jade Heaven level, you were clearly a trash, even the 1st level of bloodthirsty level, not come." He looked at him and then brushed his hand on his shoulder and smiled smugly, hee. All the people there were extremely surprised and said, "What is this?" It must be the 4 Immortals Commercial Alliance that rewarded him with his cultivation. One of them shouted straight at him and said, "Sure, but even if there was a reward, it would only reach level 7, still worthless," so he was kicked out. Levine Tin seemed to understand something. Her eyes lit up, she put her hands on her waist and laughed loudly, "Haha, I know, it's for sure. Usually the 4 fairies chase you down the mountain, they don't need one. The kind of waist that makes a fly yawn doesn't have any talent like you." His eyes became more and more cunning as if he wanted something. He thought you were really lucky, but although my realm is not as good as yours, this young master is the young master of Tianmin Dao. Tianmin Dao can stand for hundreds of years in all sects without falling because there is a secret medicine. It can increase cultivation level to 3 levels in a short time. He looked at Ha Tri and laughed loudly. Ha Tri, today I will definitely make you kneel and beg for forgiveness. Ha Tri's face did not change. He was not afraid when he saw the danger. He smiled and said, Hee, I don't care if you are the Heavenly Dao League or the Axe Gang, don't waste your words. He proudly raised his hand to provoke his opponent. He said, you come over here. Smiling in his mind, he thought, this trick of mine, you really can't stand it. Li Vin also walked forward with a confident face and said, only you know how to take medicine. He reached into his shirt, took out a bottle of medicine. After drinking it all in, Ha Tri, after seeing his actions and words, was full of questions and wondered, and drank the medicine. After he finished taking the medicine, his strength suddenly increased. His strength was extremely great. Ha Tri looked at him somewhat hesitantly. He said, oh shit, it's not in the tournament. I want to report that there are people here competing who still take drugs. Li Vin's battle became more and more bloody. Around him the fire of decisive battle was burning fiercely. He screamed, blood boiling. Ha Tri looked at him with squinted eyebrows and thought, brat, in the blink of an eye he was already 2 years taller than me. Cheating right in front of him really doesn't need any face. Li Vin was furious as she walked towards him and said, Ha Tri, go away, die. His expression was very calm and he said, still far away. Seeing the other person moving towards him with great enthusiasm, even though he was preparing to attack. But seeing him like that, Ha Tri was a little shaken. This guy won't stop stabbing me to death, right? Suddenly information was sent to you from Siri, boss, use 5,000 points of rage value to exchange for 15 seconds of invincible golden body, smart trade, do you want to exchange? I think that suggestion is a bit meaningless, I'm a bit uncomfortable, it's too much water to let go, isn't it? It immediately reacted, please be careful with your words. He continued to rush towards him, talking loudly, so Mom dared to ignore him. He suddenly jumped up, started to move, turned into a pile of crushed meat and died. Ha Tri saw him like that, panicked and asked Siri for help. Change everything for me. Receiving his request, it quickly replied, yes, it already has a champion. Now that he had the power, he let himself immerse himself in it and began to get used to it. He now possesses unrivaled power. He confidently rushed at the other person, not doing anything but just standing still and letting him attack. He calmly said, scratch the itch for this boss. Suddenly a few flower petals started falling into the other person's hand, surprising him. Where did Mat Naguyat appear from? Oh my, she is as beautiful as a fairy sister gently flying down. She told Ha Tri, the precepts of the Tianjin city are not to attack the monks in the sect. She glared at him and continued, it seemed everyone had forgotten everything. He trembled in fear in front of her. Second master, you appeared also, just in time, ahaha, on the outside like that but deep inside he was still in extreme pain. 5,000 points from me. She made a move to make him stand still. She walked towards the other person, pressing her hand to her forehead. In the sacred area, Tian Dao alone should not be too excessive. She looked at him and continued, her eyes filled with love and little punishment. She left him lying on the ground. Suddenly a black hole appeared and pulled him away. He was extremely panicked and asked for help but it was too late. Ha Tri stood outside and saw the whole scene before he could recover. Little Tri's courage was really big. It seemed that Mat Naguyat, who was nearby, also heard what he had just said. She walked over and used her sharp fingernail to caress his cheek, not afraid of being beaten to death. Suddenly he became secretive, covered his mouth with his hand, and whispered to her, Second Master, right now I am pretending to be a poor outer sect disciple who was chased out of the temple by the 4 fairies Tianjin. If you leave, otherwise, your plans will be ruined. The two of them chatted incessantly, making it difficult for the people nearby to understand why they were doing so many things. The second master suddenly touched Ha Tri's chest, intending to push her away and then shouted, so he didn't understand what she meant. She fell to the ground, appearing weak. Ha Tri, I'm heartbroken. He was speechless at her actions. Damn it, he got into character right away. The group of people outside saw her like that and were extremely angry, preparing swords and knives to attack him. One person pointed at him and said loudly, "Just now the goddess Matviet saved you, but you dare to take revenge. Thank you. You dare to make our goddess Matviet cry. It's so shameless. I'm surprised, although the effect has been achieved, but, is the effect already too good?" She winked at him and asked, "What's up? Did the teacher perform well?" He was helpless. "Second master, so your character is set up like this." She smiled and continued, "Isn't it good to be both charming and sweet? Hurry, hurry, hurry. Why do you still need to be a master, again?" He slapped his forehead and replied, "That's enough." She asked again, "That was enough?" He stood up first, reaching out his hand to help Mat Naguyat stand up. "I can do the rest." You also put your hand on his hand to help the teacher up. Suddenly she fell on him. He was stunned by her actions, stammering, Nihi, second master, what's wrong with you?" The crowd of people was extremely angry. They grew increasingly louder. Even though everyone was like that, she still seemed to be joking with him, but the teacher hadn't even started playing yet. He turned pale. After finishing, she hugged herself and ran away, shouting, "No more life, no more life," leaving him stunned with a group of people preparing to attack him. He was so helpless that he couldn't say anything. "They're angry, so are you." On the other side, there was a fiery spirit, "Brothers, avenging the goddess Matviet." Another person raised his hand to respond and rushed forward. He panicked, so he decided to run away first, to escape those people. Looking from afar, Mat Naguyat saw him like that and laughed loudly. "If you want to play, you have to play to the end." Majestic mountain scenery. A group of people aggressively holding swords and machetes, with ferocious faces, were chasing him, shouting to kill him. Hatrai over here hid behind the cliff, sweating coldly, peering out to observe that group of people. He breathed out and thought, "No, the angry fire system only told me to provoke more and more enemies." He hid behind a rock, gritting his teeth and thinking. He had to be careful with all his points and enhance the skills provided by the system in order to escape. He rubbed his chin and calculated, otherwise sooner or later he would be tormented to death by these people. Hatrai heard the sound of the waterfall rushing. He stood up and walked deeper into the place where the sound of water came from, asking himself, "Where are we running to?" He raised his hand to block the rays of sunlight that blinded him, observing the entire scene here. Hatrai pushed through the grass and crawled out to look sideways. Near him was a waterfall with rushing water. Hatrai thought to himself, "This is Bikku Dam behind the mountain outside the gate of the storehouse. Why did I run here?" He remembered what his fourth master DM Naguyat had said. Bikku Dam was one of the forbidden areas of the Tianj Min holy domain, and other than special situations, no disciples were normally allowed to set foot there. Hatrai observed the back of a naked girl approaching the waterfall. He secretly wondered if there was someone. From the grass, he could see the girl's long, smooth, wet white thigh raised up. Hatrai's eyes widened. He swallowed his saliva. That girl was the third master Kong Tin Ham. It seemed she had finished soaking, so she was walking ashore. Tin Ham looked up and saw him and called, "Hatrai." Her mysterious eyes looked at him intently. She commanded, "Come here." Hatrai walked out of the grass, not daring to kneel down in front of her. He did not dare to raise his face, bowed his head and clasped his hands in greeting. The third master, Tin Ham, asked, "Why are you here?" Hatrai looked down at the ground and stammered, I accidentally came in here. I didn't mean to peek." He remembered DM Naguyat's cunning smile, and immediately thought to himself, "Why did I run here? It was definitely the second master's trick, but why was the third master here?" Kong Tin Ham approached him naked and said, "This is the place where the master calms his mind. Those who break in will be punished. Please quickly put on your clothes." Tin Ham looked at him silently without speaking. She suddenly turned around, raised her hand to cast a spell to take the clothes from afar. She glanced at him and said, "Then, as punishment, you put on the clothes for me." The clothes flew up from the other shore. The cloak gradually flew towards Hatrai. Then it folded itself and lay neatly in his hand. Kong Tin Ham turned her head to look at him, urging her to wear it. Hatrai held his clothes in both hands and swallowed his saliva. He stood up and walked behind Tin Ham, opening the sleeve of his cloak around her. Tin Ham turned around to face him. Hatrai blushed and avoided looking at some seductive blooming place. He grabbed the two collars and pulled them back to cover the fairyland. Hatrai carefully tied the rope around his waist to avoid slipping. Tin Ham closed his eyes and said nothing the whole time. After finishing dressing, she opened her eyes and looked at him, asking if DM Naguyat said, "I want to participate in the internal exam this month." Ha-Tri knelt in front of her, couldn't help but look up at her nosebleed, looked up at her and replied, "Yes, that's right." Tin Ham turned around and said, "You are already a true disciple of the four of us, there is no need to do this extra work." Ha-Tri let out a sigh and then exclaimed. He stood up and followed her, scratching his head and explaining, not wanting to be suspected by others. The outer sect disciples all felt that I was not qualified to become a disciple of the four fairies. He thought to himself, it's a matter of the system, absolutely must not be revealed. Tin Ham turned his head to look at him. His eyes were filled with mystery, as if he could see through people's hearts. Ha-Tri gritted his teeth in fear. The three masters' eyes seemed to be about to look right through me. Kong Tin Ham turned away and replied that I know. You go, I will keep the story of breaking into the forbidden area a secret for you. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and thought with a sigh of relief, phew, fortunately, people believed it. Ha-Tri bowed, clasped his hands and bowed, and the disciple asked to leave. The system made a notification, congratulating the host on the achievement of angering 1,000 outer sect disciples. Ha-Tri heard a thunderclap in his ears and thought in surprise, 1,000, is that much? The system continues to notify, immediately unlocking the plane travel function. The specific time to travel is determined by the system. The host can practice in another world and receive props and skills from that world. There, 100% progress. Ha-Tri raised his eyebrows and looked at the system and said, "Damn it, now I think your system is working." On this side, Li Vien Tin is being punished. In the deep forest, a ray of silver light flashed in the sky. The rays of light were like meteorites falling and piercing the entire Rocky Mountain. From that ray of light, Li Vien Tin fell through a large hole in the ground and lay coughing. He propped himself up with one hand to help him sit up. His eyes looked like he wanted to kill someone, gritted his teeth and said, "Ha-Tri, you wait for me." He was so angry that his forehead was full of veins, hissing through his teeth, "If you don't die, then I die." Ling Tu Deen, this is the formation that female Emperor Li Tran specially designed for the disciples of Tianjin Holy Domain to practice. Ha-Tri looked at the long line of people waiting to register, thinking to himself, I heard that each floor of this Ling Tu Palace, when cultivating, will have to endure 10 times more spiritual pressure. That's it, the spiritual pressure below the 18th floor reached 180 times. The long line of people gradually shortened until it was Ha-Tri's turn. In front of him was Trong Tiet Lam, the deacon of Ling Tu Deen. He called, "The next person." The next person was Ha-Tri. He clasped his hands in greeting. "Deacon Trong," he replied, "Yes." Trong Tiet Lam held the pen and asked, "Full name, realm, length." Ha-Tri scratched his head in shame and thought, hateful, in a crowded place, makes people extremely embarrassed, then replied, Ha-Tri, Lang Hai at that Trong, 5.5 inches. 5.5 inches is about 18 centimeters. Trong Tiet Lam raised his head in surprise and asked, it's 5.5 meters, right? Ha-Tri said, then suddenly understood. He let out a loud sound. He thought, if you ask about height, ask carefully, what should you say about length? Deacon Trong said, Lang Hai at that Trong, go to the second floor. If you can't stand it anymore, get out. Don't try to hold it. If it's not light, you'll be disabled. If it's too heavy, your body will explode. Ha-Tri replied unhappily, the second level, isn't it too simple? Next month I want to participate in the intersect exam. At least I have to be promoted to the Yuan High realm. Deacon Trong pointed at him with a pen and said, the genius Trong Tong Lam, who topped the intersect exam last year, only dared to challenge the third floor. Your age is not young anymore. You're new to Lang Hai at that Trong, so you should still be careful. Just a moment, don't give up this small life just because you want to advance your realm. Out of nowhere, 3 guys came up behind Ha-Tri and said sarcastically, the one with the cleft chin said, being abandoned by the 4 immortals is better than dying. Dying with honor is better than living in shame. The guy with the sharp beak also said sarcastically, who told him that in the past, he always wanted to challenge Tian Gai. Now he has lost all his dignity. He deserves it. The big nose guy is supporting him. His reputation is a small matter. Being kicked out of the holy area will be like this for the rest of his life. Disabled. Ha-Tri heard those 3 names. He waved his lips and immediately thought, the 3 guys following Li Vien Tin were really the ones who inherited all of their master's genetics. The guy with the big nose is Li Tam. He said, no, just relying on the compassion of the 4 immortals to get you probably won't be able to make it to the first floor. By the second floor you'll already be giving people face. The guy with the sharp beak is Vuong too. He pointed at him and looked down on him. This kid has always been a waste. I'm afraid he still doesn't know how important it is to refine his body, and he's also afraid he won't have a life left to use his cultivation. The other guy was Trong Sai. He looked in the mirror and exclaimed to himself, "I'm so handsome," said, "You guys should say a few more words, he's not like us, we all move up step by step." Ha Tri smirked and turned back to look at them to refute, "So you guys are really good, you've tried for so many years but still stopped at Lang Hai at Chudon. There's also Trong Sai. Don't look in the mirror anymore, your acid's grown under the chin, look at it again in the mirror will scare you to death." Ha Tri thought to himself, "Bring yourself here to make me angry, then I won't be polite anymore." The other three guys were speechless when he spoke. Ha Tri continued with his hands on his hips, "What's wrong? There's nothing more to say." In his heart he secretly covered his mouth in amusement. "Yes, it's this expression, get angry quickly, only by being angry will we be able to accumulate points, number." Not only were those three guys not angry, but they were also gloating and provoking. Li Tam said, "Who's so stupid? You see, this kid can't talk back to us so he wants to attack them." Trong Sai pointed at he said, "He wouldn't really think that we were as ignorant as him." No. Vuong Tu joined in, "Do you understand what aesthetics is? Our martial is called sexy." Ha Tri thought in surprise, why wasn't he angry? "I went from being frightened to being petrified, it's only been a few days and these chickens can't be driven anymore, maybe they're already immune to me." The system sounded a notification, activating the crossplane function, activate the crossplane function. Ha Tri gasped and exclaimed, "What?" The system said, immediately teleporting the host to Loi Company's son. Ha Tri was suddenly caught up in the vortex, making him just have time to exclaim, "Why so suddenly?" He thought, Loi Company's son is the mountain in Long Top Bat Bow. The system displays the text transmission completed. At Loi Company's son. Ha Tri was surprised when he had transmigrated to another body, Long Top Bat Bo, who Truk, the future palace master of Ling Vu Kung, had successfully swapped souls, had synchronized the memories of the original owner, the target of transmigrating. This time, you will accumulate 5,000 anger value points. The system provides a memory of when Hu Truk solved the chess position in front of everyone. The original owner accidentally broke the chess position, preparing to inherit the Bach Min divine art. It's just that he encountered a bit of a problem. Hu Truk was suddenly hit with a palm strike by Ngo Nyai-tu, sending him flying a few meters away. Hu Truk said, "If I could learn Bach Min divine art, wouldn't I be able to neutralize the spiritual pressure of the 18 levels of spiritual cultivation palace?" Mo Tri ignores the problem that the system prompts. He heard a noise behind him and glanced over. When he saw the person behind him, Hu Truk happily stood up and shouted, "My good master, I am Tu Truk, your good disciple." Ngo Nyai-tu looked at him thoughtfully and said, "You." The man on high spoke a sentence that made Hu Truk fall backwards. "He was an ugly monk and threatened me to death." He smirked and asked, "It was you brat who broke my position. It seems they have some skills, although they are a bit ugly. I don't know if being ugly will affect the effectiveness of Bach Min divine art or not." Hu Shak loudly questioned, "You are making fun of other people's shortcomings, it's cruel." Ngo Nyai-tu looked up and said, "What's up? I'm about to pass on the Bach Min divine technique to you. Can't you say 2 sentences about your ugly successor?" Siri's voice rang out, "Warning, warning, toothless Ngo Nyai-tu is a beauty enthusiast." Ngo Nyai-tu, who loved beauty, was recognized by the 18-year-old dragon with his gray hair and beard. With a disappointed look on his face, he sighed and said, "Why is he so ugly?" At this time, Hu Truk glanced at him with disgust and said, "What are you sighing about? I haven't sighed yet." He questioned again, "Huh?" He put his hands on his hips and frowned uncomfortably as he continued, "Only after hearing about the senior's name and seeing the senior with my own eyes did I know that he was actually the same person as the name." He replied faintly, "Oh you bald donkey, try saying it, see." He sat down, crossed his legs and said loudly, "I've been tossing and turning wondering what your name means." He used all his strength to laugh out loud while showing an ugly appearance to describe the meaning of the name of a man with no teeth, a bald head and a wig, which is unacceptable to a person who loves beauty like him. As expected, his anger and rage value had reached 500, his whole body exuding green energy as if it wanted to swallow him, and then shouted loudly, "What are you talking about?" He looked like he was not afraid of the sky, not afraid of earth. He raised his hand to his nose and picked it, then said, "I said, old man, you use a cane to eat porridge." Hearing that, he looked at him questioningly. Then he pointed angrily and looked at the lucky guy. "What do you mean by tricking and making fun of your ugliness?" Letting him scold him, he thought in his heart, "How am I supposed to make him angry about this?" Then looked at he replied with a calm expression, "I'm ugly because Buddha doesn't care about appearance. Have you ever heard of it?" In the end, Dharma shaved his head and from then on did not use rejoice anymore. Hearing him say that, he became even more angry. His anger value increased by 100. He raised his fist towards him and scolded, "Don't say things that I don't understand what you mean by what you said." Hearing that, he laughed out loud excitedly, then stood up and walked towards him and said, "Our order from the beginning is that I can break the situation and meet you. After passing on the exercises, we will talk about hair and canes, eat porridge later, right?" But in his heart he thought, the killing power of this sentence is too strong. We have to ask about transmitting the practice first. If we are really angry to death, wouldn't it be a big loss? He became somewhat calmer, then looked at the books not far away and said, "Those blue-covered books are the old man's most favorite experiences over the past decades, just look at them." He came closer to him, his face close. He looked at him and said, "But the old man's magical skills have been practiced for decades with this quality of yours. If you want to learn it, it will take at least 30 years in case you encounter any problem and need me to help you. If you point out, maybe my old man has passed away into a haunted house." Then his face became serious and darkened, his eyes were cold and he said in a harsh voice, "But if you admit that you are an ugly bald donkey, the old man can directly teach you the techniques so you won't have to worry about your brain, without her hair." Faced with his questioning look, he held up 4 fingers in front of his face. He seemed to understand something and said, "Maybe we can't wait 4 years. Hearing that, he waved his hand and said, "That's enough, maybe I've said more." He walked over and picked up the first book. Using his hand to brush off the dust on it, he thought to himself, I have the sacred body of the universe and can learn skills 1,000 times faster." He flipped through the book, pinched his eyebrows, and thought slyly, "Today you old man has fallen into my hands," and his face darkened, his eyes darkened as he silently thought, "The ugly bald man is waiting for you to kneel on the ground and beg, ta." Then he confidently put on a confident and arrogant look and said, "The little monk and the others out there really want to learn even just a few small moves in this exercise as long as you tell me how to eat porridge with a stick. What do you mean and admit that you are an ugly ass and then compliment me on being handsome? I will immediately transfer the practice to you to fulfill my life's last wish." He still kept reading the book, glanced at him and said, "Stop it, man, you told me to go west, so I'd rather go east than 4. It was 4 o'clock. When he heard that, he laughed loudly and said, "You ruined your head when you shaved your head." He sat cross-legged on the ground and looked at him and said, "So if I can learn a little, you have to agree with me on one thing." He laughed even harder and replied, "Ha, don't say one thing or 10 things." Seeing him concentrate and start moving the green light technique surrounding him, he slightly frowned and said, saying in one word, 9 peaks. Seeing this, he was startled and said incredulously, exuding his sincerity, even if it was a novel, he would not dare to write like that. 4 hours later, he had begun to fly up. Seeing this, he opened his mouth in surprise and stammered, "Flying, flying, 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 flying." Seeing that, no one came to take care of him. He swallowed softly. Bending his back and sweating, he said, "Why don't I know that by cultivating to capture gods, I can still fly?" After a while he began to open his eyes. Then he put on a proud face and raised his hand and said, "I have finished studying. Besides, there are many places you wrote incorrectly. I have already optimized them." At this time, his face looked a bit embarrassed, then he laughed and said, "Ha, learning to catch the magic requires transforming internal force, otherwise it will create a conflict of many types of exercises in the body and immediately madly spurt blood. Your veins are all crippled, little monk, your master, rejoice I don't know what, but not speaking arrogantly is the master's teaching." Hearing that, he immediately replied, "It seems like you have to show a few moves before you can believe it. I ask you if you practice this technique, is it all the martial arts in the world? I can use every acupuncture point on my body to absorb other people's internal force, and I can also practice yin and yang at the same time. 100 poisons are invulnerable and also have true energy to protect the body." He immediately said, "That's right." Then he pointed at himself and said, "Or you poison me." He didn't care. He pointed straight at the stone table and said, "You can directly break the stone table, the old man can judge." Hearing that, he immediately moved the technique and said confidently, "Then you see this." Only a line of blue light could be seen passing across the stone table. Creates a large patch of dust and smoke. The force of the attack caused the place they were standing to be destroyed and the wind made his wig fly off. He gasped in surprise and looked frightened. Seeing that, he felt a little embarrassed and said guiltily, I'm sorry I couldn't control the force that broke your residence." Ngo and Gaitu then turned his face back, gritted his teeth, and thought with red eyes, truly, what kind of background does this brat have that can no longer be described by the word genius? He's as terrifying as a top powerhouse. As for Hutruk in the back, he said with a smug look on his face, how come my old man didn't lie to you, right? He coughed awkwardly and said, of course the old man would not go back on his word if he agreed. He heard that and immediately approached him with the fastest speed and smiled mischievously and said, originally just one thing was enough but you still want to give me 9 more things. He seemed to tremble a bit, his eyes went black a bit then said, the words it's like a bowl of water being thrown away. He happily smiled and said, if you are so straightforward, then the meaning of eating porridge with a stick is the infamous leaning against the wall with a stick, shamelessly toothless, downstream the porridge flows from top to bottom. Hearing this, he got angry and shouted, the anger value increased to 1000, or let you scold people but don't curse, why am I so despicable and shameless of the lower class? He began to seriously explain, first of all, he liked Dong Fu Van, then he hurt people, he went crazy, he caught a lot of fish with Li Thu Tui, and he secretly loved someone else's little sister. This is what you did, right? I said it wrong, right? He was a bit surprised when he said that, then turned to avoid it and said, that's right, that's why I blamed myself like that for closing the cave door and not having the face to meet anyone. The scene was a bit desolate like his mood at the moment. He put his arm around his shoulder and said triumphantly, yes, so the first thing is to find the 3 of them one by one to admit their mistake. The harem is not open like you, don't you know? The second thing is that I have a good brother. His name is Q Fan. He is a guy who was set up by his father. After you go out, you must protect him. His head has some problems, don't let him do something stupid. He glanced at him and said, this little thing isn't enough to cover his teeth. Is he handsome? He stiffened his face when he heard him ask that and then repeated the word he said, handsome, but in his mind he thought, my hot temper. After that, he gritted his teeth and said each word clearly. As for the third thing, when he meets someone else in the future, it must be said that because Hutruk is very handsome, you took the initiative to teach him the technique. Not respecting Hutruk means not respecting Ngo. Nyaitu, isn't this sentence a fatal blow to you? It's true that the critical anger value increased by 2000, he shouted loudly at him, anything is fine, but this is not possible. Faced with the unsightly expression of his brother, he said with a provocative look, it was indeed an old man using a stick to eat porridge. An old man of such an old age still said something and didn't keep it. Hearing that, short tears and long tears flowed out, his mouth biting the towel with a frustrated expression and saying, to be approved of you is to be loved by a beauty lover who deserves to die. Looking at the scene of devastation, he said, let's go, we should leave, there are other conditions. As we walked, he replied, I haven't left here in decades, tell me about the stories out there. On the way out, Hatrai introduced details of the situation at that time to Ngo Nyatrai, continuously telling the details of the next 20 episodes of the TV series, causing Ngo Nyatrai to shed tears and agree with Hatrai to eliminate them, evil forces in the martial arts world so that righteousness can last forever. When the 2 of them went out, there were many people around him. He hadn't interacted with so many people in a long time and said a bit awkwardly, we declare that the true dragon position is only one reason why Hutruk is the first marshal. My current brother will be my true disciple in the future and Hatrai will gain some points when many people work over time. Suddenly the system displayed, congratulating the host on successfully completing the task of learning to capture magic and bringing the reward back to the host world. 5 seconds later, it will be transmitted to the host world. Please prepare for the host. He raised his hand to his chin and said, not knowing what will happen after leaving this place. So I can also be considered to have changed history, right? My brother Q Fan, my childhood idol, has tried his best. Return to the home world. Blue light surrounded him. He suddenly opened his eyes. He suddenly looked around in confusion and said, it seemed like the world of the main world was not working. He screamed in his heart. The plane traversal function was clearly a very beneficial cultivation device. Just by holding a few more penetrating points, one could reach the pinnacle of life. Trong saw I now laughed loudly, looking at him and said, Hatrai is a fellow student, so I advise you to have some self-awareness so that you can improve yourself by reaching the second level of cultivation. If you work too hard, then you can only just suffer yourself. He glanced at him faintly and said, who said I want to go to the second floor? I want to go to the 18th floor. When he heard that, he and the 2 people around him widened their eyes in surprise and shouted, what is the 18th floor? He pointed his finger at him seriously and said, do you know that you are sacrificing your life? Why is Vuong Tu next to you? Don't forget that a few days ago, you were still just a first-layer bloodthirsty body that had not yet been tempered. The moment you enter the 18th floor, you will be crushed by spiritual pressure. He crossed his arms over his chest and looked at them confidently, saying, "If I come out of the 18th floor completely unharmed, Trong Sai, you are not allowed to look in the mirror anymore. The remaining 2 people must say that Trong Sai has a butt growing on her chin." Hearing that, he frowned and said, "If you want to die, I won't stop you. If you can get out alive, then continue." He respectfully said to Trong Tiat Lam, "Deacon Trong, please register with me on the 18th floor." He looked at him seriously and said, "Ha Tri, you don't need to be angry with your fellow students. This is not a small matter. Don't cut off your cultivation path in your life because of temporary impatience." With a determined voice, he said every word, "Please register my decision." He said a bit awkwardly, "Here," and he proudly smiled and said, "Ha ha ha, you chose a very creative way to commit suicide. Deacon, if he wanted to die like that, why would anyone stop him?" Suddenly, a voice came from around, much to everyone's surprise, registering him. Outside, a woman walked in. Elder Lam, a woman with an appearance different from her name, had a girl-like figure and slowly walked inside. He looked at her and said, "What should Elder Lam do if something happened? If he actively wants to challenge the 18th floor, he must be ready." He closed his eyes helplessly and said, "Okay." He wrote his name on the ballot. He looked towards her and said, thanking Elder Lam, but in his heart he thought, he did not expect to meet Elder Lam here. As usual, other than teaching, she did not show up. Heard that she is a holy master of medicine. If something really happened outside the gate, they definitely wouldn't stand by and watch. Hi, everything was prepared. He then said a sly greeting to him and said, "We'll see you again soon." Seeing that, he gritted his teeth and said, "We look forward to the result." He pointed to the other side and told him, "Please stand on the star extraction platform and then immediately teleport you to the Asura Palace on the 18th floor." He gradually climbed the stairs closer to the crystal extraction station. As he approached, blue light surrounded his body. A beam of light shot straight up into the air. Everyone turned towards the screen to directly see the process taking place around him. When he arrived, he said without hesitation that he pushed the door in. Over here, she secretly thought, Hatrai, how are you going to deal with spiritual pressure 180 times? Hatrai was standing on the starlight platform, the light surrounding him penetrated straight into the sky. Although he was inside, he was quite confident, but his expression still had some confusion and fear. Before everyone's gaze, he was brought to a place standing in front of a large door. Li Tam looked at the screen and said, "This kid Hatrai still doesn't know he's going to die. It's very unsightly. I see him not understanding anything. Even if he dies, he wants to live and face the crime." Vuong Tu stood on the other side and continued talking. "I heard that the master of Tu Hoa Lin Hoa Palace of Asura Face is very cruel and tyrannical, and his personality is very unsuitable for Fairy DM Naguyat." Only now did Trong Sai speak up. His personality was not compatible. If he knew that Ha Tri was Tu Tian's disciple, his death would be even more unsightly. This guy on this side had already put his hand on the circle on the old ghost's face at the door and was about to push the door to go in, when suddenly a sound rang out. The little guy who didn't understand where the rules came from quickly let go of his dirty hand. Hearing that, he was suddenly startled and withdrew his hand in surprise and doubt. At this time, the two old ghosts on the door were talking to each other. One side said, "Oh big brother, if you do that, you will scare the kid on the other side." He replied, "He doesn't understand the rule that the old man has to teach him a lesson." He then looked panicked, pointed his finger at it and said, "You are a living thing." He angrily lectured, "Boy, everything in this world is a living thing. You don't even know about this yet you dare to try it. Challenge." He hadn't finished being surprised yet when suddenly the housekeeper looked at him and opened his mouth to mock and laugh. "I haven't had a new person here for many years. Let's quickly let him in. Old man, you really like it in my heart, right, or not?" The old ghost immediately replied, "You rotten boy, old man, let me remind you that this weak body of yours cannot withstand the challenge of our young lady. If you die here, there will be no one to claim your body." Old ghost, the other continued, Saw, I think his appearance is not bad. Maybe the lady will like him." Hearing what they said, he was not angry and happily said, "I will definitely pass the test, please let me inside." Hearing that, the two old ghosts immediately scrambled to the side and said, "Ha, you're a wild boy, I like it." The old ghost mocked and said, "Well, you can only be wild, at this time, if you're in a hurry to die, the old man won't stop you." After speaking, they opened the door and the light from inside was blinding. Inside came the sound of laughter and welcoming guests. He still maintained his composure as he walked inside. The scene inside is like a fairyland. As soon as I entered, I was constantly surrounded by voices urging me to go inside quickly. He looked around and thought to himself, the scene in this garden has nothing to do with the name Asura, on the contrary, it resembles a foreign paradise in the human world. He slowly walked forward. Suddenly he stopped when he saw someone sleeping under a tree surrounded by cute stuffed animals. It is the Asura Leen Hoa Palace, the master of the Asura Palace. At this point, it's unclear whether he knows her identity yet. He somewhat confusedly put his hands on his hips and looked at her and said, "Little lady." She opened her eyes after a while, then with a surprised look on his face he said, "Challenger." He heard that and said politely, "Yes." Slowly walked towards her and said, "I'm here," but before I could finish my sentence, her eyes turned cold. Move magic to attack him. He raised his hand to block the attack. A questioning expression could be seen on his face with some panic, then look down at the large hole that the attack left in front of you. In my head, I thought to myself, it seems like my temper is not good. She now stood up, holding a teddy bear in her arms, then faintly said, "I tell you to step up, miss. If you ask me a question, you answer one question. I tell you to step up, then you can step up." At that time the bear in her hand showed an angry expression and said, "This young lady is a guy who doesn't understand the rules, so let me teach him." The bears below also looked at him angrily and said, let me go." After listening, she happily rubbed her face against the teddy bear's cheek and said, "You guys are so good, you are all Leen Hoa's favorite treasures." Then he changed his attitude and looked at him with disgust and said, "Which sect disciple of the Holy Realm and Commercial Alliance is in what state?" He calmly replied, "The outer sect's disciples were angry at the 7th level, but inside they were screaming, 'The Sichuan face-changing scene is not as fast as me.'" Hearing that, she immediately asked questions and was angry. He continued calmly, "There was never a rule saying that the Blood Realm could not enter the Asura Palace for trials, right?" She heard what he said and immediately turned black and said, "I ask one question, and if you answer one question and you don't follow the rules, which leg do you step forward first and I will cut off that leg? I'll ask you again, who is your master?" "Someone outside the sect." He immediately respectfully replied, "Tu Tien Tianj Min." She immediately said, "So you are the guy who was accepted by the 4 immortals as a disciple. No wonder you just entered the Blood Realm and dared to come to the Asura Palace to test. If that's the case, then this girl can't hold back to avoid being humiliated. The name Tu Tien." He heard that, although on the outside he didn't say anything, but on the inside there was a stir. It seemed like I realized that this girl had a conflict with her masters. It kept popping up in my mind. I can't hold back. I absolutely can't. Can't hold back. Absolutely can't hold back. Then she turned around and walked away, followed by the bears who looked at him uncomfortably and said, "You follow me." She turned around and said, "The challenge officially began." Hatrai was standing on the stage surrounded by endless noise. Asura Leen Hoa stood quite far away. He said to the surrounding things, "It's been a long time since anyone dared to come to the Asura Palace to challenge everyone. It must be very boring, right?" The surrounding bears kept answering, "Right, right, very boring, no one comes, no one comes." The surrounding objects were also in chaos. "Do you remember the child who came to challenge 4 years ago?" The other side immediately replied, "It was almost a success and it's a pity that the genius almost passed through the hurdle of hundreds of years ago." Then she looked in the direction he spoke, not expecting that the 4 immortals would accept as their true disciple a small 7th-level wolf. Then, looking at his appearance more closely, she spoke again, but she seemed to have a strong backbone, unlike that kid who liked to cry, DM Naguyat. Then she happily clapped her hands and said, "Don't be discouraged if you challenge someone on stage. In general, anything goes wrong." Her eyes became cold and she continued, "After all, you are also a disciple of the 4 immortals." Hearing that, he looked confident and thought to himself, "This little girl wants to show off her power to me, isn't it useless?" She still kept a happy expression and said, "Okay, no more words wasted." Then he shouted loudly and the challenge began. The surrounding water began to appear, covering the radio area. Seeing that, he looked around suspiciously. "It was a membrane of water," she said outside. "It's so embarrassing. The kids on the stage are all my treasures." She sat on the high chair and continued calmly, "They couldn't withstand the damage of the spiritual pressure, so they could only resent you for conducting the test in this membrane of water." He seriously whispered to the system, telling me the detailed situation of the Asura Palace challenge. The system immediately replied, "The challenge is divided into 4 parts. Each part spiritual pressure increases 3 times, 6 times, 12 times, 18 times. He was limited by the spiritual magic spell. Each time he challenged, he had to pass the maximum score to be able to advance to the realm. If he retreated midway, the injuries on his body that could not be recovered would not be cured. Any benefit Hearing that, he somewhat hesitantly asked, "Can Bakmin the Gong be effective in the spiritual pressure test?" The system immediately replied, "Maybe Bakmin the Gong's startup time is limited to 20 minutes, because in the host's realm, when the Bakmin the cannon is activated, other system functions will freeze for an hour." He heard that and said, "You cancelled the freezing in this time period," gave me an angry system and said loudly, "How is this possible?" He angrily gritted his teeth and silently scolded, hatefully knowing that there was no such thing as an easy thing to do, so the matter of attacking to level up had to be put first, otherwise the next time the system's functions are limited, who knows what will happen, face something. At this time, her outward expression still did not change, calmly looking at him and saying, "Are you ready?" He had no choice but to sigh with anger. Looked up and said, "I'm ready," but in my heart I thought, the car must have a road to run, and if you know the timing of the skills and how to use the skills, there shouldn't be any big problems at all. When she heard him say that, she also started to challenge her and said, part of the sentence. Suddenly, the golden Tui Vu Wien Tian Huang and Gu Nyai appeared in the form of water bubbles. Move your hands forward, grasp a water line as a weapon. Then, seeing his tense expression, she attacked that direction. At this moment, she was watching with an excited expression on her face, saying that the seventh realm of lingering blood would have the advantage in the first part, even if the third level of spiritual pressure would not cause too much damage, but from the second part, haha. Only saw the water village surrounding him. Nausea came. He covered his mouth and face in discomfort, thinking that it was only 3 times more than he could handle. The system suddenly advanced, condensing the immortal pond of the Temple of Commerce suggested that the host should soak more there. He heard that and replied, that pond belonged to DM Naguyat and by then his arm would hurt for half a day. With cold iron eyes, the older man spoke and continued. She immediately spoke up, part 2 of the series. Luohua and the tree are light and shadowless, returning to the snowy wind to watch the dark love. She swung her attack hand at him. He immediately fell to his knees. The whole person was rotated around by a great source of power. He frowned uncomfortably and said, "This is 6 times more." The 2 of them attacked simultaneously at this time. The system said, "The 6 times the calculation is 6 times the first part." He was angry and scolded, "Why didn't you say it first?" The system replied, "You didn't ask." She now arrogantly crossed her arms over her chest and smiled mockingly. If it ended now, she could still retreat with her whole body. If she continued, in less than 10 seconds, her body would self-explode and give up. He calmly stood up with difficulty, rushed to his hands with blood stains on his mouth and spoke with cold eyes, starting his magic attack. Golden light began to appear on his shoulders, then the whole body. His attacks also gradually disappeared. Seeing this, she was surprised and said incredulously, what the mascots nearby also said at the same time, "What?" He confidently said, "I have already resisted this part." In his mind, he was thinking that based on the challenges of the previous 2 parts, the moment the spiritual pressure increased sharply, it would have an effect on a human body that basically could not withstand 2 parts, minute. The third level is 12 times more spiritual pressure. If I didn't use the Northern Divine Art, I would definitely be crushed in the blink of an eye. Both of them had their own thoughts. He thought again, but the Bachman divine technique has been activated once. If the time is extended before the third part, it can be easily overcome. The same method used with the fourth part would be dangerous. It's not big and she looks uncomfortable and thoughtful. Then he returned to his smiling face and said, "The disciple of the 4 immortals is indeed quite capable." But in my heart I thought, this kid is not normal. He just absorbed the aura of the water film, right? He showed a somewhat satisfied smile and said, "On the contrary, I underestimated the Asura Palace and didn't expect that the second part would be so scary. I'm actually a little scared." In his mind, he thought to himself, "But I have already known the uses of the divine magic." Asura Lin Hoa exclaimed, "The uniqueness is indeed very unique." She said, "I look forward to your next performance." Ha Tri replied, thanking the hall master for his compliments. Ha Tri held his head and thought, just now I clearly absorbed 9 times the spiritual pressure. What is this exponential progression that is clearly an exponential progression that part 3 adds 12 times more than part 2? Ha Tri thoughtfully did the math problem. He thought, how much is the actual spiritual pressure of the third part? 216 times the pressure increase. Suddenly Ha Tri shouted loudly. He leaned down and said, "Is this a test or execution ground? Don't talk about taking someone else's life in such a fancy way, is that okay?" He thought, last time I almost didn't pass part 4 of the test, but it wasn't as scary as this. This is the Asura Palace, even if the Child of Luck would have been murdered in the end. Fortunately we had a discussion, golden hands, but this system is about to be exposed, so it will clearly tell us that we have to be a little more cautious in the future. Asura Lean Hoa tilted her head and asked, can we start yet? Hatrai suddenly felt uncomfortable and hugged his stomach. When she saw that, she said in surprise, I haven't even started yet. He said that it seemed like I had a stomach ache. Could I go ahead or not? Asura Lean Hoa shouted, no way, where do you think this is? How can you want to go? If you want to go out, you must bear with me. She thought, this person clearly knows what day it is. If there's a test later, you're not allowed to eat that nonsense the day before. Hatrai held his stomach and said with a pale face, then I can only go right here, don't pay attention. Asura Lean Hoa angrily pointed her finger and scolded, go out or continue testing, you can only choose one. Hatrai showed the most shameless expression in the world and replied, of course he chose the test. He chuckled and thought, but after another half a minute, it was shameful to be me. Asura Lean Hoa sighed and sang. Lin Shi Shuyan Van Not Quang Troop speaks loudly and clearly. Asura Lean Hoa took out her flute to play. Her whole body and everywhere appeared blue. 3 girls appeared. Hatrai thought, as soon as part 3 started, I felt the absorption power of the Bachmin divine art that had just been used become strangely expanded, in the body regardless of whether it was transformation or transformation. The sophistication is all based on the Northern Ming divine technique. Toothless Senior, although you have written many mistakes, you are still a great genius. He grabbed a blast of power. Hatrai shouted loudly, 100 pearls hoi hai hai bei bei chow, no matter how you deal with me, I will fight you back the same way. Although my body has already turned into metal attributed power, it is ultimately the source of my power. I just need to fuse these 2 streams of power. Asura Lean Hoa's thoughts and expressions are different from part 2, but it doesn't seem like it will last much longer. She said loudly to Mr. Hatrai, there's no need to die because of one test. As long as you say it's over now, you won't have to suffer from being oppressed by spiritual pressure anymore. Hatrai gritted his teeth and said I can still resist. He was attacked fiercely from many votes. Although Hatrai was in pain, he still thought, how could I have failed here before? His foot was thrown backwards. Clothes were also tattered. Asura Lean Hoa scolded, hey, your brain is waterlogged, your body will really explode and you will die. He replied that it was okay, but my hand really hurt. Hatrai's hand held a ball of light power. The surroundings suddenly exploded. Asura Lean Hoa covered her face because of the light. Hatrai stood still in place. Asura Lean Hoa approached and asked if you were still human or not. She flew close to him. He replied that he had never seen such a scene before. What did the other sentence say? Is this test already grasping 8 or 9 parts? Is this correct? The 4 masters were snooping around. She thought, it's a shame that if I'm disguised like that, surely no one will recognize me. The 4 masters looked at the crowd of people talking. The fact that he was able to pass the 3rd part of the test wasn't because his level was too low, even if it was a cumulative spiritual pressure, that was all. Okay, other people are stopping me, but I can't say that. Do you dare to go? I feel like I have to look at Hatrai with different eyes. Others will cancel. Let's go. Let's go. You're not even joking. Is it taboo for people to be disciples of the 4 immortals? A guy inside said, are you all blind? I'm sure he did something in the previous part of the test. I remember now. I don't know if you still remember the test of the 4 fairies last time, or not. The female emperor's 9 heavens tribulation extermination formation was suddenly and strangely broken. This kid must have cheated. Elder Lamb came over and asked, oh, how could you see that he was cheating? Could it be that the 4 fairies couldn't see it? Elder Lamb looked at the big screen and said, you guys should still be quiet for a moment to see if the lower temple can pass part 4 or not. Chief Lin was thinking. Hatrai felt like he could definitely pass the grass test, so he chose the 18th floor. I have time to slowly observe you. The other guy actually said that as if he could overcome it. A person's luck cannot stay that good forever. Let me see if he will be crushed to pieces by the pressure of the 18th floor, or not. The 4 masters came to remind him that cursing behind someone's back is not the behavior of a gentleman. The young man was startled and replied, I said my business has nothing to do with you. The 4 masters reminded him that to despise the 4 immortals' disciples was to despise the 4 immortals. The young man smiled and replied, if the 4 immortals really valued him, could they really chase him down the mountain? If we really let Hatrai be a true disciple, then the 4 Tianjin immortals would be nothing more than that. The 4 masters were angry when they heard that. She still calmly asked again, oh, is that all the 4 immortals are? The guy noticed something and muttered, "Why do I feel like you're a little familiar? What sect have you come from?" The four masters were startled and asked again, "Something so familiar, you must have recognized the wrong person." The four masters ran and shouted, I'm not there." Other people saw the stranger's reaction and were also surprised. The four masters ran to a hidden corner and sat down. She breathed heavily and said that she had disguised herself like this, but even if she could recognize her brother's eyes, it was really sinister. The four masters looked at the big screen and said, "Ha, try, you won't have any problems, is that right?" The four masters shook their heads a few times to wake up. The four masters blushed and thought, "DM Naguyat, calm down, you came to see Ha Try become a laughing stock, it would be better if he lost his life, so that's the way he is, disrespecting his master like him, anywhere has this status." The fourth master lay down. She thought, he wouldn't really lose his life there, because there was no need to risk his life in such a bet. She wondered if it was him because of that. The four masters shouted, "Was all this done to marry me? Did he know that he was a small kidney and was not qualified to marry me, so he went around like that, like this?" She wondered if this guy's head was waterlogged or what. The four masters looked at the big screen and muttered, "If you want to marry me, just say it directly, because one of the four fairies, me, usually refuses, and it's not a shameful thing to do." At Ha Try's place, he was beaten until he was left with only his pants. The cold wind blew. Ha Try shivered slightly. Ha Try shivered and then sneezed because of the cold. He rubbed his nose and wondered if someone was talking about me behind my back. This sneeze was so strong that my head was about to fall off. Asura Lean Hoa spoke up and asked, "It is indeed not simple for someone to be able to break through the heavenly tribulation, but to be able to pass the third part of the test, but with great luck or great strength, go down to part 4 and you can see it right away." Ha Try replied, "Are you unable to defeat my four masters?" Asura Lean Hoa shouted angrily, "What did you say?" The four masters heard this and thought gratefully, "Praising me in front of so many people is truly embarrassing." The four masters thought in confusion, just like flowers falling with intention, water flowing without emotion, in the end, you and I will never be able to be together. Asura Lean Hoa asked with a dark face, "Am I not as good as the person DM Naguyat calls me?" She angrily said, "What are you kidding? That lady is just a lucky person, so she doesn't dare to compare with her." Ha Try thought, she had taken the bait. He said, "It's not yet said whether we can pass part 4 of the test or not, but at least the previous third part has been resolved. If my master's form was here, I could only take one stab. You have also reduced me to smoke. Tell me, is it you who is stronger or my four masters?" The fourth master thought, "What nonsense is this kid talking about? It was clear that at that time he could block one of my knives. That's right, at that time I was only pretending. If I really cut the guy, of course it will go up in smoke, but there is nothing to praise this matter here." She thought, did he guess that I came here to care for him, or did he just observe him and deliberately tell me? When I return, I have to re-educate this disciple to avoid him talking nonsense everywhere. This world is blessed by mountain water, air, and spiritual energy. The origin of life is water, the strong yet gentle nature of water blesses all things. At the heavenly lake of the Tianmin Holy Domain, the water's fairy spirit gave birth to a child. The child is blessed by the water source and also receives the love of living beings. But as that child gradually grew up, the child became mischievous again and made small painful things. The mother wondered if this child was of the water or fire type. Ha Try thought it was S-blood. The boy asked, his mother loved playing this game, making her helpless. She lay down on the table and lamented, "Did I carry the wrong child?" The old mother was so sad looking at her child, she went to ask the child, "Lean Hoa, you have grown up, sooner or later your mother's position will be inherited by you. Before inheriting it is not as good as yours, come to the human world to see." Asura Lean Hoa then happily asked, "Really, that's great." But when the girl got there, it wasn't like that. The anger value increased, everyone reminded them, paying attention to their image because they were broadcasting live, and Asura Lean Hoa kept scolding, "Ha Try, it's best you should be careful with your words, how can a girl compare to me?" He still leisurely replied, "Whether or not someone wants it is not as good as it sounds. In general, we see that the test of all 18 Asura temples is, in the end, just a paper tiger, threaten others, but if you poke them once, they will fall down." Ha Try smiled and thought, now it's time to start cheating. Asura Lean Hoa continuously increased the anger value. She scolded, "I said of course it counts, water is the source of all things and I see through more things than you." He asked her again, is he a stalker or is he relying on himself to be able to see things through water? He said sarcastically, "It's really low class." Hearing that, Asura Lean Hoa blushed with embarrassment. Hatrai continued, "Is it true that I said the right thing? His face is as red as a monkey's ass. My fourth master will not be like that. You can joke," Asura Lean Hoa scolded. "Who wants to? Seeing you first, you were clearly talking about me. I can just feel it. I'm too lazy to care about you humans' affairs." He sat down and said, "Stop talking for yourself. It's too late. When I get out of here, I will tell your true face to the whole world." Elder Lamb and the others watched Liv and thought, "We have never met such shameless low-class people before." Suddenly the young man pointed at the screen and shouted, "A person who is cultivated to the level of the Blood Realm dares to blatantly humiliate the master of Lean Hoa Temple. This is insulting the country's immortal spirit. It is disrespecting the heavens, land." The four masters looked at the big screen. Hati and Asura Lean Hoa are at the Asura Palace. She said, "Hatrai, I originally wanted to keep some kindness for you. It seems that it is no longer necessary. He said that I came to test, not to find someone for you. Don't be too close to me." He silently counted 5 seconds left. Asura Lean Hoa narrowed her eyes at him. Anger flared up. She said that her special test was added to part 4 of Water Spirit Sensation. Hatrai counted 4 seconds left. 3 seconds left. With 2 seconds left, Asura Lean Hoa muttered, "Take your name and take my body." Tam Tien Weak Water. Hatrai counted 1 second left. Next is the peach meringue wrapper. Hatrai raised his hand and thought, "It's just the color." Tianj Tan system for 1 minute. Rotation does not relieve the pain of Bak Min Then Gong. Hatrai can actually block the knife with his bare hands. The water fairy was stopped in the air. All 4 masters and Asura Lean Hoa were very surprised. Bak Min Shen Gong and Lingxi Wan Qi can block knives with bare hands. The water melted and splashed everywhere. The place where Hatrai stood was no longer surrounded by water. Water splashed to Asura Lean Hoa's place. And even the small things that are her subjects. The system announces, congratulating the host on breaking through Chi Win Hai Tam Gyai, giving you a reward to jump further. Hatrai's entire body is equipped with 3rd level Win Hai. This caused everyone else to become shocked. The guy who just laughed at him was thinking, what kind of luck did this guy have? Not only was he able to pass the trial, even broke through the realm. Water flooded everywhere. Those small things cried out, water is coming, let it flow quickly. Asura Lean Hoa stood there dumbfounded. Finally, she sat down and asked how this was possible. Suddenly there was a shadow standing in front of Asura Lean Hoa. She looked up and saw Hatrai smiling in front of her. He said, "That's all. Isn't the Asura Palace just having sound but no sound?" Asura Lean Hoa felt extremely resentful. Her tears were already overflowing and about to fall. She finally broke down and cried loudly. Hatrai felt extremely confused. Asura Lean Hoa kept crying nonstop, so much so that small things had to go to comfort her. She scolded, "I can't stand people who bully others." Small things also scold you. Bullying women is really shameless, but it's truly shameless. This bully bastard, those who rape Lean Hoa are all bad people. Hatrai said, "I just passed the trial, I don't have to say that." Lean Hoa cried nonstop and said, "Bullying others is too much. Hatrai finally told you to stop crying, so how can I bully you?" He wondered how to comfort his daughter. Elder Lamb and the other boys watching the screen also felt very angry. The 4 elders smiled happily and said, "It's still the same look, if you move a little then cry, there's no other way." Suddenly remembered something, the 4 masters thought, but as she walked, she wondered how he could do it and actually pass the Asura's test. The 4 elders thought, this guy must have hidden something from me. Hatrai held his head helplessly and asked whether the commercial system could be used now or not. The system appeared to answer, but, he immediately shouted, "But what else?" The system announced, "If you complete a quick challenge, you can open another skill immediately. Please ask the host if can accept the challenge or not." He immediately answered, "Yes." Hatrai thought, he had to quickly comfort this girl, otherwise this Asura Palace would be destroyed by tears. Hatrai sighed and said, "Being human is really difficult, increase your intensity quickly." The system replied, "Yes, the Time Master of the Master Plane will immediately stop running and opening the fast traveling challenge." Hatrai goes into the challenge, the guidance system. The host will traditionally go to Tran Ba Ho's house to conquer 8 wives. Hatrai thought, conquer what? He was actually taken to a house where women were playing mahjong. Then there were the sounds of women cursing and cursing, the 5 players, coordinating the formation of 8 horses, others loudly said to hand over the money. Hatrai came dressed appropriately. When he saw this scene, he was stunned. Inside there were women wearing dresses of all colors arguing. Suddenly, someone tapped him on the shoulder. An old woman came up and said, "Son, there are so many people who admire his life, so why are you dissatisfied?" Elsewhere, the 4 masters spoke to Asura Leen Hoa, asking them to stop crying. At Hatrai's place, he answered, "Mom, I'm not dissatisfied with anything, I'm very satisfied." Hatrai ran to say, "Ladies, your Baho is here." The old woman asked, "Who exactly is this?" Hatrai smiled excitedly, "The challenge is to conquer 8 wives." He came over and said that this was considered some kind of challenge, but this was clearly giving benefits to my mother. The system says I don't have it. Hatrai went to sit at the table and asked, "Ladies, how much did you play?" He said that if you could have a little money, it would be better, but if you keep calling me system, it's too strange, let's call you High C Re later. The system asked again, "But that's okay, it's up to you." A girl said, "Why is the general in the mood to play a game with us sisters today?" Hati replied that before he was young and ignorant, but now he is enlightened and has a beautiful woman by his side. There are many other types of entertainment activities that people don't have the ability to do. He put down a game piece. Hatrai cried out, "Oh, the sky is buzzing." The second wife said that the general is good at playing chess, even this game is played very well, his ladies here constantly laugh happily. Hatrai said this is just a small matter, what's next, let's play. Other dependents exclaimed that her husband was worthy of being one of the 4 great talents of Jiangnan. He asked, "Do you know how to play this game? Do you even know how to play this game?" The system said, "What does knowing how to play endive have to do with Jiangnan's 4 great talents? Is that the nature of the place?" Hatrai replied, "In the past I rarely met any opponent in the chess world. Cao Tian also had to give me those 3 parts after fighting 300 rounds with 8 wives. Everyone sit down." The wives breathed heavily, they sat down and complained. The system angrily scolded, "Why the hell are you blushing? It's just playing cards, it's not that bad." A wife spoke up asking why he was so brave. He smiled and added, "Is it true that I haven't used all my strength yet?" That Nuong too said that we could let our sisters rest for a bit and then fight with you again. Hatrai came closer and said, "We can switch to another fight later." The lady blushed and said, hatefully, "He's still a reader during the day." He explained that there are incense sticks like knock in the book, but they cannot compare to my 8 wives. The system prompts, "Host, I'm afraid there's not enough time left." He stood up and said, "Yes, you're right, after all, there's not much time left with 8 wives." The system said helplessly, "I didn't mean this." The system judges that people who have passed the challenge will traditionally send them back to Asura Palace after 3 minutes. Hatrai screamed, "It's only been 3 minutes, why haven't I been in this world enough yet?" He approached and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, there is an urgent matter and you need to help." Then those girls immediately said, "Sir, go ahead and say it." He excitedly said, "How to make a woman happy, especially when she was crying until the sky was broken." The ladies came forward to suggest, "Make delicious food for her to eat, the handbag will cure all diseases. Give her beautiful clothes. Of course, give her money, give her makeup." A girl asked, "Does the general still want to marry another wife or something?" The other people were immediately angry, "What's wrong with your Duong Baho?" Suddenly a book flew up screaming to take it. Ha-Ti reached out to grab the book. He muttered that these were the 36 ways of pursuing women of the stupid road. Your mother here said, "I wrote my own book but I forgot it." The notification system is synchronizing 36 strategies to pursue women on the street. You exclaimed, "Well, Duong Baho, this is a treasure." The system announced, immediately sending a message to the host's world asking the host to prepare well. Hatrai turned around and said, "Young men, when we meet each other, it's hard to say goodbye, even more difficult than if we were destined to meet again." A girl asked the general what he was talking about. We listened but didn't understand. His image became more and more blurred, then suddenly he disappeared. A young lady spoke out in surprise, but the figure of the general who had just recently disappeared was no longer there. Hatrai is sitting in the Asura palace. He exclaimed, "Hey, I'm back." The girl nearby continued to sob. Asura Leen Hoa cried out, "Oppressing others is too much, I don't want to live anymore." Then the other plants comforted her, "Don't cry anymore, let me hug her." Hatrai called out, "Sir, the system's powers have been unlocked, is that correct?" The system replied, "It's been unlocked for the day, sir." He praised, "It's good for me to see if the 36 strategies for pursuing women are effective or not," Asura Lin Hoa continuously cried. He knelt down and expressed, "Baby, don't cry anymore." In the garden, Asura Lin Hoa looked up at Li Vien Tin's every action and wondered, huh? He just glanced at each outfit that the system displayed in front of him and swiped back and forth to choose the outfit. "In fact, during the test, I always observed you to find out that you were not actually a bully." After surfing for a while, the system now has a device that automatically speaks, activates the skill of pursuing women, and talking nonsense. After surfing around, I found a suit with an office-style shape. Inside was a shirt accented by a blue waistcoat on the outside combined with a black pencil skirt. Li Vien Tin's eyes became sparkling with excitement. Bak Hui and Tian Yan said this was the most popular outfit. He stood pointing at the outfit he had chosen and then turned to everyone with a confident face, who agreed and who disagreed. When Trong saw the clothes that Li Vien Tin had chosen, he gritted his teeth and wrinkled his face without the slightest sympathy and said, "This outfit has a strange shape and some people like the novelty." Vuong Tu standing next to him also said without the slightest bit of sympathy that it was true that such a short skirt was not modest at all. Seeing this, Li Tam also followed suit and refuted Li Vien Tin. "That's right, only Lin Hoa did not like it." But in contrast to the three of them, Asura Lin Hoa's eyes looked at the clothes and her eyes became sparkling and hesitantly looked up and asked, "Are these all given to me?" She thought to herself and felt touched. It turns out everything he just did was to analyze me. What a serious person. All three people, Trong Sai, Li Tam as well as Vuong Tu, had dark faces and were stunned, unable to believe their eyes. Li Vien Tin saw her like that and immediately asked if she wanted to try it or not. She looked at the clothes in bewilderment. "Why did you give me these clothes?" He started to stand closer to her, using his fingertips to gently touch her chin and look into his eyes, saying, "I want the whole world to know that I have covered the entire fish pond for you. Do you understand, already?" By this time, Asura Lin Hoa's face was no longer normal, but gradually turned pink and embarrassed because of each of his continued words. "Before, I just used the wrong method. Please forgive me, my frankness." His flirtatious words gave everyone who heard them goosebumps. Unlike the rest of them, Asura Lin Hoa, after hearing this, became excited and immediately jumped up and said, "Then I'll go change my clothes." She immediately ran to change clothes but didn't forget to look back at Li Vien Tin as she walked. "You wait for me here, you can't leave anywhere." He heard that and immediately followed her words, stood there and answered, "Yes, go." After answering her, he covered his face with his hands in a very mechanical way. Then his mouth began to smile meaningfully and satisfactorily closed the matter. Done. Snapping his fingers and flipping his hair, his face began to brighten because the plan had gone according to his wishes and thought to himself, "If we use 36 strategies to pursue this woman with 4 masters, he. When Trong Sai, Li Tam and Vuong Tu saw that face, they felt uncomfortable and jealously pointed their middle fingers at his face, full of anger. After a while of waiting for Asura Lin Hoa to change her clothes, she finally appeared wearing a tight pink outfit that clearly showed her plump butt. "Well, I've already changed into one outfit." Li Vien Tin heard her voice and immediately restored his original serious image and turned to say, She looked at him, embarrassed at the outfit she was wearing and asked, "Isn't it beautiful? This is my first time wearing this style of clothing." She was born with a very beautiful figure, with a harmonious body that covered all 3 curves along with a light pink outfit that perfectly encapsulated the beauty of her body, making Li Vien Tin unable to control herself and gulping down a mouthful of saliva. He stared passionately at her body and stood still for a moment, making her ask incredulously, "Why didn't you say anything?" Suddenly, his thumb raised with excitement because his actions were not consciously controlled, causing her to panic. Seeing that he had been exposed, he quickly retracted his hand to control his desire for her, blushed, then regained his original calm appearance and clasped his hands and said, "Well, it's not bad, let's change clothes, be different." Being praised by him like that, Asura Lin Hoa's heart became even more excited and she replied, "Yes." After saying that, she happily ran to change into other clothes, not knowing how much Li Vien Tin could not sit still in the room because her pure and innocent words along with that outfit created an attraction to attract him. He thought to himself, Lin Hoa and DM Nguyet's physiques were almost identical. Having said that, he placed his hand on his head and began to imagine what kind of scene DM Nguyet would wear wearing these clothes. Before I finished thinking, it was time for Asura Lin Hoa to change into her second set of clothes. She appeared wearing a long-sleeved saffron crop top that covered her bust with a V-neck cutout along with a short green-yellow checkered skirt that did not fully cover her buttocks. Lin Hoa embarrassedly used her hand to pull down that short skirt and said, "Ha, try skirt is too short, I will beat you to death." Levium Tin saw this and immediately raised his sign to disagree, not being a bit strange. Tula Lin Hoa continued to change into other clothes, this time a red shirt office outfit with a tight skirt. Even though it's a normal office outfit, when Lin Hoa puts it on, it accentuates every curve of her body. She blinked and walked out confidently looking at Levium Tin and asked, "This set?" He looked without thinking and replied, "Like." The next outfit she appeared wearing was a bunny-style outfit, with a glossy black body-hugging design that accentuated her curves. The outfit includes a jumpsuit with a white collar and a small red bow in front of the neck, creating a contrasting highlight with the dark tones of the outfit. On her head, she has two rabbit ears attached, creating a sexy but also very cute feeling. Accompanying the outfit are mysterious black leather socks that make her legs look especially slim. Levium Tin looked at it without hesitation and continued, liking. Lin Hoa went inside to change into her student-like outfit, but the shirt was designed to look shorter than usual, and the waist-cinch skirt covered her buttocks, along with a pair of black fishnet stockings, make the outfit especially flattering. Looking at these outfits, he could only stare with wide eyes and give her a physical and verbal like. She dressed and carried bags containing the outfit she had just tried on. She smiled brightly and looked at him with interest and asked, "Are these all given to me?" He didn't hesitate and happily answered, "Yes, yes, yes." When Lin Hoa heard him say that, she was happy and widened her eyes. "You are really good to me." She jumped up and hugged Levium Tin, surprising him with this position when they were both close to each other. "I like you the most." At this time outside, everything was still peaceful, the sunlight shining down on Tula Palace. Lin Hoa was like a child. After being given a few clothes by Ha Tri, she happily followed behind him, her small and beautiful face beaming. "Yet someone gave me so many beautiful clothes." Seeing her so happy, he also smiled. As an elder, she cannot let him suffer any disadvantages, so I must also give gifts to those who follow me. The two little animals kindly opened the door to show him the way. Seeing that she was still so fierce with just a few things, she was able to comfort her and give him a gift. His head was full of questions. Could there be such a good thing about gifts like this? She happily and generously replied, "It's a good thing that is definitely very useful." The two animals understood and immediately pulled the curtain to cover the view of the cute face projection and said seriously, "The following image cannot be viewed for free, cannot be viewed for free." Seeing this, everyone could only feel regretful and depressed. The image of not being able to see the lucky Ha Tri, the gift given by the palace owner, was definitely special and admirable. Outside, the whispers echoed throughout the square. Some people saw that he passed so easily and thought, "I think the test doesn't seem to be difficult, maybe I can go." Returning to Lin Hoa's room, she saw a room painted in a feminine pink color, with a pink sheet on the bed, showing that the owner of the room loves the color pink, with two stuffed animals showing her lacking soul, her female dreamer. At this time, she told him to wait there for a moment while she rummaged in the drawer looking for something. After a while, she finally got the item she wanted, and found it. Coming next to where Ha Tri was sitting, she introduced the item in her hand. "This was a gift my mother gave me." She put the box on the table and opened it. "Now I don't want to give it to you as a thank you gift. I only saw that inside the box." After opening it, it revealed a ring with an emerald stone that still radiated green light and looked extremely delicate. This ring is called High Tap Bok Shuyen and can relieve pressure. The pressure that the opponent's spiritual pressure brings is also a holy level magic weapon. In addition, a holy level magic weapon must at least have a realm of communication and void to be able to use it. Hearing her introduce it was enough to understand its preciousness. "This magic weapon has my mother's blessing, so it can be used in other worlds." He happily and unceremoniously raised his hand to receive the gift. If the palace master had the sincere intention to give the gift, then it would be better to be respectful than to obey. Lin Hoa was blushing shyly like a young girl about to stammer out her confession. "So how should I say that?" Seeing her in such a difficult situation, he said, "We are friends, so please speak frankly." Hearing him say that, she was moved to cover her mouth with her hand. "Friends, you already consider us friends." She blushed and thought, "I wanted to ask you if you could be my friend." Seeing that he was a bit rude, he immediately corrected it, "But I was too abrupt." She immediately grabbed his hand and said excitedly, "No, no, no, I'm happy to be your friend." It seemed like the palace master had been alone in this place for quite a long time, so having a friend made her so excited. A drop of blue water turned into a drop of blue water in her hand. She opened her arms and brought it in front of him, making him curious. "This is it." Then the water drop just came and merged into Ha Tri's chest, radiating a bright light around him, making him surprised and not knowing what to do. He could only accept it. Lin Hoa explained how to use it to him. "In the future, if you encounter any danger, whisper my name 3 times in your heart. As long as there is water, I can appear in front of you immediately." After finishing the conversation, he walked out of the Asura palace. Old Trong Tiat Lam, who had been waiting outside for a long time, couldn't find the impulse to shout out loud and congratulate the person who had passed the Asura Palace's test. The old man was so excited that tears flowed continuously in admiration for him. Today my eyes were opened and I didn't expect that the outer sect would have a genius disciple like you, ha ha ha. Tube happily smiled. I must quickly inform this good news to the Holy Realm. He also smiled back at him. Ah ha 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 ha, lucky lucky lucky. At this moment, a jealous and angry guy chimed in and said, "Isn't that lucky?" The three disciples, who were both ugly and stupid, each said that they would rather believe that he was going through the back door than refuse to acknowledge his true strength. I saw that the temple master Lin Hoa's mood was very good, so he spared his life. There are also a lot of good things. Before that, hiding a lot of clothes to flatter the palace master was really a shame. At this time, he had trained himself in the skill of calming down and not paying attention to what the mentally retarded people said in response. After the test, he gave me the gift of not being able to accept this reputation. I also provoked the three of them, saying, "If you don't believe that I can pass the test, you three can try it yourself." Trong Sai, with a chin like an ass, still said unconvincedly, "Who knows if you have any hidden dealings with the palace master or not, huh?" Elder Lamb, standing to the side, heard him say such bad things about the landlord. He couldn't help but speak out in anger and shut his mouth. She angrily shouted, "How could the master of the hall be humiliated by you like that? What do you consider the Ling Tu Palace to be?" She frowned and admonished. There were many people who witnessed Ha Tri's trial and could not doubt whether Trong Sai knew his crime or not. Seeing that the elder had spoken, he was speechless and couldn't say anything. My name was Vuong Tu, who stood aside and advised me to calm down and say too much. It's not good, it's not worth the long days. He could only hold back and admit his mistake. I had said something wrong. After dealing with the three elders, Lam turned around and said, "Ha Tri congratulated you on passing the test and also being qualified to participate in the intersect test. She seems very interested in you. If you pass the exam, I will pay attention to you." He bowed his head and clasped his hands respectfully, thanking Deacon Lam for taking it seriously. Seeing his grandmother's thoughtful eyes, it seemed like Deacon Lam had something going on. Even though his eyes looked at me, he hid it very well, but it certainly wasn't the case. It's not simple that we have to pay more attention to this person. Trong Sai still refuses to be angry. Ha ha, your luck won't be good forever. Looking at his angry appearance made his anger value plus 5,000 not only angered him but also helped him earn more points. It was damned to let him show off and he was being admired by everyone around him. Ha Tri, what are the hall master and you doing in the room? Ha Tri, tonight are you free? Can we go see the stars together? Ha Tri, ha Tri, ha Tri. At this time, on the other side, the fourth master DM Naguyat happily returned. "I'm back." Mat Naguyat's plump, seductive lips saw her appraising expression, and her face brightened. She always poses in a very seductive pose that only covers the areas that need to be covered. She sits down, holds a cigarette in her hand, her off-the-shoulder shirt looks like it's about to fall off, her tail feathers cover the scenery below and asks, "Is something good going on, star?" DM Naguyat sat to the side and told her the story, hearing with her own eyes, seeing the girl Lin Hoa eat onions. Of course she was in a good mood, like standing in the spring breeze. Mat Naguyat keenly recognized the information in her words. What was the purpose of coming to the spiritual monastery? She then blushed guilty and had nothing to look at Ha Tri. Mat Naguyat smiled and asked, if she had said something wrong, then definitely say it all. She raised her hand to cover her mouth and smiled. In front of her sister, she was still hiding how big this girl was. DM Naguyat quickly explained that kid naturally challenged Asura Palace sister for fear of him dying. Mat Naguyat turned over and lay down, his delicate blue eyes looking at her as if he knew everything, listening to what she had to say. Because Big Sister told me to be his introductory master, I had no choice. Mat Naguyat lay down in a comfortable position, making her look even more seductive, winking mischievously and saying, at this age it's normal for a sister to have different thoughts and blush or something. After the conversation with Mat Naguyat, DM Naguyat returned to her room to bathe in the tub of steaming water. After washing herself, she comfortably hummed and got out of the tub. Use magic to transform into a set of clothes, holding a small notebook in your hand. She happily sang and turned the pages with her hands. She was so happy and attentive that she didn't notice that Ha Tri had already arrived next to him and called out. The four masters startled her and quickly hid the small notebook. What? I blushed and hesitated. I didn't do anything, don't think nonsense. Seeing her face hiding his head and tail, he quickly grabbed the notebook out of curiosity. It wasn't like it was writing some martial arts secret book, but for my child to see, she angrily ordered Mr. Ha try to order you to return the painting to me. He opened the notebook and there was a drawing of a face that looked similar to him, but it turned out to be a drawing of a girl's comic book. She embarrassedly snatched it back, and the hateful notebook was returned to me. Seeing DM Naguya with such a different expression, he smiled and said, "Today's four masters are very strange. The previous book of martial arts secrets has more soul than this book. The person who gave it was very active." She quickly looked for an excuse, shyly, and suddenly felt like she wasn't drawing well. She quickly turned her back and lowered her head to hide her red face. That's right, he wondered, what was going on? Remembering the initial contract, she blushed, panted and stammered breathlessly, "Congratulating you on being qualified for the intersect examination." He heard her say that and replied, "The news of the Holy Domain Commercial Union spread so quickly that I wanted to tell you personally." She completely grasped the wrong information, only paying attention to the words behind her in surprise. "Personally telling me that, seeing her keep talking without saying a word made him feel strange. Why is DM today?" Naguya stammered again. His words made her believe the bet even more and quickly said, "You don't need to pay attention to the bet." At this time, he turned around to prepare to take off his clothes. Seeing his actions, she blushed. "What are you doing?" While her daughter was confused and couldn't sleep peacefully, someone had forgotten about the bet. He wondered. The two people's thoughts on the bet were completely incompatible. She blushed and shyly covered her mouth, thinking, "Nonsense, in my head, is it too fast?" He didn't understand what she meant at all and smiled happily and said, "Normally, I take off my clothes at this speed." Having said that, without paying attention to her expression, she jumped into the bathtub she had just used, making her even more embarrassed. At least it should have been. At this time, in her mind, she had a distant vision of having to bow to the words of her parents' matchmaker. Under the water, he couldn't hear what she was saying, he couldn't make a sentence out, gurgling, retching, translating what the fourth master said. She was still immersed in her thoughts and mumbled to herself, "Even if I play with you, you still have to deal with that girl Lin Hoa for me." She still composes and performs a taboo teacher-student love play, but no matter how I say it, I am still the master of the master and the disciple who loves each other. My daughter seriously considered, I have to go ask the eldest sister, the second sister, the third sister, what she thinks. He didn't hear her words at all as he happily enjoyed the bathtub and said, "These four masters condensing immortal ponds are truly a fairy product." He was happy, his face was still wet. In just a moment I felt refreshed. DM Naguya let out a sigh and turned around. In her eyes, he looked like he had added some shimmering beauty fitters to make him extremely handsome with his strong body. Seeing the scene made her blush even more and her heart beat faster. She looked at him confused. What was wrong with me? At this moment, the second senior sister walked in and asked if the fourth sister was leading the little disciples to practice. Holding the pipe in her hand, she said, she had just passed the Asura Palace's test, so why didn't she rest a bit? Seeing Matt Naguya, DM Naguya turned around. Did second sister have something to look for you? Matt Naguya corrected, looking for two people. Her beautiful face smiled and said, the next day the main hall would accept disciples. He heard that and went up to ask, do you need to prepare anything? She said, there is no need for you to prepare yourself, there are just a few things that need to be reminded. Hatrai conveniently took the notebook from DM Naguya's hand to write down, his disciple will definitely write it all down. Seeing him holding her notebook, she screamed in her heart, begged not to continue turning it. Luckily at this time, Matt Naguya turned around and said, it's a great day. Then before her eyes appeared an illusory scene of 6 islands floating in the air, including the 6 monasteries. She said, the 6 gate masters would all come. Her charming face turned to glance at her and reminded her that these 6 sect masters were not easy to deal with. The image of 6 human silhouettes representing the 6 gates appears. The holy area of wounded soldiers is composed of the 6 gates, the outer gate, the temple and the mainland. Under the command of female Emperor Li Tran, he maintained calm on the outside, accompanied by the image of his great master. Then she gradually suggested the problem to him. The 4 immortals accepting disciples was an unprecedented event, and this true disciple had not yet officially entered the sect and had already passed the Asura Palace's test, the image of him kneeling down, in front of 4 silhouettes. She slowly puffed on a cigarette and let out the smoke. Her eyes were full of meaning before leaving to say a word. The next day would probably be very bustling. On the day the main hall accepted disciples, thousands of people crowded around the hall. Everyone seemed nervous and noisily talking and discussing. In a corner, the three disciples who always bullied Ha Tri also came. Trong Sai angrily said, "You two just dragged me here to see what the fuss is all about." He grumbled angrily, not accepting us as his disciple. Vuong Tu, who understood his friend's personality, reminded him that this kind of excitement doesn't happen every day, and it's not the time for Tin Ca. Did you tell us to keep an eye on Ha Tri? The three of them kept whispering. Tin Ca asked to leave and return to Tian Dao Min. When he comes back, he will definitely not lack our good things. The boss is the young master of Tian Dao Min. He was bullied outside and inside. There will be someone up there who can help him. That kid, Ha Tri, won't be satisfied for much longer. I don't know where he got his confidence from, but he still laughed so boldly that he just needed to wait until that day to make people happy. The fat guy Li Tam also joined in and said something. Why can't he wait until later? He will probably be disciplined today. That kid is so arrogant that he has been noticed by the inner sect and he hasn't even mentioned the sect master yet. What will the remaining 5 sects think? The sect master of Loyanggu sect, Kwok, is not an easy person to deceive. Just as he finished speaking, a person's footsteps walked up the stairs. Images of 6 people representing 6 sects stepped forward one after another. The first person was Sun Cao Duong of Mockingu Mon. The second person's name is Han Tian Kong of Kim Ngu Mon. The third person, Fa Hong Duk, landed at Ngu Mon. Next comes Chi Hong Bo of the Water Palace Gate. Thursday is a girl named Bo Beiling of Fan Ngu Mon. The last representative of Loy Ngu sect Kwok Sok. All 5 people entered the main hall together. Everyone took turns sitting down in their positions. The image was shown to Kwok Sok in the mouths of the 3 disciples who had just been discussing. He sat down in his position, his face frowned, showing his discomfort, but he said nothing. Fan Ngu sect leader, Bo Beiling, saw him like that, smiling and teasing sect leader Kwok. Why did he look over and over to see you turning away like that? Is it because your Loy Ngu sect's food is not good? Is it nutritious? She smiled and said, the chef of Fan Ngu sect is not bad. Do you want to borrow it? He didn't pay attention to what she said, crossed his arms, still looked serious and replied, I thought you didn't even look to see what day it was, so I just joked around a little. She still crossed her legs and calmly replied, isn't it just the 4 immortals accepting disciples? So there's nothing strange about this, it's just that it took a few years to accept disciples. He commented displeasedly, this newly accepted disciple can't help but be too arrogant. We, deep in the inner sect, are afraid that we are already familiar with his name and sooner or later someone like this will get into trouble, for the holy realm of commerce. A voice came from outside, interrupting the 4 fairies' priceless conversation. Leading the way is the beautiful, mysterious back of the female emperor Li Tran. When Kwok Sok saw it, he immediately bowed his head and paid homage to the 4 fairies. All 4 people did not respond, and the atmosphere became silent. All of them have their own thoughts in DM Naguyat's heart, so she hates to show her face and silently scold her. She's a bunch of old people who can't even die. Mat Naguyat was still smiling happily on the outside, secretly thinking, hoping that her disciple could be a little more obedient. As for the 3rd master, Tin Ham, he was still as cold as the rumors said, pure jade inside and out, quiet without saying a word. At this time, the female emperor also spoke up and sat down. Then she immediately walked to the chair and sat down. She sat with her legs crossed, looking extremely arrogant and equally beautiful. After everyone was seated, the atmosphere became serious. Li Tran immediately opened his mouth and began to speak frankly, I have never liked writing, so let's ignore all those troubles. She leisurely stated the main content of today. If it weren't for the matter of accepting disciples that required 6 sect leaders to witness, then I wouldn't mind you all coming here. Ha Tri's footsteps approached his back entering the room. Bowing his head and clasping his hands in worship, the little disciple Ha Tri met 4 masters and 6 sect leaders. In his mind, he remembered the advice of his second master, although the leader of this holy domain commercial union is my great master Lady Li Tran. The 6 sects emphasize the autonomy of the grand meeting to accept disciples this time as masters. I hope the stupid seal will avoid trouble for once. 4th Master DM Naguyat looked disdainful and said, that old man Kwok Sok has always wanted to move into the Temple of Commerce but is very cunning and has never dared to agree to my challenge. He is just a cowardly old man, just like a mouse showing off its prestige. Returning to the main story, Bo Beiling saw his appearance and excitedly exclaimed, Ayo! She didn't hesitate to ask directly in front of everyone, if she looks like the type I like, is she married yet? She continued to seduce, intending that the lover did not know that he was living in Fan Ngu Mon, eating well and getting drunk. Hearing her ask several questions in a row made him startled and confused, not understanding anything. Shi Hongbo of the Water Palace with dark skin and gray hair, white teeth like a toothpaste commercial. Men should still be a little dark to be strong. This guy has soft skin and soft flesh. TSK, that's not enough. Men, it's true that as our grandparents often say, when people lack something, they often scrutinize that thing. Bu Beiling sat on one side disgustedly and said, I can't swallow it because I'm all black like you waterbending disciples, I like white people. Ha Tri on the side looked at the two people talking and felt speechless. Kwok Sok sat on one side, his face turned black and he couldn't bear to shout. What else could he say? He stood with his hands on his hands and silently listened to what he said. He gritted his teeth and argued eloquently, on the majestic hall where the female emperor Li Tran commanded. How can you two make noise? He stood to the side and secretly gave him a few likes, going beyond his duty like that really had ambitions that directly turned him into a bad person, so we don't have to guess. Li Tran also doesn't want to beat around the bush and say that the people of the Tianjin Holy Region are united as one body, and I also hope that if you have something to say, just say it straight. Just waiting for this sentence, Kwok Sok stood up. Come closer and look straight towards Ha Tri. He opened his mouth to mock. Of course our six-sect friends always look up to the four immortals, but we also have to look down on some people who have unclear purposes to ruin the four immortals' reputation. What he said was so clear. After hearing it, he immediately looked solemn and understood the problem. I understand that the person you are talking about is me, right? He listed some of your achievements with a suspicious tone, heard that you had reached the Jade Heavenly stage and also solved the 9,000 tribulations and destroyed the formation very easily. 2 days ago, you passed the test of the Asura Palace. He raised his voice to question, but the old man still didn't really understand how an outer disciple of the Ling Shui realm who had only now been promoted to the Yuan High realm could do those things. Knowing that he was not easy to deal with, Ha Tri decided to pretend to be stupid like his master said. The boy did not understand. Third Master Tin Ham coordinated and explained sarcastically, perhaps what he meant was that you cheated in the presence of many people. Sect leader Kwok also suspected the female emperor like that. DM Naguyat sitting next to her also proudly crossed her arms and scoffed. The sect leader Kwok's mind had 6 subjects, of course he would think a little more. Angry veins appeared on his face, but he did not dare to refute and just remained silent. Li Tran finally stood up and decided, today you have met Ha Tri, so if you still have any doubts, let the intersect examination clear it up. Then she asked everyone's opinion but looked at Kwok Sok. How was it? He turned around and pretended to be serious and said, that's fine, it's just that the people participating in the intersect exam are all the best disciples in the past 3 years, the pressure is not small. Then he pretended to think about the big situation and put pressure on him to give up. If at that time he was kicked out of the school, wouldn't it tarnish the reputation of the four immortals? Hearing this, Ha Tri immediately spoke up with determination. 4 masters and 6 sect leaders, please rest assured that I will definitely not disappoint you. Hearing that, he could only let out a dissatisfied sound. Second Master Mat Naguyat was quite satisfied with his performance and silently praised that his disciple was very obedient. He turned and left, so the old man asked to wait. Everything was fine, so Li Tran did not say anything more and remained silent. Mat Naguyat stretched out and yawned. Seeing that everything was in order, she asked, should the main hall accept disciples end here or should everyone play 2 games of mahjong and then leave? Guo Sok, who had suffered quite a lot in her hands, couldn't keep her composure and got angry. The old man didn't play mahjong with the cheating fox, so you're dismissed. Outside the main hall, when the head of the sect, Kwok Sok, was about to leave, a voice called him back. The head of the sect, Kwok Sok. The person calling him was Bo Beiling of Fanangu sect. She mysteriously called out, why was sect leader Kwok going so fast? Seeing her joking look, he asked uncomfortably, what's wrong? She made an offer. I know you like to bet, I quite like this kid Ha Tri. She opened her arms and smiled, saying that she wanted to bet him a treasure. They are all old foxes who have been fighting for many years. If it is not for profit, it is not a good thing. He darkened his face and understood what she meant. You want to take my original intention? She spread her hands and said reasonably, if you also have 2 pills and give me 1 equally, it's not a big deal to anyone. He probed and asked her opinion. Do you think that kid can pass the test? She didn't answer, just hinted, who knows? Then the image turned back to her, just playing around. Half a month ago, the inner exam. The blue sky stretched endlessly, where a large carriage flew past in midair. 4 mighty horses, with shiny fur and manes blowing in the wind, were pulling the cart strongly and rushing quickly. Ha Tri opened the curtain from the carriage. Then looked into the distance. Here it seemed to be Tuckland. Behind Mat Naguyat was lying sideways on a chair. She propped one hand on her head in a comfortable and seductive position and asked Ha Tri, which land was Tuk. Ha Tri laughed and explained, ha ha ha, this is the place I dreamed about. It is also this type of valley terrain. In the summer it is both hot and warm, like a sauna. Lee Tran sat in the middle, looking dignified, asking if people from Tuk like to eat spicy food. When Ha Tri heard her say that, he was dumbfounded and wondered, Great Master, how did you know? Lee Tran replied leisurely, the valley has high humidity, eating spicy food does not get humid, isn't this common knowledge? Ha Tri looked intently at his great master and pondered. In his mind, the image of Lee Tran just throwing things to him and saying, the power of an atomic bomb, if I get a chance, I want to try and feel it, you have to try your best. Ha Tri thought to himself, that time too, I clearly heard her say the 3 words atomic bomb. He had some doubts, perhaps the great master, 8 points is correct, the system cannot clarify the identity of others, probably she is the same. Suddenly DM Naguyat sitting next to her reached out and patted Ha Tri's back, a loud popping sound. Hey, what are you so dumbfounded? Come to Ban Sun Trang soon, fight me 2 moves. Ha Tri was startled and his whole body was in pain. He turned to glare at DM Naguyat with a gritted teeth tone. Fourth master, if I were a normal person, that punch just now would have destroyed my internal organs. DM Naguyat crossed her arms and didn't care, but then continued speaking. Even though she said that with her mouth, in her heart she was scolding Ha Tri. This guy hasn't forgotten the bet. It's been a few days and he hasn't proactively mentioned it. Kidding me, huh? The system notification bar showing DM Naguyat's anger value was constantly increasing, making Ha Tri full of questions, not understanding why. On this side, Mat Naguyat suddenly sat up on her hands and knees, gradually moving closer to Ha Tri. She raised her slender arm and lifted Ha Tri's chin, speaking in a seductive voice and instructing her. A few days ago you told me to teach you magic tricks. Son, the teacher has deliberately prepared a few lessons for you. You must study very hard. If you don't learn, you will have to be punished by your teacher. Ha Tri blushed and stammered, yes. He just imagined the scene of himself hanging upside down on a tree. Below was Mat Naguyat holding a whip to whip him. His face turned pale and he thought, is this the punishment I am thinking? Imagining that, Ha Tri raised his fist in a firm posture, reaffirming to Mat Naguyat that he will definitely study hard. Mat Naguyat felt relieved when she heard that. She glanced and saw DM Naguyat sitting next to Ha Tri, her arms crossed, her face angry and frowning. Her thoughts were confused and she asked, do you have anything on your mind? DM Naguyat returned to her senses, waved her hand, smiled and denied. What? Why do you have any feelings? I don't have any. Mat Naguyat stared at her, her tone suspicious. Oh, 2 days ago at Dong Tien Tri, the two of you still haven't finished talking, right? When DM Naguyat heard her say that, she blushed even more and panicked, loudly denied pushing, said, finished talking a long time ago. She explained while turning to ask Ha Tri, looking like she didn't understand what was going on. Right, Ha Tri? He put his hand on his chin and tried to think again. It seemed like we were talking about betting. Having said that, Ha Tri immediately realized something. He turned towards DM Naguyat with a teasing look on his face. Oh, bet, the fourth master lost. DM Naguyat suddenly turned to Lee Tran, raised her hands, whined and cried loudly, causing Ha Tri sitting next to her to raise her hands to cover both her ears. Big sister taught me how to set up the battle. Lee Tran calmly answered her. Even if he was a disciple, he still had to play along. DM Naguyat was admonished by her big sister, with an aggrieved expression and unwillingly replied, yes. At this time, the horse stopped running. The luxurious carriage parked in front of the large Ban Sun Trang gate. Mat Naguyat lifted the curtain and got out of the car and told Ha Tri and DM Naguyat, they're here, wait for the two of them to make arrangements and then talk about betting. Ha Tri and DM Naguyat, who were having a hard time, also followed her. Tin Ham was about to step down when he heard Lee Tran calling again, Tin Ham. She gently looked at Lee Tran and said something to reassure big sister, I'm okay. Lee Tran also looked at her and replied, yes. Outside the carriage, DM Naguyat was raising her knife angrily chasing after Ha Tri, shouting threats. Ha Tri, you better not talk nonsense, the 9 Li knife has no eyes. Ha Tri also shouted loudly to condemn her. The great master said that if you play, you must endure, and the fourth master said he did not keep his word. 3 people stood behind and watched DM Naguyat chase Ha Tri. Mat Naguyat assessed that these 2 people were really crazy people. Tin Ham was silent and said nothing. Frozen marks began to appear on both sides of her thighs. She leaned over and staggered towards Mat Naguyat. Mat Naguyat panicked and shouted her name, Tin Ham. Lee Tran stood behind and reached out to Tin Ham to mobilize spiritual energy. Mat Nguyen saw this and also reached out to help her sister. The third sister had an attack again. Lee Tran told Tin Ham, "Now I will take you to Dong Tan Valley to cultivate. Mat Nguyen, you stay here to watch over DM Nguyen and Ha Tri." Mat Nguyen replied, "Okay, you can rest assured and go." Lee Tran immediately chanted the spell. She and Tin Ham teleported away. Mat Nguyen quietly looked in the direction the two people disappeared. A gust of wind blew past, causing her hair and shirt to flutter. At Ban Sun Trang Main Monastery, Mat Nguyen came and grabbed DM Nguyen and lifted her up. Okay, don't make trouble anymore. DM Nguyen is still struggling and screaming loudly. "My second sister, quickly let me go. I have to cut this kid to death." Mat Nguyen let go of her hand and sighed helplessly, humorously, "Don't forget the purpose of our coming here." DM Nguyen complained with a frown and dissatisfied face, "Isn't that guy very powerful? If he could pass even Lean Hoa's test easily, then what is an intersect test? I think it's better to consider this trip as a relaxing trip." Having finished speaking, she suddenly realized that Lee Tran and Tin Ham were nowhere to be found, so she asked, "Where are big sister and third sister?" Mat Nguyen frowned and said, "Tin Ham had an attack again." "So have they arrived at Dong Tan Valley?" At this time, Ha Tri came from afar, 2 masters. He wondered, where are the Grand Master and the Third Master? Hearing Ha Tri say that made both Mat Nguyen and DM Nguyen startled and shouted in response. The two of them suddenly had an urgent matter. Ha Tri stared thoughtfully at the guilty and evasive faces of the 2 masters. He thought to himself, the reactions of the 4 masters and the second master were very unusual. Suddenly, Ha Tri clapped his hands together with sparkling eyes, showing that he understood and spoke up to relieve Mat Nguyen and DM Nguyen. "The master is the female emperor, so of course he is busy with work. The third master is the assistant of the great master, so he will definitely follow along." Hearing Ha Tri explain himself like that, the 2 masters opposite both laughed and nodded in agreement. Yes, what you said is very right, the 2 of them are busy, ha ha ha." DM Nguyen quickly changed the subject, grabbed Ha Tri's arm and pulled, let's go to the middle of the field to play a few moves." DM Nguyet's expression made Ha Tri think even more firmly, there really is a problem. It's okay, sooner or later we'll figure it out. DM Nguyen tried to urge, "Could you be a little faster?" Mat Nguyen was still standing behind, looking at the 2 people's silhouettes with sad eyes. She thought to herself, Tin Ham's story is still a secret that only the 4 of us know. Please forgive us for having secrets and not telling them, we have suffering. A moment later, 2 people on this side entered the ring. Ha Tri and DM Nguyen stood opposite, silently looking at each other. DM Nguyen spoke first, "I won't say any more useless opening words, let's start straight away." Ha Tri replied, "Fourth Master, please advise." DM Nguyen immediately recited the mantra. The chains carrying the red-yellow light of spiritual energy radiated from her hands, covering her whole body and then disappearing on their own. Her 2 pupils became bright. "I have already limited my realm, and I am no different from you as a third-order primordial sea. But I have to remind you, if you want to learn the 9 stars and fire, don't use the cheating tricks from before anymore." The system appeared next to Ha Tri and said, "I can give you other methods to ensure she cannot see." Ha Tri just nonchalantly replied, "Siri, just watch this time." When hearing Ha Tri say so, the system was still a little worried. DM Nguyen is known as the 9-Li knife god, the strongest swordsman at present. Is the host sure? Ha Tri affirmed, "Definitely." At that time, DM Nguyen suddenly pulled out a sword from space. This knife was a small gift given to her by her teacher. The name is Tian Mo. She gave the knife to Ha Tri and said, "Hold the knife firmly, and can't let go at any time." Ha Tri grabbed the sword, fire flew around him. Ha Tri thought to himself, "It's too heavy." On this side, Mat Nguyen was standing there watching the 2 prepare for a match. When she saw DM Nguyet's actions, she thought to herself, giving the heavenly tomb to someone else, clearly in love. DM Nguyen smiled and asked, "Are you ready?" Ha Tri firmly grasped the sword, ready to fight. DM Nguyen jumped up and rushed towards Ha Tri as fast as lightning. She swung her sword and slashed down. Ha Tri quickly dodged the attack and thought to himself, making a single attack. DM Nguyen still did not hesitate and continued to swing the knife towards Ha Tri, causing him to raise his sword. Her attack sent Ha Tri flying a great distance. He stuck the sword into the ground to stabilize his body. DM Nguyen continued to attack. This time Ha Tri blocked her attack. But the continuous blows from behind made him scream in panic, "Please save his life." Hatrai was chased and beaten by DM Naguyat and ran around screaming, "Save my life, save my life." While running, DM Naguyat suddenly appeared from the sky, raised a knife to slash down. She threw the blow and said loudly, "If there is a knife, there is a person. If the knife is here, then the person is also here." As he finished speaking, the sound of two weapons colliding with each other was deafening, and sparks flew out. DM Naguyat smiled and said, "The swordsman's sword does not use the realm to bind, but uses your mind to bind." As she finished speaking, Hatrai suddenly swung his knife at DM Naguyat and cut off a lock of her hair. Seeing this, DM Naguyat widened her eyes in surprise. Then smiled in understanding. This kid must have secretly learned my secrets. After cutting that knife, Hatrai also fell to the ground. He curled his mouth and thought to himself, fortunately he had the sacred body of Kinkon to be able to see and understand the soul scrolls of those scenes. DM Naguyat looked down from above at Hatrai lying on the ground and said, "Although I give you the heavenly tomb, the knife will choose its owner. But your expression is still not qualified to be its owner." She angrily raised her foot and stomped on Hatrai's face while screaming loudly, her eyes tired of waiting. Hatrai had difficulty dodging DM Naguyat's kick and thought, was the realm really limited to the third level of Wind High, so strong that it was perverted? Right now, in the system space showing the battle between Hatrai and DM Naguyat, a voice rang out. At first, when accepting Hatrai, he even felt that his heart was a bit despicable. But after sending away more than 100 hosts, he was the only one who clearly understood that he could not rely entirely on the system. Maybe this time. Having said this, the sound suddenly became silent. The match on this side was still continuing. Hatrai with a scratched face was coughing. DM Naguyat on the other side shouted loudly while swinging her knife, "My knife is for people who can control it to use. It's up to you whether you know how to use it or not." Hatrai crouched down to dodge the attack and silently assessed DM Naguyat. Even though her realm was limited, her sword technique was still as ecstatic as before. DM Naguyat continues to unleash her moves. "If you give your all until you die, then you will be considered an excellent swordsman." She jumped into the air and then used her strength to strike down, causing the air around her to explode. Hatrai had difficulty dodging. She had merged with the knife into one body. Even if you don't have a high level, you're still the same strong person as before. Just as Hatrai was lost in thought, DM Naguyat suddenly appeared behind him with a cold voice. "What are you thinking about?" Hatrai was startled and turned back but still couldn't make it in time. DM Naguyat straightened her legs and kicked him in the waist, then shouted loudly to teach and concentrate. The sword in Hatrai's hand was not held firmly and was thrown away. Fly in the air a few times. Then plunged it into the ground. DM Naguyat followed that sword with her eyes and retracted the weapon into space and said, "If just now had been a real battle, when you were thinking haphazardly, you would have died." Hatrai put both hands on the ground and coughed. Seeing him struggling like that, DM Naguyat quickly said, "Stop pretending, I won't use force." Hatrai suddenly changed his posture and knelt on one knee on the ground, clasping his hands together into fists and bowing his head in prayer. "Four masters, please teach me the 9 elements of literacy." DM Naguyat Nong blushed in surprise and stammered awkwardly, "Originally intending to teach you. Why are you so serious all of a sudden?" Hatrai step by step approached DM Naguyat and grabbed her hand, causing DM Naguyat to shyly shout, What do you want to do?" Hatrai put on an innocent face and pleaded, "Master, teach me, teach me." He continued to flatter, "Your slash from the sky just now was really cool." DM Naguyat immediately withdrew her hand and replied that she had to practice her foundation well before continuing. She blushed and glanced at Hatrai complaining, thinking, "Why are you suddenly holding someone's hand? It's not serious at all." Hatrai turned around and walked towards the sword that was stuck in the ground and said, "I have learned a little, I practice for everyone to see. When I put my hand on the hilt of the knife and tried to pull it out, I found that I couldn't pull it out. I'm skeptical, what's going on?" Hatrai used all his strength from the time he breastfed until now to pull out the knife. Despite using so much strength, the sword still stood motionless, not moving a bit. Seeing this, DM Naguyat put her hands on her hips and smiled mischievously. "It seems Tianmo has not chosen you as its owner." Hearing that, Hatrai raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead and looked for an answer from DM Naguyat. So what should we do now?" She replied seriously, proving it to him. Hatrai was speechless and gaped at her. He frowned and looked at the sword wondering how to prove it and say sweet words to it. DM Naguyat looked sleepy, stretched and yawned. Although there was no doubt about the loser today, she was indeed talented. Read that secret book of mine a little more, you will definitely be inspired. Hatrai clasped his hands and replied yes. DM Naguyat activated her spiritual power and said, I'm going out, I haven't been to Minchi for a long time. I have to make a trip to Dong Thang Kok, I don't know how my sister is doing. After speaking, she seemed to turn into a flame and fly into the sky, leaving only a flash of light. Hatrai looked up at DM Naguyat's thoughtful figure, she saw that I had learned the secret book. At this moment, Mat Naguyat suddenly jumped on Hatrai from behind, threw her arms around his neck. My disciple is very good. Hatrai replied, Second Master, I lost so miserably, please stop laughing at me. Mat Naguyat looked at him comfortingly. The swordsman could receive the recognition of the 9-Li sword god. There were only 3 people in the world. What else is there to not be satisfied with? Hatrai scratched his head and his voice was clearly tired, feeling much weaker. Mat Naguyat changed the topic to something else. The knife has already been practiced, next the teacher will take her child to learn magic. Hatrai put his hands on his hips and leaned back slightly, saying, Now, I'm afraid it won't work. When Mat Naguyat heard that, she covered her mouth and asked, What's wrong? The knife training just now won't hurt your kidneys, right? Hatrai frowned and quickly corrected, it was just back pain. If you see that, you feel reassured, that's good. Having finished speaking, she pulled out 2 yellow pills from nowhere. With a smiling face and seductive posture, the charming woman shot them out in all directions and told Hatrai, because the teacher has a lot of medicine to treat wounds. I just let you try the medicine I just prepared. Hatrai's voice came from inside the house, thanking the second master for his medicine. He said as he closed the door, Your waist is really strong now, goodbye. Close the door. He sighed in relief, phew. He raised his hand to wipe the scratches on his face and exclaimed, Second master's magic was really bad. If you study a few more times, you will definitely bleed to death. Recalling the sad expression of Mat Naguyat before, he immediately thought, it seemed like the second master had a confidant. Otherwise, it won't show that expression. Suddenly the Siri behind him made a sound, reminding him of a new task. In front of him was a screen created by that Siri on which was his new mission, protect the royal palace messenger of the holy capital city. A successful mission rewards 100,000 wrath points, a failed mission, defeat and punishment. What caught his eye was a bonus, he said. Why did the messenger of the holy land of the city appear in the middle of Tianj? Shouldn't he have gone straight to the divine land of Tianj Min to pay his respects to the master? It answered him, Kung Mak came here hiding his identity, claiming to be a foreign trade merchant. His purpose was unknown. He replied, even you don't know his purpose. People's hearts are hard to guess, and the system is also hard to guess. He asked again, where is the mission location? A map appeared in front of him, and the detailed information of the mission would now be synchronized to the host's head, and the synchronization was successful. Just at that time, he also began to use internal energy to begin the mission. Based on the information recorded in the book, this world has 3 most powerful continents. Besides the Trade Alliance, it is the capital of the Holy Land, and free states. He ran extremely fast to get there. The capital city of the Holy Land ruled by the Queen had already cut off contact with other continents. I heard that this queen used to be gentle and approachable. The queen is greatly revered, known as the White Dove of the Holy Land. But suddenly one day the queen's personality changed completely and she closed the big door of the imperial city, and at the same time closed the country, which had never been seen for 15 years. He arrived at Lam Tianj village, standing on the cliff looking down at the quiet space. He said, if the country was closed, why did they still send messengers? The system responded, the system had no relevant information. He started jumping from the wall into the village. He thought, it's definitely not a good thing, disguising his identity and sneaking into the gang, not daring to use his identity as a messenger to meet people. There must be a secret that can't be told, others know. In the quiet space of the village. In a certain building, a sound came out, old man should drink someone else's wine, this old man will be angry. There were 2 beautiful women sitting on either side of a big man. The girl in the yellow dress complained, clearly saying she would drink the other person's wine first. Kung Mak laughed happily. The old man replied, don't be jealous, master, drink everything. Take down your hat and act like a spoiled woman, you're so obnoxious, ha! Knock knock, the old man is me. A hand knocked on the door and said. The door was opened by a man. In front of the door is Tu Ling, who is kneeling holding a bag of money and saying, Sir, this is the money collected, please check it out. The man holding the money replied, "Yes, please go down." She replied, "Yes." Kung Mak suddenly gave her a despicable smile and told her, "Wait." He asked her, "Little lady, what is your name?" She replied, "My name is Tu Ling Dang." He gave her a despicable smile and asked her if she was married yet. She was afraid and replied, "No, without me she would be an orphan." He was like a monster standing in front of Tu Ling saying, "Orphan, orphan, good." He continued to ask her, "I remember the payback who brought the money here is Tai Lang, where is she?" She replied, "Sister Tai Lang had some urgent matters at home and needed to go home, so she told me to come collect the money, for her." Kung Mak smiled, put one hand in his pocket and replied, "Oh, so that's it, haha." He threw down a piece of gold in front of her and said, "Here's your reward." He looked down at her with a despicable look and continued to say, "From now on, Tai Lang won't need to come anymore, let her take care of household matters carefully. This position is for you, as long as you serve my master well, the reward will not be lacking for you," he said as he stuck out his tongue and let out drops of thirsty saliva. Tu Ling Dang said in panic, "How is this possible? It's too much." Kung Mo laughed loudly and replied, "Haha, this doesn't count as much, take it." She knelt down and bowed to Kung Mak. While bowing, she said, "Thank you, sir, thank you, sir." Tu Ling was looking at the gold in her hand with bright eyes. Kung Mak reached out and held her hand, smiling, "Haha." He held her hand and rubbed it. He finally approached her and said, "The little girl's skin was truly as soft as cow's milk." In front of the extremely quiet house is Ha Tri sitting dejectedly perched on a tree branch. He was sitting with his chin in his hands, concentrating on looking at the house. Suddenly, in front of the whole house, a girl appeared, Tu Ling Dang, running out of Mr. Kung Mak's house. Kung Mak was walking with his disciples. As he walked, he said, "This girl has a bit of personality, sir, I really like it." Ha Tri asked Siri. Siri scanned the ranks of the two guards behind Kung Mak. After Siri searched, in front of him appeared the information of two guards. The two masters behind Kung Mak had reached the realm of communication. He wondered, in the virtual world, he was willing to be someone else's servant. Siri replied to him, "In the face of huge benefits, people will do anything for power." He smiled softly and said to Siri, "Siri, I discovered that you have changed recently." Siri replied back to him, "Because you named me, I thought maybe you like to communicate like a friend." Ha Tri smiled with satisfaction. "Very good, keep it up, let's go see that girl." Siri reminded him, "The mission is to protect Kung Mak." As he ran, he replied that if you have an expert in the void realm by your side, it wouldn't be so easy to die. At a stream at the edge of the forest, there were hands rubbing each finger in the stream. None other than Tu Ling Dang. She was kneeling on the bank of the stream, washing her hands and remembering the disgusting scene of old Kung Mak when he was close to her. She could only breathe out a sigh. Ah. Ha Tri and Siri were standing at the edge of the forest looking at her. He frowned and spoke up, "If that girl was too shy, her skin would peel off." He thoughtfully asked Siri, "Guess what happened in the room?" "Let me guess." He imagined Mr. Kung Mak's despicable face and couldn't help but cry. The young girl from a poor background became an alum in a disobedient landowner's house, but he was staring at her. She was so angry that she didn't dare say anything. "I can only let the landlord's pig hand rub my hand." Siri replied to him. The host seemed to be at the scene. He smiled shyly in response, just the usual development of the story. He leaned against the tree and wondered, "But did you design the system mission you designed yourself? Why did you choose me?" Siri just looked at him without knowing what to say next. Ha Tri continued to say, "Why don't you talk anymore?" Siri remembered when he was sitting reading a book and replied, "Because when choosing a host, your desire is the strongest." Siri continued, "At that time it was clear that you were just looking at the words appearing on the building outside the window. I don't know what you were thinking, what you were hoping for. The system had already chosen you. It appeared in front of you, screen with the words, 'I am on duty, other things cannot be revealed further.'" Ha Tri continued to speak with a sad expression, "Perhaps you are not the only one in the system, right?" A screen appeared in front of him with the same text as before. Ha Tri looked down with a disappointed expression, sigh, knowing that asking directly would not get an answer. He remembered the scene when the Great Master spoke. The Great Master's expression was very clear. That image is Lim Kiem Giao telling everyone, "Do Tuk people really like spicy food?" Ha Tri continued to think, if I was limited to not being able to reveal the system, then she probably had the same restriction, but she unintentionally hinted many times, probably wanting to confirm her identity with me. Why? It's just that it's unclear where she comes from, what era she comes from, and what should be used to confirm her. Siri spoke from the side. Host, that girl is about to leave. What is the purpose of us chasing here? He smiled and replied, let's see. Siri looked towards him in confusion. He explained as he walked, the system only assigned the task of protecting Kung Mak, and did not say who would sneak attack him. We could only proceed to check all suspicious people. Siri replied, so he had eliminated this girl's suspicions. He smiled and looked at her. Her suspicions were very big. Hatrai continued, a poor girl being bullied is a bomb that can explode at any time. Suddenly someone shouted, Hatrai. The defensive guy looked up. Who? That voice continued, Hatrai, where are you? He placed his hand on his chest as if he recognized it as the voice of the Four Masters. The voice continued to come out, it was me, the one who had been in contact with the heavenly tomb so I could spiritually communicate with you. Somewhere suddenly a fire fell from the sky straight down to where Hatrai was standing. From the fire that appeared was the fourth master DM Naguyat. He could only say in bewilderment, Four Masters. DM Naguyat frowned and said, you're not at the mountain to practice, why are you running to Lamtianj village? Hatrai scratched his head and smiled and replied, the first time I came to a strange place, I was used to going out to get used to the surroundings. He continued, that's right, fourth master, what do you want me to do for you? DM Naguyat replied, my eldest sister told me to protect a rich businessman named Kung Mak. Hatrai asked in confusion, the four immortals are like the king of a country, why do they personally protect the people? She angrily kicked him. Big sister told her that if she did, she would only be asked so many questions. He rubbed his butt and grimaced. She walked away and said, let's go find the person named Kung Trang first. He continued to ask, did the master say who would secretly attack Kung Mak? DM Naguyat replied, not saying, just saying that the murderer will appear tonight. It seems you are very curious about this. She turned around and glanced at him asking. He looked serious and said, this trip was originally a trip out to practice, shouldn't I take it seriously? She replied as she walked, which was also true. DM Naguyat continued with proud eyes, Big Sister has the ability to predict, many times predicting the coming danger, worthy of being the female emperor of the holy realm of commerce. She said with admiring eyes, I don't know when I will become a saint, as supernatural as Big Sister. He could only laugh when he heard it, the ability to predict. On the other hand, he was thinking, it must be the system's credit, but why didn't she personally participate in the mission? Walking to the front door of Kung Mak's house, he told her as he walked, that afternoon when I was wandering around, I saw that guy Kung Mak, I remember, yes, he seemed to be there. He continued to provide information to DM Naguyat, I remember there were two guards next to him, their level was not low, I'm afraid they didn't need our protection. She praised, you've heard quite a bit of news, he replied with a shy look despite his broad shoulders and round body, in the best room in the village, it was difficult for others to not notice. He described Kung Mak's attitude, he didn't look like a good person, do we really need to protect him? After hearing that, she got angry again, Big Sister suddenly had her own purpose. Next to the stream. There is a person standing holding a sword, a powerful character is coming. He held the sword and replied, it's okay, it's just a bit complicated, it can be solved. He is Kamdik too. Next to Kung Mak's house, DM Naguyat and Hatrai were standing guard. She spoke up, we hugged the tree and waited for the rabbit. At that time, we made a final decision and quickly went home to sleep. He replied dejectedly, there are people here who don't need my help at all. She answered him with a sinister look, it seems you really want to share the burden with me. She continued to say, let's leave this not difficult job to you. He replied with an innocent face, no, not very good, this is after all the great master's instructions. On the opposite side, watching the two people is Kamdai too. He was hiding and observing and judging, that young man was probably the one who had been watching just now, low-level people don't need to worry. He looked towards the two people and surprisingly recognized DM Naguyat. DM Naguyat is one of the four fairies of the Temple of Commerce. Why is she here? What does she have to do with that young man? DM Naguyat seemed to realize something, glanced at him. Hatrai felt strange and asked her, the fourth master. She then threw a fire attack at him, an explosion sounded. Hatrai shouted, Four Masters. Kamdai too spoke up, not expecting that even the existence of the breath-hidden shield could be sensed. He stood up and said, is this the Four Immortals? His left eye flashed bright red as he continued, it's not like you guys are guarding the front door of Kung Mak's house, it's not like you're waiting for me. DM Naguyat spoke up, this guy's voice is a bit arrogant, he's cultivating a god. Ha Tri stood aside and didn't understand. In front of him appeared a screen with the words, Level 1 God Training, Identity. He stood to the side thinking, to protect Kung Mak, send DM Naguyat, the person who assaulted was a God-level practitioner. After all, this Kung Mak, he continued to say Siri, are you sure you didn't hide information related to me? Duty, Siri replied, I am a system that calculates functions, not a system that knows everything. The information I tell the host is everything. On this side, DM Naguyat began to practice with a blazing fire on her sword. She said that there were not many swordsmen who could reach the realm of refining gods. I kept quiet and said nothing. She swung her sword and continued, it's better if we practice a little more. He smiled and replied, being able to fight with the 9-Li knife god is truly an honor. But then he acted like he didn't care, but now I'm not in the mood. There was a noise coming from outside. Mr. Kung Mak immediately ran to open the door and asked, what's going on? What's the sound outside? Thong Hu and Gu Gai replied, Master, let me go investigate. You are with the sage sect. The old man smiled and replied, there are 2 of you brothers here, what do I have to be afraid of? Maybe some house is setting off firecrackers, I'll go see the excitement too. Meanwhile, on this side, Com Dik 2 heard a noise coming from Kung Mak's house. He immediately left, leaving DM Naguyat in full fighting spirit. She spoke up, this guy's purpose is very clear, and being straightforward is also very good. On this side, he flew straight into Kung Mak's house to the surprise of the old man and his 2 guards. He immediately threw the sword straight at the old man, asking the bandits to die. Kung Mak was so scared that his face turned purple. Luckily, there was a sword just in time to block him. That is Thong Hu and Gu stage. Kung Mak breathed a sigh of relief. I died. I made Thong Hu and Gu comfort him. It's okay, it's okay. Thong Hu and Gu Gai said, the people coming have a higher realm than us. Fortunately there are 2 of us, so we can temporarily fend them off. Com Dik 2 spoke up, you 2 are just taking money to do things, I don't want to kill you. If I leave now, I will definitely not take action against you. Both of them protested in unison, stop looking down on others, if you take someone else's money, you have to get rid of that person's misfortune. Since when did DM Naguyat stand on the roof and speak, one after another? I told you we should practice first. He still stood with his back to her and replied, it seems like he can't defeat you. She started using internal energy. Him too. She realized that he was concluding the spell. He began to raise his sword high, clasping his hands in front of his chest to perform the technique, creating an extremely powerful force around him. She thought, this aura felt very strange, what did he want to do? He practiced and spoke with 1,000 flowers. The surroundings were covered with mist, and around him were streaks of purple light. At this time, old Kung Mak was scared purple. He raised his voice and said, protect me, as long as I don't die, I will give you 10,000 taels of gold. The 2 guards were talking to each other. Thong Hu and Gu Gai said, this girl is really strong. As soon as she appeared, the other person's oppressive feeling disappeared. That's right. In the foggy space, Ha Tri frantically searched. 4 masters, the fog is getting thicker and thicker, you must be careful. She raised her hand and hit him. I'm here, you idiot. She smiled and replied, wouldn't it be okay to part the mist? She started using fire to disperse the dew. But to my surprise, when the fog cleared, I couldn't see him anymore. She said, I can't see him anymore, all over this yard is his breath, I really looked at him wrong, sneaky. He replied, although he couldn't feel his body, he could feel the strong murderous aura. She wondered where he was hiding. At this time Siri spoke up, the host can pay 5,000 anger points to buy props, he said angrily, Siri, I found out that you know how to muddy the water. Suddenly there was a flash of light. He asked where the light came from. A streak of red blood appeared, accompanied by a voice, Kung Mak's life was surely taken. He suddenly appeared right behind him, surprising him and his 2 bodyguards. But DM Naguyat was extremely excited, ha! When he left to join Kung Mak, she appeared right in front of him and responded. But it was just an image, it immediately dissipated. She clicked, there were a lot of games. Suddenly, Ha Tri's voice was heard from the pond, the 4 masters were careful, right behind him he appeared. But she couldn't avoid it in time and was hit by his attack. Mr. Kung Mak was extremely frightened. And she fell down after the blow. He glanced with smug eyes. Ha Tri was extremely panicked and called out, 4 masters. Ha Tri turned pale and shouted, ah! In just a blink of an eye, DM Naguyat disappeared with the fire. Calm D2 stood motionless in place. Biting her lip tightly, she thought to herself, this attack has been avoided, and the chance to quickly win is becoming less and less. Suddenly a voice interrupted his thoughts, don't move, if you move, you will die. At this time, DM Naguyat was standing behind him, spreading the rumor. Calm D2 sensed danger, panicked and thought, it's broken, the oppression of the realm. Kung Mac's people outside couldn't help but exclaim, it was too hot. On this side, Hatrai looked at that situation, silently thinking, too strong. The moment he touched the nerve, he used his spiritual energy to pour into the enemy's acupuncture points, temporarily causing the enemy to bear the weight of battle. Huge fight. The purpose of the Asura Palace is this Candace is not simple. The intensity of the spiritual power of the four masters just now, I'm afraid, has been crushed. This is the battle of the high realm. I must quickly become stronger. Without the system I am just an ant. As for Calm D2, he suddenly burst out laughing and said, ha ha ha. We'll die. It seems that people only have quick physical reactions, but the brain cannot keep up. Hearing that, DM Naguyat seemed to realize something. Quickly turned to Kung Mac's group and shouted loudly to get out of the way. But there was no time left. Calm D2 was behind him, swinging his sword at him. But at the decisive moment, a subordinate promptly caught him and saved his life. He was pushed aside and unconsciously cried out, Ayo. Only then did Hatrai realize that as he muttered to himself, the liberation just now was not simply a vision-disturbing technique. And the person standing under DM Naguyat's sword also lost his mind. Calm D2 easily defeated his subordinate. Without hesitation, he quickly chased after Kung Mac. He tried to drag his heavy body to escape, constantly shouting, save his life. Thong Huanggu quickly ran over, trembling, and blocked Calm D2's blow. Then he turned his eyes to Thong Huanggu Gyai, who was coming to his aid, and said, brother, his realm has been temporarily locked by that fairy. Kung Mac fell to the ground, screaming in pain, ah, it hurts, I'm dying. Angry, he looked straight at Calm D2 and ordered him to kill that bastard for me. But right after that, because of the pain, he crouched down and groaned, oh my back, dare to hit me with my intention, you untouchable, I will make you die without a burial ground. Then he stood in a corner, shouting loudly, you two just need to kill him for me, I will give you glory and wealth, you will not be able to enjoy it all in this life. Hatrai thought with disdain, his mouth was foul, seriously, what are the four masters doing? DM Naguyat turned around to look at Calm D2 and fell into deep thought. Strangely, how could he do that? The mortar just now must have touched the body, moreover it was already locked, but suddenly turned into nucleus. Then she sat down on the ground and continued to think, leaving Hatrai bewildered, looking at her in bewilderment and thinking, not intending to take action anymore. Had she discovered something? So he slowly walked to her side and curiously asked, Fourth Master, have you discovered something? She crossed her arms and said calmly, that guy seems to be doing magic, he can't even fight. If you can't fight, it's better to sit down and watch him perform. Since you're out of class, you can't do anything big. As soon as she finished speaking, he also sat next to her, even gave her a lollipop and said, inviting the master to eat. At the same time the system displayed, deducting 1,000 points. But she and he are still wandering around making people eat melons. Kung Mac looked at the two people like that, wondering what the two people wanted to do. It seemed like they had a grudge against that man, but why were they sitting and watching now? Then he shouted, you two, just keep me safe and I will give you money. Contrary to his thoughts, the two Hatrai people coldly said in unison, oh. He immediately asked again, what do you guys mean? DM Naguyat calmly said, aren't you very safe now? If you are about to die, I will take action, don't worry. Hearing that, he got angry and stomped his feet and cursed, where's the little girl? What's your attitude? Ignore him. She turned to ask him, don't you feel strange? Looks like a body but acts a bit hesitantly. Her words made him frown and rub his chin to observe more closely. Then said, indeed, there is a deviation that is difficult to detect. If it were a split body, this kind of hesitation could not have happened unless. At the same time, Calm D2 looked at the current situation and secretly calculated in his heart that although the realm of these two people was one realm lower than mine, the two of them working together to fight could be evenly matched. I can't continue. Thinking about it, he raised his hands and performed a kaleidoscopic move. As he finished speaking, countless boys appeared before everyone's eyes. Someone said that such a powerful person has a grudge against this fat pig with money. It seems that this big fat pig has a lot of secrets. Kung Mac's face turned black. Hey, are you saying what's in your heart? On this side, Ha Tri and DM Naguyat had the same thought, yet they were able to create so many clones. If they were truly clones, with such a large quantity, the stored spiritual energy would all be destroyed. To consume all the books in half a stick of incense is really stupid. The old man's face turned pale. Mother, monster, what kind of monster? Why do you want to kill me? I don't remember having a grudge against him. Could it be that he is an assassin sent by the enemy? My identity as a messenger has been exposed. He looked at Comdeek and shouted loudly while his face remained expressionless, that guy, who sent you, I will pay you 10 times more. He gritted his teeth, he didn't need money. Thong Huangu Gyai and Thong Huangu began to panic. He still hadn't fought with all his strength. It was difficult to solve. Originally thought that the two of them working together could restrain him. Now it seems that he is sure. Surely there is still hidden power. This bald guy worriedly asked Ngu Gyai, brother, we just want to make some money. We don't have to die here, right? Meanwhile, Kung Mak pointed forward and shouted, what are you waiting for? Quickly kill him. I have a lot of money. As long as I kill him, I can give you as much as I can. Ngu Gyai mused, oh, that's right, there's no need to sell your life for this damn fat pig. Having said that, the two of them bowed their heads before Deek 2. Brother, bothering you will make Kung Mak unable to talk anymore. It will also save us from worrying in the future. We brothers will say goodbye here. He squinted his eyes and looked down at the two people at his feet. Now I shrink back and am very reasonable. Then he opened his eyes wide and shouted loudly, go away. Immediately, the two of them jumped up and ran away, leaving the old man wide-eyed in panic. You guys actually dare to betray me, you bastards, come back to me, take so many good things from me, if you dare to run away, I will definitely not forgive you. DM Naguyat saw this and put her hands on her hips to judge. What about the high realm? It's just human nature. Ha Tri in the back is also waiting to hear about it. I thought it was the thinking realm of a high realm great power. It will also be very high. Who would have thought it would run really fast? After speaking, she turned around and smiled at him. That's right, what's the name of this? After this battle I still want to eat. He happily answered, this is a lollipop, then opened the notebook to write down, DM Naguyat, likes to eat candy. She looked at Kung Mak and confidently pointed at herself, it seems that only her grandmother can protect you. She turned away but did not forget to say scorn, but when I saw you I felt disgusted. He sat on the ground unwillingly. You, what attitude do you have? DM Naguyat stood facing Comdeek 2 frankly, you and I have no enmity or resentment. If it weren't for this fat, disgusting, nonsense pig, I really want to compete with you, battle, but today you want to kill him. I want to protect him. It's really a pity. If I just stood by and watched, I would definitely appreciate you being able to completely shut this fat pig up. Old man, in the back dissatisfied, you are finally how many times do you want to say damn fat pig? Shut your mouth. After speaking, he remained silent and thoughtful, but, she wanted to protect me, why? But the next second he revealed a cunning smile. I don't care why she protects me, even if the identity of the messenger is exposed, it doesn't matter, now the capital of the Holy Land is not can't receive any news, so it doesn't count as a mission failure, He was no less straightforward than her, even if you were the 9 Li Dao god, you probably wouldn't have completely retreated from this battle. He strained his ears to listen. Ku Li Dao God, DM Naguyat of one of the 4 fairies. He chuckled. Ha ha ha, then what am I afraid of? With her here I can sleep with my pillow raised high. Then he fell into deep contemplation. Indeed, his identity had been revealed, but I already had a countermeasure. She placed her hand on her lips and smiled. I am very interested in the skills you show. It's like the surface of the water reflects your image. I can't help but remind me of a story my big sister once told me. Ta. He silently looked at her. Having finished speaking, DM Naguyat pulled out her sword and walked away. This story had no meaning anymore. The main character in the story had already been exterminated. The notice board appears. Host, protecting Kung Mak is your duty. It leans closer to Ha Tri. The system will determine the percentage of hosts involved in this mission to protect Kung Mak. If it is lower than 50%, it may have a negative impact. His face was gloomy. As long as he doesn't die, isn't that okay? He made an unsightly expression. Sorry, why do I feel like you cut it? The board shows the words again. I'm on duty, I can't reveal other things. He waved his hands indifferently. Okay, here it is again. If I ask 2 more questions, I will probably die suddenly on the spot or I will be teleported to some strange place. After complaining, he smiled. Originally I didn't intend to stand by and watch, this time I went out to upgrade my level. He smiled and winked at her. 4 masters, you play alone without thinking about me. Kung Mak behind you got angry. You rotten boy, don't worry about other things. Quickly kill that guy. I'm waiting for you. I'm sleepy. DM Naguyat raised her hand to signal. He is 4 levels higher than you. Calm down, I can block your knife. She turned around. What have you been through? He smiled wryly. No, I think I can block his knife. She reluctantly replied. Okay, if you want to practice, is there a teacher? You can't stop it, don't die too unsightly, embarrassing us 4 fairies. But inside you're already angry and about to explode. You rotten brat, you dare to say you can block my knife in front of outsiders. In general, with me here, it's truly impossible to die. D2 smirked, wanting to play the disciple game. Ha ha ha. He gritted his teeth. The holy domain said the 4 immortals knew right from wrong, were upright and just. Today he went to protect that mongrel Kung Mak, so that's all he was, a kid from the Origin Sea realm. You, listen clearly. He looked straight at me. When I was your age, I wasn't as innocent as you. He pulled out the sword and pointed it at him. At that moment, this sword of mine had already tasted enough of human blood. Since he was young, Deek 2's sword has been stained with the blood of countless people. Returning to the present, he held the sword and smiled savagely. You and I have no enmity, but Kung Mak has a deep blood feud with me. If you stop me and die under my knife, don't regret it. Hate. He rushed up and aimed at Ha Tri's stomach. He dodged and landed gently on the ground. He jumped up and kicked him hard in the stomach. This time he couldn't avoid it, so he flew far away. He jumped back and kicked him straight to the ground. He was not lightly beaten. He looked disdainful, weaker than I imagined. DM Naguyat anxiously observed the situation. No luck, although Deek 2's realm had been forcibly suppressed by me. Ha Tri did not know how to fight. Her actual combat experience was a world away. It was still me, hand. Suddenly he opened his eyes. Calmly wake up. He smiled confidently. I gave you those blows just now, on purpose. He thought to himself, this kid really wants to fight. He remembered the action he had just judged. In the match just now, the clone did not take any action at all. There was a high possibility that the image was refracted, as if the remote control button was pressed to stop, almost like there was I can't confirm that this is not a real clone, and moreover, I remember something very interesting. He smiled. My time to prepare this move is a bit long, so don't rush. You're carefree, let me find out where it is. The notice board appears, multi-layer shadow clone technique, consuming 50,000 rage points in exchange for 3 minutes of clone magic. After reading it, you shouted with joy, looking for it, see. Ha Tri let his hands form a cross. It was time to show off his true technique, but he also knew how to think. I'm too arrogant, let it be. He read out loud, carefully, and inlaid the art of the enemy's thoughts and feelings. Suddenly the wind blew strongly around him. A moment later, a circle was formed around him. Deek 2 was a bit surprised that this realm of yours could have such an amazing number of clones. He looked at you with sharp eyes, but it also meant that your spiritual energy was not enough to last 10 seconds and it would be exhausted, and these clones were as weak as you. He held up 3 fingers proudly. How about that? I see he can at least last up to 3 minutes. He shouted, let's go. Immediately all the clones jumped up at the same time. Suddenly a blonde-haired Ha Tri appeared holding a card in his hand. It was now. He threw up the card. On it were the words, Golden Champion. The 2 sides immediately rushed at each other. Both sides of the clone kept holding each other's arms and legs. DM Naguyat sat to the side, sucking on candy and watching a play. Is this a child fighting? Then the blonde-haired Ha Tri pulled out another card, the last card. On the card was written, Crystal Absorption Great Method. Suddenly there was a blue aura flying around him. He opened his eyes wide and asked, what magic? Water splashed everywhere from somewhere. One side of Deek 2's body almost froze. He smiled, you strange boy is definitely a disaster. He stood far away looking at the siege. Suddenly he rushed from nowhere and shouted, surrender his life. He laughed savagely, raised his knife, and died. A voice came and interrupted you. I see you're a bit proud and have forgotten yourself. DM Naguyat raised her hand to speak and knelt down. Ha Tri was leaning back to avoid the sword about to slash at him. Immediately, he seemed to be forced to kneel on the ground. An arrow came from somewhere. It grazed Deek 2's neck. The bloody arrow was pinned straight to the wall. He shouted angrily, who is plotting against me? How can an ordinary arrow hurt me? He looked back and replied, yes, her. Tu Ling Dang appeared out of nowhere and cried, it wasn't easy for me to find a place to stop. You can't destroy it. On that arrow, I've already poisoned it. You're dead, already. He's shocked. What? She looked at Kung Mak and called out, "Mr. Kung Mak, you said you would accept Tu Ling Dang. I can't let you be killed by him. He's over there waving his arms and legs. Okay, let you, it's okay to be a wife. I know right away that you have one heart and soul for my old man." Dik-tu looked at his blood-stained hand, not expecting it. Before he could finish his sentence, he fell to the ground and died. Image of calm Dik-tu lying covered in blood on the floor. Seeing that, Tu Ling Dang anxiously wondered if he was dead. Was he really dead? Then suddenly she let the ark fall to the ground. She sobbed and fell down trembling and said, "Ha, ha, I killed you." Ha Tri stood right there and didn't say anything else but just remained silent. Kam Dik-tu was truly dead and motionless, his eyes were still wide open. After that, DM Naguyat approached him to investigate. She told Ha Tri that she was really dead. Hearing that, Kung Mak immediately asked again, "Dead?" The old man shouted triumphantly, "Ha ha ha ha, dead, dead, this mongrel is dead, quickly throw this rotten fish out for me, don't dirty my yard." Tu Ling Dang replied, "Yes, yes sir." She quickly ran to his side. Then it was difficult to drag the body away, so Ha Tri immediately wanted to help. "I will help you." But she refused him, because the old man told me, "I can do it myself, I can drag him to the mass grave." DM Naguyat frowned regretfully, still wanting to ask something but he was already dead. Over here, Ha Tri was engrossed in thinking, if the four masters had confirmed that he was dead then there probably wouldn't be any problem, but it's inevitable that a god-level alchemist being killed by a poisonous arrow would be a bit unreasonable. He continued to think, the appearance of this girl trying to wash her hands by the lake was still clear in his mind. She clearly hated this damn fat guy. Wouldn't it be better to use a knife to kill someone? Why worry about so many things? So, could it be that because of the reward? He suddenly spoke up, which made Tu Ling Dang turn his head in wonder. But he then replied, "Nothing." In Ha Tri's heart he thought, I must have missed some detail. Then he asked, "Siri, is the mission over?" The system immediately replied, "If the mission is completed, the system will automatically calculate the reward." Hearing that, he immediately fainted in thought, so it's not finished yet. However, very quickly, Ha Tri regained his composure. Interesting. Thinking like that, Kam Dik-tu's death became even more strange. The mission was not completed, Kung Mak's danger was still unknown, disarm, or there is some plot, or this fat pig has too many enemies, whatever it is makes this mission more interesting. Suddenly DM Naguyat spread her hands and said, let's go back to obey the big sister's orders." Ha Tri held her hand and protested, no, making her wonder what to do. He quickly replied, "We have helped that fat guy so much, how can we return empty-handed?" He continued, "You haven't heard what he said, but 10,000 taels of gold, this is a huge amount of money." DM Naguyat looked at Kung Mak and replied, 10,000 taels of gold, indeed a lot of money. Ha Tri happily continued, with this amount of money, he could repair the Temple of Commerce, and could also upgrade the practice room where ordinary people practice knives. Think about it, is it a matter of magic and refining? Do you need Spirit Stone for the 9-li dagger? Do you need money to buy Spirit Stone? Just leave this matter to me to do. DM Naguyat saw this and stroked her chin to think, it makes sense. Having said that, Ha Tri quickly turned to ask Kung Mak, you, old man or something, where are the protection fees? Where are 10,000 taels of gold? We save people from the hands of the murderer. He immediately asked again, protection fee, you protect me. Then he burst out laughing, ha 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 ha. The old man pointed his finger at his face and said, it was my maid Tu Ling Dang who saved me, you guys didn't try at all. Ha Tri replied dejectedly, so what? Suddenly, someone's hand tried to grab Kung Mak's body. That's DM Naguyat's. She angrily said, you stinky fat guy, what are you talking about? The old man shouted in fear, let go, isn't what I said the truth? Then I'll say it again, it was my girl Tu Ling Dang who saved me. If there's a reward, you should also reward her. But because I paid her to bring her back, it's only natural that she protects her master. Kung Mak turned around and left. If you two have nothing, then go quickly, my master is waiting for Tu Ling Dang to return, we must love carefully. In his mind, he was still thinking, if the knife god, one of the 4 fairies, did not mention her identity, then I would pretend not to know, and the deception would be over. Suddenly Ha Tri confidently spoke up, do you feel you are safe? Kung Mak was startled and turned around, wondering what he meant. He crossed his arms and replied, what I mean is that when you die, I will close the box and pocket all the money and treasures in your room. He shouted decisively, taking it all away. Late at night in a shabby place, Tu Ling Dang quietly placed Kam Dik-tu's body there. The girl gently asked, Kam Dik-tu, how long do you want to sleep? His face still didn't change a bit. She placed her hand on his chest. It wasn't like he was really dead. Suddenly he woke up with his eyes wide open, causing Tu Lingdang to scream in surprise. "Calm Deek Tu, you scared me to death. Don't do this kind of sudden resurrection again," he calmly replied. "Once the poison wears off I will wake up. You didn't time it right." Right after that, she smiled again. "Okay, sleep well, right?" Calm Deek Tu replied. This match almost ended in poverty, but he did not expect to be locked into a realm. Suddenly Tu Lingdang gave him a strange brown pill and said, "This is the remaining antidote, please take it." She also added, "You also trust my bow and arrow shooting technique too much. If my hand shakes even once, it could mean that you are really dead." He continued, "Your arrow shooting technique is due to I teach, I believe in myself." She happily laughed. "Haha, fortunately we always prepared 2 plans, otherwise maybe we would have really died there today. I really didn't expect that one of the 4 fairies of the trade union would actually die there. Go protect Kung Mak." Suddenly Calm Deek Tu cried out in pain. "Ah!" Tu Lingdang quickly and attentively took care of him, but he was still so afraid of pain. His eyes were as sharp as a knife and said, "You didn't really want to kill me at that time, did you? I clearly felt the power of that poisonous arrow." She quickly argued that although she didn't really want to kill him, the opportunity was so good that she couldn't let it go. "What if I became stronger than Mr. Calm Deek Tu? As a result, I couldn't kill you, I'm still very weak." His facial expression gradually showed high alertness. Calm Deek Tu said, "Help me." Tu Lingdang immediately replied, "Ah, can't you stand up on your own, you're so fragile." Hearing that, he shouted angrily, "Not only was I hit by an arrow, I was also poisoned. Not only was I poisoned, I was also locked into a realm," making her have a headache and cry out, "Ayo!" Tu Lingdang said, "What kind of poisoning?" Before fighting, he obviously took an antidote. Even if he fails this time, he will definitely win next time, right? Calm Deek Tu replied, "After going through this battle, I already know how to deal with DM Naguyat. We have to plan more carefully." On the contrary, the young man next to Fairy DM Naguyat, although his level is very low, is very strange. Tu Lingdang also continued his words. It was clear that Fairy DM Naguyat also hated that guy Kung Mak. Why did he still help him? What messenger? He was clearly a traitor scum who fled the city of the saints, land, and even if it's a messenger, there's no need to send a fairy to protect you. We don't have much time to research why. Eliminating Kung Mak is our only goal. That man is really very strange. That moment really scared me. Return to the room. Tu Ling is taking the dying step. Ha Tri suddenly appeared. "Lady, please stop," making her surprised. "Huh?" He continued to talk. "It's so embarrassing. He already scared you, right?" She hesitated. Yes, what's wrong?" Ha Tri smiled and asked, "Are you done with the body?" She stammered, Yes, burned." He asked again, "It's already burned, isn't it okay to throw it in a mass grave?" She replied, I was afraid he would suddenly wake up, so I burned it." Ha Tri said, "Oh, that's called destroying corpses, and finding evidence is also very troublesome." Tu Lingdang nervously asked, "Huh, what evidence do you want to find?" He calmly replied, "Nothing, it was very good to burn it. If such a powerful character were to come back to life, it would definitely be very troublesome." He also thought in his heart, it would be best to die. Just now he used it. After using it continuously, I kept feeling very strange in my body. The two talked back and forth in the dark night. Kung Mak came out from behind the door and said, "Ling Dang, you're done, right?" Tu Ling Dang obediently replied, "Yes, sir, it's done." Hearing that, he immediately touched her with his hands and feet. "Okay, the old man must reward you." Saying that, the two of them entered the room and the door closed with a bang. Ha Tri mumbled to himself. There was no smell of smoke on his body and he said he had already burned the body. I must have been underestimated. He suddenly smiled. It's late at night. Let's find a place to sleep. Sooner or later the tail will come out. Ha Tri brought a few fish with firewood and happily invited DM Naguyat, the fourth master. She was now turning her back to him. When she heard him calling, she slowly looked back. Her eyebrows frowned, her voice carried an angry tone, asking for something. Unexpectedly, he replied innocently, using human skills to light a fire. When she heard that, she got angry and shouted at him, "My fire is used to destroy the yard, not something to burn wood for you. How can you use your master like that?" Ha Tri took this opportunity to tease her in a shady way. "So how do you want me to use you?" DM Naguyat still pretended to be angry, but her cheeks were already red. She stammered in response, I'm not talking to you, I only did it once. You should watch and learn how to make a fire." After saying that, she raised her hand, and a fire also shot out from there. But it seemed that she intentionally let that fire have such great power, causing him to hastily bounce away. After finishing, she smiled triumphantly and asked if she had learned yet. He looked at the fish that had been grilled a bit, but he himself was fuming, so he stupidly replied, "Absolutely not." When she heard that, she just wanted to punch this guy. What an idiot, he couldn't learn such a simple thing. He looked down and argued with her, "Why should I learn this? I just need to always carry two. If my master follows me, should I still be sad because there is no fire?" Hearing this sentence, her anger also subsided, replaced by an indescribable feeling of shyness. She said confusedly, Why do you want to always bring me with you? I am your master, but it is not." He wondered what it wasn't. She quickly turned away to hide her embarrassment and mumbled, "I'm not your wife." But Hatrai couldn't hear what she said, so he looked blank and asked, muttering what she was saying. Suddenly he turned serious and said, "Master, what is it? I feel Kamdik-2 is still alive." She immediately scolded him, saying, "Nonsense, I had personally checked it, and was frozen dead." He argued that it is not difficult to fake death. She crossed her arms and asked, "Pretending to be dead is not difficult, so do you have proof?" He calmly analyzed his guess. Kamdik-2 was already in the realm of cultivating gods, but was injured by a poisonous arrow. Then the person who shoots the arrow must be a spiritual practitioner. But she quickly dismissed his inferences. It was impossible. Tu Ling Dang absolutely could not hide her realm in front of me. Do you know how difficult it is to hide your realm, and it's still in front of this king? However, that made him even more certain of his guess. So, is there a possibility that my four great masters initially locked Kamdik-2's realm? Hearing that, she immediately shook herself and said, "I forgot about this." That is to say, Tu Ling Dang has no need for mental training at all. The more she talked, the more she realized the twist in this matter and angrily exclaimed, "Unless Kamdik-2 was intentionally hit by the arrow." Hearing this, he also breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, finally reacting, "Okay, this master is really hard to pull." Now DM Naguyat must feel like she is being underestimated. She immediately wants to deal with Tu Ling Dang. "That little girl dares to make fun of me. I will definitely hang her up and beat her." He quickly followed her, two fish in hand. "Four masters, wait." Then he finally caught up with her, his hand tightly holding DM Naguyat's soft hand. Faced with this touching gesture between the two of them, she couldn't help but shyly say, "Phew." She immediately turned away, hiding her red face, awkwardly blaming him. You, why are you pulling someone's hand?" He was even more confused by her words and frowned. "Ask, eh?" She asked him, "Why did you stop me? Now Tu Ling is in Kung Mac's house, and I don't know what she will do to Kung Mac. If we're late and Kung Mac is dead, how will we talk to Big Sister?" Contrary to her worries, he smiled confidently and said, "She won't kill Kung Mac at this time." He thought for a moment. Why did Two Master's speaking tone change? She asked again, "Why?" He explained to her that I felt that even if we didn't show up today, Kamdik-2 would pretend to be dead. Having said that, he blew out the hot air on the fish's body and took a bite. Looking at Hatrai happily enjoying dinner, DM Naguyat couldn't help but increase her anger value by 500 points. She got angry and shouted loudly, "Aya, finish your sentence and eat." He chewed and continued, although Kung Mac had two experts protecting him, if Kamdik-2 wanted to deal with them, it would only take a little time. It wasn't impossible to win, but he tried. The love that brought Tu Ling to Kung Mac's side is clearly doing something unnecessary. Tell me why. After listening, she shook her head vigorously. He still firmly affirmed his thoughts. There was definitely another plan. Kung Mac might be hiding something that they wanted to find. Only then did she understand and exclaim, "Oh," which was also saying that Tu Ling wanted to perform a play in front of Kung Mac, so that Kung Mac would trust her. He confidently replied, "Definitely so." At Kung Mac's house, Tu Ling is sitting in a chair. She must have a lot of thoughts in her mind. A moment later, a man appeared. That was Kung Mac. He brought her a small bowl of food. Just looking at his face gave off a sinister look. He said that this was the finished cooking of Fuang Huang's single pine. She politely stood up and said thank you to the old man. Then he sat down and got straight to the point. "Tell me what you want." "Today you saved the old man's life. You're the old man's benefactor," he said and gave a strange smile. She still seemed timid and didn't dare say anything. His smile deepened. He continued, "No matter what the conditions are, my master will satisfy you. What he has is money." Finally she was willing to speak up. "This slave doesn't want anything. She just wants me to serve beside the master." Hearing that, he couldn't help but exclaim in joy, "Oh," but in his heart he secretly doubted and wondered, "Serving me?" Ling Dang firmly expressed her wishes, "I don't want to live in those poor days anymore. I also hope that one day I can fly to become a phoenix. I am not willing to just be an untouchable for the rest of my life, even though I know these words will make the old man hate me. But these are my sincere words, I hope the old man will forgive me." The old man's eyes widened when he heard these words from an immature young girl. Then he burst out laughing happily, "Ha ha, there is ambition, I like it. Then starting from today, you will be by the old man's side, eating delicious and spicy drinks, and being rich for a lifetime." But actually, Ling Dang secretly wanted to trap him. She thought that showing a bit of ambition wouldn't make this look too fake. After thinking about it, she bowed down, politely said, "Thank you, master." Darkness covers the entire forest, creating a gloomy atmosphere. Almost everything is silent. The only thing that can be heard now is the buzzing of insects. Ha Tri kept lying awake, his eyes wide open, looking at the flies flying around. Feeling how uncomfortable they were, he was about to raise his hand and smack them. Unexpectedly, the fly could avoid it, so he slapped himself in the face. He couldn't help but lie down in frustration. But the next second he woke up and thought, I can't sleep, there are too many mosquitoes." Looking at the girl next to him who was sleeping soundly, he muttered, "But you can sleep too." Then he shook her shoulder and called, "Fourth master, wake up." His response was DM Naguyat's dreamy voice, "Oh, Dad, let me sleep a little more, I'm really tired. Naguyatni doesn't want to practice knives, Dad, please." Hearing that, he opened his eyes wide and thought to himself, "I thought someone crawled out of a rock, so he is a father." It seems Daothan also had a painful childhood. Sleeping on the ground, except for his back, it hurt everywhere. Thinking about it, he slowly stood up, holding his tired back with his hands. "I can't sleep anyway, so let's go for a walk." Sigh, if I knew this in advance, I would have returned to the table to lie down comfortably. I'm sure Com Dik Tu and Tu Ling Dang won't make any moves tonight. He kept moving forward, not sure where he was going. After a while, he encountered a clear stream flowing in the middle of the forest. In the distance is a female figure sitting on a stone slab. As soon as he looked, he immediately realized it was her. The girl playfully waved her legs beneath the water's surface. Happily hummed a few songs. He walked up to her and said, "Miss Ling Dang." Ling Dang heard someone's voice, immediately frowned and asked, "Who?" He calmly introduced himself again. "It was me, Ha Tri, we had met before today." She also recognized him at this time. "Oh, it's the young master who helped the old man. I still miss you. Why don't you go home and rest at such a late hour?" He did not answer directly but asked her in return, "Aren't you sleeping yet?" He moved a little closer to her then sat on the stone slab, somewhat concerned and asked her if she had anything to say. She immediately replied, "No, I always have to sleep late, and it's too hot so I want to go out here to cool off." Although she appeared calm on the outside, in her heart she was still constantly wary of him. Was it a coincidence, or was he always following me? At this moment Ha Tri was turning his back to her and said, "Is that so?" In her heart, she secretly thought, "If it's the latter, if you dare to act rashly then I will have to." Her hand also began to summon her power. Suddenly he told her, "I actually feel that Com Dik Tu is a good person." Ling couldn't help but be surprised when he heard that. The strength in her hand also gradually disappeared. She covered her mouth to deny what he just said. How could he be a good person? Today he even wanted to kill the old man. But he asked her, killing a bad guy with a heinous crime could probably be called a hero, right? After saying that, he leisurely lay down on the stone slab, and she had many thoughts in her mind, and for a moment she didn't say anything. He asked again, "If Kung Mak was a bad person, wouldn't you have taught the enemy?" Her face showed concern and hesitation. She absent-mindedly repeated what he said, connecting spears to the enemy. In her mind, she thought, "But do people here know what is called connecting spears to the enemy?" She thought for a moment and then sadly continued, "I still have to rely on Mr. Kung Mak to give me wages to support a large and small family. I don't know about anything else." He calmly listened to her. Suddenly he asked a strange question, "Do you have someone you want to protect, the type to protect at any cost?" Hearing that, Ling was somewhat surprised and thought, "Oh, so Ha Tri also has a story. Let me check to see if the image is related to your memory." But she didn't expect that the system would display a toxic warning message. She exclaimed angrily, this was the situation. As long as he mentioned his main content, the system would be restricted. She couldn't help but wonder why this was happening. Then she turned to look at him, a little vaguely speaking, the person she wanted to protect. Memories of the past rushed back into her memory. At that time she stood in front of a giant swan, its body was covered in blood, her clothes were not intact at that time. The sound echoed around her, curses, monsters, don't come near our village, go away. Everyone was like hundreds of mouths shouting into her ears, monster, go away. Her eyes darkened, she looked at the other swan, tears were continuously flowing from its eyes. She clenched her teeth, then pulled its body forward. Where she was headed there was a white-haired man. That is Dik-2. Surely that was the person she wanted to protect at any cost, but she lied and replied, no. Hearing that, Ha-Tri immediately stood up, making her a bit startled. He smiled brightly and asked her, once someone you want to protect will definitely become very resilient, right? Hearing this sentence, her face immediately stiffened, as if she wanted to say something, but the words were not said. He stood up resolutely. Then he turned around and said his best wishes to her, hoping that her wish could be granted. We also have to quickly find someone we want to protect. She kept watching him turn and walk away, many thoughts arose in her heart. In the middle of a quiet night, Naguyet was sleeping soundly in the middle of the grassland, not knowing what she was dreaming about. Her mouth uttered a few sleep-talking words, Ha-Tri, Ha-Tri. Suddenly she woke up and let out a loud cry. She slowly sat up, looked around for a while but couldn't see anyone, so she wondered, where did she go? She had just woken up so her mind was completely blank at the moment. She was half asleep and half awake. Before going to sleep, she heard him muttering for half a day, saying something, Dik-2 and Tu Ling Dang, what were they talking about? I forgot. Suddenly, Ha-Tri suddenly appeared from behind and hit her on the back, causing her to get goosebumps. He said cheerfully, Fourth Master, you're finally awake. Naguyet stared at him, her face appeared skeptical, thoughts appeared in her mind, why is this kid not angry at all? But he didn't expect that he could read her and smirked and asked, are you thinking why you can't feel my breath? She heard that and immediately turned away, arrogantly saying, that's good. So quickly he learned how to hide his aura. Perhaps you are truly a talented practitioner. Then she asked him, what are you going to do next? Are you still staying here? Suddenly being asked like that, he was somewhat confused, so he put his chin on his hand and thought, oh, should I just continue to defend? He thought for a moment and then replied, but the purpose of our coming to Tianjin is to practice. The four masters decide when to teach us powerful techniques. Suddenly Naguyet grabbed his wrist tightly, she just pulled him and flew into the sky. From the two of them, a bright halo of fire radiated. Ha-Tri, standing before this sudden scene, couldn't help but scream in panic, what to do? She replied, I can't eat well and can't sleep well here, go back to the mountain table and rest well and I'll teach you tomorrow. Seeing her answer so innocently, he immediately widened his eyes and asked loudly, ha ha ha, aren't you afraid of Dik-2's group of sneak attacks? The painting table is very quiet at this time. The two people slowly landed on the ground. She had already planned carefully, so she informed him in advance that I had left a teleportation talisman in Kung Mac's room. If anything happened, she could immediately teleport over there. But he innocently asked, why don't you give me a leaf for such a good thing? She immediately frowned and replied, at your current level you can't use holy level tools, let's talk about it in 1 or 200 years. He quickly ran up to stand in front of her and asked again, was 1 or 200 years too much? He was also secretly calculating in his heart, even if it were not for the holy body, it would probably only take 10 years, or how long? Before waiting for her to answer, he called the support system, Siri, can I arbitrarily use the holy level props? Siri immediately gave him a satisfactory answer. In special situations, it can be used. If you use saint-level props, support system props, choose the main prop, and use anger points to counter it, use, etc., provided by the system. He read the entire line of explanation, thinking over and over in his mind. Raising his realm is an urgent matter now, otherwise the system would be in trouble during the internal exam. Suddenly having a seizure is not very good. Suddenly he moved closer to her, making her cheeks turn red. She was shy and scolded him. Her expression at this moment looked very cute. Your nature is not as good as mine. Cultivating to my current level would take at least 100 or 2 years, which is considered fast, already. Seeing Ha-Tri keep staring at her, Naguyet couldn't help but have an illusion in her heart. Why has this kid been coming close to her to talk lately? People with good eyes and ears can hear and see very clearly. Right, is your ambition clearly revealed? If you like me, just say it directly. Me. Unexpectedly, he stood up straight and said with a disappointed expression, some people are masters leading their disciples, others are the opposite, and have no intention of teaching me at all. Hearing that, she immediately walked away, coldly replying, "Bringing you to Tianchi-Jan is to practice. My sisters and I have discussed it before. When that time comes, don't scream and cry and make us tired." Before she entered the room to rest, he suddenly remembered something, so he called her back. "That's right, are the first master and third master okay? Is the third master sick? Is it serious?" She didn't bother to turn back to answer, but just opened the door and walked straight into the room, only nonchalantly throwing back a stick. She was very strong. "I want to go to sleep. Just now I was sleeping on the grass. It was killing me. See you tomorrow. Good night," she said, and then slammed the door. He could only sigh a sigh and say, "Good night." Feeling that something was wrong, he immediately thought back to the scene just now, and began to analyze her every move. It was clear that she fell asleep very quickly, even drooling, and talking about her illness. Of the third master, his face was very panicked. His face was as red as a monkey's ass. Something must have happened. While deep in thought, a foxtail suddenly appeared behind him, waving, attracting his attention. He suddenly exclaimed, "Ha!" He looked down at his feet and immediately realized it was a fox, perhaps the second master. He asked, "Second master, why aren't you sleeping yet?" But he only saw the other fox looking at him blankly. As expected, it didn't understand what the person in front of him was saying. At this time, Master Matnaguyat appeared and said, Try, what are you doing?" He heard someone's voice and immediately looked up, surprised, and exclaimed, "Huh, wait." Matnaguyat appeared with an extremely seductive appearance. She gracefully asked him, "What's wrong?" He picked up the fox and replied with a smile, "So it's not the second master, go away." She replied that it was my servant. After saying that, she slowly landed and asked, "What are you and DM Naguyat doing today?" He calmly responded to her, "The four masters received orders from the master to protect a fat man named Kung Mak." As soon as he finished speaking, he realized that he said the wrong thing. His eyebrows frowned. He worriedly thought, "The four masters want to protect. If I say that, the system probably won't cause me to die suddenly, right?" Matnaguyat still happily continued to ask, "So it was like that. So has the task been completed?" He replied that it was completed, halfway. Suddenly he remembered something, so he took the opportunity to ask her, "Yes, second master, practicing and taking medicine, no, is using medicinal pills to support considered an evil religion?" She replied, "This must be separated, situation. What's wrong? I feel like practicing is too hard, so I want to take a shortcut. The teacher's place actually has some medicinal pills. After taking it, you can advance to several realms in a short time. There are also some medicinal pills that can strengthen the wind." He heard that and confidently said loudly, "There is no need for a major earthquake now, the strong wind is always there." She couldn't help but laugh at his appearance. "Ha ha ha, then the teacher also really wants to open up a bit." But his expression changed to bewilderment. He thought to himself, "Second master, you are the famous mountain bike god, right?" Matnaguyat smiled until her eyes widened and said, "Tomorrow afternoon, after DM Naguyat teaches you the knife technique, I will teach you introductory magic." Then she said in a sweet voice, "Good night. Tomorrow will definitely be very tiring." She flew high into the sky, telling herself that magic is a very interesting thing. The image begins with a mirror reflecting the strong chest of a certain young man. He slammed his hand on the table, looked into the mirror, his black face angrily gritted his teeth, muttering to himself, he absolutely couldn't lose. The scene changes at this time. The two disciples Ha Tri and DM Naguyat stand and watch a sword still molten like lava sticking into the ground. DM Naguyat asks Ha Tri that if he wants to practice the sword, he must pull out Tianmo. Then around her, a fiery aura radiated. She grabbed the large sword behind her back and said, "Without a knife, how can one practice the sword technique?" He looked at the sword stuck in the ground in silence. He turned to look at his master around her body, still radiating energy, to urge him to see what I was doing to draw the knife. He nervously swallowed his saliva and grabbed the hilt of the sword, preparing to draw. Then suddenly her face turned fierce and she screamed, startling DM Naguyat and turning off the fire. She shouted angrily, suddenly shouting something to scare me to death. Ha Tri stood there rubbing his head and smiling, he cheering for himself. Seeing that he still couldn't pull out the knife, she helplessly said, "If you can't pull out Tianmo, it means you don't have the talent to learn the knife." As soon as he finished speaking, a suction force appeared on the sword in his hand. His hand was still holding it. He didn't have time to react in panic. What was going on? The suction force around the sword grew stronger and stronger, radiating a red-black color that sucked him in. Even DM Naguyat standing to the side was no exception, being sucked in after him. Both of them only had time to curse in unison, "Damn." Then the two were completely sucked inside and the outside gradually became quiet without a soul in sight. In a dark space of Tianmo Bar, both of them fell freely while DM Naguyat posed coolly, but he was screaming loudly. Both of them landed at the same time. Others landed on their feet while their male lead was destined to land on his face. Both of them fell into a strange place like a volcano surrounded by molten lava. Hatrai turned to ask her master, "Is this a challenge to choose a master? Then why are the four masters also being sucked into this?" She stood to the side shaking her head, not understanding what was going on. "I have never encountered such a thing, ever like this." A bright red board like his system appeared with the words, "Prove your courage to me." Its sudden appearance startled both of them, especially he thought to himself, in Tian's space, the grave has a system. He squinted his eyes to clearly see the thing in front of him and evaluate it. Although it was a little different from Siri, that thing was probably really a system. Then he immediately summoned his system and asked, "Siri, is this the creator or is this system a colleague of the system's person? I don't know what to say. No, I don't know what that is, can be linked to it." He turned to look at DM Naguya who was standing there looking up at the board and thought, DM Naguya can also see that thing. Maybe I thought too much about it, it's just a kind of reminder that looks like a system. The red board now displays another line of text, "You will receive the right to use Tianmo in the Tianmo world. Pick up your sword and fight with DM Naguya." After reading it, Tianmo immediately appeared next to him. Hearing its request made him sweat, fighting with the four masters. The announcement continues to sound, "I will decide whether you are qualified to become the owner of Tianmo or not." Seeing DM Naguyat's request, I couldn't help but be excited. It turned out there was a fun game like this. Why did nothing happen when I received Tianmo? I saw that this place was also a very good place to practice. Worrying about destroying things around you saves a lot of work. He raised his eyebrows and picked his nose, so he didn't say anything for half a day because he didn't understand the situation clearly. She raised her sword in front of him and declared war, picked up the sword and played with the four masters, not letting the master teach him to be careful. He could only stand up, holding Tianmo next to him, smiling wryly and agreeing, "Okay." Then his face suddenly changed color. DM Naguyat had already rushed in front of him, her whole body radiating fire, intending to slash down while her mouth was still teaching. She picked up the knife and used the knife to combine hardness with softness. Seeing the aura of M's, "Ha-try," she cried out in horror, Hey, this is so sudden." She slashed down mercilessly, the sword still bursting with flames at a terrifying speed, sending smoke everywhere and seriously saying, "When fighting the enemy, you still hope that the opponent can wait for you to finish preparing. Kid, he was lucky enough to quickly dodge my big sword and lean forward to avoid a life. Then continued to dodge to the side to avoid the downward slash attack." Seeing DM Naguyat teaching him so seriously, Ha-try tightly grasped the sword and called out, "Four masters." He raised his sword and said seriously, "Then I'll have to trouble someone to teach me." She stood from afar in the wind and told him, "Good child, look carefully at my moves. I don't have the patience to teach an idiot." Before he finished speaking, she suddenly appeared right in front of him, drawing closer and immediately continuing, "The sword technique is not just about how to swing the knife, but about using the body and consciousness to control the power and direction." He was startled to avoid exclamation, "It was too fast." Not giving him a chance to calm down, looking at her in front of him surprised him. I just saw her flying high in the air, her hand now turned into a sword emitting a black aura. Don't be influenced by emotions and moods, maintain a clear mind and a focused spirit. Ha-try, this sounds easy but it is. You must remember the essence of 9-2 Li Hoa. DM Naguyat continued to strike a blow, this time he used Tianmo to block the slash. The power of the move made him unable to bear it and his feet gradually sank to the ground. The impact caused the ground to break and DM Naguyat's body continued to radiate fiery flames. At this moment, his face was pale and he struggled to block her attack. The master didn't even use spiritual power, only strong skills. She finally let him go and jumped back, turning her feet around to touch the ground. She contentedly raised the sword and praised, "I listened to these seemingly simple principles very seriously and considered them intelligent." But little did she know that behind him was a silhouette of a person wearing a giant armor radiating golden light, sighing deeply in his head. Fortunately, there was a cosmic body that could understand the words and actions of the four people. Master has a double job. Not letting him wait too long, she continued to rush into battle, continuing to practice, not to underestimate every small detail of the movement. Each movement will affect the effectiveness of the whole sword technique. Heart and patience are qualities needed to become an excellent swordsman. Seeing him standing there motionless with his eyes closed, she said, "Ha Tri, you've lost concentration." Immediately after that, he opened his eyes with determination as if he had realized something. When her sword was about to touch, he quickly blocked it accurately. He grinned, his eyes still flashing the golden color of fire. The four masters wholeheartedly taught their children how to dare to lose concentration. DM Naguyat continued to launch continuous blows for Ha Tri to practice. While blocking the attack, I said, "Master, the words you just said, I have tried to remember them all." On this side, she replied that if you know how to use it, you can learn it. Suddenly she called out his name, Ha Tri, on the left. Hearing that, he immediately moved to the left. I didn't expect that was her plan to deceive. "What did you remember, you idiot?" He immediately panicked, his hands and feet were frantic. "That's it, why should I listen to her words?" Siri reminded him from behind, not blocking the knife with his hand. The hand that is not blocking the knife can completely block any attack. The skill cooldown time is 7 days, lasts for 1 moment, once activated. Ha Tri reached out his hands to block. Causing DM Naguyat to frown, again, he confusedly replied, "Yes again." She asked, "What kind of move you just made? How could you block my 9 Li knife? Tell the truth, otherwise, people would listen to your excuses." Hearing that, she thought, quickly making excuses. Ha Tri is trying to find a way to deceive. If he says it too logically, it won't be convincing. In a situation where the existence of the system cannot be revealed, the best way is. He pretended to act, but in reality, the sun slashing technique had been solved a long time ago, and it wasn't a very powerful technique at all. Do not muddy the water, divert attention. When she heard that, she was stunned. My slashing move wasn't that powerful, and it was even broken by a small elemental sea realm like you. Ha Tri was secretly pleased. Fortunately DM Naguyat was a hot-tempered person. She would quickly forget the previous question. "Do you know what you're talking about? Plus 1000 anger value." DM Naguyat is now on fire. Ha Tri said with a proud face, "Usually people make fun of me, but in reality I give in. Of course I know what I'm talking about. This is the second time I've cracked this trick of yours." He mocked her, the fourth master, who loved her so much. She immediately swung her hands and sword. Then rushed towards me. "Ha Tri, let me see how many times you can block it." DM Naguyat's wrath value increases continuously. She swung the knife down and said, "Go die." The bad thing is, it will completely anger DM Naguyat. Now that I've found a way, I'm no longer afraid, but she will forget what she asked me. Just master the skill completely. You can win this match easily. Seeing Ha Tri block her attack, DM Naguyat couldn't believe her eyes. "What? The two of you fought back and forth. I cut you to death. I blocked you with my bare hands. I help. After a while of fighting, Ha Tri thought for a while. A moment was still long, but DM Naguyat's psychological defense line must have collapsed. DM Naguyat was also tired, so she put down the knife. Then burst into tears. Bullying people, it's too much. I want to go home. You are the worst batch of disciples I've ever led, even though you're the only batch." Ha Tri was confused, cried and cried, so did Lin Hoa. If he said no then he cried. The two of them were truly unjust families, they were very compatible. Siri said it like slapping Ha Tri in the face. "What a shameless person." Truly shameless. Ha Tri was stunned when he heard that, and so were you. Siri continued, "Never meeting anyone with such shameless face." Then we left the world of heavenly tombs. Ha Tri holds a sword in his hand. The glowing blade made him curious. "Huh. Don't hate me like that, okay?" Siri said next to him, "Host, no matter what the process is, in general, the heavenly tomb has already recognized you, even though you are shameless." Ha Tri glanced at it and recognized it like that. "Okay, the main thing is that no one will come here to accept the challenge anymore. It's up to you." DM Naguyat looked at him warmly. How could this be possible? He thought confusedly. It seems like he was doing too much. Siri whispered, "That's right." Mat Naguyat is approaching from afar. "Little sister, what's wrong?" She cried loudly and called out, second sister, second sister." She hugged Mat Naguyat and continued, "She could no longer teach her disciples. He can block every move of mine with his bare hands." She cried and said, "I'm too weak, I want to practice seclusion." Mat Naguyat coaxed and said, "What, you're too weak? I didn't hear you wrong, right?" DM Naguyat still said with a smile, "Now I will go to the mountain to practice and not ask about life anymore." The Holy Domain Commercial Union is entrusted to the three sisters. We will meet again in 1,000 years. If I am still like this at that time, I will practice for another 1,000 years. The second sister comforted her, waiting. What happened? She glanced at Ha Tri. Ha Tri smiled shyly and said, well, thinking about how to improvise in his heart, he could only continue to make up something else, otherwise, with his personality, he could really go into hiding immediately. He grabbed DM Naguyat's hand again. Fourth master, don't doubt yourself. Those things just now are actually life-saving skills that the senior brother secretly passed on to me. As he spoke, he thought to himself, I can trick you this time and then continue. Anyway, the senior and the third assistant are not at the painting table. DM Naguyat wondered, big sister. Ha Tri continued to seduce her. This skill cannot be used lightly. After using it today, it will be a long time before I can use it again. I am only a disciple of the original realm. How can I really help it? Human sword. Hearing that, she immediately became excited again. Really? Ha Tri said loudly as an affirmation, completely true. Phew, hearing that, her mood immediately changed. Ha ha ha, I said it. Clearly in the previous knife practice you were still bowing at my feet. How could you make such great progress in 2 short days? Ha ha ha, the survival skill taught by Big Sister can block my knife. Very reasonable, seeing that he followed suit. That's right, ahaha, it's also really easy to seduce. She continued excitedly, I'm going back to sleep here. Next let my second sister teach you mystic arts. That's right, the knowledge I taught you today must be engraved in your heart. Ha Tri shows determination, yes. He breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately DM Naguyat's intelligence was not high. Matt Naguyat behind him said wonderingly, the eldest sister taught. He was sweating. It was over. The second master is not someone who is easily fooled. His face turned pale, hemmed. Then he scratched his head and played the drum. Before, when he was at the Temple of Commerce, the master and master were worried about his child being bullied. Her cold eyes responded, oh, so that's it. Good boy, the teacher really doesn't like little monkeys lying. If I find out you made it up, you won't have any delicious fruit to eat. She pressed her chest close to him, but the man had a secret that was very attractive to me. It's time, follow the teacher to practice. The teacher has prepared a lot of medicine for you to try. That's right, the magic I performed on you before, I will also teach it to you today. He hesitated, this. Then Matt Naguyat pulled him to run. Let's go. He was dumbfounded about something. He wondered if the man's magic was effective. She smiled slightly, saying that she would use it in general. If one day, your magic can bewitch a master, then you can be considered a master. What did I say last time? The red vase can be taken any way, the purple vase cannot be large. Second master, please give me 2 bottles. If you exchange medicinal pills with the system, you might still be cheated out of a lot of points. Siri hears that and it's also 3 points. He asked absent-mindedly, second master, can I get 2 bottles of medicinal pills? The second master replied, yes, choose for yourself. They are all health-enhancing supplements that help restore vitality, no difference at all. He took the big red vase, put these 2 vase, he was excited, the feeling of eating temple was wonderful. Matt Naguyat explained that according to common sense, cultivating mystical arts requires innate talent. The richer the imagination, the stronger the observation power. Applying the image and sound elements to create illusions is even simpler. In her hand she held a mysterious box. Our 9-tailed tiger clan was born with the natural ability to practice magic. Learning magic was easier and faster than humans. Matt Naguyat opened the box. This was a gift from Emperor Ho to the people who left the bridge. This item is the fur of the Fox Emperor. This was originally intended for my dowry, which my future husband will inherit on our wedding day. That item floated up. Today I give you, after blending with your hair, you can sign a contract with the 9-tailed tiger clan and practice mystical arts just like us. He quickly refused. He couldn't accept such a precious thing. She continued, the teacher had no plans to marry that person anymore. There was no point in keeping it. She happily pulled Ha Tri down again. Please sit down. After sitting down, he continued, depending on the beauty and ability of the second master, finding a good husband is not difficult. She continued, it would be a long story. Okay, since you have become my true disciple, sooner or later you will have to inherit your master's robes and bowls. She took out a small comb. This was just one thing in there. Thoughts appeared in his heart. Looking at the second master's appearance, there was something difficult to say, but if he didn't want to say it, I wouldn't ask too many questions. Who said I was a gentleman? Matt Nguyen said while combing his hair, since the teacher has never combed a man's hair, if you feel uncomfortable, please tell me, yes. Did I hurt you? His face turned red. He's fine. Matt Nguyen continued, practicing mystical magic requires extremely strong psychological resistance, because in the process of creating a mystical realm, a large amount of mental energy will be consumed, and people using mystical magic will enhance their ability. Psychological resistance overcomes all means. I heard that and wondered, whatever way, you will know later. Then she placed the item on Ha Tri's hair. A large stream of light emitted. So, compared to normal, your magical practice can rise like a kite in the wind, clouds drifting and water flowing. Her hand emits a great source of energy. Now the teacher will officially begin imparting magical magic to you. Suddenly two people appeared in a strange forest. Magic is a type of false reality created through spiritual power, which can cause people to create hallucinations. From there, it affects their thoughts, emotions and behavior. Through manipulating human consciousness and feelings, the enemy automatically enters the trap we set. In this illusion, you and I are spiritually connected. Just follow my instructions and observe my actions and you can learn magic, yes. Matt Nguyen began to create another illusion. Close your eyes, imagine following me. Have you heard the sound of ocean waves? Unexpectedly, there was actually the sea in front of me. Scenes of attractive girls began to appear in his mind. Just imagining the images in his brain could create a vision. Well, and what if the illusion came to that? He thought about blushing and having a bloody nose. What a wonderful skill. He turned around and searched. Where was the second master? He turned to see a small girl right on the sand. Little sister. The little girl turned to look at him. I saw it. But this is an illusion. The girl is just a part of the illusion. He wondered why the master created such a little girl. From behind came a call, Ha Tri. Suddenly a hand appeared and touched his shoulder. He turned around in surprise. Who? Then he breathed a sigh of relief. Ah, second master. Where did you go just now? She replied, feeling how to use magic yet. He frowned and thought, why are you deliberately misleading this topic, huh? Just now, the teacher did not enter that mystical realm, but it did not affect anything. At this moment, your mind is in communication with me, so learning is easier. His face turned red. Yes, he could feel it. She pulled his shirt again with interest. That's good. Next I will teach you how to stabilize your emotions. Oh. Matt Nguyen put one arm across his chest and the other touched his face. Now close your eyes. Feel the flow of spiritual energy. He began to close his eyes and feel it. Second master, a little numb. When you realize that you have been hit by magical magic or swallowed by magical magic, remember how you felt today, yes. Returning to reality, Matt Nguyen appeared from the fluttering wind. She put her butt on the chair, pang, then thought, it seems he saw it. In Ha Tri's room. As he practiced, he thought back to the scene when Matt Nguyen kindly taught him. Ha Tri jumped out of bed and thought, if I had this method of studying before when I went to school, I wouldn't have to wander between Tan Hoa and Lam Tuong. He raised his hand to show his determination. Okay, now I know, the next step is practice. He went to the warehouse. Suddenly he stopped. Wait, it seems like I missed something. A series of thoughts appeared in his mind. Even if he started cultivating, there would only be more than half a month left. If Comdeek 2 caused trouble in between, the time would be even shorter. Half a month would only depend on cultivating. With normal training, I'm afraid even one level won't be able to break through, let alone break through a realm. He stroked his chin and speculated, that's not right. The four masters, they probably knew this very well, but they chose to send me to Shang-Chi to practice. Is it because this place is a great place to practice? If this is the case, then this place will become a sand-level scenic area. Li Tran suddenly appeared behind him. She called out, Ha Tri. He turned around and said, Master, you're back. Is third master okay? She is recuperating in Thangkok. I will go there later to take care of her. He knelt down on the ground and lamented, today the two masters and the four masters both taught me the initiation, but just the initiation was enough for a day. There's only a little more than half a month left until the intersect exam. Even if you're a genius, half a month to practice won't be of any use. She used her hand to emit a purple light. Then take out some item. I came back on purpose to give you this gift. This thing is called Tue Then, a magical weapon of the divine level. After activation, it will create for you a spacetime. In that spacetime, the flow of time is 1/5000th of the outside world. He was bewildered. So isn't this a time transfer thing? But with my current state, how can I control the minnow? She replied, it's not like other magic tools, you can just use it. He made a gesture to obey the order. Thank you, master. With this sacred weapon, I will definitely get first place in the internal exam. Is she so confident because she already had the secret to victory? She asked. Suddenly, Hatrai was singing and acting, her heart was beating, this love was as intense as fire. But she didn't respond. He had to scratch his head to calm down. Okay, I'll just regulate the atmosphere a bit. In his heart, he thought, she didn't instinctively continue the next sentence. Maybe my previous guesses about her were all mistaken. She looked at him then turned coldly and left. In 2 days I will return to see the results of your cultivation. He held the item in his hand and looked towards Li Tran. The great master walked carefully. A large source of energy emitted and then she suddenly disappeared. He happily took the item in his hand and looked at it. I said. The fact that the atomic bomb and the Earthlings eating spicy foods in the past is probably just a coincidence. Such a hot sign now would be basically impossible. Feel free to sing the next verse. He enthusiastically tried it out. With this treasure, 1 hour could be spent like 5,000 hours. Ha. Ding dong, an illusion opened up. 2 days later in reality, a huge explosion just took place. In the mist and fog is Hatrai, his appearance has changed. He laughed loudly, haha not bad. When he finished, he turned to Siri and told her the time. Siri immediately replied, the realm of the gods is 27 years and 3 days, equivalent to 2 days in reality. Hatrai proudly continued, with the spiritual space created by the god of life, and with the support of the sacred body of the universe, I have broken through to the 7th stage. I remember that year my master said he would come back to visit me 2 days later. It was time for me to go out. Seeing Siri's unusual expression, Hatrai asked, what's wrong, Siri? Siri replied, although reality has only passed 2 days, in reality we have been through 27 years. He held the item in his hand and replied, I understand what you mean. 27 years for ordinary people is really a long time, but for people who spend their whole life practicing, it is just like a snap of the fingers. We call this cultivating immortality in an immersive way. He disappeared and returned to reality, while the monsters could only hide behind large rocks. The demon beasts were all injured and said, this bastard is finally gone, if we don't go then we will become extinct, we can really eat. The 3 female masters were already sitting and waiting for Hatrai to return. As soon as he returned, he saw 3 people waiting and happily said, 3 masters, long time no see. When Matnaguyat saw him, she immediately covered her mouth and smiled. Oh, little Trai, you've changed so much. For us, it's only been 2 days, it's really a bit difficult to adapt. Hatrai blushed shyly. 1 day without seeing each other is like 3 autumns. From my perspective it has been 27 years, countless autumns have passed. Naguyat ran over and sniffed his body. Is there something wrong with the 4 masters? Naguyat replied brightly, it was already amazing, it was truly unbelievable. The realm that a normal disciple takes at least 4 or 50 years to reach, I calculate the age of the god realm is only over 20 years. You are not really a genius, that can be explained. Having learned about the Jade Heavenly stage and the formation, Hatrai smiled lightly. The disciple tried his best to practice without worrying about staying there at night, not neglecting the extra buff of the universe's holy body. Matnaguyat curiously asked, yes, what do you eat, what do you wear, and where do you stay in there? Hatrai began to recount, I had patrolled that space all at once, besides me, there was no one to wear clothes. As for food, 1 demon beast can eat for 10 days, actually, I feel a bit guilty about eating those demon beasts, thanks to them, my cultivation speed has increased a lot. The monsters are angry and shameless. Li Tran couldn't bear to look at Hatrai's tattered appearance so she ordered him to change into a decent outfit. Li Tran said, what's the point of wearing such ragged clothes? If you have reached the extraordinary stage, future cultivation will be even easier. Tomorrow, when your 3rd master returns, I will arrange the next cultivation. Naguyat suddenly shouted, it's not over. Matnaguyat heard that and asked, what's wrong? She replied, the teleportation talisman I left behind had strange changes, I had to go to the palace to see. Hatrai almost forgot. Big sister, 2nd sister, let's go take a look. Then she dragged Hatrai along. Before Hatrai could react, he was dragged away. 4th master, let me take a breath first. Naguyat won't give him a chance, don't be too long. Seeing the two of them leave, Mat Naguyat asked Lee Tran, "Big sister, how Ha Tri only took 27 years to reach the extraordinary level, how do you feel?" At the palace, a fire was burning down an entire row of houses. The mastermind holds a threatening sword in his hand. "This is the last time I ask you." Kam Dik-tu coldly looked at old man Kung Mak lying on the ground in pain and asked where he was. At this point, he still refuses to say, "If I give it to you, I will die in your hands. Whoever hires you, I will pay you 10 times more to buy my life." He still didn't care that the old man was still speechless and couldn't get any useful information. He pointed down his sickle and sword. "Not everything could be measured with money, damn bastard." Before the sword could be lowered, he discovered something and his eyes flashed red. "Quickly fly away to avoid the collision." In the dust and smoke, silhouettes of two people appeared. Seeing this, Kam Dik-tu just calmly looked like he knew everything in advance. As expected, it wouldn't be that simple. After the smoke and dust cleared, two silhouettes of disciples Ha Tri and DM Naguyat were revealed, both of whom arrived in time to save old Kung Mak's life. Looking to the side, seeing the old man lying there as if he was about to die made the two of them doubt that this was the fat guy. Wasn't he already dead? His goldfish brain looked at him and realized, remembering that the system's 27-year mission almost forgot about this. The old man opened his eyes and saw two people shouting angrily, "Damn it, this late piece of trash pissed me off." Seeing that he was not only not grateful but also scolded him, he angrily kicked him. His foul mouth really made him cry out in even more pain. After kicking him, he turned to look at DM Naguyat and pointed at his face, pretending to be serious. "The four masters probably didn't kick him to death, right?" He asked with his mouth, but in his mind he knew clearly that the system did not warn him that the mission failed, but luckily he did not use his full strength. Kam Dik-tu spoke up to attract the two people's attention, and then met Fairy DM Naguyat again. "I don't know if he has face blindness or not, but the last kid changed his name to another kid because he was too weak and felt like he was pulling his leg." Ha Tri smiled and replied, "I haven't seen you for 2 or 3 days and you still don't recognize me." Poor handsome young man with one eye, he had to take out a magnifying glass to see a little more clearly. Seeing clearly at this time, he reassessed. Looking closely, it seemed that his body was much firmer and his chest muscles were also unusually stronger. DM Naguyat pulled out her sword in space and interrupted the two people's conversation. "If only she had killed this fat pig sooner. Your whole body is covered with fire, ready to fight, then we won't need to meet." Seeing that she still wanted to protect the old man behind him, he wondered. It seemed like Fairy DM Naguyat also hated him, but why did she stand on his side? She argued that standing on his side was just completing her mission. Ha Tri asked, "Where is Tu Ling?" Kam Dik-tu replied, "I don't know Tu Ling Dang. Although we don't know each other, we still know the full names of their children, but I'm too lazy to argue with him. I don't know why you want to hide your relationship with Tu Ling Dang. Actually, I'm not interested, but Kung, even though we have to take it away." He still did not give in and raised the sword. "Everyone knows that the 4 immortals of the Commercial Alliance are soldiers. In the end, I only ask that you let me take Kung Mak away." Seeing that it seemed like they couldn't negotiate, DM Naguyat said decisively, "If they couldn't talk, then they'd hit Ha Tri and take Kung Mak away. No need to worry about other things." At this time, Kam Dik-tu still did not panic. He hummed that Fairy DM Naguyat was not honest at all. Ha Tri replied, "Yes." Then ran towards where Kung Mak was lying. Just as they were about to arrive, a figure reaching out from the water gate of Tu Ling Dang appeared to stop them. "Ha Tri." She sat down in front of him to negotiate. "Just a little more and we can get what we want, and then can we let go?" "I don't understand what their purpose is. It's so vague that it makes me impatient, all day long saying incomprehensible words. Where did you guys finally see this fat guy? Just cut off your kidneys and keep the others, okay for us." She still refused to say anything and looked back. "This thing is very important to us and you cannot understand." The system appears with a warning. The host Kung Mak is seriously injured and if not treated in time, the mission will be judged a failure. Having his life threatened made him extremely frustrated. This cheap mission. He was stopped time and time again. Now time was running out, making him angry and draw his sword. If asked, he wouldn't say anything, so let's fight. His anger reached its peak, making his bloodshot eyes look extremely scary with the flames surrounding him, gritting his teeth and saying, "Fight." Bu Beiling was unhappy and said, "I know you are stronger, but you are not my opponent. You are a good person, I don't want to hurt you at all." Ha Tri replied, "It's just a matter of curiosity, don't be so lenient with me." Bu Beiling added, 2 days ago you were still in the Yuan High Realm, how could this be possible?" Previously, the person hiding his strength intentionally approached me to find out whether the information was true or not. We won't be fooled that easily again. Bu Beiling stepped forward and scolded, "In the same realm, do you think you can defeat me or what?" The two quickly rushed into battle. Bu Beiling spoke up, "Tian Tui's secret was the best." The stream of water quickly dissipated. The image of the ministry of Beiling seems to be divided into many parts. Those images surrounded Ha Tri's place. Ha Tri looked around trying to find the real image of Bu Beiling. Her image is all around him. The others observed and said nothing. The four masters said excitedly, hey, you haven't cultivated something, have you?" Ha Tri thought, "It's all just magic." He remembered that he had not heard it before. Now he closed his eyes and felt the movement of spiritual energy. He told himself, "Quickly remember what the second master taught me. Found the real Tu Ling Dang. Images of the ministry of Bei Ling are still everywhere above." He thought, "I understand everything is the true body." Ha Tri ran around and disappeared. Bu Beiling wondered why it had disappeared. From far away, he rushed forward carrying a flaming sword. He screamed very loudly. Ha Tri's attack caused everywhere to explode. Fire also burned throughout the space. Ha Tri said that there are things that don't necessarily require knowing the principles, just pull them all out and smash them to pieces and you're done. Bu Beiling was really looking for a place to escape. She ducked away from the smoke. He rushed over and said, "I chased you away. Now the passive person has changed to you." She turned to look at him in surprise. Ha Tri held up a knife and thought, "This is the knife technique my four masters taught me." Bu Beiling tried to block Ha Tri's sword. Her weapon fell. Bu Beiling escaped the situation and fell backwards. She kept coughing loudly. The man in the high position observed and thought, but he was in a defeated position, and could only attack the weak point. Ha Tri asked, "How are you?" The four masters flew up to attack her, saying, "Now it's your turn." The four masters attacked but the worshipping spirit dodged, leaving her bewildered. The private enemy came to help Bu Beiling. The four masters asked, "What are you doing? You almost broke my brother." Enemy 2 advised the worshipping ministry to follow the song's instructions and there will still be a chance. The four masters on high said that this disciple of mine, who has been taught wholeheartedly by this seat, is still more than capable of dealing with you, although he is still very far behind this seat. Ha Tri sighed and said, "The master's work is also very reassuring." Enemy 2 hugged his face and smiled. He said that the people who don't know the situation clearly are you ignorant brats. Ha Tri was startled and asked what. Enemy 2 said that we just need to defeat the weak point. The worshipping spirit stepped on his feet and flew up. She uses the best color mystic KY Tian Tui. The formation appeared. That standard method surrounded Ha Tri. He wondered, is it this trick again? The silhouette of Bu Beiling is high above. She said, "Hurry up and go kill the enemy, I'm ready." When Ha Tri heard that, he was surprised. Enemy 2 spoke up and sighed. The four masters wondered what this skill of hers meant. The four masters warned the monks to retreat quickly. Ha Tri stood in front of the front dressed in feathers. The four masters used the heavenly Li fire cheat. The enemy's formation rushed to Ha Tri's place. They chased him close to him. The four masters wondered if they had already chased him away. She was also attacked by the spirit cult. The two rushed to attack each other. 2 stepped forward to attack him and said, "Fairy DM Naguyat, your opponent is me, don't double-cross like that." Enemy 2 decided to fight her. The four masters said, "Burning Chi Si Dantian uses the power of origin to strengthen itself, you don't need your life anymore." She said, "Even so. Then you can't win against me." The four masters rushed to attack and he disappeared. The appearance of Lich 2 is called Fairy DM Naguyat. He smiled and said, "With a serious injury, he was able to deceive that stupid boy in Tu Ling Dan. But you can't fool me, although I don't know what happened to you, your realm is no longer the realm of cultivating gods, this is your weakness." The four masters looked at him in surprise. She replied, "It's not your turn to worry about my business." N2 said, "I have been taking life and death lightly for a long time, I must take my face away from here." The four masters rushed in again and he disappeared. Enemy suddenly appeared in front of the four masters. He attacked her. But it didn't seem to be successful, so we stayed in private for a few hours. The four masters attack from above. Come Enemy 2 said loudly, Tu Ling Dan, it's now. A card appears. The worshipping spirit set was wiped out from that card. The four masters' attack line was deflected. The four masters said, You guys are using other people's bodies as shields, that's really despicable. The enemy moved forward to attack again. He said, You've already offended, Fairy DM Naguyat, if you don't have bad intentions, you can't win. That person's life already belongs to me. The four masters exclaimed in surprise. Suddenly, two more enemies approached. Those two images pierced the four masters' bodies. The four masters cried out in pain. Her whole body was also frozen. Come Enemy 2 happily said, But in his body there is the power of Ice Soul, no wonder his realm fell so quickly, accept it. The system warns, the life value of the face bow is below 15%, please treat it promptly, DM Naguyat's acupuncture point has been injured, the power of the Ice Soul in the body is exploding, occurs, in the long run there will be danger to her life. Hatrai cried out, This is so annoying, what is the power of Ice Soul, what is the enemy's power, what is Tu Ling Dan, I know, now let's go deal with them right away. He remembered what someone had once told him, this Xuan Xie talisman has the power to keep him safe and sound, if he encounters a situation that he cannot solve, then use it without hesitation. He looked at it, he thought about it, no matter what method he had to use, he couldn't let anything happen to Master DM Naguyat. He thought, although this girl's temper is very hot-tempered, and if she makes the slightest move, she wants to take someone else's life, but my master always has to do everything himself, and I still haven't learned the lesson of elimination, how could anyone let you harm her right away? Hatrai held the talisman tightly. The amulet in his hand radiated power. That beam of light radiated very brightly. Bu Beiling wondered, the breathing had changed, the ancient spirit pressure, this was something completely different from before, it was basically not pressure from the same person. The Xuan Xie talisman radiates immense power. It dispels all the darkness surrounding the lower temple. The worshipping spirit covered his face and thought, the ice tomb was about to break. She suddenly saw something. The image of a powerful girl behind the lower house's back. The worshipping spirit pondered, what is this great power? Calm Enemy 2 who was nearby also felt that this power seemed to want to destroy the entire world. The ice girl slowly opened her eyes. That girl looked straight at the enemy's position. The Ministry of Worshipping Spirit reminded Lord Cao Tu to be careful. The worshipping spirit sent a piece of card to shield the enemy. But the amount of power brought in was still impossible to resist. The girl in the patch is getting closer and closer. Calm Enemy 2 trembled as he thought, just his eyes and yet I was so scared. Hatrai said loudly, absolutely not allowing anyone to hurt my master. Hatrai held up the sword. The ice girl's hand was also raised. The worshipping spirit thought in fear, the people's momentum is too scary, we can't win, it's definitely impossible. The ice girl's hand was raised high. Hatrai affirmed that the person who hurts my master must die, the lower tri cuts a painful path down. The ice girl's hand also reached out and smacked down. Calm Enemy 2 was deformed by the force. The sword in his hand couldn't last much longer. The enemy's footsteps seemed to be on fire. The injured worshipper sat kneeling nearby. Bu Beiling cried and mumbled that we had lost. Sort of, then she held it in front of her and thought, she couldn't win in the face of this kind of strength, there was no chance of winning at all. Hatrai spoke up, it was all over. Kam Dik-tu knelt on the ground, his hand slammed down, his force was so strong that the surrounding ground subsided into a circle around him. A person's face suddenly appeared, he spat out a mouthful of blood in pain. He fell hard, lying face down on the ground. On this side, Hatrai pointed the fire sword at her. On her face, 2 lines of tears fell. She sobbed and said, I have completely lost, and in the end, I can't do anything for him. She closed her eyes, she fell to the ground, he held the sword and stood still. While dreaming, she saw him lying in the hole that had sunk in earlier, she called, Kam Dik-tu. He put the sword in and looked at her lying on the ground and said, the person you don't care about everything to protect is Kam Dik-tu, right? He grabbed his collar and raised his voice angrily, what exactly do you want to get, is it worth it for you to go to this extent, say it. Blood flowed from her mouth, she closed her eyes, smiled and spoke, it was her dream of returning home. She opened her eyes and shouted loudly, wanting to go home. She told his story. Kam Dik-tu was considered a traitor, wanted by Huang Din. At that time he hid behind a pillar. The soldiers behind him kept chasing. The leader of the soldiers spoke up. "Do you go that way? We go this way. Don't miss a single corner." The soldiers replied, "Yes." She continued, "He was originally a hero of the Holy Land of Chi-du. Clearly just missing one more step, is to be able to liberate the Holy Land." A woman stood high, with many human bones at her feet. She spoke up. The common people could no longer stand the queen's exclusive rule. Kung Mak knelt at the feet of the woman wearing red shoes. She continued, "When she was about to succeed, Kung Mak betrayed the people. Later, Chi-du Holy Land closed all transmission formations and cut off contact to the outside world. He is one of the rare people who has a teleportation talisman and can enter and exit the Holy Land at will. We want that teleportation talisman. With it, we can return home." Back to the present, she knelt on the ground, her hands on her thighs, her face sadly spoke, "There was only one step left, just pretend to save him one more time and he will trust me, just have his trust, then I can find the teleportation talisman he is hidden." After hearing what she said, he spoke up angrily and confused. He was lying on the ground, suddenly his finger moved. She was still kneeling on the ground looking at him. He put his hand on his head and said angrily, "This is your plan. He can make you people of the past trust him, then betray you, to gain glory and wealth, proving that this person's thoughts are deep and unpredictable." He pointed his index finger up, frowned at her and then spoke, "Even if he trusted you, he wouldn't be able to tell such important things to others." She knelt on the ground and looked at him without saying anything. Hatrai turned back and opened the system panel and said, "Siri, I want to ask a question. What is the deadline to protect Kung Mak? If there is no deadline, he will always die. Or in the future there will be what if one day I eat shit and choke to death? Does that count as a mission failure?" She looked at his actions in confusion and asked, "Are you talking to me?" On the system board appeared the words, "The time limit was from the start of the mission to the morning of the 10th day." He spoke up with a dark face, "That is to say, I still have to cure this fat pig. After the time limit has expired, I will kill him again." He spoke up, "You can't kill the fat pig yourself." He thought to himself, "Why do I feel this way? I see there's a bit of anger in Siri's mechanical words." She raised her face to look at him. He turned back and frowned at her and then spoke, "I see that through this torment, the teleportation charm." He was talking and suddenly stopped when he heard a laugh ring out. "Ha ha ha, I never trusted you. I want to get a teleportation talisman. Even if I die, I won't give it to you." He and she stood above looking down. He stood by the empty hole just now, his feet resting on his white hair and spoke. He always had medicinal pills on his body. What does this little wound matter? Just have it. If money has power, what elixir can't be bought? He grabbed Kam Dik-tu's hair with one hand and pulled him up to look at his face. With the other hand, he took out a bottle of medicine from his pocket and said, "No wonder this guy looks so familiar." He panicked when he saw his actions. She was startled and scared and shouted, "Kam Dik-tu." His body was full of bruises. He grabbed his hair and pulled him up and said, "So he's a great hero. His life has been so miserable that his previous enthusiastic look is no longer there. Is he confused?" Tung continued, "I really deserve to die if I didn't recognize you right away." He angrily frowned and said loudly, letting him go. Kung Mak looked in the direction he and she were standing, his hand still holding his hair, and spoke, "I know you can't do anything to harm me. You still have to protect me, although I don't know why." He grabbed his hair, looked fierce, pointed his thumb at his face and said, "No way, my luck has always been this good. That year, no wonder it was just an illusion of a bunch of thugs. Oh well, I don't want to do stupid things with them, but it's fortunate that you guys are stupid so I can earn so much and be rewarded by Her Majesty the Queen." Hatrai gritted his teeth and spoke with a black face, "I said again and let him go." The old man smiled sinisterly at him and said, "This kid's head is truly precious. I recently heard that I also want to return to Chi-du Holy Land. If I bring him back, I will really make a fortune." As Hatrai walked, she opened the system panel and asked, "Siri, reported Kung Mak's life value." The system panel displayed the words, 80% life value. She ran after him and called, "Hatrai." He approached Kung Mak. The old man pointed at him in fear and said, "Hey, why are you coming here? Stop, don't come close to me." He stepped closer. The old man stepped back and said, "Don't come over here." His face turned black and he raised his right hand. The old man shouted, covering his face with his hands. Suddenly Mat Naguyat appeared and spoke up, "Wait." She used her hand to gently flick his head. After flicking, he flew into the hole in space. He looked at her and spoke, "Second Master, why are you here?" She turned slightly to look at him and then spoke, "Perhaps you are the only ones who have a duty." In front of Ban Sun Trang door. In the yard, Ha-Tri walked behind. Mat Naguyat took the lead and pulled the old man tied up. She spoke up, "Senior sister, we're home." He raised his hand and scratched his nose and whispered, "The second master's way of tying up, really strange." He was tied around his body with white cloth, his legs raised up. The old man was brought before Veen Kim Dao. She looked at him and spoke, "Old rules, all the news." Mat Naguyat put her hands on her hips, smiled slightly and said, "Okay, I can't remember who the unlucky guy was last time." He winced, raised his hand and broke his chin, thinking, that sounds even worse than death. He looked at her bewilderedly. Veen Kim Dao looked at him and called out, "Ha-Tri, those two people have told your second master to make arrangements. In a moment, Ha-Tri will come to Dong Veen to find me and your third master." He respectfully clasped his hands together in a salute, slightly bowed his head and spoke, "Yes, the great master, but the fourth master was injured and became an ice statue. This," she stood solemnly and spoke, "she is a fire spirit. Yes, in the past, you were often punished by your third master and frozen into ice pillars. Although this time the freezing is from within your body, there is no need to worry. I will cure you, just let you freeze more. After a while, the disobedient child just needs to be punished a little." Half an hour later, he ran to an arched door, leaves fluttering. Ha-Tri slowly walked inside while calming his breathing. Inside the pavilion, she was sitting on a row of benches leaning against a column, sleeping. He eased his steps to avoid waking her. Suddenly Kong Tin Ham opened his eyes and blinked. He looked at her, she spoke, "I'm here." He clasped his hands together and bowed slightly, then said, "Third master, I thought you were sleeping." She was still a little sleepy, closed her eyes and spoke, "Just a little tired, waiting for me to arrive." She suddenly fell asleep. She sat leaning against the pillar and said, "Come here." He spoke up a bit awkwardly, "The great master called me to Dong Veen. Today she was wearing a pair of blue shoes," she said. The eldest sister was in the room calming her nerves. "We had to wait a little longer." She sat right back and patted the chair and said, "Please sit here." He replied, "Yes." He sat down. She leaned on his shoulder and said, "I heard that you've come out of hiding. I've only been gone for a few days and you've already changed so much. The teacher hasn't taught you anything yet." He sat up straight, placed his hands on his thighs and spoke, "Third master, the one recuperating in Dong Thang Kok. How is her recovery? Otherwise it's my business. You don't need to pay attention." I look at her actions. I thought to myself, the third master's state was a bit strange. Kong Tin Ham's face darkened slightly and he spoke, "Recovering, what?" There was no longer any hope. She said nothing and leaned on his shoulder. He frowned slightly and said, "Third master, I don't know what happened to you, but with me here, nothing will happen to you." Her eyes looked at him gently. Suddenly she leaned closer and kissed him on the cheek, making him bewildered. Kong Tin Ham sat back in his old seat and pulled back his hair. Ha-Tri blushed and swallowed his saliva. An image appeared in his mind. He turned into a dog wagging his tail, and she patted his head. He thought to himself, "Why do I feel like the three masters are joking?" His face turned red and he shook his head, thinking, "No." She sat up looking down and said, "Actually, big sister has already arranged your next schedule. Next I will teach you to practice." He sat on the chair and looked at her. She stood up and spoke up, "Following me." Opening the room, there was a lot of hot air escaping inside. Smoke blew into him. He raised his hand to block it and spoke, "It was so hot." She turned slightly to look at him and said, "Lately people have been as cold as ice. They need to be in sunlight or warm places. This room was designed by Big Sister for me, to neutralize my ice body. You try to endure a little." He wiped the sweat with his hand and said, "It's okay." She strode inside. Suddenly she turned around and said, "If you feel hot, just take off your clothes. We two disciples don't need to be strict." He blushed a little awkwardly and said, This is not necessary. It's completely okay. The harsh environment also helps me practice." Mat Naguyat replied, "That's good." The two went into the room. There were groups of steaming smoke inside. He followed the direction she pointed. She reached out and pointed and said, "Come this way." He pursed his lips and did not speak. She and he sat neatly on the bed, facing each other. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Her face calmly reached out. Kong Tin Ham stretched out his hand towards Ha-Tri. He spoke in panic, "Third master, this is..." She placed her hand on his chest and spoke, "My heart is beating too fast. This is not good for practice." He relaxed his face and thought, in such a warm environment. A woman suddenly raised her hand, touching a man's chest, but also wanting the man's heart to be as calm as water. How powerful can he be to do that? Her face brightened up when she touched him and said, beating faster and faster, if this happens in battle, it will only be harmful, not beneficial. Matnaguyat thought to herself, a hot stream of heat flowing from the palm of her hand. Hand arrived, so comfortable, this is why. She withdrew her hand, her eyes lowered, thinking, could it be because she touched Hatrai? He looked at her bewilderedly and then spoke, Third Master, what's wrong with you? Suddenly she crawled closer to him and said, there's something on my body. He panicked and said, what? She moved closer and spoke, why did I feel my cold condition improve a lot as soon as I touched your chest? Did I bring any magic weapon with me? Can you give it to me? He blushed and said sadly, magic weapon? I didn't bring any magic weapon. He blushed when she leaned on his chest. She spoke, letting him lean a little more. She closed her eyes to enjoy the warm feeling of leaning against his chest and thought to herself, it was indeed because of him. His chest seemed to have an eternal fire. Hatrai blushed and thought, here. His eyebrows furrowed, his face turned as red as a tomato, thinking, what is this? Hatrai blushed, her heart pounded at Kong Tin Ham's intimate action. This was too sudden. The third master's face was also red at this time. His eyes filled with worry as he leaned into Hatrai's arms. Hatrai's mind was constantly thinking. The third master's voice sounded very strange. It's broken. It's really broken. Kong Tin Ham raised his face. Now her hot body appeared more clearly and asked him, what have you been doing these past 2 days? Hatrai quickly responded to the pressure right in front of him. No, if he didn't do anything, he would just follow Master 2 and Second Master to learn a few techniques. Then Master gave me a time magic weapon. It's over. The third master immediately expressed his feelings. Before I never felt that you were anything special to me, so why could I feel so comfortable when I leaned close to you after just a day of not seeing you? Hearing her confession, Hatrai immediately blushed. It seemed like the world around him turned pink and was surprised. Ah! Then he took the hand of the woman lying in his arms. The three masters, who said people were as cold as ice, needing heat to neutralize. Kong Tin Han closed her eyes and lay in his lap and answered, yes. Hatrai immediately worried about her. Is it related to my practice of the four masters Ju Li Dao Dharma? 9 Tu Li Hoa has the fire attribute, Tian Tum is fire energy, and I am a man, has a pure yang body. Hearing that, Kong Tin Ham immediately sat up, smiled and said to him, I don't know, but being next to my child feels very comfortable. Things related to me should never be told to you. Hatrai understood what she meant. If there really was any secret that I shouldn't know, I certainly wouldn't ask too much. At this moment, Kong Tin Ham's hand was placed on his head, expressing her pampering. She used gentle eyes to reassure him, being good. With that action, Hatrai was helpless. Again, she really treated me like a puppy. Kong Tin Ham looked at him and explained, that matter actually cannot be hidden for long. When my essence is completely consumed, everyone in this world will know, you are our true disciple, is also our only disciple. In the future he will be responsible for protecting the holy realm of commerce, so it's okay to tell you. Speaking of this, her eyes were filled with thoughts and a little sadness as she said, I don't have much longer to live. Hearing that, Hatrai immediately panicked. What? Kong Tin Ham's face also turned dark at this time. She confided, Big sister, second sister and little sister have always found ways to treat me. The four of us wanted to accept disciples because of me. If one day I really cannot control the cold, if the gas in the body brings disaster, the three of them will use their deaths to protect the safety of the holy realm of commerce. At this time, Kong Tin Ham spoke while gradually taking off his outer layer. At that time, the disciple we personally taught would be injured. She sat in front of Hatrai and took off her clothes. Put it all in one place. Let's put my story aside first. Teaching you is the main thing today. Her hand placed on Hatrai's chest and pushed him onto the bed. Hatrai called her name, Third Master. Right at this moment, Kong Tin Ham summoned the sword, the blue spirit sword. The sword's power surrounded her and Hatrai. Kong Tin Ham closed his eyes. Coldly opened his blue eyes, raised 2 fingers and said, coldly. At this time, individual strengths are gathered to form a regular ring surrounding the room. Kong Tin Ham suddenly crawled towards Hatrai, making him blush. Here. In front of Hatrai is a beautiful scene with the three masters' quality fruit basket. He blushed and looked at her and swallowed his saliva. Right when Kong Tin Ham crawled on top of him, a sharp sword attacked him, but she blocked it with just 2 fingers. Seeing that, Hatrai immediately became worried and panicked. Kong Tin Ham explained, from the beginning, if your inner turmoil cannot be calmed down, then the Bailing sword will sense your breath and attack you. My Bailing sword has never fallen. I will help you with this attack, but now we have to see your bravery. Hatrai suddenly realized, no, that's not it. Then suddenly, the third master told him to lay his head on her thigh, making him momentarily worried. But I still couldn't resist lying down. This is what I want to do, lying on her lap, he thought to himself, so soft, so elastic, oh no, so cold. Master, if you want to kill me, just kill me, no need. There's no need to toy with me like this, are you a devil? At this moment, hundreds of swords rushed towards him, making Hatrai tremble in fear. Tears flowed from his eyes, thinking to himself, I seem to understand the reason why DM Naguya told me to stay away from the three things, no longer regret anything, save my life, kill someone. Hatrai closed his eyes tightly. I thought a day without seeing each other was like 3 autumns, it was depicting the length of time. A woman's robe lay on her lap and asked her to be calm like water, this is the longest wait. Night falls. And quickly passed the new day. Kuang Tin Ham slept in Hatrai's lap. There is still the power of the sword around. She turned over, opened her eyes. Oh, it's been a long night. She was surprised to realize that she was still alive and doing very well. The sunlight now shining in blinded her, the light was so dazzling. It turned out that it was the halo of light from Hatrai, who was sitting like a Buddha statue chanting. His eyes were hard, my benefactor had come to his senses. Kuang Tin Ham was happy with Hatrai's enlightenment. Enlightenment is good. After you completely control the rescue and separation, I will teach you the Do Sky Sword technique. If you don't practice the martial arts at the same time, you won't be strong enough. Easy to escape and enter the devil. Hearing that, Hatrai was immediately scared and turned pale as he looked towards her. Kuang Tin Ham stepped down and put on his shoes and said, in battle, the most taboo is to think haphazardly. The more dangerous it is, the stronger the opponent. Then she pointed towards Hatrai, saying she needed to calm herself down quickly so she could be invincible. Last night until this morning, you probably understand how to stabilize your emotions, right? Then she placed her hand on Hatrai's chest. At this time, Hatrai still said with that halo, yes, I understand. Suddenly, Kuang Tin Ham suddenly hugged him, making his heart unable to calm down. 2 lines of blood from his nose kept flowing. Kuang Tin Ham closed her eyes and hugged him. Last night, when I felt the heat from you, I felt very comfortable. Hatrai also confided here, so, third master, you will no longer use the Bikling sword to point at me, right? But his response was the usual, obedient pat on the head from the third master. He helplessly watched her go out, rubbing his head again. At this very moment, he saw her patting the little puppy's head and doing the same thing, making him freeze. Hatrai was angry, feeling like a dog. I knew it right away, woof woof woof. At this time, Dao Li came over, calm and cold, her face was much better today. Kuang Tin Ham, who was patting the dog's head, also stood up to say hello, but why did the big sister look so tired? Dao Li held her head, dealing with some things last night. Then she asked Hatrai, did you practice diligently with the third master last night? The third master taught you to regulate your emotions like that, child. Hatrai scratched his head and smiled bitterly, my emotions have collapsed, I guess I understand. Dao Li raised her forehead, her expression not looking good, and replied, that's fine. Tin Han is the god of the sword is invisible, the sword is a wind marquis. If you practice well in the future, it will be very useful to you on the battlefield. That's right. Speaking of this, Dao Li suddenly felt a splitting headache, a headache. Her whole body staggered and fell down at the worried call, big sister, what's wrong? Great master. Hatrai quickly ran to help her. Great master, are you okay? Your face is completely white. Dao Li lay in Hatrai's arms and reassured everyone, it's okay, just feeling a bit tired. The intersect exam is almost here. You and the 3 masters should go back to the commercial union first. I have some things to do here for the time being. Hatrai is worried. Great master, I will stay and help you. There is still enough time. Faced with this concern, the female emperor refused. There is no need. With your current strength, you cannot help me. Tin Han looked at Hatrai's hand clenched tightly and replied, since big sister has said so, then you can rest assured to participate in the intersect exam. When Hatrai heard these words, he immediately felt hopeless because he was still very far behind. Even the great master spent so much effort, so how could I help him? I really don't know how to limit myself. At this moment, in his mind, he remembered that his great master once told him that he must become strong, even stronger than me, so that he can help me. Very quickly the day of the internal exam came. Hatrai changed into new clothes today. Mat Naguya complimented him on his new outfit today. This outfit fits him very well and shows off his handsomeness and style. At the same time, she leaned close to his ear and asked if he knew who made this suit for him. Ha-Tri was curious, who was the best tailor, not the second master. DM Naguyat was standing behind, looking uncomfortable and listening worriedly. Mat Naguyat looked at him and said, I'm busy taking care of the palace, so I don't have time to make clothes for you. It's her. She looked towards DM Naguyat who was panicking. When Ha-Tri heard the answer, he was surprised. Huh? DM Naguyat shyly said to Ha-Tri, what are you calling for? The intersect examination is about to begin. Although she wasn't complimented, DM Naguyat didn't forget to silently praise herself. That's a good fit. My vision is really accurate. Mat Naguyat whispered to Ha-Tri, Tu Naguyat did not sleep for several days and nights just to be a warrior for you. If you cannot pass the internal exam, she will be very disappointed. Ha-Tri still couldn't believe it, glanced at DM Naguyat and said, normally the fourth master hates the most to see you. You also make war treasures for me, isn't that right? Hearing that, Mat Naguyat pressed her finger hard on his head. You're such an idiot, have you really forgotten? Ha-Tri quickly admitted his mistake and asked his second master to point him out. Mat Naguyat sighed helplessly. Didn't I bet with her, if I could get the qualification to participate in the guild exam? Without letting her finish, DM Naguyat quickly covered her mouth. Ah, second sister, have you found the passport from the palace? DM Naguyat said as she tried to pull Mat Naguyat away from this place. Go, do the main thing with me first. Mat Naguyat understood what this investor meant, didn't say anything more, just told Ha-Tri to think carefully and then leave. With DM Naguyat, Ha-Tri nodded yes and waved goodbye to the two masters. At this moment, he also realized that it was because of the bet. How could we forget that? Just when he was about to enter the intersect exam, Tu Lingdang came to find him. Gave him a small cloth bag. Enemy 2 told me to give this to you, maybe I can help you with something. Ha-Tri took the cloth and said, so I'm not a guest anymore, what is the enemy's position? Lingdang smiled shyly, now able to get out of bed. Do you really want to come to the holy capital with us? Thinking of the pig's ungrateful face, Ha-Tri patted his chest and firmly said, I have always hated traitors. Wait until you get your passport, then I will send you back to Chi-Du Holy Land. Lingdang begs you, can you spare our lives? Dik-Tu and I are very grateful. Actually, you don't need to do that much for us. After all, you are also a disciple of the Four Immortals, representing the holy domain of the Commercial Alliance. If not handled well, it will still affect the relationship between the holy domain of the Commercial Alliance and the holy land of Chi-Du. Hearing Tu Lingdang's sad words, Ha-Tri immediately patted her head to comfort her. So, don't think too much anymore, wait for me to return from the intersect assessment. At this time, the students were standing and discussing, talking to each other about the exam in front of the courtyard. Go, the celebration is about to start, you have to quickly find a nice place to watch the excitement, otherwise we won't be able to squeeze in later, and we don't know when we will be qualified to participate in the intersect examination. Stop dreaming, we have to work together. The short-haired young man analyzed that there are only two ways to enter the intersect. One is to excel enough to become the top 3 in the annual external exam, and the other is to register to participate in the internal exam and get the required score. The short-haired young man continued to speak, hearing that the person ranked last in the rankings would be kicked out of that intersect. So isn't it a shame? A young man with bun hair said, oh hello, after all these years, there has never been an intersect disciple who is ranked first from the bottom up, they are all bottom-ranked outer sect disciples. But today Tu Tian's true disciple will also participate in the assessment. If he ranks last, then Tu Tian's dignity will be thrown away. While the young man with the bun hair was talking, a tall guy came up. Just a light touch made him fall to the ground with his bun hair, his head spinning around. Oh my, what is that? The young man fell down angrily. Who is that? Not looking at the road. Hearing that, the fellow students next to him quickly ran to help him up and signaled him to keep his mouth small. Those are the enemies and enemies of the Earth sect. They are the disciples chosen to participate in that intersect examination. Get up quickly. Before I could stand up, Tanong grabbed my hair and lifted me up by the neck. I'm sorry I wasn't looking where I was going, so I bumped into you. Do you need me to pay you for the medicine? Tan's words made her hair in a bun sweat in fear. No, it's okay. Fooling Trot behind him saw this and advised him to let go. Tanong, let him go. Tan responded coldly and then threw her hair into a bun and walked away, falling at Ha-Tri's feet. Ha-Tri looked at Tanong indifferently. I let my hair in a bun lie there haphazardly and turned away. Tanong suddenly realized, his face showed a hostile and unfriendly look. Is that little guy Ha-Tri? TCH, what does it mean to become a disciple of Tu Tian? Isn't he still a waste of the outer sect? Thinking of this, he walked over and started talking to Ha Tri. Hey, are you a true disciple of Tu Tien? Fu Trot saw that and could only help but feel helpless. Oh again. Ha Tri heard the call and turned around. Why are you looking for me? Tan responded, I heard that when you became Tu Tien's disciple, you were just a blood wolf. Can you tell me what tricks you used to pass the test? Ha Tri scratched his ears in disdain and replied, used his feet to climb the steps, and used his hands to break up the formation. Tanong continued, I heard that you usually speak sharply, but today, it's really annoying. Ha Tri also replied without hesitation, the road is not yours, I have never come here to tease anyone before, if you don't call me, I won't say anything, who cares, here's the blow. Fu Trot stood next to hear Ha Tri's arguments and nodded repeatedly, making sense. Seeing this, Tanong immediately got angry and looked towards Fu Trot. Ku Fu Trot, which sect are you? Fu Trot was startled and stood up straight, avoiding his eyes and thinking to himself, well, people didn't say anything wrong. Hani turned around and left, if there's nothing else to do, I'll leave first. This style makes the three people with bun hair even more idolizing, and Ha Tri's image becomes more and more prominent. At this time, Tanong suddenly waved his hand to collect the stones, aiming to attack Ha Tri. Shall I let you go? At that time, Tan thought it was cool, but Ha Tri only waved his hand and his move was broken. Ha Tri reminded him that if he wanted to fight, he would go to the intersect exam later. Don't be in such a hurry. Tanong admitted that you are quite powerful, able to block my attacks. But at this moment, Ha Tri's face showed an expression full of contempt and disdain, thinking to himself, the outer sect disciples were already immune to him. I wonder what this hot-tempered intersect disciple is like, maybe try it. Having said that, Ha Tri immediately pointed straight at Tanong and said, he's no longer young but he still likes to play in the mud. You people from the earthbending sect don't normally teach disciples to scrape powder to light the furnace, right? Hearing that, Tanong got angry and bit his lip. What do you mean? Fu Trot behind him held his head helplessly and stupidly. Ha Tri made a provocative move. I still didn't say it clearly enough. Is there a problem with your brain? Tanong is Jinaj. Whose brain are you talking about? Ha Tri proudly continued. Only people with brain problems would ask who had brain problems. I understand. After Ha Tri finished speaking, the system gave him 500 points for angering Tanong's disciple Tanong. Ha Tri feels that this is too little. To have this much, still needs to be stronger. He asked Saru, tell me his rank. Saru responded, and condensed the 5th level. Ha Tri at this time said with a confident face that he only had level 5 condensation and wanted to win against my level 3 talent. Haha, winning in my dreams. Hearing Ha Tri say that he was already level 3 in filial piety, Tang couldn't believe it. His anger also flared up violently, giving Ha Tri 3,000 anger points. No way, how could you be so strange? At this time, Ha Tri was certain that this Chin response was just the type of person with poor skills and a sloppy mess. Ha Tri turned around to leave but did not forget to leave a sentence. There is one more thing that I want to remind you of. The Holy Realm Commercial Union has regulations that prohibit disciples from fighting each other. I am a disciple who follows the rules, out of respect for being a fellow disciple, so I will not go and report to the elder. You can handle it yourself. Hearing that, Tanong frowned angrily, using his strength to make a stone sword. Who are you looking down on? An outer sect disciple? What right do you have to talk to an inner sect disciple like that? The outer gate is disgraceful and represents waste. Fu Trot saw that something was wrong so he had to persuade him to stop. Tanong, you're talking too much, don't cause trouble anymore. At that moment, there was a female voice in the distance. Qin Ying, you still think it's not enough to lose face? Ha Tri turned his head and looked back. A woman was slowly appearing from the ground, making him realize that I didn't detect anyone behind me at all. North Yard, I thought you were already in the auditorium. Sandbach turned around and said, something as small as candy can anger you, so you still have to pass the intersect examination. Hearing that, Tanong panicked and explained, that bastard Ha Tri doesn't care about me. I just taught him a little. After all, I'm just an outer sect disciple. Without letting him explain further, Sandbach gave him a heavy slap. She preached to him, what about the outer sect? What about the inner sect? They were all commercial disciples. Fu Trot saw the tense situation and immediately came forward to help. Sandbach, Tanong are always like that, don't be angry. Sandbach coldly turned away and apologized. Tanong was still not satisfied and tried to argue. Please, sorry outsider, this is not. Fu Trot reminded him, stop talking, be careful. Sandbach coldly turned around, his eyes were like sharp knives. That's what you wanted. Tanong panicked and trembled and said, I will apologize, I will apologize. Ha Tri saw this and secretly thought, they were the same person. Why were Tanong and Kufuing Trot so afraid of this person named Sanbok? If they were very strong, they wouldn't have to be scared like this. Sanbok smiled softly and said to him, "It's so embarrassing. Normally my senior brother's personality is a bit hot-tempered, but he is very nice." She glanced at Tanong and threatened, "Senior brother, be a little more polite." Tanong held his fist and stammered, "Sorry, really sorry." Ha Tri replied, "It's okay." Even though he was a commercial disciple, it was just a small scrape. He thought to himself, this is not normal fear, we have to pay attention to this character. Sanbok heard that and immediately said goodbye. If the misunderstanding had been resolved, the three of us brothers and sisters would go first. He replied, "Oh, okay, go carefully." She turned around and added, "Ha Tri, I'm looking forward to meeting you in the intersect exam." He pondered and then replied, "I will try." The two intersect disciples whispered to each other. One said, "Isn't the nature of the intersect examination to kill each other and compete for the first place in the examination?" The other replied, "In the end, it's not that, killing each other. No one has ever come out unharmed before, everyone has serious injuries." Ha Tri noticed him and immediately rubbed his hands and said, "The three senior brothers." Three intersect disciples saw him approaching and immediately avoided. "Let's go quickly, Ha Tri is coming." "Ah, the wind is so strong today. Ah look, the sky is so clear." Ha Tri wondered uncomfortably, "Am I a devil?" He quickly flew, blocked the path of the other three people and asked, "Senior brothers, wait a moment, I heard what your father said. It seems like you know the inside story." One of them replied, "We are just a few people, just a guy from the outer sect. He's not qualified to participate. How can he know the inside story?" One person continued, "Don't know, don't know." Another person whispered, "Just run away and say, we still have to hurry up and take your seat. No more talking. Good luck with your exam. Favorable lymph nodes, becoming the light of the outer gate." Those people finished speaking and ran away, but Ha Tri blocked their way to ask, so the intersect assessment was a survival battle type assessment. The other three people stopped running, panting, "Ha-ah." Then one asked, "Ha Tri, what about the assessment you really don't know?" Ha Tri immediately replied, "A few years ago, you all knew I was a guy, bookworm in the library, not caring about worldly affairs." He secretly added in his heart, "How could I know what the intersect assessment was? I was just listening to a few things to probe the situation." A disciple sighed and explained, "Simply put, it is a great battle for survival. The longer someone stays awake, the more points they accumulate, and the leader will receive a holy level magic weapon that can be used regardless of realm. Anyone can use it." Ha Tri continued asking, "Do you know who are the outstanding players this year?" That disciple told me, "You should also pay attention to the person named Sanbok just now. She's a bit of an evil person. The rest is there. Kung Hung of the Water ruling sect, Titan Gu of the Wood ruling sect, Hei Tai Jr. of Kim and Gu Mon, Kwok Kang of Thunder Mon, Duong Tam Vin of Fan and Gu Mon are all seated players." Hearing that, Ha Tri immediately hugged his fist and thanked him, thanking senior brother for his guidance. Then he took 2 cans of Coke and invited the 3 outer sect disciples. "This is a little of my brother's heart. This is the happy carbonated drink of our homeland. Invite the 3 senior brothers to quench their thirst, if there is anything new. Also, remember to tell me, we also have spicy candy, chicken, etc." Siri immediately asked him, the host, if a bottle of happy carbonated water costs 5,000 points, is it too much of a waste? He smiled and explained, "The outer gate has run out of chickens to herd. It's better to turn enemies into friends. That way, there will be more friends and fewer enemies. Moreover, isn't the intersect exam about to start? In the intersect, there are all brand new chickens. You can herd as much as you want." Siri was silent and said nothing. Then he turned around and said, "The 3 brothers," saying goodbye. They were still holding cans of carbonated water and were dumbfounded. After he left, the 3 of them discussed among themselves, "Do you think Ha Tri has become handsome?" "Yes, that kind of freshness from the inside out." One person intervened, "Even the figure also became larger." The other person also nodded, "Yes." Then a disciple suddenly wondered, how to drink this. What is spicy candy? At the entrance to the hall, people were walking back and forth. There was even a disciple who was selling tickets to make money. "Just 5 spirit stones. 5 spirit stones. The top, pick whatever you like." Ha Tri whispered as he walked, "It's true that where you are, there may not be gangsters, but there will definitely be tickets." He looked around and scolded, "1 ticket to the hall sold for 5 spirit stones. Why don't you just go rob them?" He didn't pay attention to the 4 masters DM Naguya who were secretly following him in disguise. Suddenly, second master Mat Naguyat appeared behind her and asked, "Little sister, are you disguised to follow?" DM Naguyat asked again, "Second sister, why are you behind me?" Second master asked again, "Why are you here?" DM Naguyat replied, I'm afraid that Kid Hatrai has lost his way. If he misses the lottery ceremony, it will be considered as giving up his right to participate. Matt Naguyat said, yes, I'm also afraid that Kid will get lost. The fourth master blushed and asked, Sister, shouldn't you go up to the hall to observe the battle? Matt Naguyat immediately retorted, Fairy DM Naguyat, I also need to go up there. It seems you have forgotten everything. The four masters turned and walked away. She shouted loudly, Who would forget? That's why I didn't forget. The second master smiled and replied, you, keep your mouth shut. At a corner of the hall, a person was bidding, slightly reduced, 4 spirit stones, are they for sale? A disciple selling tickets replied, Big brother, I worked very hard to get tickets to this hall, so a spirit stone is indispensable. I'm about to run out of money. Don't stand here and interfere with work, eat mine. The guy buying the tickets is a muscular man with copper blonde hair. He is Keen Taiso. He black-faced and grabbed the disciple selling tickets and threatened, I say 4 is 4. The elders of the 6 sects hate ticket rigging. There, the ticket seller said awkwardly, Aya, junior brother Keen, it's you. If you didn't say it early, I'll give you the ticket directly. Suddenly the disciple selling tickets asked, Wait a minute, aren't you a player in the intersect exam? Why did you buy a ticket? Keen Taiso turned towards 3 beautiful and lovely young ladies of 3 different ages. He smiled and replied, Buying tickets for my sisters. The ticket sales disciple cried silently in pain, My ticket, ha-hoo, it hurts so much. The disciple gave him the ticket and asked, 3 tickets. The bronze-haired young man raised his hand to signal the number 4 and replied, 4 tickets. After finishing work, I have to stay behind to accompany my sisters. Keen Taiso told the oldest girl, I'll take my younger sisters to find a nice place first, wait for brother's exam to finish and then come find you. He asked worriedly, Big brother will won. He reassured, Rest assured, Big brother is very strong. At that moment, Hatrai passed by him. He paused as if realizing something, then stopped and did not continue. He excitedly asked him, Hatrai, are you Hatrai? Hatrai panicked and shouted, I'm not. He silently cursed, Wow, am I so famous now? Keen Taiso was stunned. Uwini took out a piece of paper and said, Brother, this is Hatrai's portrait, don't get the wrong person. He picked up the painting of Hatrai with an ugly face. He clicked his tongue. TSK, it's a bit similar, but not the same. Hatrai crossed his arms and looked at the painting he was evaluating. If you can tell it's similar then it's fine. It's a talent. He hesitated, whether it's similar or not. He laughed loudly and realized, it's you? It's just that the person in this picture is so majestic and great, he's been completely deceived. Then Keen Taiso flexed his muscles, sealed his spiritual energy and asked loudly, Brother Ha, can you rub against me without using spiritual energy? Hatrai asked again, Now, here, let's fight. Keen Taiso replied, Yes, it is now. He raised his hands to signal surrender and said in confusion, I'm really not Hatrai, just a passerby who came to watch the battle. He rushed forward, grabbed his raised hands. She shouted loudly, You are Hatrai. Even if I turned into a friend, I would still remember you. He was surprised, turned into ashes. Not like that, yes. Suddenly someone hugged him. Keen Taiso's second sister hugged Hatrai. She shouted loudly over and over again, Fighting with Big Brother, fighting with Big Brother. Keen Taiso's youngest sister also clung to his leg. Her face was runny, screaming, hitting. Hatrai panicked and shouted, Hey, water, snot. Everyone around saw the noise and gathered around. Keen Taiso raised his hand and smiled and said, After the test starts, I probably won't have a chance to fight with you, so I want to fight you before I start. At the beginning of the test, it's just rubbing against fellow students, stopping at the right time. Hatrai sighed and replied, Okay. He silently lamented, It seems that this is a shameless person. His head is also not good. When people around saw him and Keen Taiso standing opposite each other, preparing for a duel, they couldn't help but whisper. Someone asked, What's going on in front? Is there something to look forward to? Someone else answered, It seemed like there were 2 players participating in the intersect test. Meeting before the test, one disciple crossed his arms and groaned, Many people too bad, can't get in. Hatrai looked at the opponent in front of him and thought about it. Keen Taiso is also a 3rd-level genius like me. He doesn't look young anymore. He probably has far more combat experience than me. My current advantage is 1, Siri. The second is the Qiankan Holy Body. If you can use the Qiankan Holy Body to learn the opponent's fighting skills in battle. He now stood up to be the referee. She happily raised her hand and signaled for the competition to begin. Immediately, Hatrai and Keen Taiso rushed at each other. People around them were also noisy, fighting and fighting. Come on, don't be a coward. Ha Tri swung his fist at Keen Tai-so's face. He shouted loudly, "Hey!" He quickly dodged. He aimed at his lower body and kicked. Before he kicked him, he stopped and scared him to no end. He thought to himself, why is this guy acting so insidiously? Moreover, his speed is too fast, giving me absolutely no time to react. This fighting style is too contrary to the image of a lost man. Official. Keen Tai-so smiled contemptuously and said, I've given up already. Seeing this, Ha Tri immediately grabbed his lower body and replied, a strong opponent will make him try harder. He silently lamented, it's too dangerous. Very good, I don't need to use the holy body to learn. After that, Ha Tri punched his right hand into his left hand and shouted loudly to challenge, come on. Jing Tai-chu took a stance to meet the fight. He thought to himself, in the fight just now, his skills were very childish. My kick just now would normally dampen the opponent's fighting spirit, but he actually dared to fight again. Right, is a young man with a strong will. He frowned and continued to think. He probably didn't have much experience in actual combat, but he had many legends. What kind of opponent was this? An unknown person in the outer sect but famous in the inner world. Internal examination within a short time. He affirmed in his heart that now I have my own strong moves to fight him. Until now, no one has been able to beat my martial arts. Ha Tri closed his eyes, remembering the words taught by his third master Kuang Tin Ha. He reassured himself, calmed his emotions, restored his breathing, and did not be led by his opponent. He opened his eyes. Then he jumped up and raised his fist towards Keen Tai-so. He looked at him and smirked. He kicked again, aiming straight at his lower body. He shouted loudly and kicked loudly. He was surprised and shouted loudly, wow, what are you flying about? Ha Tri used both hands to block his kick in the air. Receiving another move from Keen Tai-so, Uwun knee punched straight. When he was about to punch him in the face, he held out two fingers with the intention of poking him in the eye. Ha Tri quickly dodged to the side and silently screamed, hello, anti-fraud center, someone named the move, fool. He quickly calmed down and reminded himself, no, his attention was scattered again. There were too many loopholes exposed, he could only try to block it. Suddenly, Keen Tai-so disappeared. He shouted in surprise, huh? Suddenly, a hand appeared in front of Ha Tri. He was secretly surprised. What? Keen Tai-so's hand aimed at his face. Keen Tai-so flicked his forehead, making him fly for a long time screaming in pain. Ah, and he calmly said the name of the move, passing the brain through the ice. DM Naguyat was blending into the crowd, and at this moment also screamed, surprising everyone around, Ha Tri. She was startled and thought, oh my god, I suddenly called her name. Suddenly, a hand reached out. Mat Naguyat appeared in the air, pinched her ear and smiled, little sister. As soon as she turned away, you ran out to follow Ha Tri. Let's finish the main thing first. DM Naguyat was pulled away. She stammered, I don't have it. Ha Tri wiped the blood from the corner of his lips and thought to himself, his fighting intuition is much better than mine. After predicting my attack, he immediately changed his fighting method. I took back the comments that were not good. Just now, I couldn't look at his face and figure it out. He scolded me silently, being obnoxious. He thought uncomfortably, as expected, I am still very poor. At this time, Keen Tai-so had already gone to where her three sisters were. Uwon-ni propped her hips up and said to him, Big brother, didn't I tell you to change the name of the move? Brother, you shouted so loudly in front of everyone, it was really embarrassing. His second sister folded her arms and continued uncomfortably. She had no face to meet someone else. She wanted to die. The youngest sister also said loudly, she wanted to die. Keen Tai-so just patted his sister's head. Just promised. Who told you? My sister is so cute. She's a good girl. Next time big brother will definitely change. Next time for sure. Ha Tri wants to call you, Keen brother. Suddenly he was stunned. He saw that Keen Tai-so's hand that was rubbing his sister's head was covered in calluses. Keen Tai-so scratched his head and said to him, Ha Tri, it seems like this match can't be fought anymore. My sisters and I are all rushing to find seats. You comforted me. You are very strong, just not used to it yet, familiar with the way of fighting. After a few more battles you will understand. Ha Tri hesitantly replied, okay. Then I thought to myself, after fighting, then run away. I'm too scary to control. Keen Tai-so, hey, so let's meet again at the meeting school. Uwon-ni also walked closer and called him, Mr. Ha. She smiled and gave him a handkerchief and said, my brother is a senseless person. He has no malicious intentions. Wipe away the sweat. Ha Tri took the handkerchief. Uwon-ni continued, I will be cheering for you under the stage. He looked at her bewilderedly without saying anything. After that, Keen Tai-so's brothers and sisters immediately entered the hall. Keen Tai-so waved at him, saying goodbye. Ha-Tri clenched his fists, thinking with enthusiasm. Keen Tai-So's hands were full of calluses. He must have practiced with great intensity every day. The time I spent cultivating in the spiritual space was not enough. He continued to think, if he wanted to fight with the strong, I couldn't wait any longer. He trembled and laughed softly. He. The people around him misunderstood him. They talked. As expected, they couldn't see anything. One person asked again, "Hey, isn't that Ha-Tri?" Ha-Tri suddenly laughed loudly. This internal exam will definitely be very interesting. The three talkative disciples were startled, hugged each other and shouted, "Hey, he!" He laughed. One of them shouted in panic. His laughter was so scary. Another disciple shouted, "He was definitely not a good person." Ha-Tri happily jumped up and said, "Let's go." A moment later, someone transmitted the sound to Ha-Tri. That person called him, Ha-Tri. He looked around and asked, "Great Master, is that the one who is calling you, the one who has returned from the world?" Veen Kim Dao ordered, "Find a place where there is no one. I have something to tell you." Brother replied, "Yes." At the edge of the forest, a golden ball of spiritual energy flew in front of him. From the ball appeared Veen Kim Dao's figure. She said, "Ha-Tri, I was caught up in some things so I couldn't return. I received very reliable news. There is an insider at the conference. I don't know what the intention is." He asked again in surprise, "Insider?" She advised, "I still don't know the background of this insider. You must be vigilant. Use the WNCA talisman to contact me at any time, and find an opportunity to talk about this with my three masters." Child, Ha-Tri replied, "Yes." Veen Kim Dao put his hand on his chin and continued, "This intersect test, I am waiting for good news from you. You are a disciple of the four immortals. If your performance is too poor." Her eyes glared at him threateningly. She would have to die. He panicked and replied, "No, I don't dare." Hearing that, she smiled and said, "That's good, I will return quickly." Veen Kim Dao disappeared, leaving behind only streams of golden light. Ha-Tri then breathed a sigh of relief and thought to himself, "Wow, even though it was just a clone, the great master's pressure was truly terrifying." He quickly ran away to whisper to himself. Now he quickly went to inform the three masters about the inside story. A moment later, Ha-Tri gasped, eyes wide and shouted loudly, "There were too many people." He looked around and exclaimed, not expecting so many people to participate in the intersect examination. Suddenly a hand was placed on his shoulder. Someone called, "Ha-Tri." He turned his head and saw Kong Tin Ham and immediately greeted him, "Third Master." She said, "There's still a little time left until the intersect exam. Come with me to the rest room. I need you to help me." Suddenly the crowd was talking loudly, attracting the two people's attention. Palace Master Lin Hoa also came to see the war stars. A disciple exclaimed, "This year is really bustling. Not only the four immortals are in charge, the little princess of Asura Palace is also coming. I must perform well." The stuffed animals kept talking. "Let go a little." Asura Lin Hoa entered the hall. She was wearing the clothes that Ha-Tri gave her, a school uniform with a white shirt and a blue short skirt wearing a pair of tights. The black color made her even more beautiful. The male disciples were dazzled looking at her. The Lin Hoa Palace Master was so adorable. The clothes she wore were strange but also very beautiful. One of the disciples even shouted loudly, really wanting she signed her name for me, signed on her back. When Asura Lin Hoa heard those words, she immediately blushed. She suddenly saw Ha-Tri, immediately reached out and rushed towards him and called out, "Ha-Tri." She flew over happily and boasted, "I purposely came to watch your match." But Ha-Tri was surprised. "Lin Hoa Palace Master." She hugged his neck, blushing and cheering, "You must win. I have a reward for you." He turned around and hesitantly told Kong Tin Ham, the third master, about this. Kong Tin Ham frowned. Then she pulled her hair and turned around and said, "It seems you are very busy now, so I won't bother you anymore." Ha-Tri stopped. The three masters waited. Kong Tin Ham remained silent and said nothing. She continued to walk. Asura Lin Hoa held his hand coyly. The grand ceremony had begun. Fairy Tin Ham should return to her seat. He thought in panic, "Third master, why do you look like you're about to cry?" Ha-Tri asked, "Master Lin Hoa, the third master must be looking for me because there's something urgent. Once it's done, I'll come find you. Can you see if it's okay?" Asura Lin Hoa still hugged his arm and immediately agreed, "Of course you can, I'm very generous." She whispered in his ear again, "But after that, I wanted to use the spirit stone to exchange some clothes with you." He was surprised. "Huh?" She told her that she wanted the newest outfit. He replied, "No problem." A moment later, he gave Asura Lin Hoa a pink outfit with bold cuts, highlighting her beautiful features. The outfit was adorned with black strings around her body and a necklace with a yellow lock, making her even more attractive. The male disciples saw this, their anger value continued to increase, they shouted angrily, the delicious vegetables were fed to the pigs, the goddess walked a little away from that rotten man's car, one of them even declared, war, that guy, is my lifelong enemy. Siri suddenly announced, checking that the anger points were constantly increasing, the owner should try his best. Ha-Tri looked at the notice board and scolded, Siri, don't add fuel to the fire, I don't want to make the third master angry, not angry. Kong Tin Ham now gritted his teeth. She clenched her fist. Then she blushed and hugged Ha-Tri's left hand, making him shy. She said, I'm very worried. He thought to himself in surprise, 3 masters, you. Then he held his head and whispered, forget it, I see that the 3 masters are not fighting over me and Lin Hoa, I even have doubts, you don't know what it means to be physically intimate with a man. The surrounding men kept screaming, the anger value also increased continuously, great, this is clearly a man, one gritted his teeth and shouted, let go of the 2 goddesses, let me up, one holding my head, my world has collapsed here, oh my god. Siri then continuously announced, surprising Ha-Tri, congratulating the host on accumulating 25,000 rage values at once. The total rage value reached more than 200,000. Siri gave a weight of 9 lid silver. Pay attention, collect 6 layers of 9 silver. The host will receive the achievement of martial Dao mastery. Siri announced again that accumulating points will lead you to the top half of your life. He roared angrily, hoping that before I reached the pinnacle of life, I wouldn't be beaten to death by the 3 masters. And Siri, don't you see that you're becoming more and more like a multi-level person? At this moment, Kong Tin Ham immediately called, Ha-Tri, quickly, he responded, immediately. Then he coughed a few times, calming himself down. Then he patted Tu La Lin Hoa's head and advised, good girl, I'll see you later. She happily nodded. Well, he sighed in his heart again, I finally feel the feeling of rubbing Tu La Lin Hoa's head, it's quite good, interesting. The male disciples are still screaming in pain, I hate them. Ha-Tri didn't pay attention to them. As he walked, Kong Tin Ham stroked his hair and thought, this anger was achieved without any effort. In the chaotic crowd, there was a beautiful black-haired, blue-eyed girl quietly observing Ha-Tri. She smiled and thought, that person was the disciple that the 4 fairies had just accepted. Even the Asura Palace's master Lin Hoa liked him very much. This person must definitely pay attention. As she walked, she suddenly encountered someone. She looked up startled. Elder Lam majestically entered the hall. She glanced past the black-haired girl. The 2 made eye contact, giving each other unfriendly looks. At Kong Tin Ham's palace, she and Ha-Tri entered a room. After opening the door, she immediately asked him what he wanted. He was surprised and asked again, what do you want now? He blushed and raised his hand to his chest and excitedly said, as long as you don't point at me with the blue spirit sword, your chest is up to the person who gives it to you. She refused, breasts are not needed, I need your blood. Hearing that was like thunder hitting his ears, his face turned pale and he wondered, what? He asked again, bloody. Before he could finish his sentence, Kong Tin Ham rushed towards him. She grabbed his hand. Then I told my thoughts, ever since I got close to you, the coldness in my body has been suppressed, but it can only last for a dozen hours. I think if I apply the method of blood harmony, then will the maintenance period be longer. She lifted her hair and brought his finger to her lips. Ha-Tri blushed and called out, third master. She stuck out her tongue, licking his fingertips. He saw her sucking his finger. He wondered, yes, she really was sucking blood. He pursed his lips and thought, this feeling is indeed a bit strange, like. Kong Tin Ham removed his finger from her mouth. The corner of her lips still had a trace of his blood. But she frowned unhappily. Ha-Tri awkwardly asked her, third master, how does it feel to suck blood? Is it better? She calmly replied, she didn't feel anything at all. Kong Tin Ham sighed and turned around, waved his hand and said, it seems that the blood fusion method is not working. Forget it, go and attend the grand ceremony first. The master still has to continue preparing the medicinal pills as instructed, big sister. Having finished speaking, she coldly walked away. Suddenly, she turned around and frowned in disdain. It's just like that. Ha-Tri was shocked and shouted loudly, just like that. Ha-Tri asked, third master, can I still help? Kong Tin Ham heard that and immediately replied, oh. Then she lifted her hair and thought. Her touching appearance made him blush in panic. She looked at him and asked, what's wrong? He scratched his head in embarrassment. No, nothing, thinking, in the end, are you not trapped or are you trapping me? It's not like there are countless blue spirit swords outside, pointing it straight at me. She looked at the bandage on her leg and said, if the frost doesn't go away now, it will become even more serious in the future. Going to Dong Thangkok now will be useless. She turned to him and said, making him confused, leave it alone, let me see your bravery. Then she began to take off her shirt. He shouted in panic in his heart, it's a sword, it's sure, outside, it's a sword. She glanced at him and ordered, come here. On the outside he sighed, but inside he was secretly happy, third master, I really can't hold on. She blushed and ordered, quickly come here and hug me, do you want to disobey your teacher? He ran over with a happy expression, yes. He hugged her from behind as he spoke, feeling like the cold air had receded at all. She was shy and positive. He remained silent as before her words. She turned around and hugged him from the front, saying, wouldn't that be better? Hug me a little more, it's so warm, he replied, yes. After a while he asked, why do people have this disease? She replied, it's not a disease, it's just that there was a mistake when transforming. He asked, transforming? She pushed him away and said, okay, help me get dressed. He remained silent but thought, deliberately not explaining clearly. He took her clothes and replied, yes. While he was helping her put on her clothes, she said, you must come first in the internal exam, otherwise I will definitely not forgive you. He stopped his movements. Then looked at her beautiful appearance and replied, yes. Suddenly the system had a notification that caught his attention, hidden mission, proper behavior, 100% completion, reward, a ticket to visit the whole world, 48 hours tour time. He looked at the screen and scratched his head in bewilderment, this. He walked alone to the monk's gate. Meanwhile, he was still thinking to himself, still feeling like he was being treated as a guinea pig by the three masters. He walked in the middle of the crowd. Suddenly, an arm pulled him from behind, making him jump. He leaned back and asked, brother, please ask about your noble character. That person replied, I am Tidengu of Mockingu Mon. You are Ha Tri, a disciple of Tu Tien, right? He sweat dropped and replied, making him laugh out loud. He looked at the pictures on the ground, including himself and Kung Lu, and immediately said, brother Teet, this is you. He said, oh. Then he held up Kung Lu's photo and continued, I was researching the player's data, but I didn't expect to meet the main owner. This is the eldest lady Kung Lu. Not only is her personality as gentle as water, but also her appearance. People are extremely good. He looked at him with a disdainful expression. Are you researching documents, or just gossiping about something? Tidengu rubbed his head and laughed. Oh, ha ha ha, sorry. He held his chin in a thoughtful gesture and said, I heard that this young lady is a strong man among the female disciples under the 5th stage of the inner sect. She looked weak and couldn't protect herself, but she punched him. I also couldn't get out of bed for 3 years. When he heard that, he immediately clasped his hands and said, thank you brother Teet for spreading the word, it is very helpful. I am in a hurry to attend the intersect great meeting, and will no longer welcome you. He immediately pointed at him and said seriously, Ha Tri, you're almost done. He looked back, sweating and asked, what? He flew over and put his arm around his shoulder and said, do you know what kind of existence the 4 immortals are in the intersect? He replied, oh, I'm not sure. He continued, they are spotless, bright stars far away. If you can't reach it, you can only watch from afar but can't play in the intersect's men's arms. His face was tearful, his nose was running, and he was crying, but the 4 fairy sisters, actually, were caught by you, that's it. He was startled and confused. That, which, brother Teet, I just a disciple of the 4 immortals, not a stalker of the 4 immortals. You're angry with me, that's it, you stop robbing and yelling. In short, you're already a target, you're done with this intersect exam. I'm helpless. I see that we and everyone have had an inexplicable misunderstanding. He said again, but, if you spend 5 spirit stones to buy information from me, I will become your ally. He firmly affirmed that we would join forces and feel extremely safe. He pushed his face away and turned away to refuse. There's no need for this. He walked away and said, 5-star Mexican General, Corporal MacArthur James once said that the only thing waiting for Ha Tri is first place, unless Ha Tri doesn't want to be first. For the time being he doesn't need allies. He covered his face and asked, who was this great general who was rising and falling? He replied, his name is a 5-star Sergeant MacArthur, his name is James, and his name is a corporal. The scene changed to the competition stage where the host announced at this time, there was nothing special about the intersect test, everyone understood. My old man didn't have to preface it too long, the test was done immediately. Begin. Kwok Sok looked at the disciples and said, "The disciples participating in the intersect exam this time, there are a total of 30 people both inside and outside the sect. The number is not the same as last year, but this time there are many excellent disciples. Looking forward to the next sect. This lymph node can be seen in everyone's performance." Then he shouted loudly, inviting the players participating in the test to stand on the platform in the middle of the square. "I and 5 other elders will teleport you to the testing place, the gloomy forest." Everyone heard his announcement and immediately approached the center of the square. Suddenly Kung Lu almost jumped forward, making her quite panicked. Fortunately, Ha Tri caught her in time. She was careful. She turned to him and thanked him. He looked at the beautiful person in front of him and thought to himself, but it was Kung Lu, who was truly much more beautiful than the picture. He smiled brightly at her. "Pay attention to his feet," she replied. "Thank you for reminding me, Ha Tri." When everyone had walked between the elders, they withdrew their magic and teleported them to the competition site. Kwok Sok cast a spell to open a large screen in front of everyone. In other words, the image of the intersect examination will be transmitted here in real time, and it will be shown continuously until the intersect examination ends. Hearing that, everyone immediately cheered excitedly. DM Naguyat on the stage was restless and kept walking back and forth restlessly. Matt Naguyat asked, "Little sister, are you not feeling well, or is there something urgent that needs to be done? If there is something urgent, you can go first." Hearing that, she immediately replied, "No, it's nothing. What are we doing?" Matt Naguyat was dissatisfied and told the truth. DM Naguyat had to tell the truth. "In fact, I was afraid that Ha Tri wouldn't pass the test and would lose our face." Tin Ham heard that and immediately said, "It's not just Ha Tri that I'm worried about, it's Ha Tri herself. I've just used a single thought to analyze you." She immediately shouted, "Third sister, using spiritual rhinoceros in one breath for this kind of thing, don't you think it's a waste of spiritual energy?" Tin Ham replied, "My body is equal to the snow lotus." DM Naguyat said on the surface, "I understand, not only did you not use all your spiritual energy but also leaked it to the outside, but your heart thought differently." The third sister said, "No, can't we just avoid it a bit? It makes people very, very embarrassed." Then she stood up and said, "That, if the 2 sisters already know, then just consider that I have a stomach ache. If Elder Luke Moan asks, just tell me to go back to the commercial temple to rest." Matt Naguyat hugged her face and smiled teasingly. "Little sister, you can rest assured, he certainly didn't forget the bet with you. He just pretended to be stupid and didn't know. Just wait a little longer, then the water will flow into a river." She was so embarrassed that she got angry and left. I don't think about that, I'm leaving." Saying that, she cast her fire magic into a pillar of fire that shot straight into the sky. Matt Naguyat said, "Third sister, this girl suddenly has her own feelings." Tin Ham also chimed in, "Little sister's integrity is 100 times more adorable than arrogance." Matt Naguyat propped her cheek and smiled, "This disciple of ours is really very interesting." At this time, everyone had teleported to the forest where the test was taking place. Elder Lamb spoke up, "This year's testing place is a gloomy forest, located in the southeast of the commercial holy area. After entering, the entrance will be closed, and will reopen 36 hours later. Players should try their best, try to survive." Ha Tri stood looking at the forest and thought to himself, "It looks like just an ordinary forest. I wonder if I can find a safe place for me to practice a little bit." But Elder Lamb also reminded him to try to survive, proving that in this forest there may be demons or dangers that they have arranged. Elder Lamb opened the gate and said, "The test is calculated based on accumulated points. Now I will open the entrance for everyone." She further explained that in the testing place there was hidden Tianmin crystal. 1 crystal equals 1 point. People can use any tricks to get Tianmin crystal in the testing place, and it is convenient. Reach the exit on time. The scene of the gate opening was when she finished her explanation. "The rules are very simple, everyone can go in. Good luck, I will wait for everyone at the exit. Hope everyone can survive." Finally, amid the eager anticipation of the players, she announced that the testing would begin. When Ha Tri entered the gate she said, "Ha Tri, you must survive." He turned back to look at her and said to himself, "Did Elder Lamb talk to me just now? I must have heard wrong." Kung Lu said as he walked through the crowd, "Please give way, thank you." When she arrived next to him, she happily called, "Ha Tri." He was surprised by her sudden appearance. "Miss Kung Lu." She said shyly, "I know my next words are a bit excessive, but I only give one choice. The decision belongs to you." He replied, "It's okay to just say it." She leaned into his ear and whispered, "My master advised us to team up with other players in the first phase of the test. From the competition format, we can see that everyone is our enemy, but allied in the first phase. It is indeed very beneficial. I don't know if young Master Ha has an alliance partner yet, so I want to confirm." He touched his chin and said, "Let me think for a moment. I remember Tidengu once told me that this Miss Kung Lu is not only gentle like water but also has a very beautiful figure." He looked at her and thought, based on what Tidengu said, her strength was very strong and she was a rising player. Allying with her in the early stages was indeed not a bad choice. The important thing is the final stage of the exam. Kung Lu saw his pensive look and spoke up, "Ha Kong too, I know you're worried about the final stages of the exam. I personally don't need to win first place, I want to win second place." He asked, "Why?" She gently stroked her hair and replied, "The magic weapon that the first rank received did not have much effect on me, and the magic pill of the second rank was what I wanted." Then she rushed forward and grabbed his hand, making him blush in surprise. "That medicinal pill is very important to the martial arts that I practice. Please, ally with me." He asked, "But why does Miss Kung think that I can win first place? You must know that before I became the disciple of the four immortals, I was the first person to be the first to die. Until now, I was just a novice. It's only been more than a month," she replied. "A woman's sixth sense. Is this answer correct? My sixth sense has never been wrong." Brother Tri used the technique to hide his breath, intentionally concealing his vitality, right? He thought awkwardly, "Try, brother, is her intuition correct or does she have some secret method to probe the aura?" She still clung to him and looked at him pleadingly. "Is that okay, brother Try?" He sheepishly scratched his head. "Ha ha, of course he can." Suddenly she gave him a kiss on the cheek. Then happily hugged him, making him freeze. "Thank you Try brother, I will definitely help you win first place." On the ground is a scene of two people hugging each other happily. And above, DM Naguyat was so embarrassed that she became angry. "DM Naguyat, you are an idiot, but you care about such a bastard." At the same time in a certain area of the gloomy forest, two contestants discovered a spirit stone. Happily said loudly, "Ha ha, how lucky, as soon as I entered, I saw a water crystal awake. Maybe this year the two of us can create a miracle in the intersect exam." One of the two young men excitedly shouted, "Go," and was about to go get it when the person behind him pulled his hand to stop him. "Wait, there's someone below." Ha Tri and Kung Kwang are running. Ha Tri asked doubtfully, "Are we walking slowly, and are you sure you are going the right way, Miss Lu's sixth sense?" Before Ha Tri could finish his sentence, Kung Lu hugged his face upward and happily said, "Look at this." Above was the spirit stone. He shouted in surprise, "Wow, this is really real." Kung Lu smiled and said with satisfaction, "Brother Tri, do you believe my sixth sense now?" Suddenly, she leaned into Ha Tri's ear and whispered, "In a tree nearby, there are two little mice that like to eavesdrop." He also replied in a low voice, "Yes, let's try to see if we like eavesdropping or like glass." After speaking, he looked at Kung Lu and calculated, "So he could also test you a bit." So Ha Tri rushed up to catch the crystal. He pretended to shout loudly, "Aya, the crystal is so big, it really wasn't a waste of time." Immediately, a guy rushed out and tried to steal the spirit stone. But Ha Tri quickly dodged and took it. Then he shouted again, "Mom, my hand slipped." Suddenly, Ha Tri threw the calendar stone back to the remaining fairy. The other guy grabbed it, bewildered. "Is this what you call a slip of the hand?" Suddenly, Kung Lu appeared next to this guy from nowhere, speaking sinisterly, "Yet he dared to steal our glass." He cried out in panic, "Kung Lu," then thought to himself, "Who should that thing fly straight to? Not me." Kung Lu was about to take action. This guy ran away in panic, threw the glass to the other guy, shouting, "Li Kai, take the glass and run away. Ha Tri wants to trick and kill us." Immediately, Kung Lu gave him a blow and knocked him unconscious on the spot. That guy ran over to catch the crystal marrow. At this time, Ha Tri pulled out Tian Mo to chase after Li Kai. Li Kai almost caught the crystal when he was hit by a blow from Tian Mo. He had to quickly avoid it. So angry, he shouted, "Ha Tri, be human. Then leave the road." He was in the middle of speaking and was sent flying away by Kung Lu's punch. After hearing that sentence, Ha Tri frowned and thought, "Why did you blame me? Blow that guy away." Kung Lu rubbed his hands and breathed a sigh of relief. It's finally been resolved. These two are quite strong. Ha Tri looked at this scene and couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, "Oh my god." Kung Lu walked over and picked up the crystal. He gave it to Ha Tri and said with a smile, "Brother Tri, you dropped this glass just now." He sheepishly scratched his head and smiled, "Ah, it's all my fault, my hand slipped." After speaking, the two continued walking. Ha Tri blamed himself, if that was the case. You really have to blame me, he spoke up. Miss Kung Lu, you're really healthy. Hearing that, Kung Lu said, how can you say someone else's daughter is healthy? That's not polite at all. Suddenly, Kung Lu jumped into Ha Tri's arms. Mr. Ha, you have to protect me next, then I can help you win first place. Ha Ni froze. Lady, what are you doing? At this time, there are 28 remaining contestants. Turning to the two young men who had just had the crystal taken by Ha Tri and Kung Lu, the surrounding trees were all downed. The young man just now was still unconscious under a large tree. This tree was attacked. Kung Lu's attack just now made a big hole. At this time, KY Tiu Chi appeared. TSK Tusk, what is this called? Already in the west, she kicked him but there was no reaction. She turned towards the tree behind her and said, Oong Oong, why are you looking east and west? Hurry up and get to work. Behind a nearby tree, Oong Oong hesitantly poked his head out and said, ah, okay. She awkwardly asked Tiu Chi again, Tiu Chi, what's wrong? Me, I didn't look east or west. Kung Lu turned and said, Oong Oong, in terms of strength, you are superior to me, but if you listen to me like that, what are you afraid of? Oong Oong walked over and hugged Tiu Chi's right hand, worriedly saying, don't you think it's very dangerous? This intersect test encourages people to kill each other. Tiu Chi seriously replied, Oong Oong, we came to kill people, have you forgotten? We spent more than a year blending into the outer gate, pretending to be stupid and hiding our guard, not just for today. Oong Oong still hesitantly said, this is true, but it is indeed very dangerous. She showed a pitiful expression. Tiu Chi, you won't hate me, right? Hearing that, Tiu Chi smiled and said, no matter how angry I am with anyone, I'm not angry with you, but you have to at least put in some effort, otherwise wait until the boss appears and we'll whip you again. It's very painful. After saying that, the image of Oong Oong being beaten and crying appeared in their minds. Tiu Chi pulled out his cum and smiled and said, come on, do what you should do. Oong Oong cried and leaned close to Tiu Chi's shoulder and cried out, not wanting to. Having said that, Tiu Chi still gave the sword to Oong Oong to take. He said with trembling hands and feet, telling me to do this kind of thing. Immediately she seemed to change completely, her expression was cold. Stabbed mercilessly into the other man's throat. Seeing that, Tiu Chi smiled and sighed and said, you say it like that but every time you take action without hesitation. Oong Oong, who was licking the blood, turned back with an innocent expression. Clearly, obviously you told me to do that. Tiu Chi said again, I'm not worried about you being hungry. Before in the outer sect, just finding some blood for you was a lot of effort. Killing someone for the intersect test this time is nothing, you know, seize the opportunity. Hearing that, Oong Oong felt sad. Yes. Seeing that, Tiu Chi reached out and lifted Oong Oong's chin and said, Oong Oong, look at your face covered in blood again. What a dirty girl. Then she leaned close to her lips and kissed Oong Oong. He licked his lips to coax and said, I like kittens and they like to be clean. Scene change. At the place of Ha Tri and Kung Lu there are many fireflies surrounding. In the dark forest there is no wind, no sunlight shines in. You can also see fireflies during the day. So beautiful. Ha Tri held out his hand, looked at the fireflies and said, are we too idle? A moment ago, Ha Tri and Kung Lu were walking. Ha Tri thought to himself, depending on his strength, he can completely get what he wants. There are so many people who don't choose but still want to choose me. Something unusual must be some kind of conspiracy. While thinking, the system interrupted, complaining, host, remember to use the spirit space of the Minnow God to cultivate. Ha Tri didn't even think about it anymore, smiled and said, wait until the evening when she sleeps to calculate. After walking a while, Kung Lu intentionally tripped over a tree root and fell down. She cried, ah, I'm about to fall. Ha Tri saw this and also caught it. Be careful. Kung Lu took this opportunity to jump into his arms. She looked pitiful and said, brother Tri, can I call you Tri Tri? Can you call me Lu Lu? Hearing that, Ha Tri said awkwardly, are we two very familiar? Kung Lu continued to act. She said coyly, names have power. This will draw closer our relationship, bring us closer together. Do you think I'm right? There was no way to refuse, so he had to accept, thinking sarcastically, so now I am Tri Tri. She is Lu Lu. We are a group of lies. Achieving her goal, she was excited. Every sentence she said added the word Tri Tri, asking Ha Tri, but isn't Tri Tri also impatient? Tri Tri has a better way. Tri Tri definitely has a way good, right? Tell me quickly. Ha Tri spoke up. Doing this crystal collection is to encourage people to compete with each other, right? Everyone will definitely compete and fight with each other, right? Just saying this, Kung Lu's eyes sparkled with praise. Yes, Tri Tri is right. I understand what you mean. If this is a fierce competition for survival, whoever retains power to the end will be more likely to win. Even if in the end we may not be able to win, you can defeat the attacker with the most crystals, but you don't need to spend spiritual energy at the beginning. Ha-Tri nodded. This is exactly what he meant. He thought to himself, understood but pretended to be confused. In the end it mostly fell on me. Kung Lu was still smiling and saying, yes, it's better to compete for someone else's final achievement. If we win, it proves that we should have it. If we lose, it also proves that in the process we can't guarantee it. Float glass. Speaking of this, Ha-Tri put his hand on his chin in thought, but if we can think, others can think too. Kung Lu didn't pay attention and took off his shoes. Put his feet in the water, calmly said. From the results and process of the previous dozens of intersect tests, it shows that not many people can hide what they want to hide. In general they will be punished, caught up in all sorts of things, eventually forced to fight to the end. Hearing that, Ha-Tri smiled with satisfaction and said, it would be nice to be able to rest for a while. He thought to himself, with that, at least we can take advantage of 48 hours, then we'll find another excuse to use minnows to cultivate, practice. He. Kung Lu raised his hand towards Ha-Tri and said, give me the glass. I didn't hesitate to give it. Hey. She took it and threw it into the water, thinking, if you act, I will act too. Ha-Tri suddenly reached out his hand. There, Lu, what are you doing? The glass was washed away by the water. Kung Lu turned his head and explained, when we hold glass, it is a target. Without glass, the opponent does not need to compete with us, unless the opponent's goal is not glass. Having finished speaking, she used her feet to play in the water. Laughing and saying, try, maybe let's relax a little, Ha-Tri replied calmly, that could only be so. In the bushes behind the two of them, DM Naguyat was transforming into a flame to secretly listen to the two people's conversation. She angrily thought to herself, what exactly are these two people doing? What are the results of the test? So, there's also Lu and Try, it's so horrible. Suddenly a shadow appeared behind the fire. She turned her head. Oh. Surprised, third senior sister, why are you also here? Kong Ticham cast a magic spell around him and said, I have already used silent sound, they can't see or hear us talking. DM Naguyat wondered, oh, why did you come, third sister, here it is. Ticham raised her hand to show DM Naguyat, her hand was gradually turning into small pieces of ice. Seeing this, DM Naguyat was startled, her face frowned and she said, why is this happening? Didn't the big sister practice the medicine that was just given to you? Your body's tolerance for medicine has reached its limit, I'm afraid the medicine is already useless. She transformed back into human form with an uncomfortable look. Then she grabbed Ticham's hand and worried, isn't the treatment in Dong Tong Kok effective? Let's go to Tianchi to find big sister. Ticham grabbed DM Naguyat's hand and said, big sister is busy with urgent matters, don't bother her, I'm here because I have something to do. Her face became serious, I'm afraid there will be changes in this internal exam. She recalled, at that time Ha-Tri said, third master, I have something big to tell you. She asked, what is it? Ha-Tri's nose is still bleeding. He used his hand to wipe away the smile and said, the great master has informed me that through the Xuan Ca talisman, the intersex examination has internal agents mixed in. She continued asking, is there any other news? He replied, still don't know, but the speaker must inform the third master and fourth master. I think this matter is not simple. At the end of the recollection, DM Naguyat listened and looked out to see the two people sitting on the river bank, laughing and chatting happily. Said with an annoyed face, the boy didn't look too worried, he let out a snort. Suddenly Ticham suddenly walked out. Seeing this, DM Naguyat panicked, Tamtai, what do you want to do? So Ticham released a hidden weapon, causing Kung Lu to become confused and fall down. Seeing this scene, Ha-Tri did not know what to call Lu. He thought in panic, there is someone hiding nearby, we are being plotted. Ticham came over, it was me, he suddenly shouted, third master. At this time, DM Naguyat came with an unsightly expression, humph, he was sweating profusely, thinking to himself, why doesn't DM Naguyat look so happy? Ticham explained, just now I had already used the silent magic barrier on her, within the barrier, no one could see her or hear her voice, so she was completely safe. She bent down to look at Ha-Tri and said, open the spiritual space of the Minnow God. Ha-Tri let out a confused sound. Seeing that, DM Naguyat was still angry about Ha-Tri's intimate address to Kung Lu, and spoke up in annoyance, Try, still wondering what that was, quickly opened the spiritual space for Ham and Naguyat. Hearing that, Ha Tri also understood, so it was like that, DM Naguyat followed me all the way. He thought so, but he still smiled, took out a scroll. Okay, now I will open the spiritual space for the two masters. A moment later, 3 people entered. Seeing Ha Tri, the animals couldn't help but be scared, talking to each other in animal languages. The kid came back and announced to all the tribes, life and death depend on life. After he left, he made the wrong friend. Next, learn more about the kindness of the clan, act like a spoiled brat, don't learn from the pythons in the mountains, let people eat them to the point of extinction, and also protect the tribe of witches waiting to attack at any time. Not seeing any animals, Ticham spoke up, hiding for so long, choosing this time must have been in response to external events, because the teacher was worried that they were targeting me. Now I'm just in a broken state, I'm really worried that I won't be able to protect my child properly. You're 4 masters and I will let you stay in the spiritual space for 4 years to reach the 5th realm of enlightenment. Ha Tri laughed and said, aiming at you, ha ha, you really stand out. Then he bent down and clasped his hands. Yes, I will definitely not disappoint the expectations of my 2 masters. I will definitely eat meat and skin from people who come to cause trouble. He raised his head and asked, so what do we study now? Ticham smiled and said, let's build the house. Ha Tri reflexively replied, yes. A second later, he reacted and exclaimed, ha. Seeing that, DM Naguyat smiled and said, try, we are planning to stay here for 4 years. Are we planning to eat wind and lie down? She smiled proudly and said, chop down trees, don't use your skills, rely on your body strength, this is the first step in learning. A while later, Ha Tri went to cut down the tree. Ticham and DM Naguyat sat back. DM Naguyat looked upset. Seeing that his junior sister seemed upset, Ticham asked, little sister, why are you so angry? DM Naguyat pouted and said, why does he call others Lulu, and moreover, why do others call him Try? Hearing that, Ticham smiled and said, why is this so? DM Naguyat blushed and said, he is a disciple of our 4 fairies, only belongs to us, I don't like him being close to other women. Ticham rubbed her head to comfort her, little sister, you like him, right? She blushed and faltered to explain that he said that if he won the bet, he would marry me. I lost, I admitted defeat, I just didn't want to be the one to go back on my word. Hearing that, Ticham calmly said, if he doesn't marry you, I will break his arms and legs and put him in the formation, that way, if you want to meet him, you'll know where he is. After hearing the monk's words, DM Naguyat cried out in panic and used her hand to cover the mouth of Ticham. Third sister, that was a bit too much, it wouldn't have come to that, she sighed in her heart, if it was the third sister then to really be able to do this kind of thing, it's so scary. She said calmly, he was quite interesting and could make everyone happy. Originally, when I was in command of the Southern Big Formation, there were still a bunch of little brothers to talk to, although none of them could counter a single move from me. But now I have been raised by my sister to become a 4 immortal. I have no more friends. The commercial temple is deserted and cold. There are also 6 elders of 6 sects fighting with each other. After he arrived, 3 the older sister also smiles more. She looked at her sister shyly and said, I hope the 5 of us can be together forever. In the distance, Ha Tri had just come back from chopping trees, waving and laughing loudly. 3 masters, 4 masters. I have already used my hands to cut down 20 tree stumps, that should be enough, right? He came closer. Ticham saw this and worriedly said, quickly show me your hand. Ha Tri Jr., pull your hand back, no it's okay. Ticham stood up and walked towards Ha Tri and said, Master's words are an order from heaven. Hearing that, Ha Tri could only hold out his hand. Ticham looked at his hand and said, it's torn. Hearing this sentence, he immediately blushed and felt embarrassed. It's okay, it doesn't hurt. Behind her, DM Naguyat suddenly laughed and said, let me translate the third sister's words for you. What she meant was, if you cut a tree by hand and your hand gets torn, you are still very far behind. President Ham spoke up and said, you are indeed progressing faster in cultivation than ordinary people, but the first stage of wandering blood is the stage of building the foundation. A tower with glass buried in petunia, if it has never penetrated into the earth's veins, no matter how majestic and beautiful the outside is, and how many precious objects are hung inside, when the wind and rain come when it comes, thunder strikes, it will be shaken and about to fall, and eventually it will fall. Hearing that it was his master's advice, Ha Tri clasped his hands and bowed his head. I remember clearly, now I will go cut down the tree again. Having finished speaking, he ran to cut down the tree. Ticham looked at his back as he left. Remembering the scene just now when I touched Ha Tri's hand. The scene changes to Ha Tri cutting down trees. 5 hours later, he was satisfied after cutting it, so the third master would be much more satisfied. Dung, using the universe holy body to feel. Now his body must have reached its full level. Next practice, if there are no surprises, it will probably be very convenient. Ticham and DM Naguyat arrived. Ticham looked over, his understanding was very high. DM Naguyat also continued, "Kid, you learn quickly." Hatrai was proud, scratched his head and said, "The masters taught well." Seeing Ticham walking away with the pot, Hatrai wondered. The third master was holding a nailed wooden pot. "You walk away, I want to take a shower. At night we still have to heal." After hearing that, Hatrai blushed, pouted and thought to herself, healing is not that kind of healing. DM Naguyat also followed, turned around and said, "Hatrai, I'm a little hungry, maybe I should go take a bath with my third sister, could you please help me make some food?" Then she ran towards Ticham. "Third sister, wait for me." Hatrai felt tired and sighed. Then he suddenly ran after the two of them and called out loudly, waiting for his child, "Let's go together." At the waterfall, Ticham prepared to take a bath and called Hatrai to come and undress. Undress for the teacher." Hatrai clasped his hands and obeyed. "Yes, third master." Then he took off his clothes for Ticham. She stepped into the water to bathe. At this time, DM Naguyat asked him, "What delicious dish are you planning to make for me?" He smiled and replied, "Can you grill fish? I see there are some types of fish in the lake, but before I cook, I have a small question, I hope the master will answer." DM Naguyat thoughtfully asked, "What's going on?" Hatrai put his hand on his chin, recalling the scene where Ticham froze DM Naguyat and asked, "I heard that the fourth master was once frozen into an ice pillar by the third master, is that the third master?" He was in the middle of speaking when he suddenly stopped and secretly looked at Ticham behind him. Then he leaned close to DM Naguyat's ear and asked if she had erratic weather and rain. DM Naguyat denied, "No, to be more precise, it wasn't like this before." She sighed and said, "It's just that after her third sister got sick, the illness was very difficult to control. If her emotions were disturbed, it would flare up even more. That's why she's cold and seems unapproachable. I've reminded you before not to provoke her." Hearing that, Hatrai also understood, so that was it. She looked at her hand and said with a serious face, "Recently my strength has been weak, also because I had previously treated my third sister in Dongtan Valley, and was invaded by her ice mixture, and needed to use it, her own strength to suppress, even if it's just a little offering, makes it difficult for people to endure. I really don't know how much she endures in normal times." Hearing that, Hatrai suddenly understood. No wonder the four masters' recent state felt a bit unusual. What was that feeling? He secretly smiled in his heart. The medicinal pills he got from the second master last time were all big bow. Wait until the rice is cooked and add some to the four masters. I am your master's disciple. DM Naguyat crossed her arms and said, "Unlike the feeling of her third sister actively freezing me, in addition to the feeling of cold ice to the bone, she felt like her whole body was being stripped clean, her dantian falling down, generally freezing. Normal ice is enough for you to endure, it's best not to experience this." After speaking, she turned around and asked, "Is there a problem? If not, when will you cook for me?" Hatrai immediately jumped into the river. "Now I'm going to catch a song for you." Ticham's clothes also fell down. Hatrai awkwardly pointed at her clothes and asked DM Naguyat, "What should I do with this?" Seeing that, she smiled and said sarcastically, "You should think of a way to go. Haven't you given that girl Lin Hoa a lot of clothes? There probably isn't much in stock, right?" Hearing this, Hatrai suddenly remembered. He gave an evil smile. "How could we forget Siri's existence? It's really not bad. Depending on my aesthetics, 3 masters and 4 masters will wear the clothes I choose." He put on a mean face, thinking excitedly, change play clothes, tonight is a private party to change play clothes. This time I'm the only one enjoying it, he. In a very excited mood, he scooped up a lot of fish. He was still thinking, good plan, I'm great. Suddenly, a voice calling Hatrai rang out, making him startled and looked around in bewilderment. On the shore, DM Naguyat was splashed and soaked by water. "Hatrai, did you do it on purpose? I came back, huh?" Then he saw DM Naguyat's wet sauce from top to bottom. He blushed and thought, "It's bad, I was thinking too hard just now, I couldn't control my energy." He turned back to look at Ticham. She was standing naked, the water below was only a few puddles. He stammered, 3 masters, me. Ticham said angrily at this time, "I said, I want to take a bath." Seeing this scene, Hatrai immediately took off his shirt, ran to cover Ticham and awkwardly said, "I'll pour water for him to bathe." Ticham performs magic. Sharp ice blocks surrounded Ha Tri. She calmly said, "If you do wrong, you have to pay the price." At this time, DM Naguyet sat on a rock, holding a fish in her hand and said, "Ha Tri, can I still eat fish?" Seeing this, Ha Tri sadly cried out 2 long lines of tears. "Fourth Master, do you think it is appropriate to talk about this now?" It was starting to get dark. In a wooden bathroom, a voice rang out, "Third Master, Fourth Master, how warm is the water?" Ha Tri smiled approvingly, his hand holding a basket of water to pour down. Tin Ham closed his eyes and responded, "It was a little hotter." In the distance, DM Naguyet leaned comfortably against the edge of the bathtub. Tin Ham slightly opened his lips and looked at his petrified fingers, thinking thoughtfully, "It seems like he definitely won't be able to sleep tonight." DM Naguyet worriedly took her hand and asked, "Tam sister, what should I do now?" She gently patted DM Naguyet's head and said, "It's okay, Ha Tri can help soothe me." DM Naguyet replied, "That's good." In her heart she thought, "I think I can help too." Tin Ham said, "It's been hard for you." He held the basket of water, smiled and said, "When Master Tam needs his disciple, he will definitely be by his side." DM Naguyet thought, pouting, "Hasn't it happened once or twice before?" But then she stammered and asked for help. Ha Tri, have you prepared your clothes? I'm a bit dizzy." I won't soak any more," he replied. "It's been neatly folded and hung on the rack next to me. Come out, waiting outside for 2 masters." After a while, she stepped out of the bathtub and said, "Tam sister, I'll go first. If you need any help from me later, I can do it." Tin Ham hummed. She walked over and picked up the neatly folded clothes. Outside, Ha Tri sat in front of the fire, asking, "Siri, I still want to ask you, why did you assign the task to protect Kung Mak? I feel very strange." Assign the task, defeat Kung Mak, arrested Kung Mak, questioned him on how to enter Chi-Du Holy Land. This process felt a bit discordant. He frowned and replied, I don't know. He continued, "It seems like there are people who don't want to let you go," already said. Then he put his hands under his head and lay down, holding a leaf in his mouth, closing his eyes and thinking, "Let it go, wait until I get out and I'll go ask Second Master if he can find any clues. I'll figure it out myself." Suddenly a loud scream pierced his eardrums. Ha Tri immediately ran to the wooden house, thinking, "What happened to Master Tam?" He burst through the door and ran in, shouting, "Master Tam, what are you?" But what hit him in the face was the scene of DM Naguyet blushing at the outfit she was wearing, angrily blaming, Ha Tri, this outfit, why is it so strange, the opposite of her." Then in his heart he was contentedly giving a big thumbs up. He explained, "Fourth Master, I saw that I was about to go to bed, so I dressed a little simpler. It would be more comfortable to sleep, and this outfit is the normal clothes of my hometown. I thought, the 4 masters will like it too. It seems I was too sudden and didn't think about the differences in customs and traditions." She clasped her hands, blushed shyly and said, I should still change to another outfit. You give me another outfit." At this time, Tin Ham pulled the curtain and walked out, softly calling him, Ha Tri. She gently flipped one side of her hair to show off her plump figure. Ha Tri seemed to have transformed into another person, with a shiny bald head, exclaiming, "Beautiful, so beautiful, worthy of me, truly suitable for the Third Master." But she said, "Are there any other clothes like that? This dress is too long, it's a bit entangled in the arms and legs." He and DM Naguyet let out a sigh. He widened his eyes and blushed, thinking, "What does this mean, Third Master?" She crossed her arms over her chest, tilted her head and asked, "Are you okay?" His face immediately turned red, his head felt like it was smoking. He replied, yes, clearly." He happily held 2 new sets of clothes in both hands, saying, "These 2 masters and disciples offer, please accept." DM Naguyet grimaced and quickly grabbed the outfit from his hand. But Tin Ham softly said, "At night, after sleeping late, come find me." He replied, yes." He raised his eyebrows and looked at the small pieces of ice on her body, thinking, just now when Third Master was bathing, there was already ice on her body. It seemed that tonight was very uncomfortable. At that time, DM Naguyet stuck her head out of the room and said, "This outfit is fine," but in her heart she thought, she didn't expect the clothes of her hometown Ha Tri to be so different from here. She felt awkward, her hand gently touching her chest, blushing as she thought, if in the future, cough, what if something happened to him, she would definitely have to enter the incense as usual. She stroked her hair, not daring to look straight but mumbled and asked, "Ha Tri, how is this outfit?" He blushed and thought thoughtfully, seeing DM Naguyet like that for the first time. She didn't hear his answer so she bent down and asked again, "Isn't that beautiful?" His heart was pounding, he avoided her eyes and shyly complimented her, "Very, very appropriate." At this time, Tin Ham gently opened the curtain and said, it was also a new experience. He and DM Naguyat looked over in confusion. Then he seemed to lose his soul, thinking, from now on, it is impossible for the third master to wear such clothes anymore, it is completely inappropriate. Tin Ham, wearing a bolder outfit, walked out with a cold, emotionless face. He thought, I'm going to die. The clothes were carefully hung on a wooden rack near the fire to dry. The three faces tried to patiently wait for them to dry quickly. The medicinal pills were poured into each bowl of noodles one by one. A clear voice rang out. In the red bottle was the medicinal pill that nourishes the essence, awakens the essence. The voice next to him replied, the second master said so. I'm sure I'm not remembering wrong. Hatrai looked at the pile of medicinal pills flowing into the hot bowl of noodles. The warm breath tinted the young man's cheeks. The wrong bottle probably wouldn't be a problem. Second master dared to leave the medicinal pills in such an easy-to-reach place. It's just that the effect is different. But, this red light, DM Naguyat followed the scent closer. It was so fragrant. What did she cook? He stood up and hid the bottle of woven medicine in the hem of his shirt, carefully saying, spicy and sour noodles. In the afternoon when I temporarily stopped catching fish, I took the time to cut down some trees and then discovered cassava, so I made some noodles. Looking at her delighted look, he continued, perhaps hot and spicy food would help Master Tam dispel the coldness in his body to some extent. Hatrai placed a hot bowl of noodles in front of DM Naguyat. Tutu quickly ate. Looking at the bowl of noodles filled with beautiful colors, she couldn't help but praise, it's so fragrant, you go. The woman took the food and jumped up and down towards the nearby wooden table, her mouth constantly chattering, la la la, so fragrant, so fragrant. He grabbed the remaining noodles and headed towards the bedroom, which was still lit. Put them on the table and looked at the tired woman on the bed. Third master, eat some hot food. Tin Ham let out a tired noise. Still lying flat on the soft blanket, seeing Hatrai's lifeless face approaching worriedly, third master, are you okay? She sighed and replied, don't raise your voice, I don't want little sister to worry. The other person also carefully reduced his own voice, third master, you told me to come find you before night. Yes, that's right, I want to help people reduce their recurring symptoms. The beautiful, moving woman tried to get up, come over and sit down. He moved to sit on the soft mattress and looked at her. Is there anything else I can do? Tin Ham pressed closer to the man's body. Luckily, there was still a bit of warmth. Once she had stabilized her breathing, she asked for information from her disciples. In addition to this insider story, there was still one thing that needed to be verified. The teenager did not understand the master's intention and asked back, what did he verify? The woman suddenly stood up, her face dark and difficult to speak. This made him even more confused. Third master. As soon as she finished speaking, her next action made Hatrai gasp, ah! She reached out and took off the outermost layer of clothing. Her body was as soft and flexible as a water snake moving towards him, crushing every curve on the young man's body. Before I arrived, second sister once said, your blood essence is probably my best medicine. Words the myth makes Hatrai panic. What? Tin Ham didn't step down at all, just leisurely looked straight from above at the face of the person below. But before that I sucked your blood. It had no effect at all, I guess. Maybe she wanted to say another thing. You probably know what double cultivation is. The world is vast, all things are diverse, everything has a way. A white hand was placed on his face. The cultivators shared their aura, borrowed each other's strength through dual cultivation, to reach a higher cultivation level. Facing the enthusiasm of the third master, the young boy still stiffened. I don't know what to do, even though it's so sudden. I can't help but say, third master really understands. Hatrai's eyes suddenly became determined as he looked towards her. If this really helps, then I am willing to help third master, as long as I can cure third master, that's all. The beautiful curve winding in the air stopped and looked deeply into his eyes. She was silent and said nothing. Tin Han suddenly sat aside. What made you have the illusion that you could withstand it? The coldness on your body is far beyond human imagination. Aren't you afraid of turning into an ice corpse? Hatrai propped his hands on the mattress and said, after all, I have climbed to the heavenly level, broken through the 9,000 tribulations, and then can become your disciple. I believe this is not an illusion. Deep down, his mind is still doubting himself. Maybe this is it, how to use the golden body champion correctly. The two sat next to each other on the bed, contemplating. In the end, it was still you who spoke first. I shouldn't take the initiative in this situation, right? Maybe you'll die. It's still time to give up. At least I'll give you the right to choose. But Hatrai didn't do it. Tin Ham must have been disappointed, afraid of death, so he did not do it. His disciple. While she was still in a daze by his side, he made up his mind. If he could really cure the third master, it would be a meritorious matter. But as you said, my essence can truly be reconciled. If the yin exceeds the yang will be swallowed by the yin. The teenager let out a soft sigh, but inside he had been crying for a long time. Just now he had agreed without a doubt. Now that he thought about it carefully, it was very likely that he would explode and die on the spot. He had to give it time to react. Is that correct? The wooden table outside was overturned, and the remaining 2 bowls of noodles also followed the force and fell onto the ground. They made them both stop everything. What was that sound? He stood up to support her and went to check it out. Tin Ham replied softly, Both went outside. The next second, I was startled to see DM Naguyat falling on the ground. Little sister. She trembled as she watched the two speak. Tam, third sister, I'm so upset. DM Naguyat lay on the ground writhing and moaning. Tam sister, I'm so uncomfortable. The red light of the fire gradually engulfed her body, making the woman unable to hold back a loud scream. Realizing the seriousness of the problem, Tin Ham rushed over. Next to her sister supporting her. Releasing icy power to reduce the heat inside, the fourth master weakly said, Third sister, I am too hot. There is a very strange heat flow in my body. The worried voice from my sister. She also quickly responded that this was caused by an abnormality in the leaking of 9-2 Hoa to the outside. Tin Ham looked suspiciously at the food that was knocked down and asked in doubt, why did the food contain the aura of the mysterious anger heart pill? She could only weakly answer, this pill burned the fire in the heart sea, stimulating deep emotions. In the blink of an eye people can ignite infinite enthusiasm. At this moment, Ha Tri panicked and held his head. Oh, I looked at the wrong bottle. Could such a strong medicine be placed haphazardly? Looking at her confused disciple, she asked again. It was the wrong bottle. Only then did he reveal everything. I took some medicinal pills from the second master's place. I thought I could nourish the fourth master a little. Unexpectedly, I misread the color of the vase. Ha Tri clasped his hands and prayed for his master's guidance. There was not a drop of blood left on his face. What should he do now? Looking at his sister who was unconscious from the heat, she could only risk her life. I used the power of ice to slow down the evil fire from corroding her. He quickly and obediently clasped his hands together. Yes. They supported the weak DM Naguyat and entered inside. Through the night, when everyone gradually entered the inside, in the nearby bushes, the spirit beasts took turns reminding each other, quickly, activate their charms. This glutton came to go on a date this time. Hurry up and leave. We can't repeat the tragedy of being eaten to the point of extinction, because of the tribe. Placing DM Naguyat on the bed, she hummed softly. The three masters carefully calculated that I could only temporarily use the ice soul to suppress the 9-2 Li and Vin explosion. My current body condition is very abnormal. It needs to be balanced, moderately suppressed, and you can't hurt her. If you're even a little careless, you'll fall into chaos. His eyes firmly entrusted everything to his disciple. At that time, he could only rely on you to save me and my little sister. Ha Tri knew that this time a serious problem could easily arise, so he carefully clasped his hands instead of speaking and looked at his master with confidence. Tin Ham walked to his sister's side and started his formation to help her cool down. Two opposing sources of power approached one after another. Constantly fighting for victory made her a bit unbearable. Seeing the cold air of the ice arrow gradually suppress the hellfire, he temporarily breathed a sigh of relief. It worked. Suddenly, the pink light from DM Naguyat's body hit her sister's body, causing her to moan in pain. Looking at his master panting in pain, Ha Tri quickly stepped forward to support his gradually burning figure. Third master, what's wrong with you? She could hardly move, hugged me tightly, not knowing where the strange power came from. They continuously took over her sister's body, causing the fire to flare up more intensely. Tin Ham used a little bit of steam to release the power of an ice arrow. Freeze the soot. Temporarily save the situation. I can't take care of myself anymore. I can only temporarily seal her. Next, I can only rely on you. I rely on my disciple's strong body. If you want to remove the bell, you have to find someone to tie the bell. Ha Tri quickly understood. Could it be that if you only restore your strength, you can control the loss of control of the four masters? Her cheeks, under the powerful attack of the medicinal pill, became increasingly red, and she hummed softly. Hearing the answer, he immediately became anxious, so he forgave his disciple who had offended him. The misty curtain is dropped. The two indistinct figures were tightly entwined, inseparable, their body heat heated up with each breath, and no matter how densely the flower petals fell outside, it could not stop them both. The next morning, when the sunlight gradually shone down on the opening inside, DM Naguyat slowly opened her eyes. Tiredly supporting his forehead, "Oh, this is..." She looked to the side. Immediately saw the disciple and senior sister clinging to each other without a piece of clothing covering their bodies. The woman used a blanket to cover her body, frightened and shy at the scene, making it difficult to say, what is this?" DM Naguyat's face turned red and she quickly covered her eyes, then secretly looked at that embarrassing scene. Could it be that it was convenient to treat Tam's senior sister last night? She hugged her body in panic. "So aren't I no longer a virgin anymore?" Thinking of this, the slender, jade-like girl ran out of the room in fear, wanting to scream loudly. She was in a hurry to leave and worried. What should she do now? Outside, a pair of spirit beasts, just enough to be a couple, were also entwined with each other's love. Coincidentally, there was such an intimate scene inside that room. The sunlight shines through every gap, causing Tin Ham to wake up. She opened her eyes slightly and looked around, feeling the changes in her body. The coldness had indeed decreased. At this moment, a low voice next to her suddenly rang out, "Is it effective?" Both were naked. Tin Ham shyly used the blanket to cover his soft, pink body, looking at the strong teenager next to him. "You're awake." Contrary to the slight coldness from the master, Hatrai was cheerful as usual. "I also harvested a lot, making medicine for the master. I couldn't refuse." Every sentence and every word that entered her ears became profound meanings. This made the stiff-legged master's cheeks turn red and he had to look away. "That's right, you've worked hard." He looked straight at her as if there was nothing out of the ordinary and comfortably replied, "You can just think of me as a holy medicine, use it freely." At this moment, Hatrai looked over at the watch, blinked and saw no one there. Where was the foremaster? Tin Ham glanced around the room as if checking. Maybe the little sister woke up early and went out to practice. Hatrai heard that and also responded, "I went out to see. I don't know if her health has recovered. How are you recovering?" The blush on her cheeks had not yet disappeared. The shy girl did not dare to look straight and hummed softly. Leaving his beautiful master inside, he prepared his clothes and actually went outside to find someone. Hatrai walked into the forest and looked in 8 directions to look for a familiar figure. But there were absolutely no traces around him. He stopped for a moment, closed his eyes tightly, and took a deep breath. The body absorbs the energy in the body, last night healing the 3rd master and the 4th master, unconsciously comprehending the accompanying attributes of the 9-2 Li Hoa. The soul is searching for itself, now it is possible try it out. He used his internal energy to spread throughout the garden to search for his master who was hiding somewhere. Having just received the power, Hatrai easily found her whereabouts. He quickly saw a small figure sitting there, leaning with the wind on an old tree branch. "I found it." DM Naguyat still didn't know anything and was deep in thought. Last night her body was not stable so she fainted. While she was in a coma, she felt a very strange feeling in her body. Even though she tried to remember it, everything still had no effect. Then it seemed that Sister Tam and Hatrai saved me. And then... The girl's cheeks suddenly turned red. She didn't know what had happened. Should I ask Hatrai? But the next second DM Naguyat blushed and shouted loudly as if to extinguish her crazy thoughts. "How should I ask about this kind of thing? I'm already like that. It must be right." She clenched her fists and stood up. Surely 3rd sister had finally decided to practice with him. Coincidentally, my body was also the same, so Tam's sister and I were attracted to him. I thought of this. I can't help but feel a little angry. It's too much. While she was angry about a certain hateful person, that person often appeared. "4th Master, what are you doing?" The voice of the person she wanted to avoid was very close, making DM Naguyat completely startled. There was no other way but to accept the truth. She blushed and turned her head to look at him. "You, how did you know I was here?" Responding to Master Hatrai's curiosity, he excitedly patted his chest and said loudly, "I have broken through to the 5th level of the 3rd stage of the path, and also enlightened your soul-searching skill in the 9 stars in the fire, so it's very easy to find someone." Each sentence, each word, was like a lightning strike. DM Naguyat opened her eyes wide. Sure enough, he really was with me. Your expression really can't deceive anyone. 4th Master, why is your face so red? Haven't the effects of last night's illusionary heart pill been completely removed? Let me help you. All his good intentions entered her mind at this moment. Only the scene from last night remained, making the girl scream loudly in panic. What? Still want to help me? Here, now. Facing questioning, Hatrai still calmly and innocently replied, "It's not impossible here. This kind of thing is mainly about looking at the person. Looking at the innocent face of the other person makes her even more embarrassed and want to hide. Immediately, look at me. In my heart I can't stop cursing that rotten, shameless noble. Last night you didn't ask me if I agreed to be your companion. Why now, so polite?" The fire flared up as if showing the body's owner's shame. "Hatrai, once is enough. I haven't accepted yet. This kind of thing is your love. I'm willing. If there is one side that doesn't care, I'm willing to volunteer, but I'm afraid that when I practice, I'll go crazy and become a demon." As soon as she finished speaking, DM Naguyat disappeared directly into the flames. "Remember, I am still your master now. We will deal with what happened last night later." The firelight quickly moved across the sky and flew towards the familiar cottage, leaving him alone in the middle of the vast forest, not understanding the situation, why his master was so unsympathetic to him. "What does it mean? Healing the wound depends on your love, and if you're not careful, you'll run away. Is the path of cultivating an immortal so harsh?" At this moment, the familiar sound rang in my ears again. "Host, I feel like you and she are not talking about the same thing." But Hatrai chose to ignore the pitiful system next to her. Let it go. Thinking, DM Naguyat's thoughts are always very unpredictable and do not bother to calculate with children. As soon as he walked a few steps, he yawned loudly. Last night he took too much effort. Today he has to eat something to nourish himself. On the way back, the young man always reminded himself, no matter what, take advantage of the limited time in this space, try your best to be promoted to the highest realm. After going out, you have to hit 10 people, the system next to you doesn't have many reminders, don't forget to continue accumulating points. Hatrai leisurely walked without answering, just raised his hand to show that he had heard clearly. DM Naguyat said, "If you have broken through the spirit of harmony and have enough ability to comprehend and learn from your teacher, I will teach you how to use the 9 heavens lying fire first. Just teach it once, then when finished, third sister will teach you how to use Toikan Ice Soul." Hatrai rubbed his chin and thought, "This girl has been very strange all day, not even looking at me. Have I done something heinous?" DM Naguyat continued to speak with her hands on her hips. "The teacher is Fire Spirit Body, and the third sister is Tuat Lin Hoa. Kutu Li Hoa and Toikan Bang Han were born naturally, so we won't force you right away, that is, comprehending everything." She glanced at him and said, "Depending on your qualifications, you should be able to master it in about 8 or 7 years. Hatrai propped his chin and said, "Oh, with the holy body of the universe, 7 or 8 years is only like 70 or 80 hours, or even shorter." DM Naguyat stood on tiptoe and turned around. A layer of orange smoke appeared around her. She said, "If you want to comprehend fire, you must become fire first." The 4 masters closed their eyes, flames rising around her. Hatrai looked at the person in front of him surrounded by fire and thought, "It seems like the lotus turned into a water spirit body. No wonder the two of them faced each other." DM Naguyat held the weapon in her hand and said, "Fire is the destructive power, the source of life, endless enthusiasm, strong courage. You must know how to respect fire." Below her feet radiated a source of light like a bright fire. Hatrai opened his eyes in surprise, the flickering fire reflected in his eyes. DM Naguyat rushed forward and hugged him. 2 people hugged each other and stood in a whirlpool of fire. The fire engulfed and burned Hatrai's clothes, causing him to scream, "Eh!" DM Naguyat looked up from his chest and said, "Fire is wild, it is free, it cannot be controlled, it can only be guided. You must learn how to integrate with fire, feel the rhythm of it, understand its mind, don't be afraid of it, feel it." DM Naguyat told him to close his eyes and take a deep breath, blending his soul into the fire. Hatrai followed suit, closing his eyes and gritting his teeth. He replied, "Okay." The fire burned Hatrai's clothes, leaving him naked. He looked at his hands. DM Naguyat said, "Feeling the heat emanating from your body, spreading up your hand, all the way to your fingertips." Hatrai also felt a source of heat surrounding his arm. She continued to say, "That is the power of fire, that is your power." A huge ball of fire flared up in her hand, making him look intently. DM Naguyat said, "You must learn how to control fire. Your thoughts are the fire's instructions. When you want the fire to burn, you just need to ignite a fire in your heart, making it burn according to your wishes." The 4 masters instructed him, "You must learn how to release fire. You have a fireball in your hand, hit it in the direction you want." Hatrai followed with all his might and threw a fireball far away. The source of power became a ring of fire that spread out hundreds of meters long. DM Naguyat was also burned by fire. Most of her clothes were burned. She stood half naked and looked at him and said, "I learned it." The 4 assistants sat cross-legged, looked at the flames, propped their chins and said, "Feel it." Hatrai's eyes flashed with fire. He played with the fire on his fingertips and happily said, "Fourth master, when you teach seriously, the best master is definitely the best and second. I understand it completely." At this time, DM Naguyat changed back into her original protective clothing, holding the fish and said, "This is when I teach seriously. I am always very professional." She continued to say, "I said that those who have learned it can enter the subject, but I did not say that you completely understand it." Hatrai scratched his head and replied yes. Kong Tin Ham observed from the beginning until now, then stood up and walked towards him and said, "Because there is still something going on outside, although the time here and outside are different, I still have to quickly return to my second sister's side, to avoid chaos, so now I will pass it on to you." Hatrai silently listened. She blushed and said, "Last night, you already felt the lightning ice soul. Actually, I don't need to say much." Hatrai replied, "I still remember that feeling." Tin Ham punched Hatrai in the chest, cold air rising around her hand. Hatrai's chest was frozen by her palm. He frowned in discomfort. She said, "I had just comprehended the 9 heavens lying fire, and now I was being penetrated by the extremely cold ice soul. The pain was normal." He replied yes. Tin Ham looked at him and asked, "So shall we continue?" Hatrai had bandages spread all over his face and neck, gritted his teeth and replied, "Okay." The source of power transmitted to him spread out into the ice air that covered the 3 people. DM Naguyat sat with her arms crossed and observed, because she was surrounded in a ball of fire, so she was not affected. Tin Ham told him, "Everything in the world has its origin, and the power of ice and bone comes from the Langtich universe. You must unify your mind, listen to the roar of the wind, feel the coldness of the snow falling. This is the call of the great path, the enlightenment of the truth of frost." Tin Ham grabbed his hand tightly and pressed herself close to him, saying, "The path of practice is inherently about following heaven and earth, not trying to conquer. Your heart must be as pure as ice, as sharp as ice, tolerant like snow." Her eyes were full of affection as she looked at him and said, "Only then can you truly grasp the power of ice frost without being controlled by it." Tin Ham approached Hatrai, whispering in his ear, "Now, feel the power of Toy Can Ice Soul entering your body, causing it to move in your meridians, forming your ice frost essence." She pressed Hatrai tightly, her hands on his chest. Hatrai also hugged her waist. They both closed their eyes. She said, "Feel the power of that cold stream. It is not your enemy but your friend, my friend. Your weapons depend on your will." Hatrai opened his eyes. "It can freeze everything and also protect what you love. Practicing is a lifelong process, there is no end, but as long as you persevere, one day you will stand on the top of the frost, looking down at the world. At that time you will be the true owner of ice frost." Hatrai silently looked at her as she spoke. After finishing the transmission, he hugged her intimately from behind and whispered, "Thank you, Master, I understand." Outside, both streams of ice and fire flew in at the same time. "Those are the 3 masters and 4 masters." Inside, Mat Naguyat saw the 2 of them coming back and immediately said, "In the blink of an eye they were back. Why don't they stay in space a little longer?" Tin Ham replied, "The key transmission has been completed. The next thing is to watch his own understanding." Mat Naguyat in here exhaled smoke, her nose also exhaled smoke. She lay back and asked, "Is our child still good?" Kong Tin Ham replied, "His understanding is very high, he only needs a little guidance to master it. Second sister doesn't need to worry." DM Naguyat heard her speak like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, blushing and speaking fluently. Tin Ham came and sat next to the second senior sister. Mat Naguyat asked, "How is your body? Has Quick Bang soul stabilized?" Tin Ham replied, "Much better, but I know that's still not the case. Enough. The wonderful feeling of breaking through to the point of desiring destruction still remains." Mat Naguyat walked closer to Tin Ham, one hand holding her shoulder and the other holding her chin, and said intimately, "Once a teacher for the rest of his life, let him be filial to you. After all, your body will accumulate for a long time, gradually. We can't rush it all at once." Tin Ham replied, "It's just that he still has many places for me to take advantage of, and has not yet reached the state of unifying heaven and man, because the effect is not yet complete enough." Mat Naguyat stroked her hair and said, "This can't be rushed, the future is still long. After all, you and DM Naguyat are different. DM Naguyat is hot-tempered, you can't hide your love even if you want to hide it." DM Naguyat was hid and waved her hand to explain, "What can't be hidden? Whatever you like. I just consider him my disciple." She thought to herself, "I'm not as careless as my third sister. If I told my second sister that I also had that problem, she would definitely ask long and short questions." Mat Naguyat covered her mouth and replied, Okay, I don't like him, I only see him as a disciple, is that okay?" DM Naguyat blushed and said, "That's the way it is, he even forgot about betting, his mind is not good, I have nothing to say to this kind of person." Tin Ham pulled DM Naguyat and said, "Come over here." DM Naguyat sat between the two of them. Tin Ham grabbed her chin and said, "How could the four fairies lie? What you said when I was in space, have you forgotten everything?" DM Naguyat was speechless. "Me?" She blushed and shyly asked, Did I say something?" DM Naguyat stood up, so embarrassed that she became angry and said, "What nonsense is this all about? The important thing right now is to find the insiders who infiltrated the intersex examination. These insiders are clearly doing it on purpose. Choose a time when Big Sister is not at the Tianjin relic to cause trouble." Mat Naguyat puffed on her cigarette. She exhaled smoke and replied, "This is not to cause trouble, it's clearly here to do something big." DM Naguyat turned her head and asked, "Perhaps the second sister already knew something?" Mat Naguyat replied, "That damn fat guy has a lot of secrets on him, come with me and see him." All three of them went to the jail together. The fat man's hands and feet were tied, his mouth was also trembling as he looked at the three people entering. Mat Naguyat said, "I have entered this fat man's internal environment, but discovered that his internal environment has been banned." Tin Ham frowned and snorted. Mat Naguyat continued, "That's very strange. According to what little sister said, Big Sister ordered me to protect Kung Mak, and Ha Tri just happened to go with me. Although you guys completed the mission smoothly, bringing when Kung Mak returned, he knew the purpose of Com Dik Tu and Tu Ling Dang, but didn't he feel like he was hitting a punching bag?" Her eyes flashed at him. This whole thing was very unusual. Mat Naguyat held her chin and thought deeply. Did this Kung Mak need to be protected, or could it be said that the eldest sister had already predicted that he had a secret on his body, which was this restriction? DM Naguyat said, "It's better to go directly and ask Big Sister." Mat Naguyat replied, "Big Sister is in retreat, not allowed to be disturbed by others, and also can't reveal her. You guys know that's okay." DM Naguyat angrily replied, "What's the difference between banned and unrestricted? What a bother, isn't it okay if we break the restriction? If this damn fat guy dies, he'll die." Mat Naguyat said, "I've tried it, no matter how hard I try, I can't break it. The level of the person who placed the restriction is no less than ours. Originally, I just felt that this inside story was very boring, except when the emperors of the two holy regions personally bid, I felt like I was just a child playing with toys. Now there is another restriction that we cannot open, but this has become unusual." Kong Tin Ham spoke up, "They really know how to choose the right opportunity. If Ha Tri couldn't help us, this time it would be quite difficult to solve." On the other side, Ha Tri started practicing. He sat on a rock, surrounded by quiet falling leaves. He felt like he was in space with flashing halos, he said. He finally had time alone to use his cosmic body to comprehend all kinds of classics in the archives of Tianjin Temple, but can blend ice and fire. Siri announced, congratulating the host on having the first Taoist companion. The system gave Tam Trong 9 Li Sok. He replied, after the third master and DM Naguyat left, the system rewarded Yet Trong 9 Li Sok, accumulating more. Tam Trong can learn and master martial arts. Since entering the realm of the Tao path, the divine consciousness has become as vast as the ocean, and one can still see the cultivation Qi Yuan that the divine consciousness offers. The power was so great, Ha Tri seemed to be flying between pink and purple layers of space. He raised his hand and said, this is a sign that he is about to break through the realm. A ball flashed in his arms. Ha Tri frowned. His whole body emitted a yellow halo. He said, in accordance with the Tao realm, the 5 stages, breakthrough. 4 years of cultivating in Tuatan and Ha Tri space, a total of several things have been done. The first story is bullying the spirit beast. He whipped the spirit beast and told him to secretly attack the tycoon's base for the 345th time. He deserved to die. The monsters were beaten by him to the point of screaming in pain. After that, they have to fan and serve him. Siri looked at the historical records and said that the time for the spirit beast ride is not far away. The second thing is to use the sacred body of the universe to see the little emperor and pass down the scriptures to the next generation. Third story, learning wood carving. He looked at the wooden statue he had carved and exclaimed that our visual art had reached its peak. Not bad, not bad. The fourth thing is whether we should talk about this or not. He looked at the system panel and his nose bled while he used a move to cut the mountain in half. The system asks again whether it should or not. He looked at the wooden sculpture of 4 masters and said oh. After that, he imagined a lot of the sexy outfits and postures of his masters. Then he smiled and said to keep doing that. Suddenly his face changed expression and asked the spirit beast that no one could see the image in my head. Right, those animals responded shamelessly. After confirming, he took a deep breath. Then tell Siri that the 4-year deadline has come. This young master should also leave the mountain. Siri checks my anger score and statistics. Show up the statistics for you. After reading it, he was so moved that he covered his mouth and trembled and told me that he was considered quite wealthy. On the system board, a notification appears that the system has unlocked the function of traveling through plains and cities. Siri says come on. He excitedly told Siri what leveling up to epic level was. So tell me a bit. Siri seriously apologized. The system does not have the knowledge in that area. The host can try it if you don't mind. Because the system issued a challenge, he immediately took the control panel to watch. Then he smiled sinisterly at a spirit beast and said haha, immediately making me angry. You threatened him. Don't force me to give you 10 seconds to get angry. He started counting down 10, 9, 8. The spirit beast trembled with every word he said to the point that he couldn't get angry. But he still counted 6, 5, 4. The spirit beast immediately cried and waved his hand, then he grabbed it and said it looks like you are not afraid of me. As soon as he finished speaking, the system board displayed a notification adding 1 rage point. Total rage point was 10 million, and the system started leveling up. When the system updates to 100%, a bright light appears. So he used a spirit beast to cover it. But that made the spirit beast scared and fainted. When the dazzling light ended, he threw the spirit beast away and looked into the quiet space. He asked confusedly and asked if nothing happened. Then he regained his composure and called the system and said hello. 1 year, there was a scam. Siri, please explain, otherwise we will really report you. The system board displayed a series of confusing parameters and then he scratched his head and shouted that this is your epic level up. Then he asked again, are you a Windor system? After upgrading, there were a bunch of bugs. The system angrily appeared on the screen and sent him a loving middle finger. He cried, then pointed his hand at the system and said in his heart, oh my god, I have a bad feeling. Not only is the leveling system broken, why does it feel even more convenient? At the riverbank under the moonlight, Kung Lu slowly opened his eyes. Ha Tri saw that she was awake, so he asked her if she was resting well. She did not answer his question but asked, why did I go to sleep? He also conveniently explained that we were talking when you fell asleep. I saw that you slept very well, so I didn't wake you up. She woke up and asked me how long I had been asleep and why it was dark. He leisurely replied 3 hours. Not long, she cautiously told me that. Before she could finish her sentence, she stood up. Then he said excitedly that the test was about to climax and we should show up. He was also interested in answering, which was correct. He happily thought to himself that she really couldn't sense my true aura. This hidden aura was amazing. Returning a few minutes ago, he sat down to see if the system was broken, then checked everything and said that fortunately the other functions were not faulty, so we could find out if there were any medicinal pills or magic items hiding the mechanism. He found the item and said it was 12,345 points. That's a shame. The price is really arbitrary. Buy it. System notification ting. Transferred. Returning to the present, he was walking with Kung Lu when the system showed that there were still a lot of good treasures left. Don't you want to buy an atomic bomb? It made a few more people angry. Maybe you'll be able to buy it. I heard that and immediately thought, how much does an atomic bomb cost? Just now you failed. Do you know? Siri calmly replied, not much, just 10 small numbers. Oh, is that so? It's fine now, isn't it? He scolded silently, asking you if you needed to listen to what you were saying. Suddenly Kung Lu asked Tri, what are you thinking about? He was suddenly startled and remembered that his 4 masters, DM Naguyat, also called him Tri. He told her that Miss Kung Lu, you should still call me Ha Tri. I keep feeling that this name Tri is very unlucky. Then he explained as if he would do everything 1 step slower than others. Please, she smiled and replied okay, haha, if it's not auspicious, I won't call you that anymore. Suddenly he sharply said to wait. She asked why. Could she feel someone else's breath? He cast Soul to Tam Tong to investigate the field. Seeing a bunch of people collapsed in front of him, he wondered for 7 short hours, fainted. No, so many people had died. Then he wondered, even if it was a battle for survival, it was just a test, so why did so many people die? After examining it, he told her that Miss Kung Lu, ahead there were many dead people. She could hardly believe that he was dead. At the court of justice, Elder Lamb is sitting looking at books. Look at the names underlined in red. So she asked, until now, are all the disciples who died unexpectedly during the exam included in this list? The other girl answered yes, Elder Lamb. She frowned, thinking that this Kytuchi actually used the identity of the three earth, metal, and would sex one after another to participate in the intersect exams, and withdrew several times before without knowing the reason. Remembering the last time they passed each other, she thought this time she would use the identity of Tui and Gumon to participate in the test. At that time, the two met but did not recognize each other, but now thinking back, she realized that it was no wonder that at that time she felt that this person was very familiar. She then ordered to notify the heads of all subjects and hold an emergency conference. The other girl immediately replied yes. In the conference room, shouts of "No way, no way, no way" could be heard. Mat Naguyat calmly told Elder Kwok, "Everyone is a great power at the peak of the 7th and 8th realms, there is no need to talk so loudly, you can hear it." After scolding Kwok Sok, she immediately thought that he's a damn old man, and wants to make small matters into big ones. It seems like he's a strong supporter, sooner or later, I'll let you disappear. He shouted loudly and argued that I did not agree with the decision to stop the intersect testing that Elder Lam said. The intersect testing has been a tradition for thousands of years in our Tianjin holy domain. How can we let an elder say stop, is to stop? After he finished talking, he couldn't settle the matter, so there was no need to negotiate. Elder Lam commented that the intersex assessment is an assessment, not a real killing, from ancient times until now, unless there is a special situation that causes one or two disciples to die. There has never been a situation like this. Then she counted more than 30 disciples, leaving more than 10 dead masters. She added that in addition, I want to ask the elder of the 4 disciplines of earth, wood, metal, water, and water why Kytuchi can use the name of the 4 disciplines to participate in the inner exam 4 times. Kwok Sok argued that it was the matter of their 4 sects, and later, I wanted Elder Lam to explain my problem first. The old man sneered and said, I heard that you helped Ha Tri when he was at Ling Tu Palace. This time you were worried that he wouldn't be able to pass the intersect test, so you found a reason to stop the test. Mat Naguyat let out a breath. Then I looked at them and guessed that they were setting a trap here, ha. She got into a position to prepare to watch the play and then told herself, okay, I'll be the official, to see what this damn old man wants to talk about with my disciple. Elder Lam argued with Elder Guo, your precious grandson is also participating in this intersect test. If you care about his life or death, it's best to listen to my suggestion. Kwok Sok explained that I know very well what kind of strength Xiang Nu has. There is nothing to worry about in this matter. Real gold is not afraid of fire, only those who are worthless use a woman as a support. She argued with Elder Guo again, it's obvious that your grandson is not destined for women, so you still can't hug your great-grandchildren. I see you're still very healthy, take care of yourself. The old man argued that my nephew's eyesight was high. Elder Lam said, oh, is that so? It's no wonder I heard that your good daughter had been pursuing Fan and Gumon's girl for less than 2 days and had already abandoned it. It turns out her eyes were too high. The old man was speechless, so he stammered in response to the nonsense. Nothing was certain about the matter of young men and women. He was tired of arguing, so he sat down and said there was nothing left. Kytuchi, there was nothing more to say. I, a disciple of the Tianjin holy domain, am an understanding person. Everyone knows, I lost several times before. No, just surrender and change a few identities to start over. Elder Lam doesn't need to be too sensitive. Elder Lam did not bother to argue anymore but turned around and told Mat Naguyat that Mat Viet Tianjin, no matter what, tomorrow's assessment must stop. Please enlighten me. She softly called Lam. Old Kwok interjected and said that you must think carefully. The children fight without knowing how serious it is, and death is inevitable. It's just that this time it wasn't serious, so a little more died. Then he emphasized even more in front of the elders of the 6 sects and the 4 immortals, who would dare to cause trouble. Mat Naguyat replied, but I didn't know that the leader of the Tianjin holy domain was Elder Kwok, and this fairy didn't even have a chance to speak. Then she stood up. Go over and tell sect leader Kwok, this fairy should just go back to Tianjin temple to sleep. The matters of the holy domain will be left to you to manage. What do you think? Seeing that he didn't answer, she glared at him and called the sect leader Kwok. He replied, the fairy calmed down. The old man was only worried that the assessment would suddenly stop, affecting the prestige of our holy domain. She sarcastically told sect leader Kwok to work hard for the holy domain. This fairy felt very embarrassed. After saying that, she was also tired and left and told you guys to keep arguing and let me know the result tomorrow. Then she added that your female emperor is not here right now. With your mouth you say you are asking for my opinion, but in your heart you have already calculated everything. How boring. She transformed back into a fox and disappeared before everyone's bewilderment and arguments. Elder Guo turned around and said, Elder Lamb, all those doubts of yours are only one-sided, the assessment absolutely cannot be stopped. She remained silent and did not bother to answer him. Then he continued that he was only here today. It was late at night, everyone should go back to sleep. Hearing him tell her to go back to sleep, she quietly walked over and told Elder Guo, whatever happened, I will investigate myself, you better not have any bad plans. He scolded angrily, isn't that like Fan and Gumon's woman? When she sees a strong man, she wants to use him as a medicine guide. What's the point of pretending to exalt her? Suddenly a voice rang out and told old man Kwok that talking about people behind their backs is impolite. Do you know? Bo Beiling appeared from nowhere and told old man Kwok, what did you say just now? Speak louder. The six sects unite together. Why are you so strange? He was startled because she heard what he said. Everyone around immediately coughed lightly and said they were sleepy and went to sleep. Another person said goodbye and told the two to continue. After that, they all ran out and thought to themselves that old lady Fawn was angry and let's run away. After everyone had left, Kwok Sok replied to her and said I wasn't telling the truth, I didn't say anything nonsense. The sect leader probably had a plan in his heart and should be a little more restrained in the future. Don't teach bad lessons to the young ladies at Fawn and Gumon. She also replied that what he said was correct, I am a bad woman, but Elder Lamb is famous for keeping himself clean and clear, so can't you talk about accumulating virtue? Then she changed her target to him and said that a few decades ago, sect leader Kwok was also young and very enthusiastic. She approached him and asked us cultivators that when we reach the fifth realm, our age almost stops increasing, but why does he age so quickly? He was upset by her actions and secretly wondered why this despicable woman was so close. She guessed something and said, I know, the amount of man's essence is limited, sect leader Kwok has been sucked dry. After asking, she started being sarcastic too quickly, that's why she was jealous of the strong men out there. He was mocked and shouted angrily, I can beat 10 people, the old age is even higher, the younger only gets the body, and I win in the soul. Hearing him say that, she pretended to be surprised and said yo, I really didn't see it. Suddenly his face turned red and he shyly turned away and told you that you talk so much, you don't just want to argue with me, if you have something to say it quickly. She didn't tease her anymore but seriously asked ha ha ha, sect leader Kwok doesn't want to continue that topic anymore, I won't make things difficult for you, I just want to know, why don't I feel that you are maintained the great battle? He sweated and nervously replied, what can't be maintained? She followed him and asked him if the great formation had changed. Do you know? The old man kept walking and replied that I keep an eye on the big formation every day. How could I not know that it's okay for you to maintain your big sex big formation, but you're still not busy, otherwise I'm about to be bothered to death. She replied that it was okay, so she had already taken care of all the fields. The Wind Gate and the Thunder Gate were personally built by the intersect female emperor, but one bull could not be held firmly. He realized what she wanted so he asked and talked for half a day, do you want to take one of my wind pearls? Then just say it straight, there's no need to beat around the bush like that. She finally admitted Aya, you have seen it, why do you have 2 pills and others only have 1? You are a big man, and the head of 6 sects, more powerful than others, there are so many, why don't you give me 1? He replied that you women like to compare. What is the difference between 1 pill and 2 pills? The functions of the 2 great formations of the 2 disciplines are not the same. I need 2 pills to reduce the speed of the spirit circulation. Strength, just 1 battle of yours is enough. She still refused to give up and said that Aya, women, like beautiful sparkling things. She remembered that there was still something to do, so she went to kill the old treasure. That's right, sect leader Kwok. In fact, there is still one thing I want to tell you. The female emperor who told us to maintain the great formation actually had other thoughts. He waved her hand and pushed her away and told the female emperor to have her own morals. Stop listening to nonsense, even if you have other thoughts, it has nothing to do with you. When he left the conference room, he also asked Bo Beiling that I would go back to maintain the great formation, and if that boy Kwok Kang came to find your little lady, please tell me. He left and she chuckled. Then transformed back into Mat Naguyat. Mat Naguyat leaned against the door and held the pipe in her hand, thinking that Elder Lamb gave the opposite opinion. This old man was the one with the most intense reaction, but when he played mahjong, he was also like that. It looked like he was playing mahjong, has good intentions but is actually doing something stupid. Then she thought that it was the fact that he swore that he had maintained this lightning array well. At that moment of guilt, the fairy had seen it very clearly. He was definitely lazy, and his reaction was also very normal, often. She put the pipe to her mouth and then thought the other way around was the other 4 people. When Elder Lamb talked about KY2 cheese matter, he was as silent as rice, very unusual. In the end, she guessed that she would soon know the truth. At night, the whole city fell into a quiet space. In a closed room, a maid spoke up, "Elder Lamb, go get some rest, you've been reading for more than 2 hours." She heard that, took the cup of tea from the maid's hand and said, "Now everything is completely calmed down and I can't see anything unusual." The maid heard that and replied, "Isn't that very good? Perhaps the previous killing spree was indeed because the disciples had overdone it. We could wait until after the test was over to severely punish them." Hearing that, she immediately brought the cup of tea to her mouth to drink. Suddenly she kicked the teacup hard on the table. Elder Lamb stood up and said loudly, "It's because it's too normal that something happened. I'm going to the dark forest for a trip." At this time, on a high tree branch, two people were sitting and talking to each other. Hatrai spoke to the person next to him, wondering if it was too peaceful. He couldn't understand what he was thinking. Just now there were so many dead people on the road, and now the gloomy forest was suddenly peaceful again. Kung Lu heard him say that and agreed, "There is definitely something unusual about the strange thing. We should just wait here and observe and then act later." Suddenly, she blushed and turned to tell him, "Hatrai, I have something to ask you." He still observed down below and replied, "What?" She shyly started to ask her question, "What did I do while I was asleep? Why do I feel like I've changed so much after waking up?" Hearing her say that, he didn't care too much. He still observed below and asked again, "What was different?" He discovered something below and immediately thought, "What is that there?" After knowing what he saw, he said that the red figure looked like Elder Lamb. She didn't seem to hear his words and continued his story. "It felt like your body was stronger and your appearance was more handsome. I'm curious, has my state of mind changed? Otherwise, how can you explain your change?" He then turned to ask her, "Miss Kung Lu, can you use your spirituality?" She was startled when she heard it and asked again, "What?" He said urgently, "Do you feel anything?" She now seriously answered his question. The feeling was indeed there. "In fact, on the journey I always felt like something very bad was going to happen." At this moment, she turned red and held her head thinking, "There is also another feeling that after waking up, every time I look at you I feel my heart beating very fast. Is it because I am sick?" Suddenly he picked her up again. Said, "If you said something very bad would happen then it wouldn't be wrong, I believe you," she said in panic. In her heart she was thinking, "Why suddenly like that?" He picked her up and jumped down from the tree branch. Kung Lu screamed in fear, "Hatrai, where are we going? Aren't we waiting for an opportunity to appear?" Hearing that, I replied, "We have to go check our hunch, there." On this side, Elder Lamb was running very fast forward. As she ran, she thought, luckily he had intentionally left a mark on her at that time. In her mind, she remembered the image of when she met Kytu Chi. When she wasn't paying attention, she silently put a seal on her body. Now she uses her soul-gathering heart tongue to track down her location. A strip of yellow smoke appeared. She looked at that strip of smoke and said, "Over there." It led her to a cave. Standing in front of the cave entrance she thought, "This is it." Elder Lamb transformed into his sword and started going into the cave. In a nearby bush, Hatrai and Kung Lu appeared. She asked him, "What are you following?" He did not answer but thought to himself, just now Elder Lamb had disappeared nearby. Suddenly Siri appeared. It told him, "Don't look for the Golden Master, it's here. There's a barrier that hides traces of time and space that have been twisted so they can't be seen." He heard its voice and immediately turned around. Shouted in panic, "No no 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 no, you. Kung Lu panicked and asked a question that turned him to stone, "What is the title of Kim Master?" He looked at Siri petrified and explained to her, Kim Chu means yes father." Hearing that, she was disappointed and said, Hatrai, you already have such a big child. In your heart, you secretly thought, with such a big child, I'm afraid it won't be easy to accept this stepmother, right? He heard her ask that with a pained face and thought, I felt like upgrading to epic level was very unusual. I should explain somehow. I was in a hurry to ask for help. Kung Lu blushed and continued to think, what does my stepmother and biological mother have to do with me? After entering the dark forest, I was thinking too much. He explained to her carefully, this child is, indeed, a spirit pet that I was lucky enough to meet in the form of a transformed child. Siri, you say? It responded to him with disdainful eyes. Yes, I am a spirit pet, favor that my Kim father received. When she heard that, another worry arose in her heart, so it turned out that the spirit pet had transformed into human form and still went to capture Haha. It was indeed unusual, but why was his mechanical ability so weak? So it's like pointing to Gung Wen. Spiritual pet transformation is synonymous with the spirit refining realm of human monks. How could he do that? He then laughed and said, "What is it, Father Kim and not Father Kim? Let's talk about it properly." He silently cursed in his heart, while not letting me reveal my identity, while suddenly transforming and wanting me, dead right. As if remembering the main story, he immediately asked, "Yes, how to open the barrier?" Hearing that, Siri immediately raised her hand to tear the darkness in space and said, "Tear it apart." He and she felt helpless and thought, okay. At this time in the cave, Elder Lamb was fighting with someone. She was seriously injured and thrown away. Oolong Oolong then spoke up and said, "I seem to have taken a heavy hand," and apologized. Elder Lamb sat on the ground and said, "Sandbok, you are a disciple of my Tianj Min holy domain, yet you collude with outside domains. Are you worthy of your master's teachings?" Sandbok heard that and frowned. Behind Oolong Oolong was talking to KY Tiu Chi. What should Tiu Chi do next? She heard that and immediately replied, "Of course torment her and then kill her. This woman is much stronger than the weak chickens out there." After playing, don't forget to suck blood so you can't waste your energy. Hearing that, the girl happily replied, "Yes." Sandbok quietly turned around and told the two of them, "Don't forget that the family's mission of releasing the soul of the earth is the most important thing. The longer it lasts, the more unpredictable it becomes." Elder Lamb heard that and shouted loudly, "You want to release that crazy guy's soul? You guys intend to curse the soul to be reborn?" Hearing that, she coldly replied, "Shut up, my ancestors are not crazy. Now I will keep one of your lives so that you can open your eyes to see the distorted truth." She hugged her wound and tried to stand up and said, "Your master must have been bewitched by the outside world. There was no distortion of the truth." In her heart she thought, "These two little devils actually exist. The internal damage that can be controlled is too severe. What should we do to get the news out? What should we do?" Elder Lamb continued to speak to her, "Your master Sandbok treats you like his own daughter. He just misunderstood something about you." Speaking of this, she seemed to realize something and shouted loudly, "Her biological daughter. Hong Duk Street is your father." As soon as Oolong Oolong heard that, he said to KY Tiu Chi standing next to him, "This little old lady is not completely stupid." She heard that and said, "Elder Lamb is truly a smart woman." After speaking, she reached forward, countless red tentacles stretched out and wrapped tightly around her neck. As she spoke, "Miss Sandbok wanted you to be a witness, to avoid you from disturbing our work." Her face now showed a hungry look and said, "Your aura is very pure, let me drain it all." Those tentacles wrapped around her neck and held her arms and legs tightly. A tentacle even poked into her mouth, making her sobbing and unable to say anything. Seeing this, Sandbok immediately gave an order and started walking. Around the three of them a large glowing circle appeared. Being held tightly by those tentacles, she felt very uncomfortable, thinking in her heart, don't, no. Three magicians. Yellow light appeared from where the three people were. The north yard then shouted loudly and broke. As soon as she finished speaking, the light radiated even more. Elder Lamb thought painfully, "No." After finishing his work, KY Tiu Chi happily told Sandbok that he was quite happy. At this moment, a very loud voice rang out in front of the cave entrance. "What was that?" The three of you in there were surrounded. He and Kung Lu appeared. He gently broke his hand and said, "Everyone held their heads and sat next to the wall for me. You have the right to remain silent, but any word you say will become evidence to be prosecuted in court." At this time, Fa Hong Duk was standing in front of an altar. In thinking, an unfilial child cannot be a vessel for people, but he will soon be plotting for many years, just to make people suffer a little resentment. At this time, he turned down and told his teammates that the Five Elements path had been destroyed and was all in his hands. Hearing that, Han Tian Kong and Sun Cao Duong smiled proudly. They were thinking about Vien Kim Dao's highest position. Fa Hong Duk's voice continued, "That high position at the top. Owner will have to change today. The ground is now shaking." A few disciples who were practicing saw this and asked each other, "What's going on? Let's stop fighting first." "I agree, I have a bad feeling." The tremor also affected people inside the house. Some ran away, others shouted, "What's going on? Why is the screen turned off? Have you felt the ground shaking? Isn't something big happening?" At this time, Sun Cao Duong spoke up. The formation had been broken but the previously mentioned spirit wall had not yet appeared, so he felt that something was not right. Han Tian Kong heard this and smirked, still needing to understand. What's the point? If the formation has already been broken, it's fine to directly force the king to abdicate. Fa Hong Duk stood up and smiled proudly and said that the plan was complete and would not cause a major impact on the temple because of any problem. At the temple, All the highly respected and virtuous people were present. DM Naguyat spoke up and said, there really was no peace at all. Has old man Kwok woke up yet? Since he's awake, tell him about the situation. Hearing that, Kwok Sok angrily replied, why was I awake and not awake all night? Last night I maintained the big formation, damn it, the slightest distraction would have sent me flying. Having finished speaking, he waved his hand and opened his formation. Looking at the formation, he explained that the earth, wood, and metal gate had been destroyed, and the five-element path was considered to have been destroyed. Bu Beiling heard that and immediately spoke up. The sect leaders of the other three sects were slow to come. It seemed like they all had their own way of thinking. Guess who took the lead and did the bad things, waited until they were done, then beat their butts? Him. After listening to her, Kwok Sok angrily said, Minister, this is a big matter, take it a little more seriously. As for Chi Wan Ba, how long do you want to sleep? Hearing that, the person next to her woke up. Bu Beiling then continued to say, the female emperor is not here but we still have the three immortals sitting in command. Old Kwok, there is no use in worrying, you should go fix the formation, otherwise, just listen quietly, go. She said a joke at this time, I'm so scared, someone will come and hug me and leave, I'll tell you who I'm going to be, that person will come and hug me. Kwok Sok was scratching his head thinking, Hayes, this generation of intersex is truly difficult to lead. Mat Naguyat then interjected and said, you too, it's okay, stop saying two sentences, it was already noisy when you hit and miss, now when doing official things, even if it's pretending, you have to pretend to be a little serious. Fa Hongduk then came in from outside and spoke up, it's midnight and not going to bed is really noisy, Bean Kim Dao didn't have such a big incident so why wasn't she present? Hearing that, DM Naguyat coldly said, the Earthwood gate that you guys are in charge of maintaining has been destroyed, explain a bit. On the outside she was calm but inside she was thinking crazy, as I see it, I directly cut a knife for you, it's okay to die. Fa Hongduk walked towards the chair and said to everyone, what do I need to explain, I came here to ask you a question. How should the four immortals' crime of taking public affairs into private affairs be handled? Hearing that, Bu Beiling covered his mouth and laughed. And said to Kwok Sok while he was extremely angry, look what I said, they have their own thoughts. Fa Hongduk continued his story, after the high-ranking Veen Kim Dao changed the formation of the previous emperor, does anyone still know about this? In the past 100 years, disciples have also been able to break through the realm of the Holy Realm Elders, it's getting harder and harder to prove anything. Hearing that, Kong Tin Ham calmly asked again, if he could prove anything, he asked the deputy head to give further instructions. Hearing that, he shouted loudly as if to confirm, proving that you four immortals have taken over the immortal veins as your own, lest others ascend to usurp your rights. Hearing him say that, Mat Naguyat smoked her pipe and calmly replied, the deputy head really knows how to tell stories with ups and downs very dramatically. He then pointed his finger to the sky and shouted loudly, whatever he did was watched by heaven. According to reliable news, Veen Kim Dao no longer had a pulse like that year and had long since become a lamp that had run out of oil. If you want to be sure, you can only blame her for being too greedy. Her desire to have absolute power was countered by her power. What qualifications does a person like that have to be the emperor of the Tianjin Holy Domain giving orders to everyone? Hearing what he said, DM Naguyat was very angry. She unleashed her strength and shouted, Fa Hongduk, you look down on my sister too much and then open your mouth and say this and that crime, now I will. But before she could do anything, Mat Naguyat stopped her and said, so what does the deputy head want? Hearing that, DM Naguyat was surprised and asked, second sister. He heard her question and quickly responded, breaking Veen Kim Dao's 3 souls and 7 souls and using his death to apologize to everyone in the holy area. The 3 of you accomplices also destroyed the spiritual castle and became I am here to atone for Veen Kim Dao's sins. Kwok Sok stood with his hands behind his back and shouted loudly, Fa Hongduk. Meanwhile, Chi Hongbo was sleeping with his arms folded so soundly that he drooled on the table. Loi and Gumon angrily warned in a stern voice, as the head of the 6 gates, I order you to immediately kneel down and apologize to the 4 immortals. Fa Hongduk put his hand on his chin in contempt, sarcastically asked, what are you, a dog of the 4 immortals, a guy who is used as a tool, do you really think I am serving you? Han Mon Trong stood crossly, the hand behind him said with a dark face and added, being the top of the inner sect, you are also worthy. Mat Naguyat felt dissatisfied. She placed her hand on Kwok Sok's shoulder to comfort him, then she followed suit and sarcastically said to the other 2, Sun Mon leader, Han Mon Trong, do you also think so? Causing Loi and Gu Mon to suddenly turn around, Sect leader Han still contemptuously crossed his arms, raised his face, curled his mouth and replied, Mat Naguyat Tianjin, I think destroying the spiritual tower and becoming a lowly slave is a bit unsatisfactory. After speaking, his face suddenly changed. He frowned and vented his anger. This seed has long been displeased with you. Being a slave also disgusts me. These words reached the ears of the sleeping Chi Hongbo. Bo Beiling was sitting all this time watching a comedy. She held her stomach and laughed. Ha 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 ha, I thought I drank a lot tonight, just as much as the three of you. Then, she asked with a serious face, really thinking that you are very useful. Kwok Sok's eyes darkened. He said gloomily, the 100-year peace of the Holy Land of Commerce was created by the female emperor, the three immortals. Everyone here knew clearly in their hearts. Then he emphasized, it is impossible progress, and not being able to break through the realm is caused by someone. Lo and Gumon raised two fingers and pointed straight at you, the ancestor of your family, the previous Hao Earth Emperor. Fa Hong Duk still had the same attitude. He squinted his eyes and smiled in admiration. Ha ha, old man, so you already knew. Kwok Sok continued to preach, the grace of the four immortals is as great as the ocean, spreading across the universe so that our bloodlines can continue until now. You guys didn't think to repay the favor, but you still did this, plotting treason, truly disregarding rules. After that, he gritted his teeth and pointed me at him. It seems that your nature is very difficult to change. Your blood is truly filled with dirty and selfish blood. Thomas and Gumon looked down, frowned and laughed uncomfortably. Ha 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 ha, before I finish talking, I will definitely end all the hair standing up on your head. Then he stood in the middle, forming a triangle and casting spells, threatening at the same time, if you take the initiative to shave your head, I can spare your life. From behind those three people there was a stream of golden light. It shined down and broke the roof. And it also causes cracks in the sky. From those cracks created a dark dimension that shook heaven and earth. The humanoid monsters from that dimension kept pushing each other out one after another, and rushed forward at the command of the Earth Gate. Then he proudly exclaimed, the world will finally belong to the Fu family, ha ha ha. Matt Naguyat stepped up and told Tin Ham and DM Naguyat, go, the east and west are left to you. Having finished speaking, each person had their own thing to do. Matt Naguyat flew up to cast spells gracefully, without any heavenly formations. She was like a fairy giving orders. All the disciples of the Holy Domain Commercial Alliance obeyed the orders. The elders of the three sects of earth, metal, and wood had collusion with the enemy. The evidence was clear, whether it was the inner sect or the outer sect, everyone to sit and meditate on the spot. Those who act arbitrarily are considered traitors and will kill without mercy. Fa Hong Duk heard that and immediately smiled and flew up to her. He smiled and spread his arms proudly, saying, the golden knife is the leader in the four demonic or chaotic holy realm for thousands of years. Now that his destiny is over, he invites him with his future dreams, waiting for my virtue, destroy the four demons. A new sect leader of the six sects will be selected from among all the disciples. The disciples below were very angry after hearing this. Everyone clenched their hands to keep their balance with the transformation of heaven and earth. Right now the situation is leaning towards Fa Hong Duk, he said. It seems that the water gate has also been destroyed. He looked down and gave a gentle reminder as well as a warning. Those who know how to behave are handsome. The great formation has been destroyed. There is no counterattack now. When will it come again? Then he turned back and put his hands on his hips to add, the four demons look down on the strength of all the disciples. You know what to do. Fa Hong Duk's words just made the disciples below start to stir. The humanoid monsters slowly fell, clinging with sharp nails to Matt Naguyat's space magic protection. After Fa Hong Duk finished confiding with his disciples, he turned around and smiled triumphantly, challenging you. You have come to a dead end. All this time, Mat Mung only stood silently and gloomily watching his villainous actions, and she only responded in a gentle voice mixed with a bit of contempt for the impatience of him. The deputy sect leader, as to what caused the person who gave birth to the illusion can win. Time returned half an hour ago. Elder Lamb was tied hand and foot and gagged on the cliff. She endured looking down. Ha Tri quickly ran away, but at that moment, he gritted his teeth and felt vaguely looking forward. Then he walked up and behind was Kung Lu. He majestically crossed his arms and said, both of them are women and yet they like to play such stimulating games. Only playing with women seemed too selfish. KY Tiu Chi looked serious at that joke. She used her magic to attack the two people, replying, where did the cockroach come from? Don't try to ruin my good deed. A long tendril stretched out and flew straight towards Ha Tri and Kung Lu, causing her to panic and step back while he still stood seriously, holding his hands into fists and looking forward. A satisfied smile from Ha Tri, he said, Siri, change the reverse skill. How many points? Spend as you like. A ding rang out. There were 88,888 rage points, minus. Tian Kuang reversed the spell. The time recovered 24 hours. The divine level spell changed the trajectory of fate. Siri appeared in front of him with the body of a small baby, sucking a pacifier in her mouth and friendly, raising her hand to greet everyone. "Big sister, let's go play." The tendrils flew close to the two people. With just a wave of Siri's hand it turned towards its old owner. The three people Sandbok, Ky Tiu Chi and Uong Uong were stunned by what happened before their eyes. Ky Tiu Chi, when her tendrils returned to entangle her body and lifted her up, she gritted her teeth and clenched her fists, exclaiming, "How could this be possible?" Then not only her body but also her head was wrapped around her, causing her pain. She screamed, "Ah, why don't you listen to my control?" Sandbok is in the same situation, she said to order. "No, stop." As for Uong Uong, this girl urged Tiu Chi to quickly think of a way to go. Ha Tri put his hand on his chin and smiled wistfully, then he announced that whatever way Elder Lamb is treated, you will have to bear it tenfold. Uong Uong was wrapped around her body by the tendrils and started to stretch her legs, making the little girl feel both shy and helpless. "What have you done? Stop quickly," the little girl moaned. "Ah, no, really, it didn't work." Then in her pitiful eyes there were suddenly tears. "No." Ky Tiu Chi's current condition is no different. She also had her legs pulled up to reveal her seductive lower body. Don't, help me." She was so hot that she shed tears, gasped for breath and cried out, "Ah." Sandbok helplessly looked down at her lower body and moaned, "It can't be there, help me, no." Her moans made the tendrils entangle that part even more. She screamed, a really loud, "No." Before harming Elder Lamb, the three of them were very pleased, but now they are in physical and mental danger that they could not foresee. Ha Tri smiled lightly and taught the three young girls a valuable lesson about bullying others. Don't force others to do things you don't want to do. Next time don't use this cruel tactic again. After speaking, he used magic to break the ropes binding Mrs. Lamb. She trembled weakly and fell down. Ha Tri immediately ran to support her body and sat up and asked, "Elder Lamb, are you okay?" She was so exhausted that she could only say one word, "Sir." Then closed her eyes and fainted in his arms. Ha Tri impatiently called out, "Elder Lamb, Elder Lamb." Realizing that the situation was not good, he turned around and ordered, "Miss Kung Lu, you take care of Lamb." Before he could finish his sentence, he was stunned by the scene before his eyes. Kung Lu shyly bent down and coldly covered her seductive lower body with her hand. She replied, Okay. Ha Tri felt helpless and couldn't speak. He raised an eyebrow in confusion and thought, "This girl, what is going on in her head?" On the east and west sides, two ladies, DM Naguyat and Kong Tin Ham, compete to perform magic. DM Naguyat uses heavenly fire to create a majestic scene with a large fireball behind, surrounded by flames radiating heat that turns the entire sky red. With the appearance of a huge, majestic fire phoenix flapping its wings and flying forward. Everywhere it flew, it contributed blazing flames, gracefully burning the enemy. Besides, Kong Tin Ham's side was no less competitive. She used her icy sword to go out into the snowy sky. Lean Cinch made contact. In that sky are large pieces of ice that create beautiful shapes, like snowflakes. Although beautiful, they contain a lot of magic. They cover the enemies who fall from the broken sky. In just a short time, two people, Kong Tin Ham and DM Naguyat, destroyed all the evil spirits in human form, causing Sun Cao Duong and Han Tian Kong to just stand there with hateful expressions on their faces. "I'm afraid of what I'm doing." When Fa Hong Duk saw what was happening, he was angry but could only grit his teeth and silently blame. These two guys were truly trash. Mat Naguyat still looked proud at first. Her face was quiet, her eyes were bright in the dark night. Then she said, "To cooperate, you have to choose someone." Then she turned to ask, but it was a warning, "Sun Cao Duong, Han Tian Kong, how about I give you a way to live?" As soon as the words were spoken, Han Tian Kong hesitantly turned around. Sun Moan head. This matter made Sun Cao Duong's face somber and humiliated, speechless. Fa Hong Duk understood his intention and immediately turned around and shouted harshly, "The two of them, if you take advantage of it, you won't turn back when things get to this point." Then he looked gloomy, frowned and reminded, "Having come to this step, do you think she will really forgive you?" Hearing that, Mat Naguyat still had cold eyes and thought, "You idiot." Then she put her hand on her cheek and mysteriously said, "I will use the name of the two fairies to guarantee," but she did not say the last part, but just thought to herself, "I guarantee that I will make you all die completely." Han Tian Kong, at the last moment, turned around and shouted in Fa Hong Duk's face, "That deputy, I already saw it. Aren't you the real idiot? You caught two fish. If you have any other way out, then use it now." His annoying words made Fa Hong Duk's face darken and he bit his lip in contempt. Kim Gu Mon's face looked worriedly at her, thinking, Mat Naguyat looked overly confident. The old deputy finally got it or not. Suddenly Mockinggoo Gate was silent. Now he also turned around and shouted, "You look at Fa Hong Duk's unlucky appearance. How can he hold back?" Then he also added, "I don't want to go, follow along." Seeing that the two men were starting to intend to rebel, Fa Hong Duk was angry and disdainful, calling them cowards and waste. Mat Nguyen had just watched the eye-catching scene of biting and tearing each other apart. She sat and smoked smoke from her magic stick. Then she blew out a pink smoke towards the three rebels. But the smoke was spread out in a purple and red magic circle. In that magic circle, there was a light blue tornado that sounded, condensed, and rose. A girl appeared with red lips and seductive black hair along with a tied and gagged antagonist with injuries all over his body. It turns out that beautiful girl is the female Emperor Vien Kim Dao Li Tran. Her eyes stared at the others. The hopes of Sun Cao Duong and Han Tian Kong had now vanished into thin air. Those two people were devastated and sweating, thinking, this time it was completely over. It was as if the needle knife had exhausted its strength. What caused the body to be destroyed? And then those two guys blamed it. Fa Hong Duk, who harmed us miserably. Mat Nguyen softly asked, "Fa Hong Duk, aren't you looking for a pig's head?" Then she sarcastically said, "The three of you are the great powers of the Holy Realm and yet you can't feel your sister's breath. Okay, ha ha ha, what a shame." Female Emperor Vien Kim Dao Li Tran sat elegantly and majestically with her legs crossed on her chair like a queen. Fa Hong Duk saw that. He frowned and gritted his teeth, helpless to speak because his teammates were all worms. Then, as if thinking of something, he started, "Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha." He raised his face and stretched out his arms as if he wanted to embrace the whole sky, and gradually his laughter became crazy, inhuman, ah ha 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 ha. Fa Hong Duk narrowed his eyes and grinned sinisterly, saying, "I'm afraid the golden knife won't come today," he asked, thinking he was smart, right? Ha 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 ha. Having finished speaking, the face of Thomas Ngumon was evil. Behind Fa Hong Duk was a cosmic sky with sparkling stars, competing to shine in a deep black hole. Lightning radiated from there, causing Han Tian Kong and Sun Cao Duan to suddenly turn around and look. A female figure stepped out from there to greet her dearly, female Emperor Li Tran, long time no see. The fat guy being tied up suddenly stirred and said, "Oh." He was in a cold sweat and trembling without stopping screaming, "Oh oh." The female Emperor Vien Kim Dao Li Tran saw that and didn't know what to say. Yem Li's sudden appearance made the atmosphere quiet. She broke that atmosphere with a sarcastic, cold statement. Clearly someone had brought a gift. After speaking, she gently snapped her fingers. That snap made the fat guy's eyes bulge out, revealing blood veins in his eyes. Not only that, but his body also swelled up as if air was pumped inside. In a matter of seconds, he exploded, splattering blood. But it was like a red fireworks display in the sky. Mat Nguyen looks disgusted. Yich Li smiled triumphantly and said, "Is this a meeting gift?" Then her face darkened and she asked, that question seemed to be the word for an explosive war, was it interesting? After Yem Li's unique opening meeting, she created a rectangular shape that covered the place where Empress Vien Kim Dao Li Tran was just now. That block was so huge that it appeared, making Sun Cao Duong and Han Tian Kong stunned. There is a slight explanation. The specialty of the holy capital of the holy region, Ding Chao Fan. 1 pill can speed up the movement of spiritual energy, 2 pills can slow down the movement speed of spiritual energy, and after more than 2 pills, when the wind pearl explodes, it will create a space where spiritual energy cannot move. Yep Li proudly placed her hand on her neck and said that this is a meeting gift that cost me 38 gold tablets for you. Then she asked, "Did you write down how much it cost?" Then she held out her hand and spoke affectionately, enough to show my sincerity. When Mat Nguyen saw her self-mocking photo, she smiled and sighed, "Sigh, she has become the queen of a country and still cares about how much money she has. The Trongworm tribe is truly stingy." Hearing these insulting whispers, Yem Li's face immediately darkened. But after a short time her face brightened again. She put her hands on her hips and praised, "The golden knife, speaking of single combat, you are truly at the top of heaven," she sarcastically said proudly, "but in the gap opened up in heaven, I am the knife and cutting board and you are the fish lying on it." In that box, Emperor Vien Kim Dao Li Tran calmly sat with her chin in her hands, looking at her. Seeing that expression, Yet Li put her hands up and said, "Well, what I hate most is the face of someone who firmly holds victory in the palm of her hand." As soon as her words ended, Mat Mung blew out pink smoke like before. Causing the image of female Emperor Li Tran to slowly disappear in space, Mat Nguyen covered her mouth with her hand and smiled complacently. "Listening to you talk to yourself, I felt very sorry for you." The image of the female emperor just now was just an illusion, causing her to widen her eyes and shout, "You are actually from the Qingqiu clan, a rotten fox, are you kidding me?" Manhwa still stood in the same position from the beginning of the battle until now and replied, "You are like those three idiots, I'm just letting you see what you want to see, it can't be considered a joke." After speaking, she placed her hand on her chin and sarcastically said, "Not knowing how her big sister sees you." Li was extremely stunned by the scene before her eyes. A strange stream of magic formed a circle in the middle, emitting a bright light that covered the entire sky. That light caused her shape to shatter. They break into small pieces and gradually disappear. She just stood there looking at the scene. But suddenly leaned back. Female Emperor Li Tran appeared there with majesty and splendor exuding the aura of a female emperor. She gently looked down and said, "Yep Li, we haven't seen each other for 1,000 years. Li crossed her arms over her chest, gritted her teeth and thought in disgust, "I really hate her calm attitude no matter the situation, it's really hateful. Dear lady, the gift you gave me, I reluctantly accepted." Then she reached out her hand to catch the broken piece of that black box and scorned, "It's just that this cheap gift is not worthy of my expectations of you." After speaking, from the fragment, she used magic to penetrate it. Her hand stretched closer to her face, causing her to startle, grit her teeth, and think, "She's really a crazy person." Li held a spell in front of her chest and backed away cowardly, saying, "Veen Kim Dao, you want to fight with the heavenly way, that's your business, I don't intend to reveal it yet, let's go." At the end of the sentence, she used 36 strategies to escape, then her blue seal from before quickly shrank. Seeing this, Veen Kim Dao looked down on the emperor and used her magic to suck up all the broken pieces from before. Creating a round magic ball, she said, her liver as small as a mouse, only knowing how to hide. After speaking, she waved her hand to let the ball fly away. It flew right into the middle of my magic circle and at the same time the space gate also closed. Then she said, "This is a reward for you." Fa Hongduk was stunned and afraid, this place could not stay long. After speaking, he ran away. But before he could run far, he crashed into someone's prison and called out, "Hu Yo." He stepped back and stammered, asking, Ha Trai, why are you here?" Ha Trai replied heroically, "Why can't I stay here?" He held two dead animals in his hand, they quack 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 quack. Ha Trai smiled and held them up in front of him and asked, "Deputy head, do you know what this is?" He turned pale and stammered, "What, frog, frog." Ha Trai picked it up and spoke sarcastically to the little animal, "You don't even recognize your ancestors." As if realizing something, Fa Hongduk suddenly asked, "What did you do?" He replied immediately, "Do you think I would be so kind as to tell you what I did? That's really a waste of water, my foam, you should still take your doubts down there and slowly think with your two good brothers." The emphasis on his name made goosebumps rise, his face turned pale and he looked up stuttering. The female emperor, Veen Kim Dao Li Tran female emperor asked, "How do you want me to come? Cut off all 4 limbs or is self-cultivation?" But then she concluded with a sentence, "Unfortunately, in the end, I still have a soft heart and will not treat you the same as you treated me." Sun Cao Duong and Han Tian Kong breathed a sigh of relief. But then Veen Kim Dao added with cold eyes and a quiet voice, "I will let you all die with dignity, such as disappearing into smoke." As soon as the sentence ended, golden lightning reached high into the sky, illuminating the entire area. Directly hit the place where the 3 rebels were standing, making them surprised. Before disappearing into smoke, the students could only say, "Fox trick." Manhwa covered her mouth to express surprise and exclaimed that even if you believe the fox's words, it's just that you guys are too stupid. From the air a vortex appeared, then from within the vortex, Bib Li was thrown out forcefully. She fell hard to the floor. Li's bib hit the floor hard, she winced in pain, there was a big wound on her shoulder. Ali hugged her injured arm, trying to stand up, she bowed her head and said, "Veen Kim Dao, that woman deserves to die." Ali reached out to touch the wound on her shoulder, and the wound emitted bursts of pain. She held her injured arm with one hand, slowly approached the throne on high, her mouth let out a soft groan, "Ah." Ali slowly sat down on the throne. She frowned, her eyes filled with anger. Li slapped the table next to her and shouted loudly, "Angry to death." The system's red warning panel appeared before her eyes. Countless red warning signs appeared. Before disappearing, the system's warning panel replaces the word warning with the words, "I will find, found." Ali used her hand to cover one side of her face. She glared and gritted her teeth. She almost couldn't steal the chicken and lost a handful of rice. The current location of the Chi-Do Holy Land was targeted by heaven. Being Kim Dao was in trouble. My goodness, we're not done yet. There was a voice coming from outside the door. Her Majesty the Queen. The two interrogators still hadn't come back yet. Ali frowned and looked out the door, thinking to herself, I've completely forgotten those two useless guys. Beam Lee opened her hands, slowly clenched her fingers. Her eyes were sharp, her whole body emitted a bright red light. Beam Lee said, she will let these rebellious sinners eat their fill and then go up. That's the right way. But today you guys are a bit unlucky because she's not in a good mood. It's impossible to eat 3 soups in one soup, just do it casually. At this time at the commercial temple, Elder Lam was sitting on a chair observing 3 people, Oong Oong, Sandbok and Ky Tu Chi tied together. Ha Tri held a small piece of wood. On the piece of wood there was a piece of string tying a Team Thu shaped like a frog. He stroked his chin and said, how should I handle this guy? Eating. I feel a bit nauseous. Will be poisoned. If this is a frog then we don't need to think so much. How about releasing it? According to DM Nguyat's explanation, Team Thu itself is poisonous. Its salivary glands, blood vessels and skin glands are regulated. Has white serum and eggs. There are more than 30 types of poisonous substances in Team Thu. When humans eat them, they will damage organs such as the heart, liver, kidneys, etc. DM Nguyat squatted next to Team Thu. She poked a small piece of wood at its body. Team Thu opened its mouth wide to try to grab the wood. She stared at it and said, you said this is old how though? Veen Kim Dao walked over. She frowned and asked seriously, tell me, what happened? DM Nguyat and Ha Ti simultaneously raised their heads to look at her. Ha Tri immediately threw the Team Thu towards DM Nguyat. He said, 4 masters, for this player. DM Nguyat turned pale and quickly dodged. She shouted in disgust, that, I don't care. Play, it's disgusting. Ha Tri's expression became serious. He opened his eyes wide, clasped his hands and began to speak. I will introduce these people first. Elder Lam does not need to say anything. Elder Lam focused on bandaging the wound on his wrist. The 3 people Oong Oong, Sandbok and Ki Tu Chi were tied to the floor. The 3 girls were tied up and sitting on the floor, bowing their heads and looking down. Ha Tri said, this person is Sandbok. The 4 masters must have had an impression. They are also quite prominent disciples in the inner sect. They are 2 people. The remaining are the spies of the Chi-Do Holy Land. The weak disciples deliberately repeated their studies for many years. During the inner sect examination, they killed many of their fellow disciples. Oong Oong suddenly burst into tears. Whooshing, Sandbok glanced at the girl and shouted loudly, why are you crying? Ha Tri waved his hand. He continued seriously, I used some magic taught by my second master to let Hao To's soul consider this brat as his next generation Sandbok. There was nothing special in the process, so don't say any more. Kong Tin Ham looked at Sandbok tied up with Oong Oong and Ki Tu Chi and said, Sandbok, we have known about your background for a long time, but the disaster has nothing to do with the next life, and you have natural talent for cultivation, so I want to train you well. Elder Lam looked at the wound on her wrist that had been bandaged. She opened her eyes wide and thought to herself, 4 immortals. Kong Tin Ham stood a distance away from Elder Lam. She closed her eyes and thought, the 4 immortals understand heaven and earth, of course they know. Kong Tin Ham opened his eyes wide, looked straight at Sandbok, and said in a serious voice, now that your father has paid for his sins and is no longer in this world, do you have anything left to explain? Sandbok was startled when she heard that. Her eyes widened.
Sandbok said, at that time, she remembered the image. She raised her head and looked up to see Hao To's soul emitting a bright red light descending from the sky. Blood-red eyes staring at Sandbok. He opened his eyes. His 2 hands and fingers were claws. He opened his mouth and laughed. This little guy Hantuk is really filial to me. For her he planned for a long time. Even sacrificing a body would be considered. It's good. Even though she's just its daughter, she's reluctant can be used.
Then Hao To's soul's eyes flashed. She raised her claws and rushed towards Sandbok. She opened her eyes wide in panic and shouted, what did you say? Returning to the present, the tied Sandbok raised his head. His eyes sad and continued, I understood. To my father and immortals, I am just a tool, arranged at will, unable to say anything. Veen Kim Dao looked at Ha Tri and said, I caught you. How do you want to handle it? Ha Tri looked at Veen Kim Dao for a moment. He looked at the 3 people tied up on the floor, stroked his chin and said, think about it. Ha Tri continued, Ky Tu Chi and Oong Fook Ling should leave it to Com Deek Tu and Tu Ling Dan to handle. I think they are from the same country. Meeting each other will definitely be very emotional. Ha Tri just finished speaking. Oong Oong and Ky Tu Chi opened their eyes wide in panic. Their faces began to sweat. Oolong Oolong started to cry. Tiu Chi, what should I do now? Tiu Chi turned her head and opened her eyes wide to look at Ha Tri. She screamed in panic, Kom Dik Tu, he is still alive. No, you can't hand me over to him. Suddenly, two red doors appeared from the sky. Black gas poured out from inside. The door shone two blinding lights directly onto the three Thai girls. Ha Tri used his hand to block the blinding light. As soon as he appeared, Ali's voice rang out, forgetting the two things. Veen Kim Dao, next time I'll find you and settle the matter later. Ha Tri's eyes widened. He clenched his teeth and was about to rush forward. Veen Kim Dao put his hand on his shoulder and said, "This is a dragon. You can't interfere. Be careful of getting hurt." Ha Tri frowned, clenched his teeth and shouted, "Just let them go." In the stream of light, Oolong Oolong was sucked up and flew straight up. Tiu Chi reached out her hand to try to catch the floor. She widened her eyes in panic and shouted, "Female Emperor Li Tran, please hand me over to Kom Dik Tu. No, kill me, just kill me." After Sandbok, Tiu Chi and Oolong Oolong were sucked inside. The door slowly narrowed and disappeared into the ceiling. Ha Tri looked at the door disappearing on the ceiling and wondered, what was a dragon light? It would hurt himself. Looking at their final appearance, he would rather die than return. DM Naguyat put one arm in front of her body, the other hand pushed her glasses up on her eyes and said, "Dragon light, actually the roar of a dragon's stomach. This is also the first time I have seen it. It is considered a racial talent of the species. In ancient times, souls marked as food, no matter where they were, could only become food for the dragon race, unless..." Ha Tri widened his eyes and looked at DM Naguyat. Ha Tri asked, "Unless what?" DM Naguyat blushed, closed her eyes and said, "Last time my second sister also mentioned this unless to me. Why are you the only one who is curious? You have to ask until the end." VM Kim Dao raised his head and looked up and said, "It's good to send him away. Less trouble. Life is not as good as death. That's just the way it is." Ha Tri looked at Sandbok who was sitting on the ground and said it looked like the other two people no longer needed me to deal with. There was only Sandbok left. Ha Tri clasped his hands and bowed down to say to Lam Tween He, "I think Elder Lam is more qualified to punish than I am." Hearing him mention Lam Tween He sitting on the chair, she was startled. Without giving her time to react, he continued, "What does Elder Lam think?" As he spoke, he thought, "I don't bother causing trouble for myself, but I even offend others." Just looking at it from the master, I knew I didn't want to aim at Sandbok. Thinking about the image of her sitting cross-legged on a chair with a whip in her hand, and in fact I have learned about Lam Tween He, it seems she has special interests. Remembering the time she was wrapped up in tentacles, plus the strange expression when she was attacked by the tentacles, in general, if you give it to her, she will definitely be very happy. To complete it means I sell this lover to her. Sure enough, she replied, "Of course she can." Veen Kim Dao saw this and immediately decided, "So let's keep this matter like that." Elder Lin, this time the matter of temporarily suspending the inter-sex examination also bothers you to inform the disciples in the sect. Lam Tween He clasped her hands and said, "Yes, female emperor." In another place, the clear blue sky reflects on the lake's surface. In the pavilion by the lake, a shout rang out, 50,000. The shout was followed by a hand slapping a mahjong tile on the table. Inside the pavilion are Kwok Sok, Kong Tin Ham, Mat Naguyat, and Bo Bei Ling. 4 people gathered around the mahjong table. Kwok Sok shouted loudly, "Does anyone have it? Such a good card but no one takes it. This time we finally won a game." Mat Naguyat held her chin in one hand and fiddled with the cards in the other and said to Sec Leader Kwok, "Your playing skills are really bad. You always talk a lot when you play mahjong." Bu Bei Ling covered his mouth and pulled out a card regretfully and said, I should take it as a courtesy, new." Then she smiled provocatively and said, "Sec Leader Kwok, 6 sticks must be the one who got it, right? But I won't let it." Hearing that, he got angry and thought, hey, he beat me and still takes it back. Then she flipped the card over and said, without even placing it on the table, "I didn't mean to make you angry, 20,000. Mat Naguyat looked at Kong Tin Ham who had been silent for a while and said, "Third sister, have you finished thinking yet? It's not like you're the big one." Kong Tin Ham's finger hovered over the card and said, "Let me see." Then she reached out to pick up the card that Bo Bei Ling had just put down, making her startled. Kong Tin Ham turned over the cards with an expressionless face and said, "Thank you, head of department, 20,000, wow." Still with that very calm face, she opened her hands and said, "Handing over money." Bo Bei Ling was angered by that extremely calm face. She stood up and hit the table. "Dear Tin Ham, you are not a cheater. If you play 15 games, you win 15 games. Mat Naguyat sat next to her, her face not surprised at all. As for Kong Tin Ham, he calmly said, "Oh, because 2 days ago you said you wanted to play mahjong. I bought some reading materials." Then she showed off the treasure trove of knowledge she had collected, including a mahjong genius girl, a mahjong girl, a card game legend, and then said, reading a lot of books in general is very good. Bo Beiling heard that. Dark clouds filled his head. He propped his head up and cried out, Kwok Sok sat on the chair and broke down saying he had lost miserably. Mat Nguyen said with a clever expression, my sister, our relationship is so good, it's my debt. Let Mat Nguyen push Tin Ham with an expressionless face, 233 middle-grade spirit stones, and hand over the money. The words left her speechless. Sect leader Kwok said with tears streaming down his face, Miss Tin Ham, can I beg for a few days? I'm really out of money. If everyone wins, when I get home my wife will scold me again. Kong Tin Ham hugged the box and said, okay, Sect leader Kwok, Sect minister and Sect leader Chi who can't sleep must take over the remaining 3 subjects. In the future they will have a lot of money. I can tolerate it for a few days. The profit per day is 10%. Kwok Sok heard that. His face was full of joy. He wondered, fairy, what does this mean? Mat Nguyen then took the position of Tin Ham to explain, in 2 days the emperor will make an announcement, now reveal it to you in advance to make you happy. Don't you want to have more rights? Now give it to you. His face was full of excitement and he laughed loudly, to refuse would be disrespectful. Not letting him be happy for long, Bo Beiling immediately spoke up to wake him up. Old man Kwok, who only heard the first half of the sentence, said that Fairy Tin Ham said the daily profit was 10%, don't miss it. He seemed to wake up, his face turned purple, tears welled up and he shouted, 10%, every day. He angrily shouted, Fairy Tin Ham, loan sharks are not as good as others. Ignoring him as he struggled, she calmly stood up and said, the old lesson, beating less is fun, beating too much hurts your body and harms your life. Kwok Mon Trong must remember clearly. She hugged the money box and reminded, I see that all 3 of you can't pay, so let's go today. Debt, I already remember everything, if there is a penny missing. Then she turned around and said, you all know the consequences. Sister, don't use the illusory stone to trick me. Mat Nguyen felt like she was stuck with an arrow, extremely guilty. The 3 people, Kwok Sok, Mat Nguyen, and Bo Beiling, dropped a drop of sweat and were scared when they remembered the incident where they once played cards because of a powerful man and owed Kong Tin Han 3 top-grade spirit stones, so the house was destroyed. While walking, Kong Tin Ham suddenly thought of something. She asked, that's right, where are the 2 sisters, Ha Tri and DM Nguyen? Why don't we see them today? Mat Nguyen flowed 3 black lines as she spoke. Her 4th sister's family sent a letter, and at this time she had already brought Ha Tri home. Ha Tri carried a rather large shopping basket on her back and followed DM Nguyen's footsteps, feeling a bit strange in her heart. This girl DM Nguyen, from the moment she received the family's token, did not say anything, a bit unfamiliar. Remembering when his great master said, Ha Tri is going home this time, you should go too, then DM Nguyen's face darkened, making him suspicious. What's wrong with the 4th master? What was written in the letter? I didn't seem to be in a good mood. After my master told me, I also asked DM Nguyen what she was doing, but from beginning to end she didn't say anything. It was clear that she was writing. Maybe there is one in the house, a relative passed away, so she was so sad. Looking at her back stepping forward, his mood became confused. I always thought that DM Nguyen, like Lin Hoa, was a chosen elf of some type of lava, but unexpectedly she was also a human being raised by her mother and father. He quickly followed DM Nguyen after thinking for a while. Smiling slightly, Ha Tri tried to talk to DM Nguyen, the 4th master, who had been gone for 2 hours. Why didn't he directly teleport to the place? Hearing that, her steps suddenly stopped. Gave Ha Tri a cold look, her face clearly showing discomfort. What's so bad about walking? Why are you flying so fast? Do you want to come to my house right away? This has changed Ha Tri's way of thinking, so it seems that it's just a bad relationship with the family, not as serious as we thought before. After thinking about it, he told her that if the 4 masters don't want to return, they should return the letter of refusal. Adults must learn to refuse. Her eyes were sad and no longer as harsh as before. There was silence for a moment and then she spoke. It was a situation where she had no choice but to leave. She raised her eyes to look at him and then showed the letter from her family to Ha Tri and said, if you are so curious, I will show it to you. He conveniently took the letter. His face was shocked when he saw the words, Father is seriously ill, come home quickly. He finally understood. Oh, I see. DM Nguyen has a bad relationship with the family but father is seriously ill. He can't help it. Back, but what is the purpose of the great master sending me back together, so that I can be a mediator? DM Nguyen now steps forward. Keep going. If you're tired of walking then teleport. Ha-Tri sighed softly in her heart, just looked at the situation and said, in her current state, asking too much will only make her more upset. Mr. Ha-Tri's female friend kindly reminded her, when a girl is angry, don't ask anything, everything she says is right, everything she does is not wrong, we are not wrong, if you can't be too enthusiastic, you can't stay away too much, pay attention to every little detail and serve at any time, for example, right now, you can't really say or do anything, that will make her feel like she's abandoned or not cared for, what matters is the rhythm. Ha-Tri immediately approached DM Naguya to ask, did the four masters say, I cooked noodles for you? She turned around and gave him a cold look and then replied briefly, get lost. Ha-Tri had no choice but to do as she wished and smile brightly, okay. He successfully applied the formula, agreed to all her requests, she was right, have the boys learned yet? Time flew by, the sky had begun to turn night, and the two of them had finally arrived at DM Nin City. DM Naguya looks tired, she's here. He looked up at the massive and solemn appearance of her house and said, if I guess correctly, the father of the four masters is the city's owner, right? She just hummed softly and said nothing more. Suddenly, DM Naguya grabbed Ha-Tri's wrist again. She quickly said, let's go straight in. To avoid being asked outside the city gate, Ha-Tri heard that and was confused, being asked, aren't you the daughter of the city lord, why? DM Naguya glanced at him, stopped asking, didn't want to make too much of an announcement. Then she used teleportation to fly up. Ha-Tri was still wondering in her heart if the four masters had any misunderstanding about the advertisement. DM Nin Citadel, I remember this place, I once read about this citadel when reading books in the archives. At that time, there was no connection with DM Naguya. This astronomy citadel had many practitioners, but the general quality of the monks was very high. This made him even more curious, how did the four masters go from being the city lord's daughter to becoming a four sacred domain? A streak of fire appeared in the gray sky, attracting the attention of two servants. When DM Naguya set foot on the ground, the two girls collapsed in shock. DM Naguya looked coldly at those two girls. What's wrong, newcomer, don't you know me? That girl pointed at DM Naguya and said, her hair was red like a flame. Ah, could it be the lady? The girl accompanying her covered her mouth in surprise, probably. DM Naguya added coldly, telling DM yet I was back. The two girls stood up and bowed their heads and replied, yes. Seeing their silhouettes rushing into the house to announce the news, he thought to himself that the maid was just an ordinary person who had never seen DM Naguya and could understand. But I find it a bit strange, why does it seem like he doesn't know that DM Naguya is a Holy Land fairy? While deep in thought, DM Naguya suddenly called, Ha-Tri. Big brother is quite short-handed, you have to be patient. While waiting for someone to come out to greet me, Ha-Tri glanced at DM Naguya. The great master told me to follow DM Naguya, there must be his logic. At this moment, a holy voice rang out, alas, DM Naguya fairy, one of the four trade fairies, returned without a word of warning, my lord, my brother, I am truly sorry for not receiving him thoughtfully. DM Naguya's older brother, was the one who spoke. He rubbed his hands together, smiled with eyes and said in a voice that pretended to be concerned and friendly, Tian-Tu, younger sister, for so many years, she hasn't known a single thing. The message of peace made you and your father very worried. Hearing these words made Ha-Tri feel goosebumps, feeling extremely uncomfortable. My lord, my brother, my sister, saying that he doesn't know how big or small, regardless of the hierarchy, is indeed a bit reluctant. There's also this eye-squinting smile, which is very annoying. DM Naguya didn't care about what he said and just coldly asked, where is father? DM Yet's attention fell on Ha-Tri, so he asked angrily, this brother is. He confidently introduced to him that he was Ha-Tri, a disciple of DM Naguya Kuli Dao Than. DM Yet heard the two words disciple uttered from Ha-Tri's throat and suddenly laughed loudly. Ha ha little sister, you yourself are still a child and have already accepted a disciple. Very good, very good. Finding someone to play with you is not bad. Hearing these words, DM Naguya immediately became angry and shouted, DM Yet. Ha-Tri's heart was going crazy at this point. My blood pressure was about to no longer be able to hold up. If you weren't DM Yet you would definitely be dead. But on the outside he still had to try to act calm. Quiet, look at what you said, it's too much. The reaction of the two of them made DM Yet secretly sarcastic. She couldn't stand this little provocation. She couldn't do great things. Her sister only deserved to be treated like that. Ha-Tri continued to speak, I can understand if you want to praise your sister for being young, just feel free to praise her, we are all family, there is no need to go around using fake toys to praise your sister, you're young, and besides, that would make you look weird. His expression calmly said the words with ironic meaning, almost making us cry. Pausing for a moment he added, saying more would not be allowed. As soon as these words finished, DM Naguyet was next to me. I almost couldn't help but laugh. DM Nyet's face started to become embarrassed. No, I didn't mean that. Hatrai didn't let him finish his explanation but stepped forward and patted his shoulder. I don't know what official you are now. After all, you are my master's older brother, so I call you my master's uncle. You can't do that anymore after this. He brought his face close to him and continued, that's right, I see my master always saying that my master's level is not inferior to my master's. Let's find somewhere to ask for advice later. This makes him a little confused and worried. Please be alert and ask for advice. DM Naguyet, being the master, truly understood the deep meaning of what Hatrai wanted to say, immediately juggling. My big brother had already reached great perfection at a young age, and was known as the genius of the DMT clan, will later inherit the entire city of DM Nin. You have to be careful, minor injuries are okay but don't be seriously injured. Hatrai gasped in surprise at what DM Naguyet said. He quickly bowed down to apologize, but his expression was still a bit absent-minded. The future city lord, just because of my momentary confusion, was already able to reach the realm of non-practitioners. That's great. DM Nyet on the other side was angered by the two of them, but still had to suppress it in her heart. It turns out that little girl who gossiped after following this kid also learned how to be quick with her mouth. Just let this rotten girl be proud at the time. DM Naguyet stepped forward and patted Hatrai's shoulder and advised, you have to try hard, otherwise my big brother will catch up with you. He heard, raised the like button and replied, not even looking to see who my master was. You continue to attack your brother. If big brother wants to compete, I will tell him to not restrain himself. Even though DM Nyet doesn't eat chili, it's very spicy, she can only silently curse in her heart. Damn girl, just wait there, let me see if you can still laugh a little later. He tried to appear calm and said, the little sister has always been inclined toward literature in DM Nin. Big brother's time is usually spent reading books. Of course the practice will go backwards. Sister, what a city needs is the mind. We just need to command those monks to do their work. That's right, now do you still know the wrong words? Hatrai stands in front of DM Naguyet or she responds, I have a small problem, just like brother DM said, he will later inherit DM Nin Citadel, and DM Nin Citadel is one of the citadels of the Tien Min Holy Domain. My master is one of the 4 trade fairies, you are the messenger to protect one side to help the fairies. I am the only disciple of the 4 immortals, I should be able to command you to go back and copy books for me. The response was gentle but extremely effective in making him stunned for a moment. DM Naguyet pretended to be conciliatory. Okay, in this city, other than people in the clan, there are not many people who know my identity. When I go home, just put my identity aside and take me away. Meet parents. Hatrai continued to tease the rest of the sentence. It's useless to be a scholar. When copying a guest, if you write a little better, DM Nyet can't respond and stand firmly in place. He was so angry that he clenched his fists. Walking towards his father's room with a bitter heart, DM Naguyet was clearly one of the 4 trade fairies, but the servants here did not know, and even few people knew who she was along the way. It seems that he does not consider her to be the glory. DM Nyet came to a door and knocked 3 times. DM Naguyet's father returned, immediately after receiving a reply, come in. The door was opened. DM Nyet said, please come in. He glanced at Hatrai and said, this is my family's private matter, you wait outside. Hearing that, he immediately agreed. The door was closed immediately. Hatrai sat next to the chair and then ordered his spirit pet to listen to what they had to say, and he immediately received an agreement. A second later, the spirit pet punctured a line on the wing, although small but large enough for them to see. DM Naguyet's father is an old man with an old face. He sits on a chair looking at her with affectionate eyes. You're back, cough cough, because father is sick, no longer bows to the fairy, because mother needs her child. In her heart, her gentle eyes moved slightly. But the words were still cold and distant, needing me to do something. He glanced at her slightly and calmly said, not long ago, my father's practice was unable to break through normally, he was injured and needed you to transfer some cultivation to me. On Hatrai's side, he and his spirit pet were jostling to look through the small hole that had been cut. He lamented, I told you to go in there and see. What do I need you to do if you break through the door? DM Naguyet's eyes were somewhat sad. DM Nyet still smiled and glanced at her. Little sister, look how much your father values you. DM Naguyet's father thought that she would obediently obey, so he said, Naguyet Ni, help me up so we can go to the practice room. Not only did she not respond to his words, she also did not move. DM Nyet gradually became impatient and urgently urged, little sister, quickly help my father. Outside the room, Hatrai and his spirit pet were still arguing with no end in sight. The spirit pet pushed his head away and said, "Don't people know how to cut holes themselves? Just do it yourself. Why do you have to watch me? I don't see it. It's okay if you don't see it. I think I know yet another diversity of living things. You show me the face of diversity." Hatrai refused to yield and immediately pushed his spirit pet away without mercy. "Stop interrupting. Open another one. It's an important time and let's see what DM Naguyat decides. Anyway, this is it. It's her family's matter and needs her to face and decide for herself." He stared intently at the hole in the door and continued, "Every tree, every flower, every house, every scene. If you can't clearly understand your heart, then what the person next to you does is useless. But if you need me, I will act without hesitation." DM Naguyat now stepped back. She said with a doubtful and slightly disappointed expression, "Father, what did I call you so urgently?" He didn't hold back or hide anything and immediately admitted it. "Otherwise, so what?" She glanced at her brother and said, "If father wants to cultivate, he can find big brother. Even though he only has an aptitude, his cultivation is enough to supplement father." When he heard his name, DM Niet immediately became confused. The porcupine feather explained that there is only one way to get out of the realm of talent. In addition to cultivating, you also have to learn a lot of literature. He looked at her with provocative eyes. "How could he compare me to you?" The fathers of the two of them continued to speak. "In the future your big brother will inherit DM Nin's citadel. If you cultivate me now, your vitality will be damaged. Who will create this great karma in the future will be the heir. Okay, come over here and help me." Such a 3-point episode made outsiders like Hatrai exclaim, "Excellent quality," immediately receiving a response from the spirit pet, "Truly top quality." She frowned slightly, her eyes less sad, and asked a sad question, "Father, what if it harms my vitality?" Her father was finally angry. He slammed his hand on the table and shouted loudly, "Our DM family takes the head as the head. What you need to do is stay at home to help your brother." He sternly ordered her, "This time when she returns, don't go back to the commercial temple again." Hearing this, DM Niet spoke sarcastically to her right away. Her younger sister at the Temple of Commerce was the lowest. I was afraid she would treat her like an errand boy. When she got home she would be her brother's right arm and left arm. Her position was very different. In his heart he laughed even louder. "Haha, just now he was showing off in front of me. In my father's eyes you are nothing. You just kicked your foot, right?" The more Hatrai watched, the more uncomfortable he felt. The thoughts of this father and son were truly rich. DM Naguyat did not answer the question. She just turned around and left a sentence, "Tired of traveling tomorrow and planning to leave." DM Niet suddenly quickly called her back. DM Naguyat's father's health cannot be delayed. "Do you want to be unfilial?" he also ordered. DM Naguyat stood still. Even though he stopped coughing and screaming, she still opened the door and walked out, just in time to see the sneaky scene of the two people outside. The door of the room slammed shut like a strong slap on the faces of the father and son. Both were stunned and speechless for a moment. DM Naguyat stood motionless to one side after leaving that room. Hatrai hurried to the side. "The four masters." She looked down at his feet and said, "This is the spirit pet you received, right? I heard Hung Lu say it, but I didn't expect it to be able to transform into human form." Hatrai smiled and replied yes, thinking in his heart, "It's good that Lu Palace passed it like that, saved me the effort of explaining." Returning to the main topic, he asked with concern, "Fourth Master, are you okay?" She glanced at him and asked a question, "Are you listening?" Being discovered made him scratch his head a little embarrassed. "Put it that way." She turned away and said indifferently, "Never mind. Anyway, sooner or later you will know about my family's situation." She walked forward and reminded us, "Let's go, find an inn to stop." Their resting place is Fuklai boarding house. Hatrai and his spirit pet were pressing their ears against the wall to spy on the situation, but the spirit pet said, "I used the system to enter DM Naguyat's room. She couldn't see me, so there was no need to eavesdrop like that." Hatrai quickly made a shush sign. "Listen to see if she is crying." Ling Pet listened for a moment and then replied, "It seemed like she was crying." Then she described it again. "Hahu wow something. It seems like she is not the type to cry secretly." Hatrai used all his strength to take a deep breath. He boldly walked out of the room and said, "The great master ordered me to come here. He must have thought that all this would happen. I should still go to the next room to see what happened." Hatrai had not yet reached the spirit pet store and said, "Father Kim, have you forgotten?" He looked back with a confused expression. What was going on? Ling Pet crossed her arms over her chest and said, "Before you said that if you lost, you would marry DM Naguyat." In the inn, Ha-Tri and Siri were standing opposite each other. After Siri's question, he replied, I don't forget, but maybe she just sees it as a joke. Siri said, but I feel DM Naguya takes it seriously. I was a little surprised. Ha-Tri was proud, stroked his bangs around the radiating light of the Buddhas of the 10 directions and continued, if you really think it's true, then I will definitely keep my promise. Ha-Tri, why, can I hurt a woman's heart? I'm afraid that when that time comes, my heart was originally drawn to the moonlight, but the moonlight shined on the ditch. Hearing Ha-Tri's shameless words, Siri hugged her face, exclaimed, the image of a man was dazzling too. After saying that, he strode to DM Naguyat's room. I'm leaving. Ha-Tri knocked hard on the door and said loudly, 4 masters, I'm coming in. Without waiting for the person in the room to answer, he opened the door and entered the room. As soon as he entered, he couldn't help but be surprised by the scene before him. DM Naguyat was sitting on the floor, holding a golden chicken leg, surrounded by worldly delicacies. She was surprised to see the guy in front of her eyes but still did not forget to eat the chicken leg in her hand. Ha-Tri looked annoyed. He came closer. What are you doing? Secretly eating and drinking behind my back. DM Naguyat replied carefreely, not sneaking behind your back. Aren't you eavesdropping next to me? I'm eating before you, bright and clear. Ha-Tri covered his face, thinking, I thought you were crying. However, he still questioned her, so the hoo-ah sound was made by the person eating. DM Naguyat answered him while still holding chicken thighs in her mouth. But what else? How can I be for those 2 fathers and children? It's okay to shed tears. I've known for a long time what kind of qualities they have. Ha-Tri was speechless as he looked at the pile of plates on the table and thought to himself, usually I don't see people with that much appetite. Ha-Tri discovered something. He looked down and cried out, hey, 4th master, cry when you're sad. There's no need to try to eat too much to hurt yourself. DM Naguyat's expression changed slightly. She awkwardly replied, I don't yes, no, no. Her whole body gradually trembled, tears welling up. Ha-Tri saw this and immediately hugged her and comforted her. We are family, shedding tears in front of me won't lose face. Hearing Ha-Tri's words, DM Naguyat gradually lost control and dropped the chicken thigh in her hand. Then he clutched Ha-Tri's shoulder and cried and screamed, Hoo-hoo, why does master treat me like that? Am I not also his child? Meanwhile, Ha-Tri was also gaping, mouthed because of DM Naguyat's hands. He stammered, Four masters, your hands, your hands are full of fat. He just complained, I-oh. Not paying attention to Ha-Tri's words, she continued to cry. Her tears soaked onto his shirt. Seeing the situation in front of her, Ha-Tri could only bear it helplessly. He generously waved his hand and gave up. Go, just grab it. With a face that couldn't be more reluctant, DM Naguyat cried and recounted her long-standing frustrations. When she was young, she only invited her teacher to teach her big brother, and even came to sit next to her to listen and was not allowed to participate. Anything delicious. I also bought them all for my big brother, so that I could let him see me more. I have been cultivating non-stop, but in his eyes, I am still nothing. The more she talked, the more she cried. Why, what do I have to do? What do I have to do so that my father will recognize me? I thought this time he was sick, he missed me so he called me home. At this point, her throat was choked up. She continued to speak, so it turned out that she just wanted me to give him the benefit of the doubt. Ha-Tri reached out to wipe the tears from DM Naguyat's face while comforting her. 4th master, right from the start, you were wrong. Blood and blood relationships are sometimes just a cover for selfishness. DM Naguyat gradually remembered her childhood memories, the image of her father teaching her big brother. She stood outside the window and looked inside. The servant held her hand and said, Miss, you don't know these things, need to study, let's go. She asked the servant again, so why does big brother have to study? The other person coldly replied, he is the heir. During the meal, Dad was putting food into Big Brother's bowl while softly coaxing, Nyan, he should eat a little more meat to be strong and healthy. Big Brother happily replied, thank you Dad. DM Naguyat saw the scene before. I can't help but whine in front of my father. Father, I also want to eat meat. As soon as he finished speaking, DM Lao Jia's face changed color. He darkly picked up a piece of broccoli in front of her. Eating a lot of vegetables is good for your health. Next comes the scene where DM Naguyat is peeking at her father and Big Brother practicing martial arts. He stood aside to supervise and encourage, Nyan-he, to become the heir must be both literate and martial. Don't let your father down. DM yet listened to the answer, father and son will definitely become talented soon. Seeing this, DM Naguyat looked for a book to read and thought, how about practicing martial arts, if you were better than your big brother? Soon, DM Naguyat stood in front of Master DM and Big Brother, performing the technique she had just learned. She happily boasted, Dad, Naguyat-ni already knows how to control fire. Master DM's face darkened and he angrily shouted, "From now on, don't practice secretly anymore. What's the point of cultivating great success? Your role is to support your big brother." Then he turned and walked away, leaving little DM Naguyet feeling sorry for himself behind. Returning to reality, after finishing her thoughts, DM Naguyet continued to cry. She blamed herself. "Hatrai, I should not have been born in this world." Hatrai immediately denied. "No, I told you to protect your big brother, and not teach me literature or practice. There is only one reason." As he wiped away her tears, he continued to say that he was jealous of her, envious of her, and tried to oppress her. Reflecting on DM Naguyet's past, when she was conceived by Emperor Veen Kim Dao Li Tran. She was looking at the system screen and accidentally discovered DM Naguyet crying. She said, "DM Naguyet, follow me to Tianj Min Temple to practice, is that okay?" She remembered the images of her father and big brother. Immediately agreed. The big sister, two people, one big and one small, held hands and walked forward. Returning to Tianj Min Temple, Emperor Li Tran waved her hand and said, "Tu Naguyet Ni, this is the tribulation that you have to go through. I hope you can find what you have always been looking for." A sound suddenly came out. "What are you looking for?" Emperor Li Tran asked with a cold face. "I." She snorted softly, looking down. The surrounding air gradually became colder. "Aren't you very clear? The system board shows a deadly red ink. Kill me." She slowly sat down in the temple, crossed her legs, placed her hands lightly on her thighs. Her face showed no clear emotions as she replied, "In the name of supporting me to become a saint, what your system wants to point out, I'm just an obedient puppet, but I don't want to be a puppet, so." Her emerald purple eyes are filled with murderous intent that can only kill you. Continuing the current situation, DM Naguyet's tears filled her face. She rubbed her eyes and asked him, "Hatrai, I am very embarrassed, right? It's clear that I am the owner of the holy realm and yet I am still suffering from worldly troubles, tired, looks really useless." Hatrai Din answered with eyes full of integrity, "Unless you emerged from a stone, you have no connection to this world at all. It is because you have flesh and blood, know how to cry, laugh, and know sorrow, the more suitable it is to sit in that position." DM Naguyet still continues to doubt herself, but my father once said that a person in power must be ruthless and trained to the point of being invulnerable, to be qualified to stand on the main hall. Hatrai smiled brightly as he raised his hand and continued to talk to DM Naguyet. "So your father is only the owner of a city, what he has experienced is not enough for you to use as a reference." He gently stroked her head, still not forgetting to give her a gentle smile, while comforting her. "Four masters, green mountains, blue water, this world is so vast, there are countless people who like to preach morality. Is it possible? Do you want to hear each person's morality?" DM Naguyet innocently replied, "I don't understand." He explained that the good way is above, but the way of heaven is not necessarily right. If the way of heaven really knows everything clearly, then how can there be so many injustices in this world? Moreover, his father and the high position he stands in must also be compared to anyone. Compared to him, he is just like an ant. DM Naguyet seemed to realize a truth. She awkwardly asked again, "What do you mean? Father was wrong." Hatrai grabbed her hand and pulled her upright. He continued to say, "From ancient times until now, every citadel, every country has had countless people in power. Usually those who have feelings and condolences are more loved." DM Naguyet was somewhat confused by Hatrai's words. He put his hands on his hips and rubbed DM Naguyet's head. "Fourth master, you just need to continue being a warm monarch." Seeing Hatrai's intimate action, she unconsciously blushed. She raised her eyes to look at him to confirm clearly, "I am warm." Hatrai stroked his chin thoughtfully. Of course, he was just a bit active, a bit hot-tempered, and had a bit of a bad personality. A bullet-shaped gaze aimed straight at Hatrai's body. It seemed like he still didn't know but continued to raise his hand to count while looking busy, a bit arrogant, sometimes even doing stupid things, sometimes feeling like he didn't understand anything. Oh, that's right, that's the writing, it's also unsightly, the level of education is a bit poor." DM Naguyet's face darkened, her angry arrow shot towards him. DM Naguyet used her rocket attack to aim at him while shouting his name, "Hatrai." It's not polite to say more. As soon as she chased after her, her fire was burning all over her body. "It took me half a day to make excuses before I discovered that you cursed people. You're rotten. Hatrai, go die." Hatrai panicked and ran straight towards the door. "Deny, that's that, I don't have it." His face was filled with terror as he screamed, his hand not blocking the blade. Outside the door, Siri witnessed the whole scene inside, could only shrug and sigh. "Ah, skills are considered a toy in your fun." Moving to the scene of the DM family. Inside Li Vien Kue, who was bowing next to him, was Li Vien Tin. I heard that Lord City Lord was sick. My father specially sent me to give Lord the rare medicinal herbs of my Li family. A little thought, I'm not respectful, I hope you will accept. DM Nyet politely replied, Aya, brother Vien Kue, everyone is very polite, we are all familiar people. Li Vien Kue told the servants, put down the gift box. While the Li family's slave delivered the gift box to the DM family's butler, DM Nyet invited the guests to sit down and invited the two of them to sit. As soon as she sat down at the table, DM Nyet politely asked the person next to her, surely this person was Mr. Vien Tin, right? He didn't expect that in the blink of an eye. He had grown up so quickly, he was truly handsome and generous. Nokthu Lamphon, Vien Tin immediately hesitated to return the favor. Uncle DM Nyet had already praised him too much. Without beating around the bush, he went straight to the point and asked Li Vien Kue directly, in addition to giving him medicine, this time I came, there was also something I wanted to discuss with Mr. DM Nyet. DM Nyet was skeptical and negotiated with me. He continued to say that the master of the city is resting due to illness. Of course I don't have the convenience to disturb his rest day. Moreover, very late, young master DM Nyet will also inherit DM Nintan. Just tell him. DM Nyet slowly replied, yes, what brother Vien Kue wanted to say. Li Vien Kue smiled cunningly, I want you to recommend Fairy DM Naguyet. He asked again, DM Naguyet he replied, although very few people know the identity of DM Nyai Fairy, after all, Tian Dai Min I also have an affair with the DM family, now Miss DM Naguyet has become the owner of Tan, we, the commercial alliance, also want to be spoiled. DM Naguyet still slowly replied, then unfortunately, very soon, DM Naguyet will no longer be able to be Tianjin's fairy. Why? Li Vien Kue asked. DM Nyet said again, her father is seriously ill, the only way is for DM Naguyet to transfer her cultivation to him. She has lost her cultivation, how can she take on such important responsibilities? Are you right? Li Vien Kue is planning in her heart. Fairy DM Naguyet did not dare to listen to her father's orders, it seemed there was no need to hug her thighs. But if old man DM received DM Naguyet's cultivation base, wouldn't that be a step up to the sky? Then why not hug DM Master's thigh directly? Thinking for a while, he replied, so it's like that, then I wish the old man to get well soon. From now on we will still have to rely on DM Nintan's care. DM Nyet's face sank as if he had something to say. He looked at the cup of tea and said, unfortunately, now this girl has been bewitched by her disciple and refuses to listen to her father. It's really disrespectful. Now the whole family is in a difficult situation. Li Vien Kue asked again, disciple. The person who had been silent until now suddenly spoke up. Li Vien Tin gasped, could it be that person was Hatrai? Suddenly Li Vien Tin stood up, his whole body trembling, his jaw clenched as if he had put all his internal energy into it. Seeing that, both of them asked in turn, the young master knew him. Li Vien Kue continued, isn't this person the scoundrel you told me about? Li Vien Tin's face clearly showed anger. He gritted his teeth and replied indignantly, it was him. This trash didn't know what tricks he used to become a personal disciple of the four immortals, and later even causing me to lose all face. This revenge is not a gentleman. DM Nyet showed his true face. He smirked and said to himself, it turns out there is such a good show. Tian Daomin's physical strength is huge. If I had their help I could take DM Naguyet's cultivation level. How good would that be? That's what he felt in his heart, but on the outside he still showed a weak expression. No wonder I couldn't deal with that brat. 2 days ago, my younger sister brought a disciple home, originally to negotiate. After that, I will save my father's cultivation base. I don't know what this kid will say, causing the relationship between my father and little sister to flare up. Li Vien Tin replied, yes, this person is used to stirring up trouble. He has no skills. His mouth is full of feces. What did he say? Don't take it to heart. The more Li Vien Tin spoke, the angrier he became. His eyes were black, his teeth were clenched, his hands were clenched. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been forced by the sect to go home and think. Delaying practice, I originally had a good future, but it's all been ruined, even making Tian Dao Min lose all face. DM Nyet looked regretful, her eyebrows furrowed, but unfortunately he had DM Naguyet to protect him. I'm really powerless, I can only let him rage without fear. Li Vien Kue heard that and immediately joined in the fun. Well, it wasn't all that he could do. He held a yellow ball in his hand. Outside was a measure of swirling white gold power. He grabbed the ball and said proudly, this is the secret leveling medicine of our Tian Dao Alliance. After taking it, within half an hour it will increase to 3 great realms. DM Nyet continued to use her harmless face to continue speaking, even so she was not DM Naguyet's opponent. Hearing that, Li Vien Kue felt a bit hurt in his self-esteem. He seemed to be plotting something. His dark eyes said to Deep Niet, "There is something that has to be postponed. Mr. DM Niet, give your ear." Li Vien Kue leaned close to DM Niet's ear and whispered something. As soon as he heard it, he smiled triumphantly, thinking in his heart, what a magic trick. His face gradually lost its morality. It seemed like there was no need to act anymore. He said, "Just do it." Returning to the exterior scene of Fook Lai Inn. Ha Tri and DM Naguyat were walking around the night market together. Ha Tri put his hand behind his head and said, "Fourth Master, you haven't been back to your hometown for a long time. Don't think about nonsense all day. It's better to be a guide, travel agent and introduce me to local dishes and beautiful scenery." After hearing this, DM Naguyat felt a bit dissatisfied and pointed at him. "Don't think that after comforting me, you can arbitrarily command your master. One day, you'll be a teacher for the rest of your life. Do. Ha Tri asked again, "What to do?" DM Naguyat was so embarrassed that she turned away and left. Nothing happened. Ha Tri behind him was showing a stupid face. He quickly chased after the girl in front of him, not forgetting to tease her. "It's his mother, right?" DM Naguyat shouted loudly, "No." At this time DM Naguyat felt a bit annoyed. "If we were mothers, what relationship would we have? Hurry up and shut up." This Ha Tri really doesn't understand the situation. Her cheeks puffed up in a pouty look. The two of them continued to walk around the street. All around were the sounds of small businesses selling fried onion cakes, hot to eat while blowing on them. Don't miss it when you pass by. Come and see Taevuk's new toys. Don't miss it. Goat meat skewers, 1 coin and 5 skewers. Ha Tri bought a skewer of gourds on the side of the road. The other person received the money and immediately responded, thanking the boss. He brought it in front of DM Naguyat. "Hey." As soon as she saw it, she blushed. Her face showed great interest but her words still refused. "Only children eat gourd candy." Ha Tri pouted and took back the gourd candy, his eyes silently assessing her. Yes, she was still a child. DM Naguyat covered herself with her hands, glaring at him. "What are you looking at?" Even though she pretended to refuse, DM Naguyat still chewed a gourd candy and said, You always talk nonsense, intentionally angering others, but respect you have worked hard in cultivation these past few days, and also helped the Holy Domain Commercial Union solve the crisis. I do not count against you." Suddenly the system bar pops up with a notification, DM Naguyat's anger value +1, giving Ku Li a weight of 1. As soon as he finished reading, Ha Tri smiled and said in his heart that he only increased his anger value by 1 point, but he gave me something so precious. Are you trying to please me? The system continued to notify, this is anger containing emotions, belonging to the high level of anger value. The host has a good feeling. As soon as he heard the 2 words love, Ha Tri's mind was lightheaded, hidden without meaning. He asked himself. Ha Tri looked at DM Naguyat, who was still passionately eating gum candy, and questioned, this girl likes me, can't see it. He recalled the images of DM Naguyat in his head while silently evaluating. She didn't want to fight or kill him, she was angry for no reason. Was this really like it? Just saying over and over again, when I was young, a boy who liked a girl would pull her hair and make her angry. The system pops up a notification, the host should trust my judgment. Ha Tri is still staring at her, while Ha Naguyat has just finished eating the gourd candy. There are still crumbs around her mouth. She sees that, asked him again, why are you looking at me? Is there something on my face? Indeed, going out without a mirror is a scary thing. Ha Tri tensed and swallowed his saliva as if about to do something. He grabbed her shoulders and asked face to face, Fourth Master, I'm asking you a question, you must tell me frankly. I'll ask again, what is the problem? Do you like me? His eyes were absent-minded and his smile was confused. He was really confused. In the near future, Ha Tri seemed to be extremely regretful and said that at that time, he must have been confused. Then, just ask that question. Does someone like me? Ha Tri forcefully grabbed DM Naguyat's shoulder blades, looked straight into her eyes, and said with suspicion, do you like me? After hearing what he said, her face couldn't help but turn red. She looked away and hesitantly replied, why did you suddenly ask this question? My heart was filled with confusion. What did you do? With that kind of thing, why do you still ask this kind of question? It's so embarrassing. So she kept looking at her hand. Thanks to this, she made him secretly think, it seems, she really likes me. Thinking of this, his face became embarrassed, secretly resentful. It was clear that being a master had become like this. It was not impossible for this kind of thing to happen in a master-disciple relationship, but she was too childish. We have to reset her. Then Ha Tri began to deduce the scene where he roared loudly at her, playing with things like me. How could he like me? But at this moment he caught sight of the meaningful eyes DM Naguyat was giving him. He immediately changed his attitude and thought that this look, full of love, was so bright. Seeing that Ha Tri remained silent, she urged him, "Why don't you answer? Why did you suddenly ask?" At that time his face was as red as hers. He avoided eye contact and hesitantly answered, "Fourth Master, Ta." Suddenly a thought made him feel enlightened. If the boat reached the bridgehead he would definitely win. Right after that, he aggressively grabbed DM Naguyat's shoulder and said, "Fourth Master, you still remember the bet, right?" Her eyes flashed with surprise, thinking, he still remembered. Then replied, "Yes." On the surface, he gently said, "I have won the bet, I will definitely make it happen," but inside I was thinking that, if we open the palace without saying anything, who will be the big one, who will be the small one? DM Naguyat looked at him slowly and asked again, "Really?" Ha Tri seriously replied, "Sure, one word, 9 peaks, 4 horses are difficult to pursue." But she remained silent for a long time. Then asked him incredulously, "So what do you mean you want to marry me?" His face unwillingly replied, "Marry you." Suddenly thinking of the scene of Kong Tinham DM Naguyat, each person spoke up, "Husband, today you have to follow me first." The other person quickly argued back, "Sister, every time it's sister, how to say it this time, you must follow me first." Ha Tri shuddered and thought, the two of them fought, both ice and fire, the one to blame was me, creating karma. On this side, DM Naguyat still stubbornly said, "You won't want to take responsibility because we have become religious partners and have done that kind of thing. If you want to take responsibility, I don't care." After listening, Ha Tri's face turned blank and he didn't understand anything. His head was full of questions, thinking, what kind of Taoist, what kind of thing? He immediately asked her directly, "Fourth Master, when did I become a spiritual partner with you?" She panicked and asked again, "What did you say?" But he still kept a blank face and said, "I asked sincerely, not wanting to run away, or avoid." Immediately, she pulled his hand and ran into the deserted alley, saying, "Follow me, don't stand in the middle of the road and talk." When she got there, she began to narrate, that in the space of the gods, I, you, and 3 sisters, weren't we already like that? Contrary to her thoughts, Ha Tri calmly replied, "Oh, at that time I didn't do anything to help you. That night I only focused on treating the third master's illness." As soon as he finished speaking, she screamed loudly, "Ha! Ha! I haven't done anything yet, how could it be possible?" He continued to recount, "That night when I treated the third master, he was so tired that he couldn't change his bed. In fact that's what happened." Ha Tri told DM Naguyat the whole story of that day. After hearing that, she covered her face and thought in embarrassment, I thought, I am no longer human." Suddenly he spoke up, apologizing for causing this misunderstanding. She looked at him and asked again, "What?" He replied, "Now you still have a clean body, do you still like me? Don't force yourself." She quickly replied, of course she liked it. At this moment, Ha Tri put on a proud face and said, "You really like me?" Knowing that you tricked her, she angrily shouted, "You set me up." He grinned and replied, "Wanting to let you express your feelings frankly, it takes a little effort to confirm that we won't make any mistakes." Suddenly she covered her nose with her hand, it smelled so bad. Ha Tri's face was full of confusion. DM Naguyat then explained, "You smell a scent, like feces." Only now did he have time to react and respond. Smelling carefully, there was indeed a faint, unpleasant scent. The gay girl replied, "That's right." Not only the two of them, the people around them also smelled it. Suddenly they ran away. Realizing that something was wrong, she immediately said, "There must be something unusual, let's go take a look." He nodded and replied, "Yes." Suddenly, I felt a fire flare up. She shouted in surprise, "So that," he interrupted her words, "understood." Looking at the crowd nearby, Ha Tri quickly realized the problem. It turned out to be selling stinky tofu. No wonder he smelled a rotten aroma. At the stinky tofu stall, the boss was so busy that he couldn't stop working. His mouth was also working at full capacity. "Okay, right away." The people behind were still trying to urge him, "Boss, my boss also wants it. I want 3 parts. Don't interrupt." "Huyo, are you in a hurry to die? I want 1 part." Looking at them eating greedily regardless of appearance, DM Naguyat was a little unable to accept it and said, "Is it really that delicious? But just looking at it makes me no longer want to eat anything." He understood their feelings, so he said, "This dish is like stinky tofu. It smells stinky but tastes delicious." But she still waved her head and replied, let's go. Small carts like that are just selling atmosphere, most of them are island fires." The guy next to her heard that sentence and immediately replied, "Small carts, a very familiar way of speaking." Suddenly the system appeared. In addition, the friendly reminder system. One day of experiencing the host's entire world has not been used yet. Don't forget. He raised his hand to silently thank you. Still remember. One night passed. DM Naguyat stood in front of her father's room, then turned to look at Ha Tri and said, I'll leave after I explain clearly. He nodded and replied, okay. She continued, rest assured, I will not waver. After speaking, he went inside. She came and sat next to Mr. DM's bed and gently spoke, Father, I came to say goodbye to you. DM yet stood next to him and didn't understand and asked again, goodbye. At this moment, his heart seemed to stir, thinking, well, we know right away. But on the surface, he still looked weak and said, cough cough, His Highness the Fairy does not want to sacrifice her cultivation to save the old man, right? Her face did not change at all, coldly replied, Father, you don't feel like you, is it too selfish to do so? Master DM didn't bother to hold back, he sat up and pointed straight at her and cursed, I'm selfish, I'm not mean to you, now I ask you to save me so that you can repay me. You think what right did she have to refuse? DM yet quickly took his hand and chimed in, saying, that's right sister, how dare you say that to your father, quickly apologize. Ignoring the two people's words, she stood up and replied bluntly, giving birth without raising her is not her parents, her father is not yet old enough to lose her mind, she is also her child. How do you treat DM yet? How to treat me? Since I left DM Nin Citadel and followed Emperor Li Tran to practice, I am no longer your daughter, your son, isn't he very filial to me? What about you? DM yet, you are most filial to your father. If you cede your cultivation to your father, I will definitely use the name of the four immortals to protect Nin Tan. Even if your cultivation is lost, then I will also protect DM Tan completely. How about that? After hearing this, he clenched his teeth in anger but could only say, you, in your heart secretly resenting, when did this girl become so smart? At this moment, she turned to her father and began to make conditions, saying, Father, then you will live forever. Think about it, even if it turns into a sale, it's still a good deal, isn't it? It sounded good, so he silently calculated in his head, DM Naguyat was one of the four fairies, as long as she was here, if she were to swear, DM Nintan would receive more resources. If Nyetni gives me her cultivation level, my illness will be cured, even though my realm is a bit low. With resources to support me, I can recover, even a breakthrough is only a matter of time, but comparing the conditions. Indeed, DM Naguyat's plan is better. Seeing that he seemed satisfied with what she said, DM Nyet quickly spoke up to advise, Father, don't listen to her nonsense, she is ranked 4th in the ranks of the four fairies, I'm afraid she doesn't have the right to ascend, most famous. She curled her lips and smiled contemptuously at him and said, Ha ha young city lord of DM Nintan, your words just now are a bit impertinent, but I can also invite Li Tran Nu here to testify. Hearing this, his eyes lit up and asked again, the Li Tran female emperor was here. In his heart he couldn't help but think happily, if the female emperor personally came to DM Nin Citadel, it would be a great opportunity to become the top holy citadel area. This deal is worth it. DM Nyet's face darkened, but he was shy about old man DM, so he could only curse in his heart. DM Naguyat, I knew right away that you wouldn't obediently listen, but I had predicted your prediction. You, just wait for me. Suddenly, a servant outside the hallway ran away screaming, not good, not good. He ran past Ha Tri. Then knelt in front of the room door, panicked and said, Master, Master, it's not over, sick, sick. DM Nintan has an epidemic outbreak. He immediately ordered him to come in and talk. DM Yet replied, yes, come in. He immediately went to kneel in front of him and reported that the disease suddenly spread in the city. There were many people with high fevers that could not go down. The upper and lower lands, the medical shop was full. It was said that many people had died. Now everyone is closing their doors, coming to ask for a cure. Ha Tri stood quietly listening, then thought incredulously, what a coincidence. Just as he was about to leave, an epidemic broke out. Up here, DM Nyet quickly jumped up to stand in front of him and asked, what kind of illness could suddenly break out? Wasn't it fine yesterday? The servant honestly recounted that it broke out in just 1 hour. Everyone couldn't react in time. How dare this villain take this as a joke? He glanced at DM Naguyat and said, Sir, family matters must be put aside first. The safety of DM Nintan's people is more important. Then, pretending to care, old man DM said, Father is sick, please leave this matter to me and the fairy master to solve. Ha Tri stood outside, observing and silently clapping his hands for him. If that's the case, the little guy will wait here. The space suddenly fell into silence. DM Naguyat was a bit skeptical, frowning and thinking, I remember that from childhood until adulthood, DM Nyet really did not care about the people in the city. In fact, his father should also understand this son of his. He doesn't need to, it is necessary to pretend to be president. Just as she had guessed, old man DM looked at him worriedly and asked, DM Nyet, can you handle it? He looked determined, clasped his hands and bowed seriously and said, Father, just consider this a challenge for me. Aren't you always worried that I won't manage the city well? If I do it now, if we can put an end to this epidemic, people can rest a little at ease. Hearing that, he temporarily trusted him and replied, Okay, then let me do it. Then he turned abruptly to her, put on a provocative face and said, Sir, fairies in general cannot leave the people of DM Nin City alone without worrying. You are the 4 commercial fairies, the people of Tan DM. Nin is also your people. She walked up, stood close to his ear and said, DM Nyet, I don't know what you're doing but you'd better be careful. If I discover that you are in a bad mood, then DM will not be able to protect you. After hearing that, his face turned pale. Step out of the room. Seeing Hatrai, DM Naguyat immediately changed her face, gently approached him and said, If something happened to DM Nin City, we won't go today. He bowed his head and replied, Yes, master. But when he saw DM Nyet, he couldn't help but say meaningful words, Young Master DM Nyet, heaven will see what you do. There are many paths, don't choose the wrong path. He remained silent and did not respond. At Phuc Lai boarding house. With his hands on the table, Hatrai asked, Siri, is there a pill that can cure the epidemic? The system immediately showed that the host needs to find the source of the epidemic to be able to identify it as a pill. Come on, or use the sky-high price to buy a 10,000 elixir. He quickly replied, If the price is sky-high, then I won't think anymore. Will I be able to find medicinal pills corresponding to the medical conditions in the system in the future? The system immediately answered him, After promotion, yes, but it is necessary to determine the cause and medical condition. If treating an epidemic, because the number of people is too large, it may take a large amount of money. After reading it, he thought of a solution, happily said to himself, I won't do the loss-making business, at best I will make a temporary advance, and after solving this problem, drag out the person behind this incident and vomit it to me. Isn't it just a point of indignation? Simple. Suddenly DM Naguyat appeared right next to him and said, I'm back. Hatrai saw her and happily asked, Fourth Master, can I find out any news? She sat down on the chair and slowly replied, Next to DM Nyet. On the surface she was busy preparing for the disaster relief conference tomorrow. Not even the servants in the hospital knew what he wanted to do. The secret work was done without a drop. Which country? I couldn't hear anything from his place, so I went around the city to patrol a bit. Coincidentally, I saw something interesting. His eyes immediately lit up and asked again, How interesting was it? She put her hand on her chin and replied with a devilish look on her face, She is a Heavenly Knife Alliance, but she actually sells stinky tofu, has nothing to do, and still claims to be a big holy land. Unexpectedly, she is doing a small business, to subsidize. He rubbed his chin trying to remember, Heavenly Sword, the name is so familiar. Then suddenly he shouted, I remembered, Li Vien Tin, the person who always caused trouble for me before was the young master of the Heavenly Knife League. At this time, DM Naguyat pretended to be profound and said, Ha, so there is only one truth, he urgently urged, hoping the master would give his opinion. She said in a firm and flattering voice, the young master of the Heavenly Knife League had already spent all his money. As soon as she finished speaking, he immediately spit out a sip of tea and replied, What a wonderful truth. But then he returned to his serious state and said, The epidemic is spreading on a large scale, it is very difficult to investigate the origin. Before tomorrow, if the 4 masters are free, let's go explore. She asked curiously, What to do? Hatrai turned to gently tap her head, his voice filled with pampering rang out, Stinky tofu, beast in the sky, disease, these key words, can't you connect? She clicked. I was so moved that my face turned red and I pretended to say, Don't knock my head, you look stupid, while thinking in my heart, this kid is getting more and more insolent. In a street, after listening to a battle. The two huddled in a quiet place. Hatrai spoke first. Ha, sick people have eaten stinky tofu, it certainly has something to do with him. DM Naguyat replied sympathetically, Then this is simple, I let the Heavenly Blade Alliance force them to hand over the antidote. But he stopped her and said, Otherwise, we just need to secretly get a sample of stinky tofu, then find out how the Heavenly Knife Alliance poisoned it, or if the Heavenly Knife Alliance colluded with DM Nyet. No. Hearing that, she immediately obeyed and replied, Ah, what you say is right, if DM Nyet really colluded with the Heavenly Knife Alliance for her own benefit and took advantage of people's lives, then I will definitely not forgive her. Having said that, the two of them jumped into action. Ha-Tri looked around and said, "Next, let's go steal." She quickly said, "But what should we do if they've taken care of all the stinky tofu?" Ha-Tri said as he walked, "They have prepared a quantity to make the whole city sick. Want to destroy it without a trace. One day is definitely not enough. Moreover, I think they have not yet. He's so smart that he completely destroys them all, otherwise he wouldn't have come up with such a large-scale poison removal technique." Suddenly she stopped and called his name, Ha-Tri. He turned around in surprise and asked, "What's wrong?" She looked straight into his eyes and asked, "I remember when you participated in the test of the four immortals, you were only bleeding for a while. After only a few short months, you had the achievements you have now, so why was the time you spent in the outer sect no progress at all?" He immediately felt guilty and hesitantly replied, "Why did you suddenly ask this question?" She lowered her head and said, "Maybe because you are too smart, it makes me a little scared." Ha-Tri calmly looked at DM Naguyat and replied, "If I have a chance, I will talk to everyone." The system immediately sounded a warning. The host should be careful what he said, otherwise he would be punished by heaven at any time and immediately explode and die. But he pretended to ignore it, walked over and grabbed her shoulder tightly, saying seriously, "Wait, this is not the time to talk about this yet, but don't be afraid." She asked curiously, why couldn't he say it? The system appeared again, "Warning, warning, warning." He silently cursed in his heart, it was so annoying. Even if I tell others that I have hacked, to others, it is just a kind of talent. In the end, what is the system? Why can't it be revealed? After all, I came to the world. What is the use of this? Becoming a saint, then, what benefit does it have to the system? Seeing that he remained silent and said nothing, she worriedly called out, "Ha-Tri." He exhaled a long breath and said, "Because if you say it, you will die." She asked extremely skeptically, "Really?" He immediately replied, "Sure." She didn't want to question him to the end, so she turned her back to him and said, "Okay, then I won't make things difficult for you anymore, but when you have the chance, you have to tell me the truth. I remember clearly, you don't try to trick me, it's like being pardoned." He clasped his hands and bowed his head in response, thanking the master for understanding. Hearing him keep calling her that, she felt a bit embarrassed but still said, "Stop calling me master this master that, from now on call me DM Naguyat." He smiled brightly and approached. She replied, "Ha ha ha ha, I like the feeling of this forbidden part." Night gradually falls. Ha-Tri and DM Naguyat are hiding on the roof of the Sky Knife Alliance. Looking at the number of guards, he couldn't help but exclaim, the guards were extremely strict, there must have been room for others to sneak in. Here she started to complain again, "It's really annoying. I am one of the 4 fairies of the Commercial Alliance, the owner of the holy domain of the Commercial Alliance, and yet I have to be so sneaky, but this cannot prevent me." He quickly intervened and analyzed the current situation to let her know, "We are soldiers, calm down. Even if you want to use the power of the 4 immortals, you must find real evidence, otherwise it will happen. Leave your weaknesses for others to grasp. The enemy is good, we don't know how they defend, we try not to cause new trouble for ourselves." She obediently replied, "Okay, listen to you, you must let me go crazy in a reasonable way." So, Ha-Tri used the technique, soul searching. It helped him see the inside of the room. Then he began to analyze that there were 3 places where there were many guards. "I think stinky tofu is very likely hidden in this place." A calculation appeared in his mind. Rotten tofu certainly wouldn't be placed in the study room or hallway, otherwise it would be no different from living in a toilet, it could only be a warehouse. But he turned to say to DM Naguyat, "It was now the hour of the pig, the hall was so crowded at this hour, I didn't know if he was planning something interesting, or if he should go take a look." She glanced at him. Sang asked suspiciously, "Didn't he say just now not to cause any more trouble?" He immediately replied in a matter-of-fact way, "Knowing the enemy and knowing yourself means you will win 100 battles." 2 people went to remove some bricks from the roof. Looking at a familiar figure, Ha-Tri whispered, "Li V Nin. I didn't expect he was also in DM Nin City, it's really bustling." Below, those people were still talking drunkenly without knowing anything. Li V Nin said, "Big brother, this move of yours is really like a mantis stalking cicadas, not paying attention to the emperor bird behind, tall, right, is high-handed." Levine Kue sat in the middle of the main hall and replied arrogantly, "My Heavenly Knife Alliance, the power spread throughout the holy domain, those 3 brats have also been quelled, it's time for my Heavenly Knife Alliance to take the throne." Old man DM that hung is very clever, but unfortunately he gave birth to a useless son, but he still said with some worry, "But Fairy DM Naguyat is one of the 4 commercial fairies, yes." Not waiting for him to finish his sentence, he interrupted and arrogantly replied, although he is a 4 fairy, he is also a daughter of the DM family. When DM Nyet finishes his work tomorrow, there will only be DM Naguyet, no commercial fairies. At that time, we owe a debt of gratitude to our Tien Dao alliance. Let's see what Veen Kim Dao will use to repay. I believe in this matter, DM Nyet can still do it. After listening to him, he was also relieved and began to happily talk to him to please him. Big brother, after the job is successful, please give DM Naguyet to me to teach, okay? In the past, the 4 immortals were high and mighty. I can only look up. What happens now? It also makes me extremely happy. Li Veen Kue was extremely arrogant, thinking about the beautiful future prospects and happily said, of course, wait for me to take over DM Nyet's cultivation base and make him obediently be our puppet. DM Naguyet's business can bring disaster to the DM family. Li Tran's female emperor cannot say anything. The Heavenly Knife Alliance rests to gain strength. Who knows, Haha will one day ascend to the 10th throne and achieve hegemony. At that time, don't mention DM Naguyet. Veen Kim Dao is also up to you to play with. Up here, Ha Tri covered the tiles. Silently praying in my heart, I pretended that I had never said anything like an enemy in the dark. Even if I had left a defense, I had held unrealistic expectations for such a foolish person. Immediately, DM Naguyet's anger reached its peak. A fire flared up around her. She was angry and screaming, wanting to teach me a lesson. To make him feel comfortable, he quickly spoke up to advise, DM Naguyet, calm down, we should still go steal the stinky tofu. But at this moment, she pulled out her sword and said, let this place explode. If we capture the enemy, we must capture the king. No matter how much stinky tofu we want, they will give it to us. The enemy is so stupid, I really can't stand it anymore. Can I exchange it for some wisdom? Ha Tri quickly walked over and grabbed her tightly, saying, stop being angry. You can't expect your opponents to be smart. That's too difficult. Since they like to joke like that, I'll just do it. Coordinating for fun, treating it like a game. She could only hold back and reply, if you don't keep that mentality, I really want to slash this place with a knife and solve everything in one blow. He gently waved his hand and gently coaxed her, saying that now fighting snakes and raising grass, ruining their plans and adding other miscellaneous things that waste time. Mainly this is also a good opportunity to lash out at DM Nyet. Please be patient. Then, she pulled his hand and ran to the place where the stinky tofu was kept, her mouth still moving and said, okay, let's see how much this big brother of mine can do. Don't disappoint me too much. When they arrived in front of the door, they were extremely surprised and thought, why are these 2 guards standing so far away? But I didn't pay too much attention and quickly sneaked in. As soon as they got inside, the 2 people immediately vomited. Ha Tri seemed to understand what he said. I finally knew why the guard was standing far away from the door. Looking at the barrels in front of him, he continued to make another round. Gag, this stench was really strong. The next day, there was a loud voice echoing everywhere. Young master saved my life. I'm about to die. Help my life. Young master, it hurts. My body really hurts. Young master saved my son. DM Nyet pointed upwards and said, the young master, despite the risk of being infected, personally came to save us. Hahoo, such kindness. How can we repay him? Everyone standing around was in an uproar. That's right, and having a countermeasure so quickly made people feel reassured. Before, they were worried that the boss would be as seriously ill as a headless snake, but now he can, rest assured. Ha Tri sat and watched and said, if you do it successfully then it's called a big thing, if you don't do it then it's called stupidity. DM Naguyet next to you said, there are quite a few people coming. Today DM Nyet wants to do something big. Li Veen Tin sat from a high floor. Looking down at the crowd, he said, that Ha Tri mongrel still doesn't know that disaster is about to strike. Li Veen Kue sitting opposite was surprised to hear that. Oh. Li Veen Tin asked, what's wrong, brother? He said, that's Fairy DM Naguyet. From the looks of it, she's just a young girl. She really doesn't look bad, and is considered worthy of my younger brother. Li Veen Tin is a bit shy. Bro, I'm still young. At this time, DM Nyet stood in front of the crowd and said, okay, everyone be quiet and listen to me say 2 words. Our great citadel is facing unprecedented difficulties. A sudden epidemic has covered every corner, causing countless innocent lives to suffer. In this difficult time, we have to unite even more, try together for our common home. Ha Tri heard that and said, the opening dialogue is very familiar. DM Nyet continued, originally father could turn the situation around, but surely everyone knows that my father's careless cultivation led to serious injury. My bloodline also contains the same power, just unfortunately, my cultivation level is not enough and I cannot activate this power. Although my sister is fully cultivated, because she is a female, she cannot neutralize the power of the plague. DM Naguyet said indifferently, the coordinate of changing the scale do not change medication. He said miserably, I completely understand what a huge sacrifice this is. I also know that we cannot force such a great dedication. DM Niet suddenly resolutely said, as the owner of a city, I must announce this discovery to everyone, because every person's life is precious. Then he looked at DM Naguyat and said, DM Naguyat, even though you are my sister, I still want to ask you to consider our situation. Think of the children, the elderly and the families. The family is struggling in pain. Our future, even the fate of our citadel, may now depend on a thought from Miss DM Naguyat. We need Fairy DM Naguyat to give us her strength, so that people can avoid the epidemic. DM Niet thought full of scheming, Humph, I have finished speaking, can you still shirk responsibility? DM Naguyat, fight with me, you are too young, the military books that young master has read are more than rice, you eat it. Hearing this, the people all agreed, oh my god, Miss DM Naguyat is actually the drug that leads to the antidote, to the extent of cultivating, oh my god, what a great sacrifice this is, yes, it should be sacrificed, small to become a big cause, the DM family is truly dedicated and selfless, I will be touched to death. DM Naguyat stood up and said, Big brother, what you said, I was really touched, if I let you cultivate and save all humanity, of course I am willing. DM Niet said, although you are my sister, you. Ah, that's not right, what did you just say, you agreed. DM Naguyat replied, I said I agree to save the old people, but the Big Brother spiritual platform is afraid that it cannot withstand my spiritual power. If the spiritual platform cracks, the body dies and the soul disappears, then it's a small thing, but if the hopes of the whole city disappear into thin air, it's a big thing. It's better if I use your blood to refine it into medicine, that would be the safest way to do it. DM Niet panicked and said, what nonsense are you talking about? I can't save the people of the whole city after I've drained it. DM Naguyat gently said, as long as I can help a little, that's all. Then, at this critical moment, even if refining it into an elixir can't cure the disease, it can still alleviate the pain. You're right, brother. Hearing that, Li Tin smiled and said, worthy of being a commercial fairy, willing to sacrifice himself for the people of the world. Li Kue reminded him, don't hesitate anymore, something is about to happen. After that, DM Naguyat said loudly, as the daughter of the city lord and one of the four fairies, how could I leave everyone alone? My brother and I will definitely be devoted to DM Nin City, death is not enough. Everyone started to talk, unexpectedly, the eldest lady of the DM family is a member of the Four Immortals, how come we still don't know about this? The eldest lady is so humble, not to mention that the eldest lady has gone out to practice, from early on, so it's like that, the young master and the eldest lady are both good people. DM Niet silently said, DM Naguyat, what do you want to do? DM Naguyat calmly replied, of course it's to save everyone, brother, come on, drop some blood, just one knife, it won't hurt, he annoyed, you. Everyone was touched, young master DM Niet will definitely save us, the city master has indeed given birth to two wonderful children. I will remember the young master for the rest of my life. DM Niet panicked and thought, damn, everything was in vain because of DM Naguyat's words. If I say now that DM Naguyat is talking nonsense, no one will believe me. What to do? DM Naguyat looked at his pale face and smiled and said, brother Io, look at my memory. She called, Ha Tri, bring the antidote here. Ha Tri replied, yes, master. DM Niet said angrily, you have the antidote. DM Naguyat explained, the epidemic is an urgent matter. I was so busy that I was dizzy so I forgot just now. In fact last night my disciples and I refined a medicinal pill. In fact, the immortal cultivation world now rarely uses blood as a carrier to refine pills. That is a very outdated technique. This type of pill has very good effects. If you eat it, you will heal immediately. Very safe. DM Niet was shocked. DM Naguyat, you dare. She smiled and said, brother, keep your words hidden in your heart, there are many people watching here. DM Naguyat said, share the medicine with everyone. Ha Tri replied, yes. He distributed it to everyone one by one and advised them to drink it directly. We have prepared enough medicinal pills, everyone line up, everyone has a share. At this time, DM Naguyat spoke up, when everyone received the medicine, listen to me, Li Kue, who was observing, was suddenly startled and thought, the direction she was looking at was not our direction, I must have been suspicious, she continued to say, I conveniently investigated the origin of the epidemic, it was probably related to stinky tofu, I really don't know who unscrupulously poisoned the food, she glanced back and said, are you right, big brother? DM Naguyat said, DM Niet, stupid people who cooperate with stupid people all think that they are very smart, from childhood to adulthood, you always think of yourself as smart. DM Niet angrily said, you. He thought to himself, yet he made me lose face in front of so many people, DM Naguyat. She continued, oh, regarding the epidemic, we have also investigated the person behind this scheme. Now I want to give the perpetrator a chance to confess. If he admits his mistake, I will spare his life. Everyone was startled and confused. What did Fairy DM Naguyat mean? Could it be that the person who poisoned him was at the scene? Who was it? Normally, my son's health is already weak. This morning he couldn't resist. I couldn't help it, so I left. If we find the culprit, we will definitely have to chop him into 100 pieces. Who is it? Who is it? Why is he harming us? DM Nyet angrily said, what do you want to do? Do you want me to die here? DM Naguyat calmly said, did I say you were the murderer? What are you so impatient about? The one who needs to be caught is the murderer, who is shameless, stupid as a pig, small-brained, and cruel. He was angry. You, on the contrary, were extremely worried. She already knew. Why did she know? In the building next door, Levine Kue pounded the table in anger. This stupid DM Nyet, even at a critical moment, still wants to take DM Naguyat's cultivation. If he's smart, he can just use his father as a shield. Now eat it. If DM Naguyat interrogates him and he confesses, we will all be finished. Levine Kue quickly stood up and said, Veen Tin, let's go. Something is about to happen. Veen Tin was surprised. Huh. At this time, Ha Tri was standing in front of the building and said, Siri, this place is left to you. Make sure everyone can get the antidote. Siri asked, and you? He replied, of course I'm going to catch mice. Levine Kue and Levine Tin were rushing out. Levine Kue angrily said, damn, this poison is a medicine that our Heavenly Knife Alliance secretly created. DM Naguyat's antidote was taken in the end. Where did it come from? I encountered a ghost, right? Veen Tin bow. Big brother, the first step went wrong. What should I do next? Is it still possible for me and Fairy DM Naguyat? Veen Kue said angrily, still thinking about what to do. Now getting rid of the relationship is more important. As long as he doesn't get caught red-handed, he can get away with cheating. Looking at DM Nyet's reaction just now, this guy is useless. If he knew, he wouldn't have acted excessively. Now he's kicking his own leg. He ran and said that because he was not paying attention to what was ahead, he crashed into Ha Tri. Veen Kue fell down and cried out, ah. Ha Tri opened his mouth. Levine Tin, long time no see. Veen Tin helped Veen Kue stand up. Ha Tri. Ha Tri said, where are you going in such a hurry? Are you running away? Veen Tin grumpily said, it's not like you're on the square handing out medicine. He suddenly remembered and fell silent, gone, lost his words. On the contrary, Levine Kue calmly said, young master, please give way, we still have urgent matters. He thought in his mind, true disciple of DM Naguyat, listen to Veen Tin. A few months before, he was just a bloody guy, so he probably wouldn't be difficult to deal with. Ha Tri didn't care to speak. It's been a long time since I've seen him. I don't know if my fellow Lee's cultivation base has improved at all, and if he still wants to compete with me. Veen Tin said loudly, it has nothing to do with you. Get out of the way, I'm not free. Ha Tri stepped aside and said, oh, I'm not free, so please. He waited for them to walk for a while and then said, that's right, to treat the epidemic, I spent a lot of money today. I have to think of a way to get my capital back. Do you have any ideas? The two of them froze. Huh. Ha Tri started rubbing his hands and said, I said I was thinking of a way to make money. Are you interested in helping me a little? For example, I beat you up. At this time, Levine Tin was mad. Don't think that after being a disciple of the Four Immortals for a few months, you can ride on this young master's head. He aggressively threatened, if you want to die then today I can fulfill it for you. Today my senior brother is here. I'm not afraid of you. Levine Kue said slowly. Veen Tin, don't waste time here anymore. Ha Tri suddenly laughed and held up 3 fingers. Levine Tin asked, what do you mean? Ha Tri smiled and replied, I said, you two go up together, fight one guy, I won't get many points. The two of them were extremely angry after hearing this. What? Ha Tri sadly said, this bit of anger cannot be repaid. Why can't you guys even do this bit of this story? Ha Tri suddenly asked, how many people do you have in the Heavenly Knife Alliance? Levine Kue said, haha, little brother, you are too arrogant. Do you still want to fight with the whole Heavenly Knife Alliance? Ha Tri said, I just asked how many of you there are. Levine Tin replied, if you win, I will tell you. At this time, DM Naguyat stepped forward and said, DM Nyet, I'll give you some face, I can close the door and talk to you about this. DM Nyet still said arrogantly, you, who do you think you are? Based on what? I have to listen to you. DM Naguyat stopped and turned around to say, you ask who I am. I am the master of the Holy Realm, your master. DM Nyet clenched her fist. I thought angrily, I am a 4th-level expert. If I use the medicinal pills that Brother Veen Kue gave me, I can break through to the realm of communication, plus the DM family's martial arts that are only passed down to men and are no longer passed down. It is not impossible to compete with the divine realm. He raised his voice and said, DM Naguyat, brother is my father, even though you are one of the 4 fairies, you are also my sister, because I have tolerated you all along, it does not mean that I am your brother, I'm afraid you, father and elder brother are all here, DM Nin City is not without people. DM Naguyat said, why do I feel like you suddenly spoke more firmly, it feels like I want to fight with someone, it's not you. DM Nyet replied, defeating you is indeed a bit difficult, but if a talented person like me can fight you a few times, then tell me what the people of DM Nintan will think. DM Naguyat said, big brother, you are really both weak and cunning, it can be said that your stance of losing is so reasonable, after so many years, you really haven't spent your time reading books, right? DM Nyet spoke up challengingly, little sister, it's not like you don't dare to fight, right? He said, you don't have to look at me like that, because today I will use my father's name to fight you, and let the people of DM Nin City see that the future city lord can be good at writing and can also fight. Martial arts, this world is not entirely dominated by people with hard fists. DM Naguyat replied, you are also quick to speak, not ashamed at all. DM Nyet said, I have already issued a letter of war, but you are slow to accept it. If this matter is spread out, I am afraid it will not be very pleasant to listen to. DM Naguyat accepts, father teaching you to be like this is really a bit of a commitment. Okay, how do you want to fight? Choose which place. When you decide, then inform me. Let's play with you today. The battle is a bit boring, let me find some fun. After she finished speaking, she immediately disappeared. Elsewhere, 2 people, Li Veen Kue and Li Veen Tin, simultaneously swallowed a pill. Ha Tri sighed, again. After swallowing the pill, they immediately gained strength and rushed towards Ha Tri. He took a flaming sword and stuck it into the ground. They were all surprised, how could this be possible? This is communication damage, level 7, Ha Tri replied, everything is possible. After that, Ha Tri arrived in front of another building. Open the door, bring blessings here. A person with a swollen face opened the door and asked, looking for someone. Ha Tri was startled, big brother, are you okay? That person coughed and said, no, it's okay, what are you here for? Ha Tri said, I came to disrupt the crowd. He thought, this old brother's appearance makes me feel a bit uncertain. That person asked, brother, who are you here to disrupt? Ha Tri said, Tian Dao Min. That person turned around and realized, sorry, I was so busy that I forgot to change the canvas. I'm surprised, huh? That person went inside and said, wait a minute, I'll go for a while and then come back. After a while, Ha Tri went inside and saw them struggling to change the horizontal wall. This place will no longer be called the Heavenly Knife Alliance. Those people said as they did, come on, quickly hang it up, otherwise Her Majesty the Queen will be angry again, right here. Ha Tri was surprised, Queen. Someone immediately said, young man, if you want to come find the Heavenly Knife Alliance, you are already one step late. Our branch has changed hands at noon. If you want to find someone, I can also lead you. You come in. Ha Tri stopped me, or maybe I'll go find it myself. I see you guys are busy too. Fu Kai's father said, don't dare, go in yourself. As soon as he walked in, he thought, why did it suddenly change the owner? It's not like that. At this time, Bo Fu Kai knelt at DM Naguyat's feet and said, thank you for your kindness, I just don't know your name. How should I tell the leader of the Tian Dao League? This branch has become head office, I hope you will speak clearly. DM Naguyat said, you go back and imagine to your boss how I beat you, then he knows who I am, no need to worry that he will blame you. Anyway, this office of mine will have to be left to you to look after for me in the future. She looked up and said, Ha Tri. Come here quickly, let me introduce you. She pointed down to Bo Fu Kai, from now on, this is the housekeeper of our clubhouse. Name, what is his name? He raised his head and replied, saying to the fairy, the little man's name is Bo, his name is Fook, Kai, Fook and Fook is like Dong Hai, Chi and purple Chi is Dong Lai. Ha Tri praised, name, good name, he thought, your father gave you this name, I'm afraid it's not because he's too stubborn. Then Ha Tri said, it turned out that she was Her Majesty the Queen. DM Naguyat asked, me, how is my performance? He replied, 4 master, you, in his mind secretly thought, the money to buy medicine cannot be recovered, I see them being beaten to the point of anger by you, it's gone, why don't you negotiate with me, today you've lost a lot. DM Naguyat looked at him with expectant eyes and asked, "How are you?" Hatrai was a bit confused. "You, me, I thought, hey, this girl." Hatrai gently touched her head and said, "It's nothing, it's just a surprise, you did very well." DM Naguyat suddenly became shy and thought, "Just say it, why would you suddenly pat someone's head?" She turned around and said, "What can I do? Well, I'm just collecting the division of the Heavenly Knife Alliance in DM Nin City. If I want to swallow up the Heavenly Knife Alliance, I have to go to the headquarters. Choosing a day is better than having the same day. Now let's go," Hatrai said. "No need to be in such a hurry." She whispered, "Don't I want to prepare a little more dowry?" Hatrai asked again, "What did you say? I couldn't hear clearly." DM Naguyat shyly waved her hand. "No, nothing," she thought to herself. Why did she say all her thoughts? At this time, Siri reported, the host had finished distributing the medicine. He replied, "Okay, it's been hard, Siri." Hatrai asked, "How do you intend to deal with DM Nyet? I see that he is not the type who can swallow the anger in his heart." DM Naguyat said, "He wants to challenge me." Hatrai wondered, he was just a strange, challenging person, so wasn't he looking for a way to die? Although DM Nyet doesn't look very smart, she's not stupid enough to fight with an egg, so she's probably prepared. DM Naguyat said, "The ancestral martial arts of the DM family, passed down from male to female, are twice as intense as normal martial arts. This probably gave him the courage to challenge me." He replied, "Even so, at most it only amounts to the power of the 5 realms." Hatrai suddenly remembered, "Oh, Heavenly Sword Alliance," she said. "How Heavenly Sword Alliance?" He explained, "The Heavenly Blade Alliance has a secret medicine. Just now when I fought with the 2 Lee family brothers, they used this pill. Taking this medicine can greatly increase one's power in a short period of time. Perhaps when they colluded with DM Nyet, they also gave DM Nyet some secret medicine. The medicine they gave DM Nyet was probably stronger than the medicine they took. That's why DM Nyet was so confident." DM Naguyat agreed and said, "Then it is indeed possible. Since childhood, DM Nyet has known how to use her appearance to be a good man of the DM family, but she herself likes to take advantage of the situation, the kind of sneaky and clumsy things. This thief is definitely indispensable." Hatrai is still wondering, but what I suspect is why the 2 brothers didn't drink the other drink. DM Naguyat firmly said, "Don't worry, when I treated the 3rd sister, all of her wounds were cured, already on his body. Even if he took medicine, or if his father gave him any other magic weapon, to me, it would be useless. Let him dream in vain again." Elsewhere, Elder DM said, "DM Nyet, you really are extremely intelligent." DM Nyet said, "Father, you know everything." He said thoughtfully, "If you do bad things, people will grasp your weakness, you will lose face, and moreover, I really didn't expect you to be so bold as to dare to bet on the entire city's life." DM Nyet quickly knelt down. "Father, it was because I was blinded by anger." After DM Naguyat became the 4 fairies, not only did he not put me in his eyes, but he also did not consider me his father. He explained, "She slapped my face, but it was obvious that she was intentionally trying to make things difficult for father. I admit that the way I did this time was a bit excessive. I will definitely make up for my sins. Father, you forgive me, let me go. I'm just being filial to you." Old man DM said, "A man's knees are golden, don't kneel easily." He then gave a small box to DM Nyet, took it, he trembled and took it. "What is this?" Master DM said, "Don't you want to challenge DM Naguyat? I don't know if you have a plan to win or not. I'll give you an extra safety shield." DM Naguyat's father sat in front and coughed a few times with a hoarse voice. "Are you really sure?" DM Nyet calmly replied, "This match the child does not need to win." His eyes were superficial, but his voice was extremely confident. As long as he could make everyone see, a talented cultivator not only dared to challenge the 4 immortals, but could also make her fall in a difficult position, then the child's goal can be achieved. Then the reputation of the 4 Heavens Trade Union will be attacked, and the female Emperor Tranli will definitely not allow this to happen. He glanced at his father and smiled slightly. The female emperor would surely severely punish DM Naguyat. She would lose her support and lose face. The only thing she could do was turn back and beg her master. At that time, it would not be enough. No matter what we dictate, she no longer has a reason to not give in to her wife's cultivation level. He really agrees with such a perfect plan. However, in the heart of his old father who has gone through many things in his life, he himself understands that DM Nyet is the heir to the DM family, but he is actually not the best choice. Although he seems to be in control, surely victory is in hand but not reliable. He looked towards DM Naguyat and Hatrai, feeling in his heart that DM Naguyat did not see any worry. He felt that the previous condition that DM Naguya proposed was the best choice, but now that he told Nyetni to give up the challenge, his heart would definitely be broken, and if he did not do it well, he would also make DM's family unable to fight. Having an heir is also a troublesome matter. Isn't there a way to try 3 stars? A headache. If I hadn't been injured, maybe I could have given birth to another child. While he was deep in thought, he was suddenly called by DM Nyet repeatedly, "Father, father." Turning her head while bewildered, DM Nyet seemed to sense that her father did not believe her, so she asked if the father did not believe in the child. Even though there was some disbelief in his heart, he still had to say, "Nyetni, you must still try your best, you know, in your heart, you secretly pushed away the doubts, let it go, now the old man only has a son, the DM family still has to hand it over to him in the future, with the help of a family heirloom magic weapon plus the secrets of the Heavenly Knife Alliance, who can say it, who can say it?" Receiving the encouragement he wanted to hear the most, he immediately regained his original confidence, and his father felt reassured. In his heart, he was sure of victory even though the match had not yet taken place. There were many officials who came to witness DM Naguya at that time. Even if you think about it, you won't be able to say anything, just wait to be punished by me. DM Naguya's father opened an ancient wooden box, containing a ring inside. He said, "This is a magic weapon passed down through the generations of the DM family. Every day there is a chance to completely defend against any attack. If used properly, maybe it can help." A one-armed child, DM Nyet obediently knelt down to receive the treasure and did not forget to say thank you to her father. He put it on his right hand full of determination, thinking in his heart, the old man's treasure must be quite a lot, completely defensive. If only I seize the opportunity, maybe I can defeat her. Holding an orange round ball in his hand, he smiled sinisterly. Everything was prepared. It was time for the match. DM Nyet calmly stepped onto the stage. DM Naguya is equally calm. She also turned her head to look at Ha-Tri and asked, how long did he think it would take, and received the sentence, 10 titles. DM Naguya smiled, "It's been too long, I'm not sure, what if something interesting happened?" Ha-Tri shouted, "Still give him half a stick of incense, don't let the other person lose too hard to look at, after all, he is your real brother." She slightly frowned and replied, "Rest assured that I can beat others too. Rule, don't hit the face." Ha-Tri sighed silently, "The beating was so bad that I couldn't see the housekeeper's facial features anymore." The DM family's brothers have entered the ring. DM Nyet started the provocation first. "Little sister, if you give up now and agree to cede your position to your father, I will save your face." DM Naguya, she didn't care about what the flies and mosquitoes said, she just wanted the match to happen quickly. After she finished talking, "Let's start." Her attitude made him grit his teeth in anger. "Don't look down on others too much." DM Naguya said coldly, "I have to calculate the time, don't waste my time." DM Nyet put the big pill into her mouth with endless pride. "If you don't need your face, don't blame me for being heartless. The pill just slid down my throat." He was choking, his face was pale. This pill was really too big, it was too difficult to write. Ha-Tri below observed his every action. It was indeed different from the medicine that the two Lee family brothers took. Looking at her brother who was holding his neck from choking, DM Naguya said, "Big brother, you really can use any trick to make things difficult for me. Such a big pill can be swallowed without water." "Okay." Little sister is also very impressed. The words were gentle but had a powerful effect on DM Nyet. He was furious. You will definitely regret it." After saying that, he collapsed, holding his head with both hands, looking painful. Even so, DM Naguya's heart was not moved at all, not even her facial expression changed. A powerful aura surrounded DM Nyet, perhaps the pill was gradually taking effect. His eyes were bloodshot. The next second, DM Nyet raised her face to the sky and screamed loudly, her eyes emitting 2 streams of golden light. It was like an explosion appeared on the stage. DM Nyet began to transform, her shirt was torn off, revealing her body with strong muscles. A satisfied smile appeared on his lips. "Strength, immense strength. This makes DM Nyet even more proud than ever. Haha, the power is transmitted into my body." DM Naguya fights. Just as he pointed at her, who was standing still and motionless, she suddenly lost her human form. DM Naguya ran so fast that she couldn't feel her footsteps. As she climbed up, she complained, "Fighting is fighting, talking a lot, just fighting but still slow." She kicked up and said, "Go to hell," but right now DM Nyet is still very confident because of her pills. "It's useless, everything you do is useless, I can defend completely. Your attack, DM Naguya, I am a man of destiny." As soon as he finished speaking, he was kicked by DM Naguya and flew into the sky. Her father's eyes widened when he saw it, even the mouthful of water he had to spit out was so surprising. Because Ha Tri already knew this would happen, he could only cover his face and smile. He thought to himself, "You're the one who specializes in hitting the face, right?" DM Niet flew so high that those standing there watching had to look up. DM Naguyet was still very calm. She watched her brother fly and sarcastically said, "Is it destiny? I will send you to heaven." There was only one person left in the arena, as quiet as paper. The audience was all shocked, their eyes wide open. What was going on? Bewildered. It seemed like the challenge had started. It seemed like it was over. What a joke. This too fast. There was a little boy who asked his mother, "Mother, who was that little sister with pink hair, so powerful?" He was so stupid that he sent the young city lord to heaven. "I don't want to read books, I want to practice, I want to become a fighting expert." The mother hesitantly replied, "Apparently, it's the young city lord's younger sister. I don't know anymore, son. The book." She thought to herself, "It's really okay if she doesn't read it." At this time DM Naguyet glanced coldly. She glanced at Ha Tri, who was stiff and speechless in the arena, and said, "What's with your expression? Go away, it's over." He frowned, raised his hand to gently touch his forehead, and exclaimed, "How pathetic." Then she walked down to the arena. She walked straight towards Mr. DM, who was sitting with his mouth open, silently speaking, "Father, today you think DM Niet is worthy of becoming the heir." Having finished speaking, DM Naguyet took out a medicinal pill and said, "This is for you, as a reward for your kindness in raising me." She coldly said, "In the book it said that people practicing exercises unfortunately damage their vitality. Second sister gave me this pill. All of this did not need to happen." Hearing that, he immediately got angry and blamed, "If you already have the medicine, why didn't you give it to me earlier? It's fine now. Your brother, his future has been destroyed." Her complexion became even darker. She replied in a low voice, "Have you asked me yet, given me a chance to say it? At this point, you still only want DM Niet alone." He did not respond but scowled and gritted his teeth. Then DM Naguyet turned around and walked towards Ha Tri, saying, "Ha Tri, let's go." He replied, "Yes, to master." Old man DM was then supported by the servant. He reached out his hand and softly called, "Naguyet Nhi." But the shifting Dharma flow appeared immediately. He was pale and depressed, clutching his shirt tightly. Moments later, at Tien Dao Min headquarters, the silhouettes of Ha Tri and DM Naguyet appeared in the middle of the entrance road. As he walked, he looked at the bowing knights and thought, "People from the headquarters have met before, we are also very polite." At this time, a bodyguard ran up and said, "DM Naguyet Tien Tu." Tien Dao Min was rude and did not welcome her from afar. She only replied, "I want to see Li Dai Bang." He smiled appreciatively and said, "Please this side, please this side." The Min Master said, "As long as Tianj Min Tu Tian bids, he is always waiting." Ha Tri secretly thought to himself, "After all, the Tien Dao Min has a good reputation in the holy land of Tianj Min. Even though everyone obeys the four immortals, there is no need to be so exaggerated. Compared to meeting the leader, it's more like going to see a god." When the two of them approached the door, someone stomped hard on the floor. Li Dai Bang clasped his hands behind his back, his tense face straightening his chest to greet them. He thought helplessly, "Brother, that's a bit too polite." He closed his eyes and smiled and asked, "Did Fairy DM Naguyet come with any instructions this time?" But DM Naguyet just passed by. She approached the throne and asked, "Li Min Chu, how long have you not contacted your good son? Do you know what they did?" He scratched his head in confusion and replied, "Not long ago, the two brothers wanted to go out to practice. It's been a while, but Fairy suddenly mentioned the old man and the second old man." She held her chin and said quietly, "So Li Minchu still doesn't know what your good son is doing in DM Nintan. Compared to Li Minchu, your son has even higher ideals." Hearing that, he raised his eyebrows. His pale face hesitantly replied, "DM Naguyet Fairy, here." In his heart he thought, "Those two rotten brats dared to run to DM Nintan. Surely they didn't do anything to offend them." With DM Naguyet Fairy, she still maintained a calm expression, crossed her legs and said, "It's not a big deal, it's just helping my incompetent brother sit on my head, and by the way, also release the pestilence to Bak, living in DM Nintan." When Li Dai Bak heard that, his face was completely bloodless. She did not care to continue talking. It was just a small crime of mischief, not worth mentioning. But he felt like he was struck by lightning. He immediately knelt down on the ground and bowed his head to DM Naguyet. He shouted, "These past years have been busy in Tien Dao Alliance. I have not strictly disciplined them, allowing them to develop unrealistic illusions. All the crimes those two rotten brats committed were impossible. Forgiveness, I have no grudges against them no matter how the fairy wants to punish them. I listened to the fairy." In the distance, Ha Tri squinted his eyes and witnessed a series of events, thinking, DM Naguyat really did something to Li Dai Bang. This uncle looked like he wanted to fly away. DM Naguyat smiled softly and said, Li Minchu's work is busy, so it's not like he's neglected his knife practice. The last time I tutored you, it must have been a long time ago. Maybe we should try again. Go. Hearing that, he frowned tightly, raised his head and replied, with the fairy taking care of him, only the old and weak Tian Dao Min can stand strong like today. It's just, the practice of swords, another day, for another day. He remembered the scene where he was trained by DM Naguyat, crying and thinking, then practice the knife with me, otherwise I would not have sacrificed the knife. At this moment, she stood up, looked at him and said, Oh, I forgot to introduce to you, this is my personal disciple, Ha Tri. I will entrust the handling of matters related to the Tian Dao Min. He handled it. Li Minchu, you also stand up, if nothing happens, don't kneel forever. So Li Dai Bang happily clasped his hands and approached Ha Tri, smiling and saying, Venerable Ha, everything will be done according to your arrangement. A good master will definitely have good disciples, as long as you don't practice knives. Everything was easy to say, leaving him stunned. Then he smiled and held out his hand, saying, It's not that bad, it's not that bad. I just have a little opinion I want to share with Li Minchu. I don't know if Li Minchu has time to listen to my explanation. Express no. He raised his hand, frowned, cleared his throat. Yes, there was plenty of time. The next day, Ha Tri stood in front of the city gate happily with a smile of praise. Li Minchu, from now on I had to change my address. Li Tong, hearing such kind words, a quite old man wearing blue clothes, rubbing his hands shyly, politely replied, President Ha doesn't dare. Under the poetic scenery, the wind gently blew, pulling each falling leaf. He folded his hands behind his back and gently thanked, Ha Chi Naguyat, our corporation will have to rely on you from now on, hoping you can develop a larger enterprise. After that, he immediately stretched out his hand, quickly noticed, so he immediately grasped it tightly, then said respectfully, Don't dare, still have to follow the orders of Ha Tong and DM Tong. You two remember that often come home to visit, often come to teach. He did not forget his role because of high and low formalities, so he held both of his hands and told him, Okay, let's send this off, we have to return to the Tianj Min Temple. Without further ado, he waved his hand and left with DM Naguyat to avoid him being too sad, but no, he immediately burst into tears and snot running down his nose, screaming that he must come back to visit often, there. At that time, on both sides of the road, the brothers who were practicing and training there raised their hands in unison and shouted loudly, bidding farewell to the two co-masters, while Ha Tri and DM Naguyat proudly walked out. The man talking to Ha Tri just now turned out to be Li Dai Bang, the owner of the old Tian Dao Min, currently the CEO of Ha Chi Naguyat Hu Nyan Ho Ho. He was thinking in his head, then Tian Dao Min, I've also gone ashore. In addition to fighting me that year, I still didn't mention the matter of border withdrawal. The fairy has accepted a good disciple and will have someone to protect me in the future. As for the other two people, while walking DM Naguyat said, Fortunately the Tian Dao Min headquarters is on the same road as the Tianj Min Temple, saving a lot of time, otherwise we would have had to shorten the time to go there. Moreover, Ha Tri saw her like that and added with a smile on his lips, The four masters' appearance in recent days has been very good. It seems that the wound from treating the third master before is completely healed. Hearing him say that, she did not hesitate any longer, clenched her fists with full strength and determination and said, Now, I can beat 1,000 men. On the other side, cold winds kept blowing across. I only saw Li Vien Tin helping his brother La Vien Kue to come. They both looked exhausted, they were covered in wounds and looked up with quite hopeful eyes. A huge sign with the name Ha Chi Naguyat Hu Nyan Hoi So caught their eyes, but seeing that it looked wrong, Vien Tin immediately said, Brother, we went the wrong way, but your brother was always sure. Why, maybe, whoa, it hurts, this is it, it's not wrong. They were standing there talking like that when inside, the door suddenly opened a crack. Coincidentally at that moment, a servant pushed one side of the door and walked out and caught sight of them. Seeing old acquaintances he had not seen for a long time, he was overjoyed and called them, Tian Tio Dong Jia, you have returned, but his reaction was different and he grimaced in shock and said again, What money? But it's okay, he just casually approached, looking for something in his pocket and said, This is a letter that President Li wrote himself, I'm still worried and don't know where to go to find you two. As soon as he handed out a paper envelope, Li Vien Kue immediately raised his hand and wondered, Li Tong, strange, how did father know we were here? Although he was a bit suspicious, he quickly tore the envelope open. Before he could read it, Li Vien Tin also curiously asked, Brother, what did father say? After that, I opened the letter. Inside was full of words with the content. In this world there will be no more Tian Dao Min. Starting from now on we will change our name to Ha Chi Naguyat Retirement Hoi Swa. From now on we will specialize running the salon association business, although the father still doesn't know what the association is, what salon is, but Boss Ha said he will come another day to train us to receive positions. And what is acceptance? For us, the next position. This subs is the CEO. This what is it again? Boss Ha wants you guys to work from the bottom up, because I think this is very good. Besides, regarding the stupid thing you two did in DM Nin City, DM Tong has already forgiven you guys. Thank you. You two quickly return to Ha Chi Naguyat Hu Nyan Association. Signed, CEO Li Dai Bang. After reading every line and every word written in it, the two looked bewildered at each other. He spoke first. Brother, is it true that my head was damaged yesterday? Hearing that, he immediately scratched his forehead. Then he gritted his teeth and said, Ah, brother, I see my head is also damaged. A bad feeling appeared. The two hugged each other. Vien Tin's tears flowed continuously, making sounds like wow, 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 while Vien Kue cried raindrops in disbelief, saying, let's go out for a trip. Having lost their home, the two brothers were so stunned that they wanted to cause a flood. On the other side, on the outskirts of DM Nin City, it is a dense forest in the morning. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind the smoke screen, with only a layer of leaves covering his body, and he was in a state of fainting. Slowly opening my eyes, I wondered where this was. Then he quickly lifted himself up with his hands but felt very uncomfortable, painful, so painful, ah. Seemingly discovering something unusual, DM Nyet uncomfortably grabbed my hand and promised, DM Naguyat, I'm not done with you. But after that statement, one surprise after another, he raised his hand to his mouth in panic and wondered, what's wrong with my voice, why is it so soft? That's why DM Nyet was stunned for 5 seconds, then take a closer look. Then his face darkened and he stood up. But tilted my head up to the sky, so shocked that I wanted to cry. How could this be possible? Thus, that scream shook the entire sky, causing the flock of birds to hear the movement and fly away to another place. At Tianjin Temple, Mat Naguyat was waving her fan. She was complaining, it was too hot. She asked Tin Ham, third sister, why is it still so hot in the room with you? Can you release some cold air? It's too hot, too hot. Third master replied seriously, after Ha Tri finished treating me, the spiritual energy in my body was temporarily stabilized, so I'm sorry, this summer I can only apologize to second senior sister. Mat Naguyat came closer. Hugged Tin Ham into my arms, it seems I can only stick to you to enjoy some cold air. Her face seemed pleasant, her body felt so cool, so comfortable, and so soft. Third master gently replied, it's okay if second sister likes it. DM Naguyat is back. 2 billion sisters, 3 billion sisters, we are back. The second master asked, little sister, has your father's matter been handled well? That person replied, well, they have cut off relations with him. She continued, so it was like that. Tin Ham said, his expression expressionless, I heard that the two of them went out and collected the Tian Dao Min. DM Naguyat explained, who told them to steal chickens and dogs. If the organization doesn't listen like that, it should be brought under management early to avoid causing trouble to the people. Ha Tri asked, where is the great master? She replied, big sister has been in seclusion for 3 days. He just let out a sigh, thinking to himself, recently the great master has been secluded a lot. Mat Naguyat was covered in sweat. Said in an annoyed voice, too hot, too hot, too hot, too hot to the point of sadness. The weather this summer is strange. In previous years we also felt hot, but gritting our teeth and enduring it was over. Her little sister's voice commented that the second master was truly afraid of the heat. She struggled, found a place to avoid the hot sun. Ha Tri thought about it, I once traveled the whole world for a day, should I use it or not? He wondered, oh but how to explain this world? His eyes lit up, yes. Ha Tri pretended to be indifferent and said, I accidentally received a magic weapon, I heard it was the key to a secret realm, let's go there to avoid the heat. Her eyes lit up, excitement radiated on her face, okay, now let's go. He started something up, used a one-day travel ticket, yes sir. A blue light appeared, carrying cold air, everyone was surprised. He spoke up, saying first that we don't know what's behind this door. But she was very excited, rushed inside, okay, let's go. Everyone hurriedly followed. The scene changes to a beautiful water park, complete with amenities, including slides, then swimming pools. Guests came and went bustlingly, truly a suitable place to dispel the heat. She was surprised, wow, what magical place is this? After saying that, she immediately ran away. Looking down, she was surprised. This mysterious scene even knew how to change people's clothes, but this outfit was too strange. Tin Ham looked around and commented, "It's not strange, everyone here dresses like that," she advised, "Little sister, to join the family according to custom, don't think too much." Hatrai scratched his head and thought, but he didn't expect it to be teleported directly to the water park. Seeing DM Naguyat and Tin Ham in bikinis, he gasped. Giving him a thumbs up, he praised, the 3 masters and 4th master's uniforms were very beautiful. Matt Naguyat was excited, "Everyone come over here quickly. The 4 masters are shy, is that really okay?" he soothed, "In our homeland, when we go to play in the water, everyone dresses like that, no need to be shy, just play freely." "She is bold, yes." She walked over and waved, "2 sisters, here I come." Realizing that Tin Ham was shy and did not dare to come down, he wondered, "Third master, why didn't you come down?" She suddenly grabbed his hand, making him embarrassed. I suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable. Hatrai grabbed Tin Ham's hand and pulled her away. "I took someone to rent a room." She wondered again, "What is a room rental?" He happily explained, meaning in words, to rent a room to stay. She nodded, "So that's it," she praised. "Hatrai, you really know a lot of things." He nervously turned his head and said, "Third master, can you still endure it?" She sadly shook her head. "Actually, as soon as I walked through the door, I already felt uncomfortable." She sighed and continued, "Not sure if it was related to going through the gate or not, the spiritual energy fluctuations inside and outside the door affected the spiritual energy balance within a person." He nervously ran forward, towards the reception desk. "We will quickly rent a room." While Hatrai was worried and rushed to do it as quickly as possible, she just stood there quietly observing. A few ice marks suddenly appeared on her body. She looked at them with insecurity. He turned back, grabbed her hand. "It was rented, let's go up." She breathed a sigh of relief as if a burden had been relieved, "But she had to bother you again." He gently smiled, "I am your disciple, I can do anything for you." Having said that, he led her to her room and swiped her room card. Opened the door for her very expertly. Click, the door closed. Suddenly, she moved forward to kiss him. He was so surprised that he could only say, "Oh." The 2 people's bodies touched each other, and whatever happened had to happen. She lies on top of him, bothering you. The view goes back to the swimming pool. The little sister didn't see Tamtrai and Hatrai anywhere, so she wondered where Hatrai and Tamtrai were gone. Matt Naguyat took off her glasses and replied, "Hatrai must have gone to treat 3 billion sisters." DM Naguyat quietly replied, "Oh." She called out, 2 billion billion, she was surprised. What kind of expression was this? "Little sister jumped to you sister, I have to attack you." The second sister laughed loudly, "Ha ha ha ha, little sister is truly an evil devil." Returned to the hotel room where Hatrai rented for Tin Ham. The 2 of them were in a large bathtub. She spoke up, the ice and mist had almost disappeared. She pressed her face into his chest, cooing, "She still needs a little more effort from you. Do you still have the strength?" He excitedly picked her up, unable to refuse. After a while, he was out of breath and said, "Now he's really tired." She nonchalantly wrapped herself in a towel and left. "You should rest a bit." Going out of the bathroom, she picked up her things, put it on and then went outside to join her sisters. DM Naguyat saw her and called out, 3 billion billion. She excitedly ran over, asking repeatedly as she ran, "Was the treatment done? How did her body feel? And where was Hatrai?" Tin Ham gently replied, I'm okay." Hatrai was a little tired. "I told him to rest a bit and then left." "Now it's your turn to excitedly tell little sister, take me out." Little sister nodded, "Okay," she introduced, "There are many interesting things in this amusement park. When I get back, I have to ask my big sister to also make one in the empty land behind Tianjin Temple." Tin Ham suddenly stopped. "Speak seriously to your younger sister, little sister, I know you like Hatrai, don't think nonsense." DM Naguyat laughed loudly, "This kind of thing is very normal, why should I think too much about it?" Having said that, she leaned close to her sister. "I only hope that she can completely recover, and I also hope that the 5 of us can be together forever." Hatrai stretched out a long stretch, "Ha." He looked around and commented that the 3rd master had already left. He suddenly saw someone with white hair appear and commented, "It looks like you, a little taller, or maybe I'm hallucinating." The other guy replied, "Well, I am indeed a little taller, and after returning, I have recovered to my original state." He asked, "Is there anything urgent, especially a secret scene? Tell me." He said carefully, only here, can you avoid being snooped on? He crossed his arms and said, so this is not the case here. He said as he waved his hands, the shape of the space is up to you to decide. I just want to put you in an environment that you are familiar with. As for why it is a garden of water and joy, I also don't know. He complained, there's no need to know that. A familiar environment will make people feel relaxed. Ha-Tri continued, you just said that in this space there is no supervision by others. He replied, yes. He wondered who was wrong. That guy replied, it was me. He wondered, well, that's a very strange answer. Why did you choose me? He cunningly replied that he had tried many people, however, they all failed. He seriously asked again, what will happen to you and me if we fail? How much do you understand? He replied, you are one, but not the same. I am like a mechanism. When a problem occurs to me, I will be agitated. In order to change myself, I don't know what failure will be like. After all, for me, this is also the first time. In short, the ending probably won't make anyone happy. He asked, what was the price the great master had to pay? He replied, I don't know, but you can probably feel it. The situation is not too good. The scene changes to the water park. DM Naguyat invited, sister, how about you come with me to bask in the sun? She was still lying on the beach chair. No need. Refusing. Ha-Tri's voice rang out, 3 masters, I'm back. Mat Naguyat was excited, since you're back, then leave the physical work to you. He happily answered and obeyed. He took the tube of sunscreen, squeezed a little on his hand, preparing to apply it to the 3rd master. She praised, it's been hard work, good disciple. He smiled and said, since the master serves, he cannot refuse. His hands gently touched her white skin. Tin Ham sat nearby and asked, Ha-Tri, when I came out of the pub, I saw a lot of big square boxes. What are those things? He wondered again, what size were the square boxes? I thought, what the 3rd master said was probably not a car in the parking lot. Mat Naguyat praised his skills, saying that his techniques are really good. You are humble. The 2nd master is too praising. The iron box mentioned by the 3rd master must be a car in the secret world. Tin Ham wondered, while his hands continuously massaged Mat Naguyat, was it also a magic weapon that promoted spiritual energy? But when I passed by I did not feel the spiritual energy. Moreover, in this world, the spiritual veins, the earth is also extremely weak. She asked, saying that there was no spirit beast driving it, not like a car. He replied, I heard that it uses electricity and oil, which is a form of energy. I just saw that information in the lobby of the inn. Tin Ham said, so that's it, electricity, lightning, and lightning indeed have an extremely large amount of energy, so oil can also be an energy source. Mat Naguyat praised that our little disciple is really passionate and knows everything. He was happy. His disciple's hometown wasn't much different, he just couldn't return for the time being. She continued, everyone has their own secrets, we unintentionally listen in, you don't need to be nervous. She lowered her voice, the important thing is now, and you're present. She suddenly turned around, don't just apply it on your back, your teacher's front is about to be tanned. He quickly apologized, since I was seriously answering the 3rd master's question, I'm sorry. She turned over, the front also had to be smeared evenly. DM Naguyat came out of nowhere, shouting, sit in the car, let's go sit in the car. Ha-Tri drives, she thought to herself, she's so ugly, who can stand it? She raised her voice, looked at me for what I was doing, and immediately left. Her big sister sighed, I can't enjoy a good massage from my daughter, let's leave, the car experience is not bad. 3 people got out of the car. Ha-Tri carefully advised, 3rd master, be careful. Mat Naguyat comfortably commented that this chair is much more comfortable than a plastic car. Sit in the car, fasten your seat belt, then let's go. The system displays a warning, has created a driver's license for you, reminding the host to drive safely. Having said that, he started the engine and sped away. DM Naguyat seems to be motion sick because she is not used to it. Why is her mind so dizzy? He turned around, worried, master, he must be motion sick. Her mind was spinning, her eyes were dizzy, her stomach was growling, she was nauseous. What should she do? Tin Ham is indifferent, you can just fly with us. Suddenly something caught fire from the back of the car. 4 masters, don't. The people driving behind were panicked, their eyes turned A and their mouths turned O. At this time in Ha-Tri, DM Naguyat was swinging her feet in the water in the lake of her 2nd sister, Ha-Tri. Before she could finish her sentence, Mat Naguyat turned around and asked Ha-Tri what was wrong. Her long, slender legs were still there happily playing in the water. DM Naguyat was shy, he still remembered the bed and asked me if I liked him. I wasn't straightforward enough and couldn't give him a straightforward answer. Hearing that, Mat Naguyat smiled happily and turned to rub her cheek, causing her cheek to swell. He is a smart person and will definitely know if your answer is straightforward or not, don't worry, Mat Naguyat hugs her. If you want to stay with him forever, the sisters will help you, don't worry. She smiles and hugs Mat Naguyat back. Mat Naguyat immediately grabbed her shoulder, but now Hatrai, he is my disciple. If he marries Master now, it will affect the reputation of the four fairies in Tianjin. Queen Yen Li in Chidu Holy Land has left her. Looking at Tianjin, now, it is definitely impossible to move people's hearts. DM Naguyat also smiled and looked at Mat Naguyat, saying that logic I always knew was not in a hurry to do it right away. At Ngu Duang Cac. There's a gentle knock on the door. Big sister, can I come in? Come in. Mat Naguyat immediately pushed the door open and walked in. In Li Tran's room, the female emperor was lying on the bed resting. Mat Naguyat immediately opened her mouth to Big Sister. Every time she finished her retreat, she was extremely tired. Li Tran propped herself up and sat up. Phuc Viet, come here. She put on her shoes and got out of bed. Mat Li came to sit next to her big sister and gave her some advice. Li Tran immediately took out a gold plate from Emperor Ho and gave it to me. She gave it to Mat Li. Mat Li looked at the golden order in her hand and couldn't help but wonder if he was letting me go back. Li Tran looked down. Yes, it seems like that. She looked up at Mat Li. I cannot interfere in the affairs of Tan Cao Saint Domain. She still looked at Mat Li. Phuc Viet, you are my sister, no matter what happens. Mat Li's face darkened. I knew it. Then she looked up and sighed. I understood. Mat Li immediately left, leaving Li Tran behind. She immediately turned back to look at me to think. 5 days later, Hatrai was soaking in the lake. DM Naguyat sat next to the lake playing with the water. He immediately turned around and asked her why she hadn't seen her second master for a few days and where she had gone. Hearing that, DM Naguyat caressed her hair and replied, you said that. I just discovered that even though she said she would temporarily retreat to practice alchemy, it would only be for 2 days at most. Tin Ham came out of nowhere and returned to Tan Cao. He looked at Tin Ham and Tan Cao in surprise. Why so suddenly? Is there something urgent in the clan? She went and sat next to DM Naguyat, dangled her legs and played in the water for a short while and would not return. DM Naguyat heard that and turned around and said if she couldn't come back for a while, then let's go find her to play. It's been a long time, so, I've only been to Tan Cao twice. As she spoke, she blushed and covered Tan Cao's fox man's mouth with her hand. Everyone looked like flowers. She smiled, her face turned red as she thought about the fox man she mentioned and also thought about meeting her dear sister. Would she be willing to dance with me? He looked at her and pouted, thinking to himself that this girl was thinking about something wrong. The three of them were deep in thought when a voice rang out from behind saying she wanted to marry Emperor Ho. Hearing that, he immediately stood up, naked, and got married. Seeing that it was Li Tran, DM Naguyat immediately stood up and ran back to where she was marrying Emperor Ho. Why have I never heard her mention this before? Is it a mistake? DM Naguyat's face was worried as she stood in front of Li Tran and asked her second sister to tell me that she had only met Emperor Ho when she was a child. That great man was clearly her elder. Li Tran calmly replied that Emperor Ho personally bring the Tan Cao token. It won't be fake. DM Naguyat immediately wondered, but her second sister had never mentioned that she liked Emperor Ho, so how could she marry someone she didn't like? He wrapped a towel around his waist and went up to the difficult feeling. Li Tran calmly, with an indifferent face replied to the people in Tan Cao, Emperor Ho's orders are like heaven's orders, cannot be disobeyed. Big sister, you are the female emperor of Tianjin, you will definitely. Is there a way to bring the two sisters back? Li Tran was lifeless and did not answer, his face was gloomy. Li Tran regained composure and replied that I can't use my identity as a female emperor, but I can't control what other people want to do. I'll use my personal identity to pick up my sister. Li Tran's face turned black, his voice was harsh, you can't leave. When DM Naguyat heard that, his eyes filled with tears of anger, he stood behind and thought to himself that the great master was referring to me. Li Tran turned away without looking back. When DM Naguyat heard that, his eyes filled with tears of anger, he stood behind and thought to himself that the great master was silently instructing me. Li Tran turned away without looking back. DM Naguyat chased after her big sister. Didn't she really help? Tin Ham's face was cold, Naguyat Ni was calm. He held DM Naguyat's wrist and waited. DM Naguyat looked at him with a worried face. Maybe you also think you shouldn't get involved. I think you should at least ask your second sister's thoughts clearly. If she's willing, I won't say any more. He stood there solemnly and said to the four masters, I will go pick up the second master. He and DM Naguyat appeared in a deserted place. His face was full of worry, looking at DM Naguyat to see if we were being too blatant. She boldly stepped forward, leaving him standing there. Don't worry, I've used soundproofing so outsiders won't see us. She pointed to the house in front of her, which was her second sister's room. The room is surrounded by vines that move around every time there is wind. The two approached and knocked on the door, but there was no response. The two looked at each other without saying anything. She worriedly looked at him but no one answered. It wasn't like she was being dragged by the elders in the family to check the dowry. He sternly reassured her, it was too hasty, this was not marrying her daughter but selling her. The two calmly walked away and left. On the way, the two met a family in the palace. But still no one saw the two of them. She was still worried that the family's mansion had been searched. There was no clue. Could it be that she wasn't at home today? His face tensed up and he waited in the bedroom for that person to go first. That person would rest anyway, right? It was dusk now. The two of them lay down on the floor dejectedly. Why hasn't the second master returned yet? 3 days later, he's on the chopping block, probably very busy. She immediately regained her composure and asked her brother how he felt about the second master marrying Emperor Ho. He stroked his chin, thinking that the second master did not voluntarily return to Tan Kao. He immediately thought of Mat Naguyat. He thought that later on, I would become a disciple of the Four Immortals, except when he gave me Emperor Fox hair and mentioned about Tan Kao, I had never heard anyone mention my hometown. Interrupting his train of thought, he immediately regained his composure. He continued speaking like someone who had never mentioned Nin Tan. If her hometown gave her good memories, when she left Tan Kao and came to Tianjin, how could she not velvet? The more he talked, the more puzzled he became, stroking his chin thoughtfully, thinking about the proverb that says husband and wife tie their hair together, make love without doubt. If you have something to do with Emperor Ho, how can you give Emperor Ho's hair to your child? He calmly deduced that the highest possibility was that the hair was not a token of love, but a gift from Emperor Ho to his junior. He still makes the argument that if they truly love each other, they should announce it everywhere, come back to be married so radiantly, why not say goodbye? Well, it makes sense. I'm still more worried. She immediately asked again. He immediately said that he didn't know why he didn't want his second master to marry someone else. DM Naguyat remained silent and said nothing. She immediately slammed her hand on the table. She angrily pinched his ear in pain, letting go. What are you doing? She asked him with a cold face, don't you like your second sister? He was in so much pain that he gritted his teeth and replied, that person is the master I respect. What are you talking about? She removed her hand and crossed her arms in front of her chest, pouting angrily, aren't I also your master? He rubbed her ears and looked at her. How could he look the same? Did he have his master's appearance? Her face immediately turned black, her eyes looked away to avoid. If you really like second sister, I won't be angry. Are you looking at her in panic? Her face turned red. She looked down, and I hope the 5 of us can be together forever, as long as you treat everyone the same, without favoring me, because I love you 3 sisters very much. I even love you, I think, if possible. She covered her mouth shyly and didn't speak any more. He also blushed and pointed at her and replied that the 3 masters and I became spiritual companions just for treatment and cultivation. We are still cultivating our relationship. I consider the master to be a master. You are thinking about it, flirting with each other indiscriminately. Hearing that, she smiled and put her hands on the table. Are you embarrassed? Are you looking away? I'm just telling the truth. She rushed towards him, full of fear. Tell the truth. Are you embarrassed? If you don't, I will force you to ask. She sat on top of him and said, I'm using my position as a master to order you. Answer me. Are you embarrassed? I'm worried. Don't forget we're doing business. She pressed him down underneath her body with soundproofing magic, so no one would find out, so speak quickly. At this point, he immediately grabbed her shoulder. He immediately pressed her down and stopped joking, and she was too shy to say anything. He held her hands tightly below, not to make any more trouble. Her mind was empty at the moment and her face turned red. She gently called Ha Tri's name. She shyly turned away. He suddenly looked at her, blushing. He secretly thought about the times when she was so shy and beautiful. It turns out I really like Naguyatni. He called her name and leaned close to Naguyatni's face. He immediately kissed her. She was surprised and her face turned red. He let her go and she was no longer interested in anything else. He hugged her tightly and pinned her to the floor, their bodies entwined together on the floor. At this time it was completely dark. He and she sat there in contemplation. He told Naguyatni that I still hadn't told her these words seriously. She blushed at what he said. He looked into her eyes and said, I really like you. She blushed and turned away, but the second sister said, you can't marry me now, it will affect the reputation of the four fairies. Hold my hand tightly and I will become the holy son of Tianj Min, the communist master of the three worlds, then no one will dare to talk nonsense anymore. Her face is still red. He immediately walked towards Ems. Naguyatni, I wanted you. She was panicking. Are you here? He immediately bent down to her neck. Not here, this is your first time. I want to stay in a better place and keep good memories for you. Two people hugged each other in a dark room. The two of you will go out. The second master probably won't come back tonight. Let's go directly to the palace to kill him, okay? After saying that, the two jumped onto the roof and left. As he danced, he reminded her that Tan Kao's royal palace restricted some martial arts skills. You can't use the magic of flying heaven and earth in the palace. It's okay, let's act carefully. I was surprised. The two of them landed and looked at the high wall in front of them. She didn't say that the wall around this palace was that high. He thought to himself, what room is that? A giant's room. She propped her waist up and looked at him, but it was useless for her to climb up. He scratched his head and looked at her as if she couldn't use the sky and the earth, and the sound magic was no longer effective. The two of us climbed up the wall to make stargazing targets. He immediately summoned a pair of gloves X2. Use this, climb quickly, you have a lot of good stuff. I thought in my head, this is what we get when there are enemies everywhere. The two people nimbly grabbed onto the wall to climb up. When they reached the top, the two immediately jumped down. Landing, the two immediately met a eunuch who was sneaking somewhere. Three people stood looking at each other. The other guy saw the two of you and immediately panicked and pointed to the two of you. Before he could do anything, Naguyatni rushed over and covered his mouth so he could not kill him. She took the rope and smiled mischievously, raping and killing, killing and raping. Hatrai used his hand to cover Hoda's mouth. He immediately said, I won't scream. Hatrai looked at him and asked again, you are guaranteed not to make a sound. After finishing speaking, Hatrai let go of his hand and continued, if we make any noise, we won't be polite. After being released, Hoda immediately regained his breath and replied, okay. DM Naguyat sat next to her, stared at the cloth bag and asked, who are you in the royal palace, why are you wearing a cloth bag? Hoda looked at her and stammered and answered, I am a little eunuch, very it's clear. Hearing that, she immediately opened her cloth bag, took out a gold coin, and said suspiciously that she stole something from the palace and wanted to sell it, so no wonder she had to climb the wall to get out. Hoda immediately rushed forward and hugged the cloth bag. Then I raised my face and spoke, I didn't steal anything, I just wanted to go out for a trip. He looked at the two people and asked, who are you and why do you want to secretly climb the wall into the palace? Hatrai had to explain, we came to find someone, this palace does not allow martial arts, you can only climb the wall, otherwise I would have flown in long ago. You are a servant in the palace, surely you know about the marriage between Emperor Ho and Tianvin too, right? After hearing this, Hoda was speechless and did not say anything. Seeing that he didn't answer, DM Naguyat pointed at him and raised her voice, you don't know, really, are you also someone from the outside, a little eunuch or something, clearly a thief? Emperor Ho looked at him, if you say it, I know. Why do you ask? Hatrai's face was expressionless, he crossed his arms and said, why do you care about me? I ask you, have you seen Fairy Mat Viet recently? Hatrai turned to look at DM Naguyat, his rank was truly invisible. She looked at him and asked, so what should we do? If we let him go, what if he stabs us in the back? Hearing that the two of you were planning to kill him, Hoda immediately panicked, I'm really not curious, whether I want to help you or not depends on the question I just asked. Hatrai looked at him suspiciously and said, you have never seen Fairy Mat Viet enter Emperor Lake, how can you help us? Emperor Ho smiled confidently and said, although I have never seen them, I know where Emperor Ho's palace is located, but he rarely returns to the palace to rest, usually sleeping in the library room. If you answer my question, I will take you to the study room, which very few people know about. Suddenly, Hatrai grabbed Hoda's neck and shouted, who are you? Emperor Ho still firmly said, what I want to do or who I am is determined by your answer. Hearing that, Hatrai immediately let go. Looking at Emperor Ho, we came to find the person, it is Tian Viet Tien who is about to marry the Emperor, we want to ask if she is willing to marry the Emperor, if she is not willing then take her out of here. After listening, Hoda smiled happily and said, I know what's going on, let's go and I'll take you there. DM Naguyat still cautiously raised her hand and spoke, "Be careful." Ha-Tri patted her shoulder to reassure her, "It's okay, if he lied to us then we'll kill each other first," the two of them saying that made Emperor Ho scared to the point of sweating. He turned around and waved, "Oh my, you guys are too suspicious, this is not good for your health, walk close to me, I know where there are no guards." In the dark night, the three people stopped at an old tree. Looking around Ha-Tri, he thought to himself, there were no houses around and no other entrances or exits. Hoda now reached out his hand to touch the huge tree trunk in front of him. The place he touched created a ray of crimson light. Then that tree trunk slowly opened a door, creating a passage. Hoda turned around and said to the two of them, "Follow me in." Ha-Tri immediately grabbed DM Naguyat's hand, held mine, "Yes." Then the three people entered the door of the tree. Then the stem slowly closes. On the other side, after passing through the door, the three of them reached the study room. Emperor Hu took off his hat and spoke, "You two sit in front, I'll go boil water to make tea." Then Emperor Ho immediately went to boil water. Ha-Tri sat in a chair silently watching him boil water. Confused, I thought to myself, I knew the secret entrance to the passage, I was familiar with the path, and that hair, the color and texture was exactly the same as Malfat Hoda that second master gave me. At this time, Hoda finished making tea, he placed the teacup on the table. Then Emperor Ho smiled and said, the two of them drank tea. Suspecting that this was Emperor Ho, Ha-Tri immediately stood up, clasped his hands respectfully and said, "Your Majesty Emperor Ho, for being rude just now, please forgive me." DM Naguya just took a sip of tea and after hearing that, she spit out the tea. Hoda held up a cup of tea and said, "In this study room, I am not Hoda for the time being, you can call me by my pen name, Tan Sam Lo." DM Naguya choked again. She raised her face to look at him. Tan Sam Top, was Tan Sam Top who wrote the book? Hoda nodded to admit that it was me. Hearing his answer, DM Naguyat's eyes lit up in her head. I was actually able to meet Mr. Tan Sam Top. I wasn't dreaming. Ha-Tri sitting next to her saw her emotions going up and down and worried. "Naguyat Nahi, what's wrong with you?" Not paying attention to his question, DM Naguyat held the book in her hand and looked at Emperor Ho and Master Tan with bright eyes. "I always carry your book with me, can you sign it for me?" Ha-Tri was startled and exclaimed, "Where did you get it from?" Emperor Hu raised his hand to take the book and happily replied, "Of course it is possible." Then Emperor Hu reached out his hand, the pen came, and in his hand a pen appeared. Hoda signed his name on the page of the book. Then give it to DM Naguyat to look at and sign, "See if you like it." Receiving Emperor Ho's signature, DM Naguyat was immediately moved, satisfied. Ha-Tri's face turned black after being ignored by her, and he was already satisfied even before he saw it. He crossed his arms and got to the point, "No matter whether you are Tan Sam Top or Emperor Ho, we all need to talk, okay? Do you like Fairy Phuc Viet?" Hearing his question, Hoda smiled and replied, "Phuc Viet, let me think, when she had just transformed, I saw her once, as Hoda, I gave her some gifts, as a gift for the descendants of the family, I quickly forgot her mature appearance, no matter what I like or dislike, I am the same towards the young people of the Ho clan." Hearing that, Ha-Tri immediately raised his voice, "If that's the case, why should he marry her?" Emperor Hu muttered, "Is it her?" Then he sighed, "This is not for me to decide." DM Naguyat immediately said, Tan Quet respected Hoda, if he did not agree, would it be better to refuse? Suddenly Hoda laughed loudly, that was already a thing of the past. "I am only Tan Sam Lo, Hoda is nothing more than a symbol of Tan Tin. Whoever loves it will do it." Ha-Tri still didn't believe his answer but hummed. Then Ha-Tri asked again, "What do you mean, the people in power are the three great families?" Hoda just remained silent and said nothing. Ha-Tri continued, "The Phuc Viet fairy of the Phuc family is one of the three leading great families, their daughter is a fairy in the four immortals of heaven, if she marries Emperor Ho, then she is truly a superior person, 10,000 people. Why has the situation developed to this point?" Emperor Ho replied, "These past few years I have only been passionate about writing, so I have entrusted some power to the three great families." DM Naguyat continued, "That is to say, there is no problem with the person refusing marriage now." Emperor Ho looked down at the ground and replied, "Yes, unless the Phuc family gave up the marriage, otherwise." Then he raised his face to look at her. You should have discovered that in the royal palace many martial arts are restricted. In fact, it is not someone else who is restricting it but me. It turns out that's the case. This is afraid it will be a mistake. It's also not clear. Emperor Ho turned to look at Ha Tri. The Fook family wanted to turn me into a puppet. I actually felt very comfortable. I just wanted to be free, but they paid special attention to guard against me. Ha Tri wondered, why does it sound a bit different? Emperor Ho wiped away his tears and said sadly, I had originally decided to climb over the wall tonight to collect materials for a new book, but you two discovered it. You two could have easily climbed over the wall and entered the palace. That was unintentional. It's shift change time. If you miss this time, you won't be able to go out anymore. The two exclaimed, gathering the documents. It has nothing to do with us. Emperor Hu let out a worried sigh and said, I don't know what array they will arrange to limit me. As long as it's limited, I won't be able to use my full power. Ha Tri quickly asked, if I help you regain your power, will you refuse to marry? Suddenly Emperor Ho approached him and said, young man, what I want is not power, but freedom. I don't care who becomes Emperor Ho. In short, just make me free. Ha Tri immediately dodged. Wait, I seem to understand. From beginning to end you didn't care about losing your strength but just wanted to be free. Seeing that he said what he meant, Hoda was happy. That's right, I just want to compose. Don't you think that composing is the happiest thing in the world? Hearing that, Emperor Ho immediately muttered and thought, second master. Then he slapped his hand. I had heard the famous four immortals accepting a disciple before. Just now this girl called Fook Viet's second sister, so it turns out that's the case. Ha Tri raised his voice. I won't admit it, this is all Emperor Ho's speculation. Hearing that, Emperor Ho immediately laughed. Yes, it was all my guess. DM Naguyat looked at Ha Tri and reminded her, tomorrow is the big wedding day, there's only one day left. How to gain power? Ha Tri calmly picked up the teacup and said, as long as the wedding ceremony doesn't take place, that's all. DM Naguyat glanced at him. That emperor's wedding, it's not something that can be ruined if you want to ruin it. When that time comes, there will definitely be strict security, and besides, there are many almighty people in Qingzhou. They can attack. As a group, we can't do anything. Hearing that, Ha Tri said confidently, the more powerful the person who comes, the better. The angrier he is, the higher the benefits. DM Naguyat turned curiously. Benefits. Ha Tri was happily lost in thought at this time. Last time he didn't earn back the capital from the Heavenly Knife Alliance, so he could only let the three families pay for it. At this time, Hoda looked at Ha Tri who was deep in thought and was surprised. Emperor Ho touched his hair and thought, giving the gift that Emperor Ho gave to this young man, this little lady has really grown up. Ha Tri was lost in thought for a while, then he raised his voice and asked, Your Majesty Hoda, can you fight? Hoda seriously replied, if my strength was not limited, I would probably be the strongest person in Tan Huyen, but now, even the realm of God training is still half a step away. Ha Tri wondered, if you are so strong, how can three families like that have the ability to limit you? Emperor Ho smiled, I don't know about this, maybe they will rely on outside power. I once guessed that this power comes from another holy realm. Ha Tri immediately said, it's not related to Yem Li. Yem Li. Ha Tri explained, not long ago, the female Emperor Yem Li of the ancient capital Holy Land wanted to take over the Holy Domain Merchant Alliance, and you mentioned that her power was limited, so I spread it out a bit. Suddenly Hoda exclaimed, I know Yem Li. You too. He was surprised and thought to himself, it seemed like the monarchs of these holy regions were all acquaintances, but before that he always felt that the holy regions were too fragmented. What happened before? It would have nothing to do with him, that's the system. Emperor Ho calmly explained, of course, I also know her. Female Emperor Li Tran also knows her. After so many years, she finally returned. Hearing that, DM Naguyat immediately asked, what does it mean to come back? Big sister once told me that the Holy Land has disappeared. How can a holy land disappear? Emperor Hu pointed his finger and said, because above. The two people exclaimed in unison, above. Tiandao, Hoda remembered Yem Li's image and continued, Yem Li wanted to go against the will of heaven. It was said that she had found a way to escape from the heavenly path. Now despite the danger of being discovered by the heavenly path, she returned. I wonder what strategy she has in mind. Ha Tri was curious and asked, what would it be like to escape from the heavenly path? Hoda closed his eyes and replied, I don't know. Then he looked at the two of them and smiled and said, that's right, you two still don't have a place to stay, so why don't you stay in my study tonight? This place just happens to have a few empty rooms. Ha Tri immediately clasped his hands together. Well, thank you very much, Hoda. In his heart he thought, I'll ask the master later, why does it seem that the way of heaven is not an invisible thing but an object? The great master must know something. Ha Tri closed the door. A beam of light appeared in his hand. He called out, Master, please help. Li Tran immediately appeared and said, it seems you guys have arranged things well. Hoda immediately said, you know DM Naguyat is coming. Before he finished speaking she interrupted him. I am too familiar with his personality. Originally had no intention of restraining her. Have you met your second master yet? Ha Tri immediately replied, second master is not at home. I think maybe the secret family has imprisoned him for safety. He continued, Great Master, I met Hoda. He admitted with his own mouth that he did not want to marry second master. I told me that currently 3 big families are in charge of Tan Q. In addition, Emperor Ho's current power is limited, making his actions very passive. After listening, Li Tran said, Tan Lam will be limited, but the 3 big families do not have this kind of power. Tell me if it has anything to do with Queen Yem Li of the ancient holy capital. Li Tran remained silent and said nothing. Then she looked at the system board. It appears on there, if you help me find the bib, I will tell you how to break the restriction. Li Tran had no choice but to turn to tell him, let's leave Yem Li's matter aside first. How do you plan to handle the marriage between the secret family and the Vietnamese family? Ha Tri replied, I will cause chaos at the wedding. Robbed the second master and walked away in front of everyone. Vien Kim Dao Li Tran sat with his chin in his hands, pensive and speechless. The system told her that what he was about to do was tantamount to seeking death. You know that well. Ha Tri waved his hand and asked, Great Master, why aren't you moving anymore? Is the signal not good? I'm dead. Vien Kim Dao replied, Ha Tri, DM Naguyat's strength has recovered. If there really is a conflict, there is no need to worry about the politics of the 2 regions. The 2 of you can act. It's all up to them. Your master is in charge, the system said. Are you trying to add fuel to the fire? He clasped his hands and replied, yes. He said to the illusion in front of him, Master, can I ask you another question? She immediately refused. Don't ask, it's not appropriate right now. Saying that, the illusion disappeared. Ha Tri wondered, huh? He frowned and said, the master turned it off so quickly. She seemed to know I wanted to ask about the system. He sat on the bed and called Sari. The serial number appears in the speaker's image, yes. He asked, Sari, do you know what restrictions were placed on Emperor Ho in the imperial city? He waved his hand, not knowing. He asked curiously, why don't you even know? I feel more and more that you are incompetent. Sari replied, knowledge about prohibition is outside my database. Heaven is powerless to intervene. Prohibition on Emperor Ho. He held his chin in thought and said, Heavenly Tao has no way to interfere, so is there really a way to escape Heavenly Tao's supervision? What will happen after escaping Heavenly Tao? Sari replied, I can't answer this question. If I say more, I will start the self-destruct program. At the current stage, I still need your help. He bit his lip. Sari, why did you help me? Are you one of them? Sari asked. He wanted to hear the truth. He replied, of course. Sari recalls the scene of people being attacked. Say, maybe I also have feelings like humans. Ha Tri patted his shoulder and said, I seem to know what you are going to say. There is no need to force yourself to say it. I also like you. I don't want you to die. I just need you to remind me. My cultivation progress, we're faster, too. Sari closed her eyes and said, about the ban, I looked up the information in the internal system. It is indeed related to Yem Li. I have said too much today. Ha Tri said, okay, you rest. He lay on the bed and thought to himself that Sari is so cautious. It seems that even my actions are clearly seen by the people above. I am still living well now. Maybe I should not touch my dragon. Heaven. He wondered, what is this old man's inverted scale? Can't kill people for 1,000 years, right? He put one leg over the other. His cheeks turned pink and he smirked, gradually thinking impure thoughts. I was really curious. Great Master said, I want to rest. The system replied, Yili escaped from the heavenly ban imposed on her, except for my internal databases and in the holy domain. No one can stop her. Who can solve it? Tan Kao is not Tianj Min. Ha Tri and DM Naguyat are in a passive position. You have too much confidence in their abilities. Kim Dao reminded, Heavenly Tao can't catch Yem Li. Do you have a bad memory? The system is correct. Vien Kim Dao pay attention to her words. She asked dejectedly, why do you want to use the heavenly way to punish me? Aren't you bored yet? The system replied, haha, soon your body won't be able to bear it anymore. Your mouth is still stiff. She replied, otherwise you cannot escape me. You are even more pathetic. Kim Dao leaned back in his chair and said, "What about heaven above? Humanity will prevail over heaven, and I am the clearest proof. The day when people on high like you will fall into the altar of gods will not be far away." The system said, we're waiting, and then disappeared. Outside, the street was crowded and bustling with people gathering on the street. Someone knocked and carried. The person holding the shield said, "The spirit guides the way." On the road there was a group of people carrying the bride's palanquin. The people knocked on the porters loudly, the clouds scattered, the heavens summoned thoughts, the fairy Tonkao walked on the stars, the sun and moon shone, the stars witnessed, Chuknu descended to earth, connecting thousands of ancient good relationships. That person continued to knock and shout, the Tianfu was there, the fate was determined, the first fate was one line, the two worlds were deep in love, the Ugu transmitted sound, the crane pharaoh glowed, among 10,000 souls, one fate appeared. DM Naguyat in the form of a spark was floating on top of the palanquin. She wondered, is Ha Tri over there really okay? There are so many people coming today. The bride is also met Naguyat. She put her hands together and said slightly tremblingly, Tu Naguyat and he. Flame DM Naguyat said, it's so annoying because it's all a bodyguard, there's no way to be around the second sister. On the roof of the palanquin is a flying pink fox. That's what Mat Wen became. She asked the fire, Naguyat Ni, why are you coming to Tonkao? DM Naguyat replied, second sister. Mat Naguyat covered her mouth and said, shush, my fox spirit can only come out for a short time, otherwise it will be discovered by others. DM Naguyat was gagged and couldn't say anything but When she let go, DM Naguyat said, I'm here to pick you up and take you back to Tianjin Holy Land. Mat Naguyat replied, I can't go back for the time being. The firelight said, we met Emperor Ho, he said that he was powerless to get married, and he was not willing. Ho Li was startled and turned around to ask, what? Her eyes suddenly flashed as if she discovered something. She said, it's broken, it seems they found out, we have to go back here. DM Naguyat said, Ha Tri said he must bring you back, you must believe him. Mat Naguyat, dressed as a fox, immediately jumped into the palanquin and transformed into a bride. The maid outside heard the movement and called out, Miss. Mat Naguyat glanced at her through the red veil and replied, what's the matter? The maid immediately waved her hand and said, it's okay, then closed the curtain. She thought, something just left for a moment, could it be my illusion? Mat Naguyat closed her eyes and sat holding her hands. She let out a breath and thought to herself, come save me, why are you guys so stupid? She pursed her lips, but... Then he wiped away the tears from his eyes and whispered, I'm really happy. Outside, people blew trumpets enthusiastically to welcome the palanquin. On this side, the groom Huda is being dressed by the servant Ha Tri. He ordered, you all retreat first, leaving only him with me. The servant respectfully replied, yes, your majesty. Emperor Ho looked at Ha Tri and said, can you really guarantee to sabotage the wedding? Ha Tri rolled up his sleeves and replied, in this royal palace, in addition to special restrictions aimed at people, there are also restrictions that are different from other people, but I have tried it, there are some special magical weapons that will not be affected, enjoy. Emperor Hu said, but sabotaging the wedding can only be solved at the moment, not at the root. The three great families will still carry out the wedding, the reason why we can escape the monk but cannot escape the temple, at that time we will what to do. He smiled and replied, taking back the second master is the first important thing. As long as we can buy time and find a way to remove your majesty's restrictions, your majesty can solve the rest for us, isn't that right? Emperor Ho replied, yes. Ha Tri said, about the method, I already have a clue, your majesty, the person wearing that today is very handsome, but it's a pity that he didn't get to marry the person he loves. Hoda happily held a notebook and pen and replied, I am married, this is the person I love, I cannot spare the readers the hard work of waiting for me to update. Ha Tri gave a thumbs up, worthy of your majesty, I will definitely read every chapter. From a distance, two people were riding horses and galloping quickly. These two people are little Ling Dang and Kam Dik Tu. Ling Dang said, Fairy VM Naguyat is waiting for us at the entrance to Tonkao, speed up. Dik Tu replied, okay. The servant knelt down and said, Your Majesty Ho, the ceremony has begun. Hoda glanced at her and said, okay, I know. A wise eunuch shouted loudly, Heaven and earth of all times, royal prosperity, today my king's grand wedding ceremony, now officially begins. Mat Naguyat, wearing a red scarf, and the group of people are slowly entering with the eunuch shouts, the fate of the millennium, the spirit of the earth, the queen descends into the phoenix chariot, marries the emperor, with the heavenly wheel, we all above, heaven and earth are vast, I hope to give you my king and queen, God will give you good fortune, the country will be peaceful and the people will be peaceful, and your descendants will live forever. Golden and Tui are together, Nakmwan is with the emperor, I pray that the emperor and the queen will be together for 100 years, and the world will be prosperous. Emperor Hu, expressionless, reached out his hand to support the queen. She placed her hand in his palm. Emperor Ho whispered to Mat Naguyat. Ha Tri was about to act. Mat Naguyat was stunned for a moment. Her eyes flashed with surprise. The eunuch's voice continued to read evenly. The sun and moon were shining in unison. The spirit resonated. She wondered and called out, His Majesty Emperor Ho, may the world be peaceful, the country and mountains be eternal, the inheritance of all generations, and the spirit of death be long gone. Bak Hien smiled and said to Elder Mat, It's almost done. Suddenly someone rushed in and shouted, I did not agree. Ha Tri rushed in and squeezed between Ho De and Mat Naguyat. All the people present there were stunned. Ha Tri suddenly held Mat Naguyat's hand and shouted with a deceitful face, For a girl like a flower like a jade, if you want to marry someone, have you asked me yet? My boss is coming today to steal her beauty. Elder Mat got angry. His anger index increased to 5,000, pointed at him and shouted, Where are you? Take this cruel villain back to me. Ha Tri immediately made a devilish face and argued, Selling a daughter is still selling an addiction. Old man, tell you, you are disrupting discipline. Sir, I have already cooked rice with Mat Naguyat. You know, what is the crime of double marriage, cultural season? Elder Mat with a rage index plus 10,000, he shouted, What are you talking about? You're talking nonsense, Your Majesty, don't listen to him talking nonsense, absolutely impossible, absolutely impossible. Everyone around whispered, Discuss. Ha Tri continued to hug Mat Naguyat tightly and said, I say you old people, you have no skills, you only know how to do things secretly, sell your daughter for money, use the royal palace as an auction arena. Mat Naguyat covered her mouth and whispered, Who do you want to annoy to death? Ha Tri replied, No matter, annoy one person or another, I haven't agreed to marry you yet, the practice hasn't been taught yet. Emperor Ho here smiled widely and thought to himself, I didn't expect this kid to have such a thick skin, that's right, the one who gets mad is the winner. Ha Tri smiled crookedly and opened the system to request a flying carpet, he thought, Use your old man's anger index, add bricks for me, thank you. The system immediately announced that the flight mat would be deducted 50,000 points, the flight speed would be faster than a speedboat, lasting 1 hour. Ha Tri hugged Emperor Ho and Mat Naguyat together on the flying carpet. Emperor Ho asked, Should I also go together? Ha Tri whispered, Of course, I have to kidnap people, Your Majesty. Emperor Ho replied, What you say makes sense. Then all three of them flew into the air. Elder Mat and the others stammered with black faces. How could he fly? The sky was both sunny and rainy, and there was even a rainbow. All three of them sat comfortably on the carpet. Ha Tri said, Let's get married. It's true that it will rain when it's sunny. Hoda smiled happily and said, Ha ha ha, look, they are scattered, that's really interesting. Mat Naguyat looked down, seeing her hand still holding Ha Tri's hand tightly. Elder Mat down here pointed at the carpet flying in the sky and commanded, Why are you all just staring? Quickly go catch that fox man, that bandit is threatening His Majesty. The subordinates looked at each other and whispered, but no one did anything. One person knelt down and announced, Elder Mat, there is a restriction in the palace that we cannot fly in the sky. Elder Mat was stunned. Then he gritted his teeth in anger. This restriction was really shooting himself in the foot, it was so damn horrible. He ordered that the thief who kidnapped His Majesty must have an intention. He will not leave Tan Khao in a short time. If you search all over Tan Khao to trace that tapestry, you will definitely be able to catch him. If you get the thief's death, go quickly and take your pursuers with you. The subordinates responded in unison. Elder Bak Hien said, Brother Mat, Your Majesty cannot let anything happen, it's our plan. He raised his hand to stop him from continuing. He said, Dear Brother Bak, Sister Dao, first find His Majesty, as for the rest, let's talk about it when we return. Both of them said in unison, Clearly. Elder Mat stood in front of the crowd to reassure everyone, Everyone please calm down. The three great families in the royal army have been sent throughout the area to search for Your Majesty's whereabouts, and will definitely protect Your Majesty. Peace, ensuring that the bandits will die without a burial ground. On this side, Ha Tri, Hoda and Mat Naguyat are entering. He looked at the system notification of anger points plus 1000, anger points plus 1999, secretly happy in his heart. It seems, those people must be angry to death. Haha, Emperor Ho asked Ha Tri, what are you laughing at? Why can't my mouth close on the road? Ha Tri replied that if you earn money, you will automatically be happy. Mat Naguyat looked at the two of them chatting intimately and wondered when they had known each other. He walked towards her. Ha Tri held the scarf and asked, Second Master, why are you still wearing the scarf? This wedding failed, you are free now. He immediately took off the scarf, making Mat Naguyat surprised and say, why did you open it? Ha Tri scratched his neck and wondered, oh, I'm afraid that's blocking your view. What's going on? Why are you looking at me like that? Hoda sat here with his chin resting on his hand, observing the two of them. He said, it seems you still don't know Tan Kao's rules. Ha Tri wondered, what rules? Emperor Hu explained that in Tan Kao, if you lift the bride's veil, it means you are married, whether you like it or not. This moment is your vow to live forever. Ha Tri opened his eyes in surprise as he looked at her and stammered, I don't know that. Second Master. Mat Naguyat blushed and said nothing. Ha Tri picked up the towel to cover it and said, I will help you cover it. Mat Naguyat raised her hand to block it. Stop it. He tried to explain, but, I didn't mean it. I don't know what Tan Kao's rules are. He thought to himself, why did he feel that the second master was a bit shy and had a bad personality? Why was her fierce but beautiful appearance like before no longer there? Emperor Ho curled his hands into a heart shape and said, originally the one who had to lift the headscarf was me, but now you have done it. This is your fate with her. Now your destiny is you are bound together. You cannot be separated anymore. Ha Tri opened his eyes and stammered, Your Majesty, I'm an outsider and don't understand. Hoda laughed with tears in his eyes. Ha ha ha. He wiped his tears and continued to speak, but everything happens for a reason. You two can pretend it never happened, and I can pretend I didn't see anything, like that. How do you see? Mat Naguyat stomped her high heels on the floor. Ha Tri called, Second Master. She knelt down in front of Emperor Ho and called, Your Majesty. She bowed low and said, Young lady Mat Naguyat is here to see Your Majesty. Ha Tri thought for a while. Emperor Ho is the supreme being in the eyes of the people of Tan Kao. Even the second master, who is one of the four immortals of Tianjin, is no exception. No wonder the second master has been acting like this for a long time, behaving strangely like that. Hoda happily extended his hand to help her. Mat Naguyat raised her hand to hold his hand. Emperor Ho said, Stand up. She held his hand tightly and thanked His Majesty. Emperor Ho said, I have also met Fairy Mat Naguyat, one of the four fairies in Tianjin. I'm sorry that I'm so far away that it's hard to see you, but you've lived very well these years. She covered her mouth and smiled and replied, That's it, thanks to Your Majesty's blessing. Emperor Hu raised his hand across his chest and said, When I first met you, you were only this tall, but now you have become much taller and more graceful. I have heard many rumors about you and feel very admirable. That grave. Mat Naguyat shyly said, Your Majesty is too complimented. Have you lived well these years? Hoda laughed it off. It was okay, but not bad, considered quite good. Mat Naguyat frowned and said, Ha Tri said you don't want to marry me, but I have already received Ho Huang's token of trust, so the three great families dare to pretend to be His Majesty to give orders. Emperor Ho held the scroll in his hand and said, also blaming himself for the past few years. Mat Naguyat suddenly slammed her hand on the table, causing the tabletop to crack. Hoda and Ha Tri hugged each other in fear of her anger. Mat Naguyat suddenly burst into anger, her hands flashed with red fire, growling and saying, The crime is unforgivable. Mat Naguyat angrily said, I will first kill those blasphemers to vent my anger to Your Majesty. Ha Tri said, Second Master, wait. She glanced at him and asked, What are you waiting for? Ha Tri laughed and replied, Emperor Hu was banned by him. In order to avoid having to take a detour, it would not be too late to clarify the cause and result in killing him. Ha Tri secretly thought, the second master really respected Hoda. If I replaced Naguyatni, his status, anyway, he did not want to be king. I think that would not be illegal. Mat Naguyat looked at her fingernails thoughtfully and said, First of all, I will severely torture you. I understand this. Ha Tri said, I think this matter might have something to do with Li. Mat Naguyat was a bit surprised when she heard it. She frowned and said, It was her again. Ha Tri continued, The three great families were in front of the two masters, not worth mentioning, but torture did not necessarily yield useful information. There was no time to even ask. he said in a serious voice. During the internal sect assessment, Yili set a trap, and then took away the people we captured. In case the patriarchs of the three great families were also touched by Yan Li, we would act rashly, thinking it was very possible to miss the clue. He thought to himself, when Naguyat Ni receives Kamdik II and the little bell, he can plan his journey to the capital of the holy region. Mat Naguyat exhaled, if that's the case, being able to let them live for a few more days is truly a bargain for these old immortals. She turned to ask, Your Majesty, is it safe here? Emperor Ho replied, Safe. One is that only I allow people to enter this place. Second, we pretend to run away and actually return to the Emperor Palace. They are not sure they can guess. She replied, That's good. Emperor Ho said that this escape was possible thanks to the fairy's magic tricks. Remembering what Ha Tri had said when the three people were flying on the carpet, second master, bothering the magician, making them mistakenly think we had escaped from the palace, she replied yes. Mat Naguyat performs magic. The three people were surrounded by a transparent pink sphere. Mat Naguyat said, if I had known that they were so daring to cause trouble, I should have let them experience the burning pain of burning flames in the illusion. Ha Tri scratched his face and asked, the second master was even mad, the family also did not give up. She replied, Tan Kao took Emperor Ho as his honor, so how could he not enjoy the protection of Emperor Hu for many generations, and think of other things? The Mat family would have collapsed once, if Emperor Hu had not taken pity on him. Today there is no way for them to talk, to eat the apple tree and the fig tree, there is no regret in dying. Emperor Ho intended to say, actually. Mat Naguyat's bright eyes urged. Emperor Ho invited him to speak. He continued, the first great fox emperor, my parents, future ancestors, they shouldered a beautiful name. She agreed, yes, that's natural. I hesitated, but I. Not a good king. She immediately shook her hand to protest, no. He covered his forehead and said, that, while the fairy is here, I will speak frankly, it would be good for you to testify. She replied, then leaned closer to hear clearly. He said, I want to abdicate. She habitually replied, Suddenly, Mat Naguyat panicked like a cat stepping on its tail and shouted, what? Emperor Ho knew that he would react like that, so he covered his ears in advance. He turned his ears and said, I told Ha Tri about this, I am not actually the king, it was passed down to me, in fact it was through the sole bloodline of Emperor Ho. Mat Naguyat asked, wait, sir, you are very serious now, not joking, he replied, yes. She questioned, Emperor Hu's pure bloodline, who else in Tan Kao could undertake this important task? Your Majesty, did you make this decision because you were disappointed by the three great families? She burst into anger again and shouted, I will kill them, it's unbearable. Emperor Ho stood up and explained, Fairy, you are one of the four immortals and a member of Tan Kao, so what do you do? The so-called bloodline, on the contrary, I feel that a capable person can take on the job, on the contrary, it's very wasteful, suddenly delaying Tan Kao's good money. She turned around to look at him. Hoda held his chin and continued, I am a bit forced, after all, the fairy is the monarch of Tianjin, I think about who is suitable, Hoda said, then looked at Ha Tri and thought, why are you looking at me? Emperor Ho told him that the true disciple of the four immortals has a predestined relationship with me, Ha Tri, so why should you be Emperor Ho? Ha Tri's heart is full of question marks. Mat Naguyat calls, Your Majesty. He continued, didn't Fairy Mat Naguyat give you my fur? The person who got my fur is the people of Tan Kao. It couldn't be more appropriate. Ha Tri listened and his head was full of dots. Ladder. This is not the first fairy river I opened, my mother and a few members of the royal family before, also after being given the Emperor Ho's feathers to become citizens of Tan Kao. I am just following the ancestors. After saying that, Emperor Ho laughed loudly and walked away. He took the book and pen back and said, just like that I can write a book, and you have the four fairies to help, Tan Kao is sure to last forever, isn't that perfect? Both Ha Tri and Mat Naguyat opened their eyes in surprise. Mat Naguyat was so surprised that she vomited blood. He held her in his arms and said, Your Majesty, please stop saying two words, I'm making my second master vomit blood. He said to himself in Emperor Ho's heart, can you hear my heart? What I said instead was purely sarcastic. Mat Naguyat wiped the blood and asked in panic, Your Majesty, are you serious? Emperor Ho replied seriously, of course. Everyone thinks I'm not sane, but I know that I'm not a good leader, nor do I have the talent to rule the country. People like me, taking advantage of the great achievements of our ancestors Tan Kao, are gradually going downhill. I have changed. I also want to manage the country well, but unfortunately, my will is not at this time. The more I try, the more tired I feel, and the more tired I get, the more difficult it is to realize my ambition. I have failed, I have lost myself, but I do not want to delay the people of Tonkao. Emperor Ho glanced at him and said, "The country should be entrusted to the ruler, not an ordinary ruler like me." Ha Tri looked at him without speaking. From Emperor Ho's hand emitted a swirling purple light. He was a bit happy. DM Naguyat was back. A man's nails are sharp and pointy. He must have just gotten back from a manicure. The purple light began to move wider and spread out in all directions. Then, swirling around, converging into a point in midair. From within the vortex, a connecting gate opened. 3 people, led by DM Naguyat, happily entered. Behind were Tu Dindang and Kam Dik Tu. She jumped up, hugged Mat Naguyat, and shouted, "Second sister." The second master held her in his arms and rubbed her head lovingly. She buried her head in it and acted like a babe. "I miss her so much. When I got married, I discovered that I couldn't leave her, right? She was like a little cat, her eyes wet and coy. If her sister and Ha Tri were 2 days late, she would have already married someone else." In her heart, she thought, "I don't want to do that." Mat Naguyat lovingly placed her hand on that little cat's cheek, comforting her heart. "Rest assured, I will not obey any more." Mat Naguyat smiled and pointed. "Now the situation is clearer." DM Naguyat flexed her arms, pointing at her muscles to show her strength. "Second sister, if you don't take action then just let me." Mat Naguyat patted her head. "Well, it would be even more interesting if this matter were done personally by my sister. My second sister is not the weak fox type. These 2 men are bored and bored, but they have the same problem running along the same line of thought. Have they changed their name to Tianjin Tu Ma?" At this time, Tu Dindang and Kam Dik Tu clasped their hands in prayer. "His Majesty Emperor Ho, Phuc Viet Tien Tu, brothers and sisters." Ho De gently replied, "Hello." Beyond both of their imaginations, they both looked at each other questioningly, exchanging thoughts. Kam Dik Tu thought, "Is His Majesty Ho Emperor really such an approachable person?" Tu Ling Dang was also bewildered. "Yeah, right." Ha Tri was also friendly and asked if it was safe on the road. Tu Dindang gently replied, "No one followed Fairy DM Naguyat." He also felt more secure. "That's good. By the way, this time the 2 of you came here, something unexpected happened. Everything is exactly as I predicted. However, I still have some thoughts. I suspect that the restrictions on Emperor Ho and Yi Li are related to each other. Moreover, the anti-sect talks of those 3 families and her cannot escape being implicated, although there is no specific evidence, but the words said directly to me, 8 or 9 times are not wrong." Hearing that, Dik Tu immediately confidently guaranteed the plan. "Brother Ha Tri, if you have anything to ask, as long as I can help with anything, I will not refuse." Ha Tri began to explain, "We must gently force the 3 families to tell the truth. My plan includes, the first step, indispensable magic from the second master. The second step, if it is true, in fact, related to Yem Li, Kam Dik Tu, and Tu Dindang, it is also possible to return to their homeland, and the ban on His Majesty Ho De's body can also be removed." At the same time, 2 people, Kam Dik Tu and Dindang, were chatting happily with each other. He frowned. The communication between the different holy domains would not be hindered. If he wanted to enter without a visa, he needed to be directly guided by the messenger of the holy domain. He crossed his arms and continued to pour out, "Kam Dik Tu, even though you have been expelled from the holy capital, the blood flowing through your body cannot be changed. With you by my side, the possibility of us entering the holy realm will become much greater," Dik Tu said softly. But Dik Tu still couldn't absorb everything. "Oh, that's right, brother, what is a visa?" Ha Tri explained, "It was a customs clearance document, also known as a guarantee of each place." Only then did he realize the truth. He clapped his hands together and shouted, "It turned out to be like that. These 2 words visa are truly magical." Dik Tu couldn't help but praise. Brother Ha Chi is also very erudite. He was impressed. He waved his hand, signaling not to be so aggressive. "Nothing worth mentioning." He looked over and said, "Then let's proceed with the first step." Scene changed to the bustling scene in Phuc Jia Dai Trot. The voice came from the person with green claws. His grandmother had indeed been affected by magic. Elder Matt seemed annoyed. "The 3 of us were actually unable to find out. If this matter were to be spread to outsiders, people would surely laugh at us." Dao Tian pinched the bridge of his nose and looked very worried. "If anyone had such skill, then the 3 of us could also be hit by that trick." He gritted his teeth, frowned in annoyance. "Dao Tian, just say it's Phuc Viet directly. There's no need to beat around the bush." She lifted her hair gracefully and said gracefully, "Aren't I afraid you'll lose face?" Returning to the main issue, she also frowned in discomfort, but suddenly, why did Phuc Viet turn the tables and perform magic on us? Before she got married, we deliberately placed her under house arrest, at home and not allowing her to access any information related to His Majesty Emperor Ho. Could it be that she had already guessed? His face darkened. The girl had admired His Majesty Emperor Ho since childhood, even summoned her back without any complaints. She simply couldn't predict what was going on behind her, let alone escape our close watch. At this time, Bak Hien spoke up. He waved his fan and smiled, so it could only be said that someone else was teasing him. These words directly touched the G-spot of both Elder Mat and Dao Tian, both realizing an important issue that no one had thought of. He continued, the Bak family's people had discovered on the border that there were traces of people from the Commercial Alliance breaking in. This was too coincidental. Dao Tian frowned in surprise. Is Tianjin holy domain? She thought that our Ho Emperor's order had already been personally delivered by someone to Emperor Li Tran, so she would of course understand the principle of not interfering in other people's family matters. He folded the fan, his face expressionless, like a thing that could say, if we really interfere, what can we say? Everyone has their own ideas, everyone understands clearly in their hearts. Being told the truth, Dao Tian blushed and hesitated. About this, Elder Mat interrupted, okay, girl Phuc Viet marrying Emperor Ho is a key step for our three great families to move forward. The top priority is to find her and complete the matter, marry. Dao Tian explained, my peachy sister's beauty is not inferior to Phuc Viet. Why does it have to be Phuc Viet? Why not use my sister instead? He angrily protested, this is not possible. Unable to stand that nonsense, she struggled, why not? After all, she is a member of our three great families, and she is also my younger sister. He clenched his fists, annoyed. The girl Phuc Viet is one of the four fairies in Tianjin and she has become Li Tran's female emperor's weak point. We can control both the commercial and holy domains at the same time. Sacred area stitching. Bak Hien calmly, Phuc brother, your calculations are too deep. Your ambition is not small. I didn't expect you to even swallow the whole commercial alliance holy domain. Dao Tian was at the door to see Bak Hien off. He waved goodbye. Ha, I'm sleepy. I'll talk again tomorrow. Looking at his happy face as he left, Dao Tian pondered. Desire was always rising, greed was like a rising wave, his tomb was noble and unattainable, his four hands were scattered, flowers fell with the flowing water. Bak Hien's figure has disappeared, but her heart still can't stop tossing and turning. Humph, it sounds good, but it's not like she wants to hold everything in her hands. If she really believes in you, death won't even count, money for others. She frowned unwillingly. Since that's the case, I'll find a way out, it wouldn't be too much. Along the way, Dam Tian encountered two familiar figures facing her. Suddenly she turned to look. It turned out to be two beast children. Their cuteness made her unable to help but exclaim, where do children come from, so adorable. The boy turned to check to see if she had gone far. Suddenly, light enveloped the two children. Returning to his true form, the two children were Mat Nguyet and Ha Tri. He was surprised by her carelessness, but he didn't recognize them at all. The second master immediately squeezed his cheek and teased him. As expected, the mysterious magic my disciple used had been trained diligently, not caring about that teasing. He wondered, second master, is it M's, Dao Sun? He's not good at studying art. Mat Wing compliments him. She is famous for her efforts. If you can get past her, you can become a monk. It's true that you sing well, mother praises. This clown duo each has a verse. Ha Tri's cheeks are rosy, excited. The disciple is not as good as the monk's fingernails and still wants to be by your side to study well. Mat Nguyet waved his hand, laughed loudly. Okay. Your mouth is so sweet. Next enter the secret house, for safety and also to collect poetry and pass on mystical magic. The second master extended his hand forward. A pink light swirled around her beautiful hand. The light spread and covered both of them. She ordered, let's go. Scene changes to outside Elder Mat's house. He is concentrating on writing something. In his book are the words written, Mat Viet fled. Where is he now? What is the next move? 3 words appeared on the page, blinding magic. Not expecting this, he was shocked. Still curious and unbelievable, he continued to write, writing and thinking. The next line of text is, she has performed an illusion, she can escape back to the holy realm, the magic is delaying us, but, how can I feel her? Appears between lines of text. Absolutely you can't run away like that, you have to be careful, there won't be any mistakes. That's the red text, I said, she might be plotting something. He was still immersed in that conversation, not knowing when the two people, Mat Nguyet and Ha Tri, appeared behind. The two whispered loudly. He opened his mouth. Second master, there was something I didn't know if I should say it or not. Mat Naguyat replied. Say it. He leaned close to Mat Naguyat's ear, frowned and said, Your father, didn't let him finish. She interrupted. Stupid, he agreed, He then folded the book and put it in the box, then carefully stored it in the cupboard. Next, he opened the door. Outside there were many guards giving orders and continuing to search for the lady's whereabouts everywhere. He couldn't help but scream. He couldn't find it. Damn it, he couldn't even eat rice. The soldiers panicked. Yes. He locked the study door. You can see his wavering heart through that back. The two once again appeared in the cabinet containing the book from earlier. Mat Naguyat waved her hand. Immediately the drawer opened and inside was that box. Hatrai looked over curiously. Mat Naguyat had just opened the box to take out the book, while complaining that he was not careful when leaving, nor did he lock it. If he was careful, he was probably not careful. He wondered again, just wondering if this communication was encrypted or not. Except for his father, anyone else's pen movement could be detected by the other person. Suddenly she spoke again. This reminded me. She recited the spell, and a source of magical pink energy surrounded her, creating a magical illusion. She has transformed into the form of her father, Elder Mat. She is happy. That's okay. He is equally excited. Is this second master a replacement in appearance or a complete substitute? She is arrogant. Of course it's a complete substitute, but it can only last for a quarter of an hour, but it's enough. He hugged his arm and pouted. My master wants to learn. His actions made Mat Naguyat quite shy, but her mother was happy, so she pinched her cheeks angrily. And will teach you later. Sitting in her father's position, she flipped through the book and spoke, first taking the time to ask questions. The book has another question. Could Mat Viet have colluded with Emperor Ho? The book appeared. Why are you suddenly so smart? She did not show any emotion in response to that sarcastic question. The next question is, but Emperor Ho's whereabouts are unknown. I was worried about the bamboo basket scooping water like a field of labor, and in the end I fell down and became infamy, forever unable to recover, and the answer appeared right after that. Then we will consider the need for our cooperation. It appeared again. So you wanted to beg me, she wrote down, just in case something happened. It seemed she had gotten the necessary information. A smile could not be hidden on her face. The brush of the pen creates the words. In case of accident, Mat Naguyat had her own thoughts in her heart. A smile appeared on her lips. The page has the words, in case of accident, waiting for an answer from the other person. The surrounding scenery is still the same. The candle still shines brightly. The answer is there. The red text appears again, waiting for me to contact you. Move to the feet of someone walking. That person turned around and went in another direction. The door of a room was slightly open. It turned out that person was the real Elder Mat. His heart was not at ease. For some reason, he always had a strange, inappropriate feeling. Looking at the unchanged surroundings made him a little suspicious. Maybe I was thinking too much. Paying attention to the table, pen, brush, inkstone, everything, he reassured himself. Be careful, it's best that nothing happens. He chanted a spell, pink aura radiating from his body. It moves everywhere, wriggling through gaps in doors. Even the rolls of yarn did not miss it, as if they were looking for some trace of the intruder. Energy radiated throughout the room. That light was dotted with flower petals weaving everywhere. He approached the box and looked at it. It was still the same book. He was a little skeptical, made to feel suspicious. From afar, two mice that had escaped from that room looked towards him and snorted coldly. In her hand was also a book identical to the one in the other box, so she had swapped it. She was dissatisfied. He had made some progress over the years, but in terms of mind, his strength was nothing more. Hatrai crossed his arms and looked at her a bit confused. Nin Tin sold out his daughter time and time again. I see, he has nothing in his heart. When you hear that, your attitude, I have known since childhood, his hypocrisy only regrets not knowing his own strength. But then she returned with a happy feeling. Anyway, I changed 2 notebooks. Then what he said in the notebook, we all know clearly. We here used the notebook in the first place. He was able to gain the other person's trust and confirm whether it was Yem Li or not. Holding Hatrai's hand, Mat Naguyat pulled him away. We went back first. 2 foxes, one green and one pink, flew away and left this place. Upon arriving, both landed at the same time. Mat Naguyat put the book down on the table. She expressed that she should quietly watch the miraculous changes and see what the 3 great families do. Seeing the absence, she asked, where is DM Naguyat? Kam Dik Tu pointed in that direction, replied, and discussed the script with His Majesty Emperor Ho. She turned around and asked questions. Hatrai whispered in her ear and explained that His Majesty Hoda's pen name was Tan Sam Lo, famous author, Naguyatni's idol. She asked again thoughtfully, Naguyatni, today you called your fourth master Naguyatni, it seems I missed a lot, I'm surprised, huh? The young man blushed and explained that he had bet on her, so he had to keep his promise. She raised her hand to stroke Hatrai's chin. I see it wasn't just for betting, right? The two people Deek-tu and Dindang were confused about the next two people's actions. Mat Naguyat moved closer to him, teasing him, and became friends with my third sister. Today, she stole my younger sister's heart. You have a bad heart, don't you? He stammered, second master. Mat Naguyat's restless hand caressed her lips, to her collar. Everyone said that male foxes had bad thoughts. Could it be that a semi-ton stitch like you is also a bad student? Being teased made his face turn red as if drunk. Wine, he stammered, ta. She was determined not to forgive him. Her words and actions were full of ulterior motives. Isn't it okay to say that men aren't bad and women don't love him? Dindang witnessed Mat Naguyat's teasing scene and blushed. The teenage girl couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Young Deek-tu is no better, shy of 9 people. Hatrai turned around, quickly covering his face as red as a tomato. I will go find Naguyat. Fourth master, he silently cursed. Second master, you are the evil fox, completely intentionally make me feel uncomfortable. A certain second master was still smiling brightly, radiating radiant energy, chuckling in his heart. A second later, it changed to an evil face. The young man opened the door and rushed out. He quickly poured a glass of water to cool down and regained his composure. He gulped it down quickly. Seeing him act like that, DM Naguyat was there and spoke up, "You're back, what did you find out when you were so excited?" Sitting down on the chair, he sighed, discovering it was real, excited by something else. A hand holds a pen brush. A male foot entered. Emperor who walked in, the fairy had a hard time. A purple aura appeared, startling him. Realizing something made his face smile awkwardly in an extremely unsightly way. It's Mat Naguyat, she continues to tease, what is a good child afraid of?